Nation Chamber of Commerce is unwell. Ning Luo exclaimed, "He's unwell? Is he sick?" She glanced at Yijing beside her, wondering if Yijing could treat the leader and gain his favor. Tang Puyuan said, "It's not an ordinary sickness. It's said that the leader's body has a very special constitution." Yijing's heart stirred. Here it comes. He had deliberately instructed Qing Huang and the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce to spread the news about his special body constitution. It was to lure out his hidden enemies. However, the news couldn't be spread too widely, so it required a price to obtain. This would create a mix of truth and falsehood, making it difficult for the enemies to discern. Ning Luo was curious. What kind of special constitution? Can you elaborate? Tang Puan shook his head. I'm not sure about that. Right now, it's just this one piece of news. More details are just some speculation. It's said that the leader came to Jinling to find a way to cure his special constitution or to find a partner to balance it. So I hear that some people are not only looking for the leader but also his potential partner. Yijing's heart stirred. This trip was indeed rewarding. The special constitution story was something he deliberately spread, but the idea of a partner balancing it wasn't. It must have been his enemies behind the scenes who spread that. Chapter 444. Using threats. Those enemies of mine must have indeed grasped some principles of my unique constitution. Yijing mused upon receiving this new information. That's why they targeted my parents back then. However, a sense of urgency struck him. But now, Shinsuyi is in danger. If they find out about the engagement between Shinsuyi and me, those unscrupulous individuals might use her life to threaten me, to harm me. After all, they must think I came to Jinling specifically for Shinsuyi. What they didn't know was that Yijing had torn up the engagement contract the moment he met Shinsuyi. After returning this time, I need to refine my plans further, Yijing thought. Just as he was considering this, Tang Puan spoke with a smile. All right, let's not talk about that. The main purpose of this banquet is to express our gratitude to Mr. Yi for saving my life. Mr. Yi. Tang Puyuan hesitated for a moment before continuing. I have an old friend coming over later. Would you mind helping him out? Yijing understood immediately. Tang Puyuan, impressed by his medical skills, was introducing another patient. Tang Puyuan explained, his name is Qian Huisheng. He's also a figure in the business circle, and his condition is quite similar to mine. After hearing that you treated me, he's been nagging me to introduce him. He added sheepishly, I really couldn't refuse. Upon hearing the name Qian Huisheng, Ning Luo's expression changed drastically. This was yet another big shot in the Jinling business circle. His status was almost on par with Tang Puyuan's. If both Tang Puyuan and Qian Huisheng could offer their support, Ning Luo's future path would be much smoother. Yijing, please. Ning Luo pleaded in a low voice. This Qian Huisheng is a big shot. I hope you can treat him. After we return, I'll promote you, give you a raise. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Yijing could hear the desperation in her tone. All right then, he agreed. Upon hearing Yijing's acceptance, both Tang Puyuan and Ning Luo were overjoyed. Tang Puyu even picked up his phone and said, Old Qian, come on in. Mr. Yi has agreed. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Grandpa, do you really believe that? That Tang Lao was clearly treated in a big hospital. Didn't he go to an international hospital abroad before? He just took some expensive gene medicine. After returning, he happened to be treated by that so-called Yijing. So Tang Lao mistakenly thought it was Yijing who cured him. But it wasn't. Qian Huisheng glared at his granddaughter. What do you know? Tang Lao knows his own condition best. How could he be mistaken? If he says it was Yijing who cured him, then it must be true. His granddaughter, Qian Lulu, retorted unhappily, Fine, it was all him. But Grandpa, why don't you go to a proper big hospital instead of looking for some quack remedies? Qian Huisheng sighed. You still don't believe me, do you? Qian Lulu continued, Grandpa, it's not that I don't believe you, but these so-called miracle doctors nowadays are just not reliable. Listen to Tang Lao's story. Someone said he was going to die, and then suddenly he's fine. If Tang Lao really was going to die, then Yi Jing wouldn't have been able to save him afterward. In the end, it's just that Tang Lao's life wasn't meant to end. The real doctor's medicine must have already started working in his body, and then Yi Jing came along and got the credit. Silence. Qian Huisheng scolded his granddaughter. I'll explain everything to you in detail when we get home. But for now, your Tang grandfather is probably asking on my behalf. If he gets a positive response, the call will come soon. When we go in there, you must not speak out of turn. I can tolerate your nonsense here, but if you offend them and they refuse to treat me, that would be disastrous. Understand? Qian Lulu reluctantly replied, Fine, I understand. At that moment, Qian Huisheng's phone rang. He perked up, answered it, and exclaimed excitedly, He agreed. Let's go in now. Qian Huisheng quickly pushed open the door and entered the room. Old Tang, did Mr. Yi agree? Qian Huisheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Tang Puyuan chuckled. He agreed. Come on in. Qian Lulu surveyed the people in the room. She recognized Tang Puyuan and Ning Luo, knowing who they were. The only unfamiliar face was the young man in the middle. Qian Lulu's expression immediately darkened. A man so young claiming to be a miracle doctor? That was ridiculous. Other so-called miracle doctors, even if they were frauds, at least looked somewhat credible in terms of age and appearance. Mr. Yi. Qian Huisheng approached and respectfully bowed to Yi Jing. Grandpa. Qian Lulu tugged at Qian Huisheng's sleeve unhappily. Qian Huisheng turned back and glared at his granddaughter. What did I just tell you? Behave. Don't ruin my chances. Qian Lulu swallowed her words, though her heart was filled with discontent. Mr. Yi, please treat me. Qian Huisheng looked at Yi Jing with great expectation. Yi Jing nodded faintly. His aloof demeanor only deepened Qian Lulu's dissatisfaction. Who was her grandfather? He was a top figure in the Jinling business circle. Even among the older generation, he was one of the best. Who wouldn't bow respectfully in his presence? Yet here, with this so-called Yi Jing, the roles were reversed. However, since her grandfather had warned her repeatedly, she kept her displeasure to herself, though it burned within her. After examining Qian Huisheng, Yi Jing said calmly, Your condition is somewhat different from Tang Lao's. Qian Huisheng grew anxious. Is my condition difficult to treat? Qian Lulu, on the other hand, sneered inwardly, thinking, Here it comes. These so-called miracle doctors always played on people's fears, saying your illness was hard to treat, just to squeeze more money out of you. It was an old trick. Yi Jing smiled faintly. It's not that it's difficult to treat, but it requires a special method. He pointed to the lavish spread of food on the table. You've been eating lightly for the past few days, haven't you? Today, indulge. Feast on rich, fatty foods, and drink some alcohol. I can eat as much as I want. For the past few days, Qian Huisheng's mouth had been craving flavor. He had been on a strict diet for 3 months, and it had been far too long since he had enjoyed good food. Not to mention alcohol, which he had abstained from for half a year. Great. I'll start now. Qian Huisheng's eyes lit up with excitement. If the miracle doctor said he could eat, who was he to hold back? Chapter 445. Everyone is shocked. Qian Huisheng was overjoyed. Who would have thought that coming for a medical treatment would allow him to indulge in a feast? Wasn't that a delight? He had been eating blandly for months, and finally had the chance to indulge. Grandpa, you can't eat this. His granddaughter, Qian Lulu, immediately stopped him. Don't you remember what the doctor told you? The doctor said you can't eat greasy food or drink alcohol. Aren't you breaking all the doctor's rules? She glared at Yi Jing. I've always thought you weren't a good person. Listen to what you're saying. Encouraging a patient to feast and drink? Is that what a doctor should say? Qian Huisheng, his mouth full of oily food, took a sip of wine in between bites. Lulu, I told you, don't talk nonsense with Mr. Yi. What he says is the truth. Qian Lulu was about to explode with anger. What truth? I think you're using this as an excuse to feast, aren't you? When we get back, I'm definitely telling Grandma. At this, Qian Huisheng's hand immediately froze. He wasn't afraid of anything in the world, except his wife. It wasn't that his wife was particularly terrifying, but he didn't want to hear her nagging every day. If this news reached his wife, he wouldn't have a moment of peace. Please don't tell your grandmother, Lulu. Grandpa is begging you. Qian Huixing immediately stopped eating. Qian Lulu, triumphant, said with a smug smile, then spit out what's in your mouth and come home with me. Don't listen to this swindler anymore. She glared fiercely at Yi Jing and pulled Qian Huixing up to leave. Aren't you going to treat your illness? Yi Jing spoke calmly, causing Qian Huixing to stop in his tracks. Yes, he had come specifically for this, using his connections. Was he going to give up halfway? Tang Puyuan chimed in, Lao Qian, you and I have been friends for years. How can you not trust me? Mr. Yi has his reasons for asking you to do this. I may not understand, but Mr. Ye's medical skills have already been proven on me. Don't you trust him? Qian Huixing thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and glared at his granddaughter. All right, from now on, don't say anything more, and don't bring up your grandmother to scare me. Today, I must get this illness treated. Qian Huixing started eating wildly again. Just then, there was a knock on the private room door. Song Wei, accompanied by Shin Suyi and Shun Xiaogong, entered with their heads bowed. Mr. Tang, I'm Song Wei from the Song family. Tang Puyuan, who was on good terms with the Song family, nodded with a smile. Oh, Song Wei, right? Your father mentioned you would come to visit me. But I'm currently hosting some important guests. Why don't you come back later? Song Wei quickly said, Mr. Tang, I've prepared several gifts. How about giving one to your esteemed guests as well? Tang Puyuan understood that Song Wei wanted to use this opportunity to expand his network. He didn't comment on this behavior. Large families often needed to use such tactics to expand their connections. It seemed Song Wei had learned well from his father's ways. All right, but if these guests are displeased, you must leave immediately, understand? Song Wei nodded repeatedly and signaled to Shin Suyi and Shun Xiaogong behind him. When I go up to present the gifts, you two try to get noticed as well. Everyone here is a big shot. You need to be sharp. Understood, understood. Shun Xiaogong nodded repeatedly, his eyes gleaming. He had already noticed that besides Tang Puyuan, there was also the big shot Qian Huixing, and Qian Huixing's granddaughter, Qian Lulu, was also present. Qian Lulu was his dream goddess. As the granddaughter of a big shot, whoever married her could save decades of effort. Shin Xiaogong planned to perform well today. Shin Suyi's gaze was also very serious, knowing that she had to perform well today. The opportunity was rare. However, when the three of them took a few steps forward and saw the people at the banquet clearly, they were all shocked. The person sitting in the honored seat at the head of the table was Yi Jing, the same person they had mocked at the door. What's going on? Song Wei's mind went blank. Yi Jing was just a security team leader, right? How could he be sitting in the honored seat? Didn't Ning Luo, the female president, say anything? And among the guests were big shots like Tang Puyuan and Qian Huixing. Didn't they have any objections? All of this indicated that Yi Jing was not just a security team leader, but a true big shot. He must be the mysterious big shot Tang Puyuan was inviting today. Thinking of this, Song Wei trembled all over. He was filled with regret. Why did he believe whatever that trash Shin Xiaogong said? Someone like Shan Xiaogong with his muscle-bound brain, how could he have any insight? Shin Xiaogong and Shun Suyi were equally shocked, as if struck by lightning. Was Yi Jing really a big shot? Did that mean he wasn't just a security team leader? Or was he really the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? Their minds were in chaos. But one thing was certain. Yi Jing was definitely a big shot. One who could make Tang Puyuan and Qian Huixing willingly give up the honored seat. Song Wei, trembling, presented the other two gifts to Qian Huixing and Ning Luo. The last gift, he brought to Yi Jing along with Shin Suyi and Shun Xiaogong. Sir, please accept this gift. Song Wei forced himself to step forward under immense psychological pressure. Shin Xiaogong and Shin Suyi both lowered their heads, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. They didn't dare to meet Yi Jing's gaze. Yi Jing looked at the three with a smirk. You didn't have this attitude at the door, did you? You weren't trying to embarrass me, were you? Shin Xiaogong, weren't you planning to beat me up to vent your anger? What happened? Are you all silent now? Shin Xiaogong trembled all over, his head drenched in sweat. Your Excellency, it's all my fault. I was ignorant and didn't know your true identity. Shin Sui quickly added, Your Excellency, please overlook our insignificance. Compared to you, we are mere small figures. Yijing, oh, now you know you're small figures. What about the attitude you had when you were talking about me earlier? Tang Puyuan, hearing Yijing's tone, immediately spoke coldly to the group. Song Wei, how did you make Mr. Yi unhappy? Chapter 446, A Close Shave with Death. I need to reconsider my relationship with the Song family. Upon hearing Tang Puyuan's words, Song Wei trembled all over. Mr. Tang, it's not what you think. I didn't know Mr. Yi at all before. It's all because of Shin Xiaogong. He said Mr. Yi was just a bodyguard captain and insisted that Mr. Yi apologize to him. I had no idea what was going on, so I just chimed in a few times. Slap, slap. After speaking, Song Wei repeatedly slapped himself several times and quickly looked at Yijing with a pleading expression. Mr. Yi, it's all my fault for having dog eyes and not recognizing you, a true god. I shouldn't have believed that pig-brained Shin Xiaogong. Shin Sui also looked complicated and felt a deep sense of sorrow. The person she tore up the marriage contract with turned out to be a big shot. Even Tang Puyuan and Qian Huixing had to fawn over. Why was her luck so bad? If she had to blame something, it would be her own quick hands. Why did she tear up that marriage contract? Even if she had treated Yijing as a backup, it would have been better. Shin Xiaogong was completely dumbfounded and had no idea what to say to salvage the situation. Tang Puyuan looked at Yijing. Mr. Yi, do you want me to throw them out and hold them accountable? Yijing said indifferently, no need. However, I won't accept your gift. Take it away yourself. The crowd felt a huge relief and quickly left. Song Wei felt as if he had been drenched in sweat, as though he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. Fortunately, Yijing didn't pursue the matter further and let them go, which was the best news they could hope for. Mr. Yi truly had a magnanimous heart. Shin Xiaogong and Shan Sui also left with mixed emotions and low spirits. Outside, Song Wei gave the two a long scolding. You two, tell me, how did a big shot like Mr. Yi become a bodyguard in your eyes? He's someone even Mr. Tang and Mr. Qian have to fawn over. Yet you dared to speak so arrogantly? Shin Xiaogong was now completely regretful and cried out, I didn't know. Shin Sui also panicked. Mr. Song, it's no use talking about this now. We need to think about how to make amends. Song Wei was speechless. How to make amends? How the hell should I know how to make amends? As long as he doesn't hold us accountable, that's good enough. But with such a big shot, he should be too lazy to bother with you small fry. How did you even get to know him? Shin Sui and Shan Xiaogong quickly explained the whole story. Song Wei was puzzled. He had a marriage contract with you before and then left? He pondered over the entire sequence of events. There's one thing I can't figure out. If he's really such a big shot, why would he become Ning Luo's bodyguard captain? Shin Sui also suddenly realized, that's right. If he's really such a big shot, why would he stoop to being Ning Luo's bodyguard captain? Such a big shot would never be willing to serve under someone else. Inside the room, after Qian Huixing and the others left, they resumed their binge-eating mode. Finally, Yijing smiled faintly. Had enough? Qian Huixing, his mouth full of grease, said contentedly, Yes, I've had enough. Yijing nodded. All right, then where do you want to throw up? Huh. Qian Huixing was dumbfounded. Where to throw up? Mr. Yi, what do you mean by that? Yijing, it's exactly what it sounds like. You're about to start vomiting uncontrollably, so you'd better choose a place quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid it might be too late. Ugh. As soon as the words left Yijing's mouth, Qian Huixing felt a wave of nausea. Thinking of Yijing's words, he quickly ran toward the nearby spittoon. The next second, he started vomiting violently. Everything he had eaten and drunk was now completely expelled from his stomach. Mixed in with the vomit were some dark green substances from his stomach. Yijing said calmly, Now, your stomach is finally empty. You've had these stomach stones due to your long-term illness. If I were to give you medicine directly now, it would be very ineffective. These stomach stones not only absorb the medicine's effects, preventing it from directly affecting your body, but they also constantly drain your body. Since you've been eating lightly and not getting much nutrition, these stomach stones have been absorbing half of your nutrients, which is why you've been getting weaker recently. Today, I had you binge eat to empty your stomach. This is the simplest and quickest method. Or, you could go to the hospital for a gastric lavage. Which would you prefer? Qian Huisheng had now recovered and said awkwardly, "Of course, I'd choose this. Going to the hospital would be a hassle, and gastric lavage would require drinking medicine." Qian Lulu, beside him, also showed a puzzled expression. So binge eating was just to induce vomiting? Yijing took out a pill. "You just need to take this pill next." This pill wasn't some miraculous medicine, but a medication for treating blood clots. It was originally prepared for Tang Puyuan, but since Tang Puyuan had recovered well, he didn't need it. It was just right for Qian Huisheng. "Will this pill be enough to cure me?" Qian Huisheng asked, holding the pill. Qian Lulu, however, snatched it away. "Grandpa, this pill isn't even packaged, not even in a small box. It's just being held in someone's hand, which doesn't meet basic hygiene standards. Moreover, there's no production date, no manufacturer. It looks like a fake product, and I don't even know where he got it from. A pill with nothing on it has no guarantees at all. What if it kills someone? Ugh, ugh, ugh. Why did I say that? What I mean is, what if it harms someone? If it causes stomach issues, I'll have to take you to the hospital. And by then, this Yijing will probably be long gone." Qian Lulu's outburst made Qian Huisheng anxious. "Give me the pill back right now. This is Mr. Ye's medicine." His granddaughter was still holding the pill, looking as if she was about to throw it away. Qian Huisheng was afraid that if his granddaughter got upset, she might really throw the pill away, and then he would have nowhere to cry. Humph, what if I throw it away? Who knows if this pill is a life-saving medicine or a poison? Right. Tang Puan, who was beside them, also got anxious. "Lulu, I know you're worried about your grandfather, but I can guarantee that this medicine is definitely not problematic. Your grandfather will be fine after taking it. Please give it back to him." Seeing the two old men pleading with her, Qian Lulu finally said reluctantly, "Grandpa, I'll give you the pill back, but you can't take it lightly. Even if you do take it, we should take it to an institution to have it analyzed and make sure there's nothing harmful in it before you take it, okay?" Chapter 447, Cannot Be Eaten. Qian Lulu still clutched the pill in her hand, insisting that it must be tested before her grandfather, Qian Huisheng, could take it. Qian Huisheng, unable to persuade her otherwise, finally relented. All right, little ancestor. Let's go find an institution to test it. Will that do?" He looked apologetically at Yijing. "Mr. Yi, please don't mind my granddaughter. She's been poorly disciplined since she was young, lacking in manners. I'm afraid she's made a fool of herself in front of you." Yijing waved his hand indifferently, indicating that he wasn't bothered. In reality, Qian Lulu, though appearing unreasonable, was at least understandable. Her intentions were good. She was concerned about her grandfather's health. Yijing had encountered people who were truly unreasonable and incapable of distinguishing right from wrong, and compared to them, Qian Lulu was relatively better. Not to mention, the recent example of Shun Suyi was a case in point. Compared to her, Qian Lulu was actually quite reasonable. Qian Huisheng and Qian Lulu left the room. Inside, Tang Puyuan, Ning Luo, and others exchanged wry smiles. They hadn't expected the grandfather and granddaughter duo to cause such a scene upon entering. Outside the room, Shin Xiaogong, Shin Suyi, and Song Wei were still in a dilemma. "Mr. Song, what should we do now? Maybe we should wait for Mr. Yi to come out and apologize properly?" Shin Suyi even considered whether she should return to the old house to find the other marriage certificate. This Yijing was clearly a true big shot. Even if not on the level of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's leaders, he was at least someone Tang Puyuan and Qian Huisheng held in high regard. He was far beyond Song Wei's league. If the Shin family could hitch their wagon to such a big shot, Their rise would be imminent. Shen Xiaogong kept signaling to Shen Suyi, whispering, "Sister, you can't leave today. You'll definitely regret it if you do. Why not just wait here for Yijing to come out and apologize properly to him?" Shen Suyi glared at her younger brother. This mess was his doing in the first place. At that moment, Qian Huisheng and Qian Lulu emerged from inside. Qian Huisheng said, "Little ancestor, please give me the pill now, will you?" Qian Lulu huffed, "I've already said. It will be given to you after the testing institution checks it." She noticed Shinsuyi and the others beside her and then said to Qian Huisheng, "Grandpa, go wait in the car and arrange for a testing institution. I'll be there soon." "All right, fine." Qian Huisheng had no choice but to leave first. Qian Lulu walked over to Shinsuyi and the others. "Miss Qian." The Shen siblings and Song Wei all bowed respectfully. Their statuses were too low compared to Qian Lulu, who was from a true Nanjing powerhouse family. "I noticed you seem to know that Yijing?" Shinsuyi was slightly taken aback before nodding. "Yes, we know him." Qian Lulu inquired, "Do you know if he can cure diseases?" Shinsuyi shook her head in confusion. "We've never heard that. Isn't he just a bodyguard captain or some mysterious big shot? We've never heard of him being able to cure diseases." Qian Lulu chuckled derisively. "What mysterious big shot? Elder Tang said he's a divine doctor. It seems he just got lucky and accidentally cured Elder Tang's illness, and then Elder Tang treated him like a divine doctor, insisting my grandfather come for treatment. But now my grandfather is here, being forced to eat and drink, and being given this so-called nothing pill. Isn't that ridiculous?" As she spoke, Qian Lulu took out the pill and waved it in front of the three of them. The three frowned upon seeing it. It doesn't even have any packaging? It's just held in the hand like that? What kind of pill is this, so unrefined? Could it really cure anything? Qian Lulu scoffed. "You see, when I first saw this pill, I had the exact same reaction as you. This thing, black and dirty, looks like something you'd make by kneading mud. Could it possibly cure anything? In my opinion, this Yijing is a fraud. He only cured Elder Tang by sheer luck, a blind cat catching a dead mouse." After saying that, Qian Lulu stormed off. "I need to persuade my grandfather not to trust this Yijing anymore." Shinsuyi, Shen Xiaogong, and Song Wei looked at each other, realization dawning on them. No wonder Elders Tang and Qian treated Yijing like such a big shot. So, he's just a fraud. He got to sit at the head of the table not because he's a real big shot, but because he tricked Elder Tang by sheer luck. Now, he's trying to trick Elder Qian. A fraud, being treated like a big shot by us. How laughable. Shinsuyi now felt like spitting on Yijing. "Just now, I was even thinking of going back to the old house to find the marriage certificate. Luckily, I didn't." Shinsuyi mocked herself. "He came all the way from Jiang Province, a remote place, to find our Shin family. Isn't it just to con money? He couldn't con money from me, so he turned around and became Ning Luo's gigolo. And even that wasn't enough for him, so he started conning others." Shinsuyi now saw Yijing's true colors clearly. Earlier, he acted like such a big shot inside, refusing our gifts. Humph. If he knew those gifts were worth 20,000, he'd probably regret it to death. Shen Xiaogong also sneered. Definitely. If he knew they were worth 20,000, he'd probably regret it so much his intestines would turn green. Song Wei nodded. That Yijing, no matter how flashy he looks now, once Elders Tang and Qian realize he's a fraud, he'll be dead for sure. We'd better keep our distance from him to avoid being implicated. My Song family almost got implicated by him earlier. Song Wei recalled the words Elder Tang had spoken and felt a lingering fear. Everyone nodded in agreement. At the Qian residence, "Grandpa, I still can't give you the pill." Qian Lulu held the pill. "The testing equipment is here now. After the test, I'll give it to you." Qian Huisheng sighed. "All right, then hurry up with the test. Mr. Yi said the pill has to be taken within 24 hours, or else new gallstones will form in my stomach, affecting the efficacy." "Fine." Qian Lulu impatiently said. "Anyway, it's definitely not something good, so you'd better not eat it." With that, Qian Lulu handed the pill to the professionals. The professionals placed the pill on a tray, took a small sample, and began testing. Soon, the test results came out. Mr. Qian, this pill contains no toxic components but has many ingredients that treat thrombosis and provide nutrients, which should be beneficial to you. Qian Huixing immediately boasted, "Did you hear that? Did you hear that?" Chapter 448. You've finally arrived. The inspectors have already said it. The pill is fine. Qian Huixing said triumphantly, "I told you. Yi Jing is a divine doctor, and you didn't believe me." Qian Lulu said helplessly, "Grandpa, this only proves that the pill is non-toxic and harmless, but whether it's effective or not is another matter." Qian Huixing finally got the chance and snatched the pill away. "All right, you're just overthinking things. Not to mention, Tang Puyuan, the old man Tang, has been my old friend for years. Could he deceive me? He's seen the world, met all kinds of people in his lifetime. Could he not recognize a blatant fraud? He introduced Mr. Yi to me, which means Mr. Yi is very reliable and has exceptional medical skills. Your Tang Puyuan grandfather is a very meticulous person. He wouldn't casually introduce a divine doctor to me." Qian Lulu said impatiently, "All right, Grandpa, I'll go along with you on other things. But when it comes to something going into my stomach, can't I be cautious? I'm doing this for your own good. If this medicine doesn't work, you'd better be mentally prepared." Qian Huixing laughed. "I have faith in Mr. Yi." After saying that, he swallowed the pill. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, the effects immediately became apparent. I suddenly feel like the dull pain in my heart is gone, and my mind is much clearer, not as foggy as before. Previously, Qian Huixing had a thrombosis problem, with severe thrombus in both his heart and brain. The thrombus caused Qian Huixing's heart to frequently ache, sometimes forcing him to clutch his chest and recover for a while. At the same time, his brain, due to poor blood flow, often left him feeling foggy and sluggish. But now, after the treatment with Yi Jing's pill, those hazy feelings had completely disappeared. The dull pain in his heart was gone as well. "Grandpa, are you really better?" Qian Lulu was shocked. "Of course I'm better. Who knows my body better than me? This old ailment has troubled me for so long, and now it's finally gone." Qian Huixing was excited. Qian Lulu also had an expression of disbelief on her face. So, that Mr. Yi wasn't a fraud, but had real skills? She now realized that some truly skilled divine doctors were very low-key and used simple medicines. It seemed that this Mr. Yi belonged to that category. She now blushed with regret. How could she have misjudged Yi Jing and said so many harsh words? Qian Huixing teased, "Well, do you still think that Mr. Yi is a fraud now?" Qian Lulu turned red with embarrassment and pouted, "Grandpa, I didn't know. Next time I see him, I'll properly apologize to him, all right?" Qian Huixing snorted and said lightly, "You've been spoiled all your life, and I hope this incident will teach you a lesson. In the future, don't rashly accuse others. Many great people don't care for showing off." "I understand, Grandpa." Qian Lulu kept pouting. At the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, the female president, Ning Luo, was restless, because just now, she received a call saying that the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce would contact her, and it might even be about the Jinling spokesperson. When the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce contacted me before, they just asked me to recruit a spokesperson. And it was only some middle-level management who contacted me. But this time, it's the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in the capital who's contacting me. Could it be? Logically, the head of the Chamber of Commerce wouldn't personally contact her unless something major had happened. Ning Luo's mind flashed with a shocking possibility. Could it be that they really want me to be the spokesperson? Otherwise, why would the head of the Chamber of Commerce contact me, a small figure? Ning Luo was puzzled. Just then, the head's call came through. Ning Luo was so excited that she stood up involuntarily to answer the phone. Hello. This is Ning Luo. Hello. I hereby appoint you as the temporary spokesperson for Jinling, tasked with managing all spokesperson duties on behalf of the Trumu Hojang Chenjura of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. He has already arrived in Jinling. If you perform well this time, You will have the opportunity to become a long-term spokesperson. Really? Ning Luo felt like she had been hit by a pie from the sky. She was so excited that she was at a loss for words. She even forgot how she ended the call. Is it true? Did I really become the Jinling spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? In terms of status and experience, she was far behind figures like Tang Lao and Qin Lao. Yet, she had ended up being appointed. Could it be that this spokesperson position was really appointed by Yijing? Ning Luo's mind flashed with a ridiculous thought. Previously, Yijing had joked that since she had appointed him as the head of security, he would appoint her as the Jinling spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. And now, it had actually come true. No, it can't be true. Ning Luo shook her head. She wouldn't believe such a scenario even if she was beaten to death. It must just be a coincidence. The true mastermind behind the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce must be a very important figure. How could he possibly come to be a mere security head? Was he experiencing life? Shaking her head to dispel the thought, Ning Luo paced back and forth excitedly, still unable to calm down. I should go out and share this good news with everyone. Ning Luo knew that after becoming the spokesperson, her status would be vastly different. She decided to go outside first and bask in the envy and excitement of her subordinates. Ning Luo went outside. At this moment, in the lobby of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, many office workers were being cautious. This was because the deputy head of the security team, Shuizhan, was currently in a rage. Didn't you bastards have eyes? Didn't you see me coming? Why didn't you shut up? Everyone looked at his mountain-like stature and shivered. Where the hell is that Yijing? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Shuizhan angrily asked the receptionist, who was trembling. I don't know. He's been coming in late these past few days. No one dared to provoke Shuizhan's temper. Everyone knew that since Shuizhan lost his position as the head of security, his temper had been getting worse every day. Today, it had reached its peak, and he was directly calling out Yijing's name, looking for trouble. All they had to do was wait for Yijing to show up. As they spoke, Yijing arrived. The receptionist kept signaling to Yijing, hurry up and leave. Yijing, what's wrong? The receptionist was about to say something when Shuizhan, who was nearby, noticed Yijing's arrival. Yijing, you finally arrived. Shuizhan slammed his hand on the office table, causing the entire office lobby to shake, and everyone gulped nervously. Chapter 449. Dare to provoke me? The receptionist, a beautiful young woman, looked both helpless and desperate. Didn't you understand when I told you to leave quickly earlier? This is bad. Yijing is definitely going to get a severe beating from Shuizhan today. Deep down, the receptionist was naturally on Yijing's side. After all, compared to Shuizhan's massive, brutish physique that exuded only violence and no aesthetic appeal, Yijing's lean yet handsome appearance was more akin to the physique and looks of a male star from a drama series, the kind that most young women found attractive. The receptionist couldn't help but feel anxious for Yijing. Yijing. Shuizhan's towering, mountain-like figure appeared before Yijing. All the staff in the office were secretly holding their breath. Shuizhan was truly terrifying. Just standing there, he resembled a raging tyrannosaurus. What? Yijing looked at the towering Shuizhan without a care in the world. I made it clear yesterday, yet you still dare to come? Yijing asked in confusion. Oh? What did you say? Shuizhan's anger flared instantly. You think my words are just hot air, huh? I told you yesterday that I have a lot of grievances with you. You little punk, relying on your good looks to weasel your way into this position by mooching off others. If it were anyone else, I might let it slide, but I won't indulge you. I've given you several days to transfer yourself out, but you've grown comfortable in this position, haven't you? I made it clear yesterday that you should leave on your own today. Yet here you are, coming to work. Isn't that deliberately provoking me? Shuizhan unleashed a torrent of words, his spittle almost landing on Yijing's face. Oh! Yijing replied calmly. Seeing Yijing's composed demeanor, completely indifferent to him, Shuizhan was utterly enraged. You ungrateful bastard, don't you know how to appreciate a favor? Shuizhan roared, Today, even with your soft rice status, I'm going to cripple you. Slap. In the next moment, Yijing slapped Shuezhan across the face. The slap wasn't particularly strong, but its insult was profound, causing Shuezhan's face to turn red with humiliation. Raging fury began to spread through Shuezhan's body. The entire room seemed to tremble. Fuck you. How dare you strike me? Shuezhan couldn't believe it. Yijing had actually dared to strike him? And it was certainly due to his momentary lapse in attention that Yijing had managed to land that slap. Otherwise, with his reflexes, how could Yijing have hit him? Slap. In the next instant, Yijing slapped Shuezhan again, igniting an inferno of rage within him. You think you're something, huh? Shuezhan was bewildered, but even more furious. Why was Yijing so fast? No, it must be that he had momentarily lost focus again, which was why he hadn't dodged. Everyone around was shocked. Not only had Yijing not fled, but he had dared to provoke Shuezhan? Was he tired of living? Or had he simply thrown caution to the wind? The receptionist was trembling with anxiety, thinking it was all over. Yijing would surely be beaten to death by Shuezhan once he regained his composure. She was even contemplating whether to call the security forces or quickly find someone to bring the female president, Ning Luo, over. Otherwise, someone might really get killed. The other office workers quickly hid behind their desks, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. After all, if Shuezhan, with his mountain-like physique, went berserk and threw something, even a glancing blow could mean serious injury. More people looked at Yijing with a mixture of pity and sympathy, knowing that he would undoubtedly be dealt with by Shuezhan today. Just as Shuezhan, consumed by rage, was about to charge forward like a raging bull. The door opened, and Ning Luo, the female president, walked in, saying, I have an announcement. What are you all doing? Shuezhan's nostrils were flaring with white steam, indicating his extreme anger. He was now in full combat mode. The receptionist quickly briefed Ning Luo. Ning Luo's expression also changed drastically. Yijing was a crucial link in connecting with the elders Tang and Qian, and he absolutely couldn't come to any harm. And everyone knew that Shuezhan of the security team was as strong as an ox. If he landed a careless punch, Yijing might not survive the day. Stop it all. Look at yourselves. What are you doing during work hours? After saying this, Ning Luo repeatedly gave Yijing covert signals, urging him to leave. Shuezhan, aren't you comfortable in your security team? Why come to the office? Ning Luo said, even secretly gesturing for Yijing to leave. Some of the other office workers noticed Ning Luo's gestures and thought to themselves that Yijing must indeed be a pretty-faced freeloader, and President Ning was clearly protecting him. But this time, Shuezhan had clearly suppressed his anger for too long, and now he didn't even listen to the female president's words. President Ning, this time, I can't hold it in. Shuezhan angrily pointed at Yijing. I don't accept him as the security team leader. Today, I must settle this with him. Unless he kneels down and admits defeat, calling me grandpa. Everyone gasped. Shuezhan was even ignoring President Ning's orders. It seemed this incident was about to escalate. Ning Luo had no choice. She directly said, in that case, I'll transfer Yijing out of the security team leader position. Shuezhan, you remain as the security team leader. At this moment, Ning Luo deeply regretted how she had gone along with making Yijing the security team leader. If only she had assigned him a mid-level management position earlier. She had completely forgotten that when Yijing first arrived, he had never mentioned he was applying for a security position. It was entirely her mistake at the time. Shuezhan coldly glared at Yijing. You're lucky. Why don't you hurry up and take off that security team leader badge and scram? At this moment, although Shuezhan hated Yijing, he also knew that President Ning had already given him enough face by doing this. After all, the position of security team leader had been restored. Before Yijing could say anything, a commotion erupted outside. In the next moment, the office door was slammed open with a bang. A dozen figures strode in. Upon seeing them, Ning Luo's expression changed drastically. Jia Yi, what are you doing here? This Jia Yi was the head of the Baozhai Chamber of Commerce and Ning Luo's biggest rival. Most importantly, Jia Yi operated on the underworld route, maintaining good relations with many underground forces in Nanjing. In this Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce spokesperson recruitment, Jia Yi had repeatedly expressed his desire to become the spokesperson. Chapter 450. A lesson to remember for a lifetime. Jia Yi, what are you doing bringing so many people here? What do you mean by this? Ning Luo said with an unkind tone. This Jia Yi had brought in over a dozen enforcers, all of whom were top-tier figures from various underground factions in Jinling. What am I doing here? Jia Yi sneered. Are you a pig brain? What did I tell you before? The spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce must be me, Jia Yi. Whoever takes that position is making an enemy of me, Jia Yi. Didn't I make it clear to you to keep that position for me and not give it to anyone else? Ever since Jia Yi learned that the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce had chosen Ning Luo as their recruiter, he had been filled with discontent. In his eyes, these opportunities should all belong to him. What right did Ning Luo, a mere woman, have to compete with him? His connections in Jinling, especially his influence in the underworld, were vast, far beyond what Ning Luo could compare to. Why shouldn't these opportunities go to him, Jia Yi? And look at you. Not only are you the recruiter, but you've also presumptuously appointed yourself as the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Whoosh! These words caused a stir throughout the room. Everyone turned to look at Ning Luo in shock. President Ning is the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in Jinling? That's amazing. Doesn't that mean we'll all benefit from this? A spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Such a high position, and it's our President Ning who's taken it. While the crowd was thrilled, they also felt a wave of concern. Jia Yi's intentions were clearly malicious. I'll give you a chance. Step down from that spokesperson position right now. Ning Luo's heart sank. Indeed, Jia Yi was here for the spokesperson position, and if I say no? Ning Luo, of course, wasn't willing to give it up. Being the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce meant a future filled with endless possibilities and the right to interact with the actual power holders of the chamber. Such power was something she wouldn't give up for anything. Fine. Jia Yi clearly knew that today's matter wouldn't be resolved easily. He sneered, if that's the case, then don't blame me for using force. Get them. Beat her into submission. Tear down this Chamber of Commerce. Let her see who really rules the Chambers of Commerce in Jinling. Jia Yi was clearly prepared to use brute force. If he couldn't get it through words, he'd take it by force. Ning Luo might be stubborn, but after all, she was just a woman. A few harsh lessons would make her see reason. More than a dozen enforcers stepped forward, their cruel and ruthless gazes sweeping over the crowd. The atmosphere turned icy and deadly. These men were all brutal and ruthless, some even with blood on their hands. Just looking at them was enough to instill fear. Shuizhan, it's all up to you now. At this moment, Ning Luo knew she could only rely on Shuizhan. Shuizhan smirked and nodded. These weaklings dare to challenge me? He had just regained his position as head of security and was eager to prove who was truly worthy of the role. Come on, all of you at once. Shuizhan disdainfully glanced at the group in front of him. Jia Yi chuckled. Shuizhan, huh? You're barely ranked in the top 300 on the Jinling Enforcer list. Your mouth is far more impressive than your skills, isn't it? He casually pointed to one man, Zheng Long. 3 seconds should be enough, right? Zheng Long didn't speak. He took a few steps forward, his foot lightly pressing down, and he surged forward like a heavy tank. Here I come. Shuizhan roared, and the entire room seemed to shake, with dust falling from the ceiling. Boom! The two collided violently, like a train crashing into a container truck. Yet, despite Shuizhan's larger frame, he was the one sent flying like the container truck. Crack! In midair, several of Shuizhan's ribs snapped. With a loud thud, he crashed to the ground and vomited several mouthfuls of blood. Didn't even take 3 seconds, Zheng Long sneered as he returned. Everyone was stunned. The entire office was silent. The crowd watched Shuizhan, who had fallen to the ground, with twitching eyelids. Shuizhan now understood the vast gap between him and his opponent, like a chasm. Though seriously injured and bleeding, he could still barely stand. But now, he chose to feign death. There were still over a dozen opponents, and only one, Zhang Long, had stepped forward. Among the remaining dozen, 4 or 5 were even stronger than Zhang Long. If he stood up now, it would be suicide. He was just a bodyguard, earning a salary. What was wrong with pretending to be dead? Was he supposed to give his life for Ning Luo? What do we do now? All the employees in Ning Luo's office were panicking. Shuezhan, their strongest fighter, had been defeated. The rest were just office workers, far from being a match for the enforcers. Ning Luo was also feeling anxious. Was she going to lose everything today? She really didn't want to give up this spokesperson position. Ning Luo, are you convinced yet? Jia Yi sneered as he approached step by step. Or are you still unwilling? Do you need my men to beat you up first? He lifted Ning Luo's chin with his hand and smacked his lips. Too bad. You're quite good-looking, and your figure is absolutely stunning. It would be a shame if you got beaten into a swollen mess and wrapped in plaster. With that, Jaya's expression turned cold again. So, are you going to agree now, or after I beat you up? Gulp. Ning Luo nervously swallowed. I. Deep down, even though she was unwilling, she knew it was time to give up. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Jing chimed in. Forget it. I don't want the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in Jinling to be you. Everyone was stunned. At a time when no one dared to breathe loudly, Yi Jing dared to speak? Didn't he fear getting beaten to a pulp? Had he gone mad? Jia Yi narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected someone to dare speak up at this moment. After glancing at Yi Jing, he sneered, Zhang Long, here's another fool for you. Give him a lesson he'll never forget. Chapter 451. Highly skilled. Zhang Long glanced at Yi Jing, noticing someone he had never seen before, a nobody. Shuezhan, despite being a defeated foe, at least had a ranking among Jinling's enforcers. But this Yi Jing? He looked like a newcomer with no reputation, probably not even making the top 1,000. Honestly, Zhang Long didn't even want to bother with such an ordinary opponent. But there was no choice. The client, Jia Yi, had already spoken, so he had to step up and personally deal with this kid. Yi Jing, however, simply smiled. You all might as well come at me together. Ha ha ha. The room erupted in laughter. This line, identical to what Shuezhan had said earlier, immediately amused them. Earlier, Shuezhan had said the same thing, only to be humiliated, beaten until he spat blood, with several broken ribs, and now he was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Jia Yi also sneered, Ning Luo, are all your bodyguards some kind of clowns? One after another, they all act like this. The dozen or so enforcers he brought along were laughing so hard they were leaning back and forth. Meanwhile, the office staff on Ning Luo's side looked as if they had just eaten something disgusting. Yi Jing, could you stop acting tough? Everyone knows you're just a pretty boy who relies on your looks to get by. You tried to act like a tough guy earlier to make your boss, Ning Luo, feel better, and that was fine. But why are you saying such things now, when it's for real? Do you want to die faster? Ning Luo's face also changed drastically, and she quickly said, Yi Jing, shut up. Jia Yi, the spokesperson issue is something you want to compete with me for, and it has nothing to do with others. If you really want it, I'll give it to you. Ning Luo had also realized the situation. She had resigned herself to it. It wasn't about whether she could keep the spokesperson position anymore, but about how many of them could leave here intact today. Jia Yi was ruthless. Having spent too much time with these underground factions, his mind had become cruel. He might end up half-killing Yi Jing, or even accidentally finishing him off completely. Humph! Jia Yi snorted coldly. It's too late now. This spokesperson position will eventually be mine. But I also enjoy watching this clown named Yi Jing break his ribs and spit blood. He looked around. I want everyone in the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to know what happens when they go against me. Jia Yi. Ning Luo felt a chill in her heart. She knew Jia Yi was using this as a warning. Today, even if she gave up the spokesperson position, she wouldn't be able to protect Yi Jing. Zhang Long, take action. At Jia Yi's command, Zhang Long disdainfully glanced at Yi Jing, then casually walked over to him, reaching out to grab Yi Jing's scapula. With that grab, Yi Jing's scapula would be crushed. Ning Luo let out a gasp of alarm and covered her eyes, unable to bear watching the scene unfold. She was afraid of seeing Yi Jing's scapula crushed, his chest shattered. The other office staff also sighed inwardly. Only Shuezhan, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, coldly smiled and sighed. You insisted on acting tough, didn't you? You wanted to be the head of security, didn't you? Now the retribution is here. Wait for your death. But the next moment, the sound of a broken scapula didn't come. Instead, Yi Jing easily caught Zhenglong's arm, taunting. Is that all the strength you've got? Haven't you eaten? Haven't eaten? Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. What happened to Zhenglong? Earlier, he had been throwing heavy punches against Shuezhan, but now, against Yi Jing, he was holding back so much that he wasn't even trying? Shuezhan, lying on the ground, also felt indignant. Why such unfair treatment? Jia Yi at the back also became unhappy. Zhenglong, what's going on? Even if you're underestimating him, you don't have to go this far, do you? Put in a bit more effort. Zhenglong, being criticized by everyone, felt extremely uncomfortable. He hadn't held back at all. He had already used all his strength, but Yi Jing's hands were like steel clamps, holding him so tightly that he couldn't move at all. Jia Yi frowned, sensing something was off. Could Zhenglong be having a cramp? He immediately ordered the remaining few, Liang Zhang, go and teach Yi Jing a lesson. From the crowd, another man stepped forward, glaring at Yi Jing as if he were a raging dragon. Crack! Yi Jing casually squeezed, and Zhenglong's arm was easily crushed. Then, with a kick, he sent Liang Zhang flying, smashing through the glass and falling from the 23rd floor of the building. SSS. Everyone gasped in shock. So Yi Jing was an unrevealed expert. Earlier, Zhenglong hadn't been holding back at all. He simply wasn't a match for Yi Jing. Didn't you see how easily Yi Jing crushed his arm? And Liang Zhang, who was even stronger than Zhenglong, couldn't even last a single move against Yi Jing, being kicked out of the building. The remaining experts on Jia Ye's side also grew serious. As Liang Zhang flew out, they secretly assessed Yi Jing's true strength. Liang Zhang couldn't even adjust his posture in midair, falling straight out. It must be that Yi Jing's kick knocked him out instantly. This Yi Jing has incredible strength. The experts all looked grave. Ning Luo's eyes revealed a look of surprise. So he's this strong. No wonder he initially came to apply for a bodyguard position. Indeed, highly skilled. Looking at Shuezhan, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, she now only felt disgust. His bad temper and mediocre skills, always causing trouble in the company. Now, with the stronger and more low-key Yi Jing, she could finally get rid of Shuezhan. The other Tianhe Chamber of Commerce staff were also wide-eyed. Their eyes were filled with shock. This Yi Jing, he's so strong. No wonder he didn't take Shuezhan's provocations seriously before. The receptionist girl also patted her chest in fear. Scared me to death. So he's this strong. I wonder if he's strong in other areas too. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at Yi Jing's body, as if there was a Tyrannosaurus Rex hidden within that slender frame. Yi Jing smiled lightly. Didn't I say, come at me all together? Chapter 452. Full of anticipation. With a determined clench of his teeth, Jia Yi turned to the dozen or so remaining underlings and ordered, all of you, attack together. Today, you must kill this Yi Jing for me. If he didn't take down Yi Jing today, he wouldn't even get the chance to become the spokesperson. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Ning Luo already getting cocky, her face no longer showing the fear from earlier, but instead full of anticipation. Humph! Did she really think that just this one Yi Jing could stand up to the dozens of thugs under his command? Several of them were well-known figures on the Hitman rankings. You all get up there. Kill him for me. Under Jia Ye's command, the remaining men charged forward in a frenzy. However, Yi Jing's strength still exceeded their expectations. Despite all of them attacking together, Yi Jing dispatched them with just a few punches, leaving them all sprawled on the ground. And each one of them had the same posture as Shuezhan earlier. All of them had precise fractures in their ribs, coughing up blood as they collapsed to the ground. This? Jia Yi was dumbfounded. In the end, he didn't even dare to utter any threats and hastily fled. Yi Jing, you're so amazing. From now on, you'll be the pillar of our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. The crowd gathered around him like stars encircling the moon, their faces beaming with joy and excitement. Jia Yi, being a competitor, often caused trouble here, making everyone anxious and fearful every day. But now, with Yi Jing here, Jia Yi definitely wouldn't dare to show up again. On the ground, Shuizhan was left feeling only embarrassment. He had been waiting for Yi Jing to be killed, but instead, Yi Jing had defeated everyone. Staying here felt awkward. Pretending to be dead wasn't an option, nor was getting up and sneaking away. How could Yi Jing be so strong? It turns out he didn't get in by mooching off others, but through real strength. If I had his power, I'd probably be walking around like a tyrant. Among everyone, Ning Luo was the most excited and overjoyed. Yi Jing, thank you so much. In front of everyone, Ning Luo almost couldn't help but throw herself into Yi Jing's arms. But considering the crowd's watchful eyes, she managed to stop herself just in time. Yi Jing, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I knew I didn't make a mistake putting you in charge of the security team. The others also surrounded him, laughing and applauding. They were genuinely happy, knowing that Jia Yi likely wouldn't dare to cause trouble anymore. After returning to his private office, Yi Jing called Qing Huang. Is everything arranged? Qing Huang immediately replied, Everything is arranged, master. All preparations are almost complete, just waiting for tomorrow afternoon's meet and greet. Currently, the people from the Yi Divine Palace have detected that Jinling City is brimming with undercurrents. In addition to all factions preparing to welcome the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, many are secretly passing information. We estimate that your enemies are making some arrangements. Yi Jing nodded. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The curtain on this trip to Jinling was finally about to rise. He would personally avenge his parents' deaths and turn the entire Jinling city upside down. The next afternoon, the meet and greet proceeded as scheduled. The main venue in the heart of Jinling City was packed with people. Everyone was excited and eager, gathered here to await the appearance of the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. All the major factions, enterprises, companies, and influential families in Jinling had gathered, waiting for the arrival of the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, waiting to catch a glimpse of his appearance. As the Jinling spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, Ning Luo was radiant and jubilant. Today was her moment of greatest glory. Normally, she was just one of the 20 or so chambers of commerce in Jinling, with some prestige, but still having to bow and scrape before the real big shots. But today, everyone treated her with respect due to her role as the Jinling spokesperson. Even bigwigs like Elder Qian and Elder Tang had to be cordial with her. Ning Luo also took on the role of spokesperson host, arranging for all factions to enter and take their seats. Chairwoman Ning, I've always thought you have a prosperous and noble countenance. It's no wonder you rose to become the head of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce so quickly and now the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in Jinling. Indeed, Chairwoman Ning, you're so lucky. In the future, our Feng family will have to rely on you. Our Wan family, too, will definitely follow closely behind you. You say east, we won't go west. The crowd began to flatter Ning Luo, showering her with compliments. Ning Luo quickly replied, Please don't overpraise me. I'm just a temporary spokesperson. Everyone laughed. Chairwoman Ning, you're too modest. This so-called temporary spokesperson is just a formality. Unless you commit an unforgivable crime, how could they remove you from this position? That's right, Chairwoman Ning. Being selected as the spokesperson means the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce highly regards and appreciates you. It's not something that would change easily. These words almost made Ning Luo believe it herself. She was puzzled. Could it be that the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce really appreciated her? But she didn't even know the head personally. How could he appreciate her? Outside the main venue, Song Wei, along with Shun Suyi and Shun Xiaogong, arrived at the venue. Young Master Song, we still haven't gotten our entry tickets. What should we do? Shun Suyi was getting anxious. The head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce was about to arrive, yet she still hadn't gotten an entry ticket, and it looked like she was about to miss this great opportunity. Calm down. Do you think I'm not anxious? Young Master Song was also feeling frustrated. Earlier, he had thought that groveling to Elder Tang Puyuan would get him the entry tickets, but after learning that he had displeased Yi Jing, Elder Tang had refused to give him tickets. Even though Yi Jing was a fraud, Tang Puyuan still chose to protect him. He was clearly being fooled. Now, we can only hope that someone here with an entry ticket can bring us in. Song Wei looked around. Don't worry, my Song family knows many big shots. Some of them have higher level tickets that allow them to bring people in. Maybe they can bring us in. Shin Suyi and Shun Xiaogong nodded, hoping for the best. Just then, Yi Jing also walked over from outside. You still haven't gotten your entry tickets? Yi Jing noticed that Shin Suyi and the others were still hesitating outside. Chapter 453. Isn't it easy? He smiled faintly and said, What's the matter? Aren't tickets like these easy and simple for you? Shin Suyi's brows immediately furrowed. Shut up, you liar. Yi Jing frowned. I'm a liar? Shin Suyi sneered. What? Do you really think you're a big shot just because you sat at the head of the table at Master Tang's banquet? Let me tell you, your real identity is that of a liar. We already know about how you tricked Master Tang and Master Qian. You're just exploiting their concern for their health to trick them into thinking you have medical skills. In reality, you can't do anything. You're a good-for-nothing who only knows how to live off others. Yi Jing ignored them. Since his identity was about to be revealed, they would soon find out who he really was. Shin Xiaogong sneered. Look at him, acting shameless. He doesn't even deny being a liar. You don't have tickets, do you? Yi Jing was willing to help them get in. It would be a good opportunity to reveal his true identity. What, do you have them? Song Wei mocked. You're just a liar. Last time, your acting was so good that we actually thought you were a big shot, and even gave you gifts, treating you with respect. Thinking about it now makes me sick. A liar like you. Do you even have tickets? Shin Suyi also shook her head. Yi Jing, move aside. Don't block the way of real important people. And stop pretending. You're just satisfying your pitiful sense of false superiority. We all know what you are. A liar, a quack doctor. Once Master Tang and Master Qian realize your true identity, you'll be dead without a burial place. You'll never know how much those big shots care about their reputation. When they find out they've been deceived by you, you won't even make it out of Nanjing alive. Shin Xiaogong sneered. Don't expose him. Let him keep living in his fantasy world. Yi Jing shook his head and waved over a bodyguard. Go, get them some tickets. The bodyguard ran quickly and soon returned with 3 ordinary tickets. Yi Jing only wanted these 3 to enter the venue and learn his true identity, so he gave them the most basic, outer circle tickets, not higher level ones. But this still left the 3 of them stunned. Tickets. Real tickets. The 3 were dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. Song Wei examined the tickets carefully from every angle. These look exactly like the real ones. Yi Jing said calmly, they're not just similar, they are real. Song Wei gulped nervously. The tickets he had dreamed of obtaining were now in his hands so easily and effortlessly. Shin Suyi and Shan Xiaogong also had complex expressions. How did Yi Jing manage this? They had struggled and failed to get tickets, yet a liar like Yi Jing got them so easily. Was there no justice in this world? No law? How did you get these tickets? Shin Xiaogong was stunned. Yi Jing said calmly, because I am the head of the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce. Since his identity was about to be revealed, it didn't matter if he said it a few minutes earlier. You're the head? Shin Xiaogong's pupils constricted, and fear quickly spread within him. However, Song Wei suddenly sneered. Don't listen to his nonsense. If he really was the head, why would he need to use deception to act like a big shot? And why would he only give us these ordinary tickets? Could he even afford better? Shin Suyi nodded. Exactly. Don't listen to him. If he really was the head, he wouldn't need to use quack doctor tricks to impress Master Tang and Master Qian. The head's identity alone would be enough to earn respect from people like them. And as Song Wei said, if he were the head, he should at least be able to give us a VIP or diamond level ticket, right? But he only gave us these white, ordinary tickets. Ha! Does he think we've never seen how real big shots and upper-class people act? Shinsui suddenly realized something. I get it now. He's just a liar who tricked President Ning into making him the bodyguard captain. Since he's the bodyguard captain, getting a ticket like this must be as easy as taking candy from a baby. The other two also caught on and nodded slightly. As the bodyguard captain of the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce, getting a ticket would be as simple as taking something from one hand to the other. However, once the head of the Chamber of Commerce found out that this bodyguard captain was a liar and a good-for-nothing who only lived off others, would he still be able to keep his position? It might even affect President Ning, the female head of the Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, Song Wei and the others exchanged glances. Humph. Now that we have the tickets, we can definitely meet the head of the Chamber of Commerce in person. Then, we'll expose Yi Jing right to his face. Song Wei said viciously, we'll make Yi Jing lose all credibility. The other two nodded and went in with their tickets. As time went on, all the external guests had entered. Since the head of the Chamber of Commerce hadn't arrived yet, everyone started chatting and exchanging contact information and business cards. Everyone here today was a prominent figure in Nanjing. Either the head of a powerful family or the owner or CEO of a large company. Song Wei, Shinsui, and Shun Xiaogong were at the very bottom of the social ladder among all these people. So once they entered, they were like starving people devouring food, trying to meet and get to know everyone they could. Because anyone here was of a higher level, status, and strength than them. Even a little help from any of them could benefit them for life. Just as the three were excitedly exchanging business cards and feeling overjoyed, a figure they disliked the most appeared. Yi Jing, how did you get in here? Aren't you just a bodyguard? Shouldn't you be outside? This is a place for esteemed guests, not for you to enter. You're not qualified to be here. You're overstepping your bounds, understand? Get him out of here. Shinsui, seeing Yi Jing, felt nothing but disgust. This man, aside from having a few tricks up his sleeve, was good for nothing. How could someone like him appear so brazenly in such a high-class setting? Chapter 454. How dare you be here? Yi Jing said calmly, why shouldn't I be here? Song Wei sneered, oh, don't think that just because you've managed to worm your way into being a bodyguard captain by being a gigolo and a con artist, you can stand here. Let me tell you, even if the bodyguard captain is a captain, he's still a servant, meant to stay outside. But we are noble guests. People you need to look up to. People you need to protect. You have no right to be here. This is where the guests converse, and you're just in the way. Do you understand? Shin Xiaogong also sneered, Yi Jing, if you don't stop being so shameless, don't blame me for using my fists. As the three men continued to mock Yi Jing, the other guests around them were puzzled. Who is this guy? What bodyguard captain? Song Wei nodded. He's just a bodyguard who insists on being here even though he's not allowed. Some of the guests, being more lenient, laughed. What's the big deal? Let him stay. A bodyguard is a bodyguard, right? As long as he does his job and keeps us safe, what's the harm? Seeing that the crowd wasn't siding with him, Song Wei immediately said, everyone, you don't know this, but earlier outside, he claimed to be the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, trying to use that identity to benefit himself. Shun Xiaogong added, ladies and gentlemen, isn't someone like this, who pretends to be a big shot just to boost their own ego, deserving of death? The crowd's brows furrowed. A bodyguard pretending to be the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? He really doesn't have any respect for the actual head. Since the head isn't here, shouldn't we step in and teach him a lesson? Song Wei's words resonated with some who wanted to make a name for themselves in front of the head, but most others simply didn't care. A lowly bodyguard was beneath their notice. Pretending to be a big shot was just a sign of vanity. But that didn't stop them from enjoying the spectacle. They waited for the pretender to be dealt with by those eager to prove themselves. A few aggressive individuals sneered, Kid, did you really pretend to be the head? Yi Jing said calmly, I didn't pretend. Shin Xiaogong's face changed. You're trying to weasel out of it, aren't you? Song Wei also frowned. Yi Jing wasn't admitting it. He regretted not recording the scene outside earlier. But what surprised and delighted him was that Yi Jing, facing the crowd, directly said, "I didn't pretend because I really am the true head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce." The crowd erupted. Even those who had been watching the spectacle now glared at Yi Jing with anger. "Do you know what you're saying? The head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce is a big shot. We have to be respectful when we see him. What are you pretending for? If you really were the head, you wouldn't be alone right now. Do you know how big of a scene it would be if the head arrived? It would be a sea of people, not just you by yourself. When the head arrives, the spectacle will be something you've never seen in your life. You're pretending now, and we can overlook it as ignorance, but if the head really arrives, anyone pretending to be him will be dealt with severely. Do you understand?" As the crowd condemned Yi Jing, Ning Luo, who had been attending to the important figures upstairs, turned pale. "What's going on with Yi Jing?" She quickly ran over, listened for a moment, and her face changed drastically. "Yi Jing, what are you doing? Why are you pretending to be the head? Don't you know it's the day the head himself is arriving in Jinling?" Ning Luo felt exhausted. What was Yi Jing thinking? Pretending to be the head. Didn't he know how much trouble this would cause? But she still had to protect him. After all, Yi Jing was the key contact for Tang Lao and Qian Lao. She had to swallow her pride and protect him. So, Ning Luo pulled Yi Jing behind her and forced a smile at the crowd. "Everyone, he's just momentarily confused. Please give me face and don't hold it against him." Normally, people wouldn't give her face, but today, as the head's representative, her status was second only to the head himself. So, although they were unhappy, they agreed on the surface. "Ning President, we're only not angry with this little bodyguard because of you. As the saying goes, words can bring disaster. Just based on what he said, he deserves punishment. If the head arrives, he doesn't know what his fate will be." Ning Luo quickly agreed, Yes, you're right. Please consider it helping me and don't hold it against him." Seeing Ning Luo, the representative, personally step forward to smooth things over, the crowd decided to let it go and move on. But then, an unwelcome voice spoke up. "Everyone, you don't know Yi Jing's real identity, do you? This so-called bodyguard captain of his is only because he groveled to Ning Luo to get it." The speaker stepped forward, and it was Jia Yi, who had visited the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce yesterday. Seeing Jia Yi, Ning Luo's face darkened. "Jia Yi, didn't we beat you enough yesterday?" Yesterday, Jia Yi had brought a dozen people to cause trouble, trying to take away Ning Luo's representative position, but after Yi Jing had knocked out his men, he fled. Now, he had the audacity to show up again. Jia Yi sneered, "What? I have an invitation, invited by the head himself. Why can't I be here?" Yi Jing also said coldly, "You want to get beaten again, don't you?" Jia Yi laughed, laughable. "Do you really dare to make a move at this meeting of the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce?" Yi Jing nodded, "I do. Even without anything else, just my position as the head's bodyguard captain gives me the right to expel anyone." He stepped closer to Jia Yi. "Now, get out." Jia Yi, remembering yesterday's beating, instinctively took a few steps back. He hadn't expected Yi Jing to actually dare to make a move at such an important event. But then he thought of something and his confidence surged. "Kid, don't get cocky. Last time, the men I brought were too weak. This time, I've brought experts. You won't get off easy." Chapter 455. The Arrival of the Power Holder. "Gentlemen, are you really going to start a fight here?" Seeing the tension escalate, a guest nearby stepped forward to mediate. "This is a meeting of the power holders of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. If he gets upset, I wonder how this will end. Those big shots from the capital, if they're dissatisfied with our Jinling because of your little squabble, the consequences could be severe. Light penalties for you too, but worse, it could affect the entire image of Jinling in their eyes." Many guests chimed in with their advice. Jia Yi coldly retorted, "He was the one who started it first. He assaulted my men earlier and today, I'm merely retaliating." Even if the power holder decides to hold someone accountable, it's clear that the security chief here bears the main responsibility. I won't be implicated, but this security chief certainly won't keep his job. The crowd nodded, agreeing that this made sense. Yi Jing was the security chief, not only responsible for the safety of the power holder, but also for the security of the entire hall. Yet, he had taken the initiative to expel others? When the power holder arrives, will he side with his security chief, or with the guests? Ning Luo also considered this and quickly tugged at Yi Jing's sleeve. Yi Jing, let's take a step back. Jia Yi isn't the key issue here. What matters most is that the power holder is about to arrive. Don't risk your life over him. I've heard that the big shots from the capital don't care about human lives. We're just small fry. Don't give them any reason to target us. Yi Jing, hearing Ning Luo's words, understood that while she was advising him, she was also genuinely concerned for his safety. He calmly replied, "It's fine. Cleaning out this trash from the venue will likely please the power holder more." With that, he took another step forward. Suddenly, a figure darted out from behind Jia Yi, wielding a heavy hammer, and swung it directly at Yi Jing's face. This man was the expert Jia Yi had hired, ranked among the top 10 fighters in Jinling, known as Giant Hammer. As Giant Hammer swung his hammer, the crowd felt as if an entire mountain were crashing down. Even a full-grown elephant standing there would likely be flattened in an instant. Ning Luo, standing close to Yi Jing, could feel the wind whistling from the hammer, as if a speeding train were hurtling towards them. Yi Jing, however, remained unhurried. With a single finger, he effortlessly tapped the hammer. The previously thunderous hammer suddenly halted mid-air, as if it had struck an invisible barrier. Wow, what just happened? Giant Hammer was dumbfounded. He felt as if his hammer had suddenly hit a piece of steel, the immense recoil nearly dislocating his wrist. He hadn't experienced such a sensation in years. Even if the hammer had hit a wall, the wall would have shattered, not produced such a powerful recoil. What was going on with Yi Jing? How could he stop the hammer with just one finger? Is that all? Yi Jing sneered, "I thought you'd brought some formidable expert. Is this the best you've got?" With a flick of his finger, the heavy hammer was sent flying. Then, with a sharp crack, Yi Jing snapped Giant Hammer's wrist. That arm would never hold a hammer again. You stay back." This time, Jia Yi was genuinely terrified. He hadn't expected that even with one of Jinling's top 10 fighters, he still couldn't match Yi Jing. Just how powerful was this man? Ning Luo, on the other hand, was overjoyed. This security chief had been the right choice. With such strength, even if the power holder of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce arrived, he would surely praise her decision, wouldn't he? But she also felt a slight unease. What if the power holder disapproved of such troublemaking? Jia Yi, meanwhile, sneered, "Yi Jing, don't get too cocky. This is the power holder's gathering. After all, he's a businessman. Businessmen value harmony and profit. How could he allow a mere security guard to assault his guests? I am the president of the Jinling Chamber of Commerce. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you'll be fired." Ning Luo's face also paled slightly. She was already thinking about how, when the power holder of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce arrived, she would have to speak up for Yi Jing. Just then, a loud commotion erupted outside. The Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's convoy has arrived. Wow! Over 100 extended black Lincolns. And 100 helicopters providing escort. So many people. This is quite the spectacle. Everyone rushed to look outside. The black convoy rolled in like a steel torrent, while helicopters thundered overhead, encircling the grand venue. Numerous black-suited bodyguards surrounded the venue, then respectfully welcomed the lead vehicle of the convoy. The power holder has arrived. The crowd collectively perked up, standing in orderly rows to greet him. Indeed, coming from the capital, the power holder is no ordinary figure. Such a grand entrance makes us Jinling folks feel like country bumpkins. After all, it's the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, an international powerhouse. Even many foreign powers have to show respect. Today, we've truly widened our horizons. To see the power holder of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in person, what a blessing for us. I hear even many in the capital have never seen the power holder in person. Everyone was exhilarated. Just witnessing such a grand entrance made them feel that today was worth it. Ning Luo was equally excited, her heart racing like a little deer. She was eager to know how this opportunity, becoming the spokesperson, had fallen into her lap. Could it be that the power holder truly appreciated her? When she met him, she had to ask for clarification. Shinsui was also trembling with excitement. This was a once-in-a-century opportunity right before her. She was determined to make the most of it. The power holder's entrance is truly grand. Just by seeing this, one can tell he's no ordinary man. If he were to take a liking to me, wouldn't that be a better choice than someone like Songwei? Shinsui had gone to great lengths to find out that the power holder was a young man. Young men, after all, were drawn to beauty. She believed she had what it took to captivate the power holder. Even if she couldn't be his only one, being his lover in Jinling would be quite satisfying. Chapter 456. Making you feel comfortable. As long as she could accompany the supreme leader to enjoy herself whenever he visited Jinling, wouldn't that be enough? If the supreme leader was satisfied, she would get what she wanted. Wouldn't that be perfect for both sides? Thinking of this, Shinsui adjusted her dress slightly, revealing a hint of the graceful curves of her ample chest. This way, he's bound to notice me. Shinsui had enviable assets. Glancing around, she noticed that even Ning Luo, who had the best figure among them, couldn't compare to her in terms of size. When it came to size, she could easily dominate the room. As for Ning Luo, her figure was more devilishly proportioned and balanced. Xin Xiaogong, Song Wei, and the other guests were all incredibly excited. The supreme leader's arrival meant a tremendous opportunity had presented itself. If anyone could seize this chance during the meeting and establish a connection with the supreme leader, projects worth hundreds of millions or even billions would be easily within reach. Not only would it change their lives, but it could also lead their families and companies to soar to new heights. As everyone looked on with admiration, reverence, and anticipation, a man in his 50s stepped out from the leading car, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and holding a black staff. Strange, wasn't it said that the supreme leader was a young man? Why is it a man in his 50s? Everyone was puzzled. The man in the Zhongshan suit led the group into the main hall. Where is Ning Luo? Ning Luo recognized the voice and hurried over. Ning Luo, the spokesperson for Jinling City, greets the chief of the capital. Oh, so it's the chief of the capital. Everyone suddenly understood. It wasn't the supreme leader himself, which explained it. Some people had seen the chief of the capital from a distance before, so not only did Ning Luo recognize him, but many of the important figures present also recognized him. May I ask, has the supreme leader himself arrived? Everyone was on the edge of their seats. The chief nodded. He's here. Didn't you see him? The crowd erupted in murmurs. The supreme leader himself had already arrived? They might have already seen him? In the next moment, the chief spotted Yi Jing among the crowd and quickly ran over. He knelt down respectfully on one knee and handed the black staff to Yi Jing. Supreme Leader, your staff of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Yi Jing nodded slightly and took the black staff in his hand. This staff was given to the chief when Yi Jing founded the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. After many years, it had finally returned to his hands. With this staff, he could command the entire Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Of course, this was also something for others to use, similar to a sort of authority, but Yi Jing himself could directly command the chamber, so he didn't need such a thing. However, it also held symbolic significance. As the man in the Zhongshan suit knelt down, the entire main hall fell silent. This Yi Jing was actually the supreme leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? Everyone was dumbfounded. Their minds were buzzing. Shinsui was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Am I dreaming? Brother, is this real? She kept asking Xin Xiaogong and Songwei beside her. Xin Xiaogong's mouth was wide open like a goose egg, unable to close for a long time, feeling incredibly dry in his throat. This Yi Jing was really the supreme leader? After coming to his senses, Shin Shaogong looked at his sister Shin Suyi with deep resentment. Sister, are you stupid? Are you crazy? A husband like the supreme leader, and you didn't want him? Shin Suyi was also filled with regret. She had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become the supreme leader's wife, but she had torn up the marriage certificate herself. She now wished she could travel back to a few days ago and slap herself dozens of times to wake up her past self. What was she thinking back then? Shin Shaogong was trembling all over. He thought about what he had done these past few days, and it seemed all he did was mock Yi Jing. If Yi Jing decided to pursue this, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just sending one subordinate from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce would be enough to eliminate Shin Shaogong, and no one would dare to plead for him. Anyone the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce wanted to eliminate, no one in Jinling would dare to interfere. Song Wei swallowed a large gulp of saliva, feeling his eyes were about to burst with fire. This Yi Jing was actually a big shot. He didn't need the attention of people like Tang Lao or Qian Lao. No wonder he easily gave us entry tickets earlier. It wasn't because of some guard captain's authority, but because he was the supreme leader himself. He didn't give us high-level tickets, probably because he looked down on us. He was now filled with anxiety and discomfort. In the supreme leader's eyes, he probably already despises us, which is why he let us in but only gave us the lowest level tickets. He thought back to the first time he met Yi Jing. Then, he turned to glare at Shin Shaogong with murderous eyes. It was all his fault. If it weren't for Shin Shaogong spouting nonsense about Yi Jing, how could he have believed it and treated Yi Jing like a fraud? If he had treated Yi Jing well during their first meeting, maybe he would have already secured a project worth thousands of billions and taken off. What a regret. Many of the guests who had mocked Yi Jing earlier were also filled with regret. SSS. He wasn't wrong. He really is the supreme leader. When he said he was the supreme leader earlier, he wasn't lying at all. He was telling the truth. And we idiots were still blabbering, saying he was just showing off. Their faces turned red, and several people started slapping themselves. Not for anything else, but just to let the supreme leader see and forgive their earlier rudeness. Words can bring disaster. It wasn't Yi Jing who brought disaster with his words, but they themselves. They had said so many bad things about Yi Jing, and even if Yi Jing didn't pursue it, Ning Luo the spokesperson had heard it. With so many big shots from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce here, including the chief, any one of them could easily eliminate them. Fear, terror, panic spread through their eyes. Even those who hadn't mocked Yi Jing, but just watched the spectacle were filled with dread. Chapter 457. Overwhelming relief. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they hadn't acted rashly earlier. It seemed that the leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce enjoyed going incognito. It was clear that from now on, no one could be underestimated, as they might be hiding an identity that one simply couldn't afford to offend. Ning Luo also stared at Yi Jing, her mind unable to return to reality. The man who had served as her bodyguard captain for the past few days was actually the leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce himself? In that instant, she understood many things. No wonder Yi Jing had once said, "Since you made me the bodyguard captain, I'll make you the spokesperson for Jinling." And sure enough, he delivered on his promise. She quickly became the spokesperson. If not for Yi Jing, how could she, a newcomer with no reputation, have risen to such prominence? It wasn't that someone else was secretly appreciating her. It was entirely because Yi Jing himself appreciated her. Thinking about this, Ning Luo's face flushed slightly. Was it possible that Yi Jing had a favorable impression of her? Could there be a chance for them to develop something further? Ning Luo's gaze toward Yi Jing began to shift subtly. If she could become the woman of the leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, it would be an overwhelming fortune suddenly bestowed upon her. Previously, Ning Luo had harbored some subtle resistance in her heart because she hadn't been exposed to the leader himself. She didn't know what he looked like or what his temperament was like. But after these few days of interaction, she could fully accept Yi Jing as a person. If she could truly become, the more she thought about it, the more her face turned red, and she quickly stopped herself, not daring to delve deeper into the thought. After all, they were still in public, with many guests watching. If she continued to think along these lines, she might collapse right there. Welcome, leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. The guests no longer dared to be reckless, all bowing respectfully. Yijing nodded faintly, walked to the front seat, and sat down steadily. In that moment, all eyes burned with fervor. The leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce had finally made an appearance, and the trillion-yuan investment plan should be announced soon, right? Only Shinsuyi, Shin Xiaogong, Song Wei, and others felt a complex mix of emotions, filled with regret. Ning Luo announced the trillion-yuan plan. Next, Ning Luo and the chief representative from the capital explained the trillion-yuan plan. The guests from Jinling became more and more invigorated and excited as they listened. This trillion-yuan plan involved every industry and aspect. As long as they could participate slightly, they could uncover countless opportunities. Their businesses in Jinling were about to flourish. Just as the meeting was about to conclude, a staff member hurried toward Yijing. Leader, something has happened. Yijing frowned. What is it? He exchanged a glance with Qing Huang from the shadows. This meeting was ostensibly being organized and hosted by the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. But in reality, Qing Huang led the Yi Divine Palace, while Long San led the Red Dragon forces, secretly guarding against hidden enemies. Could it be that they had finally made their move? The staff member reported, "We just discovered that Shan Suyi is missing. After tracking her, we found that someone has already attacked Song Wei and Shan Suyi." Yijing nodded. Directly targeting Shinsuyi instead of me? It seems the other party is quite clever. And it's almost certain that they are the ones who killed my parents back then. Only those people would know about Yijing's unique constitution. Only those people would know that Yijing needed a special woman to counteract the side effects of his constitution, and Shansuyi was the only woman in Jinling with such a special constitution. They believed that by capturing Shinsuyi, they had grasped Yijing's lifeline. In reality, Yijing had no intention of paying attention to Shinsuyi. However, by capturing Shinsuyi, they've exposed themselves. Yijing said calmly, "Qing Huang, start mobilizing the troops. The show is about to begin." With a flicker, he disappeared from his seat. The guests had no idea what was happening. Even when Yijing vanished, they didn't notice it. After all, such a prominent figure had already made an appearance, which was already a great honor for Jinling. With the remaining chief representative in his Dongsanzhong and Ning Luo present, they were more than capable of handling the trillion-yuan investment plan. The guests were now fully immersed in discussing the details of the investment plan and hadn't noticed Yijing's departure. Outside, Yijing scanned the scene. Shinsuyi has been kidnapped. It seems they are indeed targeting me, mistakenly thinking that Shansuyi is important to me. Yijing said, "Qing Huang, follow this lead." No need. His gaze suddenly shifted to a dark alley nearby, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. They haven't gone far. They're waiting for me there. Qing Huang immediately tensed up. He exchanged a glance with the nearby servant, both of them shocked. Just moments ago, neither of them had noticed that the enemy was hiding in that dark alley. It seemed the enemy was highly skilled in concealment or erasing traces. "Let's go meet them." Yijing, accompanied by Qing Huang and the servant, strolled toward the dark alley. Meanwhile, Qing Huang signaled discreetly, and in the shadows, numerous figures began to move. There were members of the Yi Divine Palace and the Red Dragon forces. However, this was a high-stakes game, and the Red Dragon forces weren't qualified to participate. Only the elite of the Yi Divine Palace were useful here. As soon as they entered the alley, Yijing frowned. There weren't as many high-level opponents as expected. At the deepest part of the alley, there were only two figures. One of them was Shinsuyi, who was bound and unconscious. Shinsuyi was tightly bound with ropes and had a cloth gag in her mouth, still unconscious. The other figure was hidden in the shadows, speaking in a hoarse voice, "Yijing, you've finally come. I thought it would take you a while to find this place." Although the voice was hoarse, Yijing recognized it instantly. It was Song Wei. "Song Wei, what exactly is your identity?" Yijing frowned. He realized that Song Wei had always been pretending. Even his deliberate contact with Shin Suyi might have been a calculated act, all for the day when Yi Jing would come to Jinling, luring him out. As he wished, Yi Jing had finally appeared. The man from the betrothal agreement had finally shown up. Yi Jing, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 458. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Song Wei also stepped out of the shadows, revealing his true nature. However, Song Wei was no longer the arrogant young master he once appeared to be. His expression had changed, revealing a sinister and ruthless demeanor. Yi Jing, you didn't expect this, did you? I've been waiting for you by Shinsuyi's side for a long time. Yi Jing replied calmly. What do you want? And who is the person behind you? Yi Jing knew that as soon as his trip to Jinling was announced, the entire city would be in turmoil, and it wouldn't just be Song Wei involved. According to the clues Qing Huang had gathered, the people who killed his parents were not just one or two. Although Song Wei was trying his best to appear ruthless, his fear still betrayed him. Clearly, after witnessing Yi Jing's overwhelming strength when he dealt with Jia Ye's men, Song Wei realized that he was no match for Yi Jing. Moreover, the incident involving Yi Jing's parents happened years ago, when Song Wei was just a child, so his age didn't match up either. Song Wei sneered, hand over your secret, and I'll spare Shin Suyi. Yi Jing feigned ignorance. What secret? Stop pretending. You're still pretending, huh? Song Wei bluntly said, do you want to know how your parents died? Song Wei laughed loudly. They died to protect your secret. At the mention of his parents, Yi Jing's eyes narrowed. However, he remained outwardly calm, suppressing his emotions as he knew he needed to uncover the masterminds behind the scenes and learn more about the events of that time. Yi Jing, hand over the secret of how you obtained your special physique, and I'll let Shin Suyi go. Oh? Hand over the secret of my special physique? Yi Jing now understood. The people who killed his parents were likely after this special physique. In Yi Jing's opinion, this special physique was quite troublesome, requiring him to find a woman with a complementary physique to balance it. But he couldn't deny that it was this physique that allowed him to learn the old man's medical and martial skills so quickly, enabling him to rise to his current level in such a short time and even establish the Yi God Hall. These enemies were after the same physique, which was why they had been searching for Yi Jing all this time. Back then, they had also killed Yi Jing's parents in an attempt to extract the secret from them. It seems my physique may not have been something I was born with. It's possible that my parents did something that granted me this ability. After pondering these thoughts, Yi Jing looked back at Song Wei. Do you think I care whether Shin Suyi lives or dies? Song Wei was momentarily stunned. He had assumed that Yi Jing would be very concerned about Shin Suyi, given that she possessed a complementary physique. But after spending these days observing them, he realized that Yi Jing barely paid any attention to Shin Suyi and even seemed to avoid her. This was why Song Wei had hesitated to make his move. Yi Jing, I don't care how you feel about Shin Suyi. Song Wei's dagger pressed against Shin Suyi's neck, leaving a thin red line on her fair and delicate skin, showing just how sharp the blade was. But if Shin Suyi dies, you'll lose a woman with a complementary special physique. Surely, you'd be worried about that, right? Yi Jing's expression remained indifferent. He truly wasn't afraid. He had never intended to marry Shin Suyi. His trip to Jinling was only meant to cancel the engagement. Meanwhile, Song Wei continued, and once you lose this woman, you won't be able to suppress your special physique, will you? After all, losing even one woman means losing a part of your hope. Yi Jing's heart stirred. It seemed that the enemy's understanding of his special physique differed from the reality. According to them, Yi Jing not only needed these women with complementary physiques, but also needed every single one of them to fully suppress the instability within him. Perhaps the old man had used a special medicinal method to improve Yi Jing's condition? Or maybe his parents had paid with their lives to refine this instability. These were questions Yi Jing would need to uncover later. For the time being, allowing Song Wei and the masterminds behind the scenes to continue in their misunderstanding was advantageous, as it could prompt them to disclose additional clues. Let her go. Yi Jing decided to play along and said to Song Wei. Seeing that Yi Jing was indeed starting to worry, Song Wei finally revealed the first smile of the night. So, you do care about her life? In that case, I'll return her to you unharmed. But you must give me the secret of your special physique. Deal? Fair trade. No tricks. Yi Jing scoffed. Don't you think you're getting the better end of this deal? Song Wei nodded lightly. You're right. The secret of your special physique is indeed a priceless treasure. So, he took out a newly bought phone and tossed it to Yi Jing. This phone contains only one video. I think you'll find it very interesting. Yi Jing caught the phone and opened it. As soon as he watched the video, his pupils contracted. It was a video of his parents from back then. In the video, Yi Jing's parents were hung up and brutally beaten, each lash of the whip leaving deep marks on their bodies. They were covered in wounds, unrecognizable, drenched in blood, and utterly horrifying. Tell us, how much do you know about the secret of the special physique? Have you already used it on your son? If you don't confess, the whip in my hand is coated with salt. It's going to hurt a lot when it hits you. Despite being tortured, Yi Jing's parents remained silent, clenching their teeth. Fine, you're tough, huh? The video showed 6 black-clad men wearing ceremonial-looking masks, coldly watching Yi Jing's parents being tortured. Then, let's see how you like the taste of a salt-coated whip. The sound of the whip cracking echoed through the video. Even as they were on the verge of death, Yi Jing's parents never spoke. Ruragu, they seemed to be dead. In the end, the two were beaten to death. To the very end, they never revealed the secret about Yi Jing's special physique. Father, mother, Yi Jing's eyes reddened. His body trembled uncontrollably. In his heart, he vowed to hunt down and execute the 6 black-clad men in the video. He would make them suffer every bit of pain his parents endured. Chapter 459. The beginning of revenge. The video continued to play. The tortured bodies of Yi Jing's parents were discarded like garbage into a car. Then, the car was controlled to speed at high velocity. Eventually, at a certain intersection, a horrific traffic accident occurred. And that was the end. Beast. Yi Jing was burning with rage. Before, he only knew that his parents' traffic accident was full of suspicious points. He had only suspected based on various clues that his parents hadn't died in a car accident. The accident was just a cover-up. Now, seeing the video, he realized what his parents had endured to protect him. Song Wei. Yi Jing's gaze was locked onto Song Wei. Although Song Wei was just a small fry, not one of the 6 figures in the video, he was the only member of the opposing side that Yi Jing could currently reach. You stay back. We had a deal. Damn it. Song Wei was terrified to find that Yi Jing's figure flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing before him. With a snap, Song Wei's lumbar spine was broken. Just moments ago, he had been threatening Shinsuyi, but now his upper body was completely out of control, slumping to the side. Only now did he realize how laughable it was for him to use Shinsuyi to threaten Yi Jing. Yi Jing could easily subdue him with no effort. All the talking before was just to extract more information from him. Crack! Crack! Next, Yi Jing unleashed his inner fury. One by one, Song Wei's ribs were broken, his screams of agony echoing. Tell me, who are the 6 people in this video? Yi Jing was determined to track down each of the 6 and tear them apart. Song Wei, while wailing in pain, tightly covered his mouth, groaning, I can't say. I really can't say. They're all big shots, people I can't afford to offend. Yi Jing laughed in anger. So, you're saying I can afford to offend them, huh? With a heavy stomp, he crushed Song Wei's right hand. Now, do you want to talk? Song Wei's face was twisted in agony, his muscles contorted from the pain. Yi Jing stomped again, crushing his other hand. Still not talking, huh? Yi Jing produced a pill. This was a divine medicine that could instantly heal Song Wei, even if he was in excruciating pain. However, Yi Jing wasn't being kind. He wanted to torture Song Wei to the brink of death, then heal him with the medicine to make him experience the pain all over again. Yi Jing broke Song Wei's bones one by one, letting him feel the agony of every bone shattering, followed by his internal organs. Finally, he administered the divine medicine, repeating the process. Spare me, please spare me. Song Wei couldn't endure it anymore, quickly blurting, I'll talk. The other 5, I don't have the authority to know, but I know one of them is connected to the underground organization I'm associated with. Yi Jing glanced at Qing Huang and Pu Nan behind him, and one of them instantly disappeared. Shortly after, that figure returned. Master, it has been investigated. The underground force behind Song Wei is an organization called the Hideaway. Yi Jing casually said, bring their leader here. Song Wei, enduring the intense pain, sneered, bring him here? What big talk are you spouting? Our Hideaway's biggest strength isn't killing invisibly. It's our extreme secrecy. You can't find them. And they'll strike you down when you're sleeping, eating, going to the bathroom, or walking down the street, out of nowhere, killing you in one hit. Yi Jing, you're torturing me like this today, but rest assured, sooner or later, you'll be killed without even realizing it. Yi Jing, however, ignored Song Wei, directly kicking and breaking his jaw, cutting off a section of his tongue. Now, Song Wei couldn't speak, only making muffled sounds. Qing Huang, without a word, found a chair from somewhere and placed it behind Yi Jing. Yi Jing sat down leisurely, seemingly starting to wait. Song Wei was dumbfounded. Was Yi Jing really just going to wait like this? Did he really have confidence to find the leader of the Hideaway organization in such a short time? But in the end, Song Wei shook his head inwardly. Even though he was a member of the Hideaway organization, he was on a single line of contact. In his entire life, he had only met the leader once. Otherwise, he could only contact his superiors, never seeing anyone else. And Yi Jing, an outsider, even if he was the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, what could he do? Different fields mean different expertise. Yi Jing might be excellent in business, but in the face of underground dark forces, his resources and abilities were nothing. However, to Song Wei's surprise, in less than 20 minutes, a sandbag was thrown in from outside. The sandbag contained a person who seemed to be bound inside, wildly struggling but to no avail. Qing Huang went forward, unzipped the sandbag, revealing a head. When Song Wei saw this person, he was instantly shocked. A chill suddenly ran from his feet to the top of his head. How is this possible? In just 20 minutes, Yi Jing's men had actually found the leader of the Hideaway and brought him here? In those 20 minutes, led by the Yi God Temple, tens of thousands from the Qi Dragon Force suddenly raided the Hideaway's headquarters. The leader of the Hideaway lived in a heavily fortified small building. While the building's defense was tight, what was most crucial was its extreme secrecy. Normally, no one would think that the Hideaway's headquarters was hidden in such a small building. But just over 10 minutes ago, a force suddenly stormed the building, taking him down in a lightning-fast operation and bringing him here. Now, can you tell me who the black-clad man in the video is? Yi Jing signaled, and Qing Huang immediately held a knife to the head of the force leader. Ugh, ugh. Song Wei made some incoherent sounds. Yi Jing kicked once, and Song Wei's jaw was immediately reconnected. The severed tongue was temporarily stitched back with silver needles, allowing him to speak with difficulty. I can't say. Song Wei was still hesitating. Chapter 460, one of dozens of decoys. Yi Jing let out a scoff, his expression suddenly turning ice cold. He shot a glance at the male servant beside him. The servant stepped forward and stomped directly on the head of the leader of the human skin inn. In his terrified eyes, the head exploded like a watermelon. Song Wei was so scared that he wet himself. In his mind, the leader of the human skin inn was a godlike existence. But in front of Yi Jing, he couldn't resist at all, and his head just exploded. Yi Jing said coldly, "Now? Do you still want to talk? If you think that's not enough, I can bring your entire Song family, including your parents, over here. I'll talk. Song Wei was completely terrified and decided to spill everything like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. He looked at the leader with his head blown off and stammered, "I'll tell you everything I know. I only know that one of them is connected to our underground organization, possibly serving as the Muho Chuzurun funding our operations. Even our leader doesn't know much about the backer funding our underground operations. I'm just a small fry, so I know even less. Seeing Yi Jing's growing impatience, he quickly said, "But I know one thing." He hurriedly added, "I know where the room in the video is located." "Speak." Yi Jing's tone was already extremely impatient. Song Wei gave a detailed street address. Yi Jing nodded slightly, memorizing the address, then waved his hand toward the outside. Long San of the Red Dragon quickly trotted over. At this moment, his shock was no less than Song Wei's. He had only known that Yi Jing was very powerful and had a group of capable subordinates, but the full-scale mobilization of the Yi God Temple, along with its thunderous momentum, still shocked him. Especially the speed from investigating the human skin into the raid, and then capturing the owner of the human skin in. The process was so swift that it stunned Long San. In comparison, his own subordinates were nothing but a bunch of useless trash, a disorganized mob. What he didn't know was that the Yi God Temple's elite system, while producing top-notch assassins and investigators, had too few numbers. Long San's subordinates, on the other hand, could be stacked in numbers, which sometimes proved useful, such as when conducting a carpet-style search. "Mr. Yi." Long San became even more respectful toward Yi Jing. Yi Jing said indifferently, "Find a good place for this Song Wei. Unless he remembers something?" Long San was very familiar with this routine and immediately thought of a place. "Mr. Yi, on my way here, I found a septic tank. I plan to throw him into the septic tank, give him a pole to hold onto so he doesn't sink, and keep him in that state. Let him out only when he confesses." Yi Jing said indifferently, "Not bad, go ahead." Long San looked at Song Wei. "Come on, you're now under my control." Hearing Long San's words, Song Wei felt utterly miserable. A moment later, Song Wei was thrown into the septic tank. The stench was so overwhelming that Song Wei almost vomited. Not only Song Wei, but even the 5 people monitoring him had to wear gas masks. The gas masks weren't just to prevent the smell, they were also to prevent poisoning. The septic tank was prone to producing methane, and prolonged inhalation could lead to poisoning. "Let me out, let me out." Song Wei now wished he were dead. His feet had no place to rest, and his entire weight was supported by the bamboo pole above his head, which he had to grip tightly. But how could he hold on for long? Eventually, would he become another person drowned in the septic tank? Yi Jing instructed Qing Huang. 3 things. First, investigate the location Song Wei mentioned and verify the address in the video. Second, investigate the Song family. I refuse to believe that Song Wei joined the human skin in's underground forces and was involved in my parents' case, and his father, or even the entire Song family, knew nothing about it. Third, Yi Jing narrowed his eyes. This time, I deliberately exposed my identity to lure out all the Muho personnel and catch them in one fell swoop. But they were more cautious than I expected, only sending out Song Wei, this small fish, as a decoy. Yi Jing scoffed. They think they've been careful enough, but this small clue is enough to implicate them all. However, before that, since they haven't exposed themselves, it's best for me to go from light to dark. Qing Huang asked in confusion, "Master, your identity has already been exposed. How can you go from light to dark?" Yi Jing said indifferently, "That's easy. Arrange it like this." After hearing Yi Jing's instructions, Qing Huang immediately nodded and went to carry them out. Soon, the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce held several large-scale events at its headquarters in the capital. The actual leaders of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce made consecutive appearances at those events. Then, the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce issued a notice. The actual leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce is still in the capital. The so-called leader who appeared in Jinling is merely a decoy for safety reasons. There are dozens of such decoys nationwide, just in case. This news caused an uproar in Jinling. So that Yi Jing was just a fake leader. That makes sense. The real leader is such a big shot, busy dealing with international capital leaders in the capital. How could he come to our Jinling? I saw, the real leader is busy with several events in the capital. The one in Jinling is just a fake. A decoy. It's understandable. Even ordinary tycoons have a decoy or two. For a multinational chamber of commerce leader, having dozens of decoys is perfectly reasonable. I heard that this decoy in Jinling was targeted by some dark forces. Luckily, the real leader didn't come. People discussed heatedly. Everyone knew that Yi Jing was just one of dozens of decoys, insignificant. He was no big shot at all. After Yi Jing finished his instructions, Qing Huang, the male servant, and the others all nodded and quickly withdrew. In the alley, only Yi Jing and Shan Sui remained. A moment later, panicked voices came from outside. Chapter 461. Worthless Scum. It seems to be around here. Shin Xiaogong said, Mom and Dad, I saw Song Wei being dragged out like a dead dog after being beaten here. I suspect my sister is also inside. Shun's father added, Your sister and Song Wei disappeared together, probably kidnapped by the same person. It could very well be that Yi Jing. Speaking of Yi Jing, the Shun family members were filled with hatred, their teeth grinding. That scum. He's just a stand-in, a worthless piece of trash. Now it's all over the internet. The real power behind the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce is still in the capital, appearing in public and meeting with foreign investment delegations. He never even came to Jinling. This Yi Jing, from start to finish, is a fraud. Shin's mother also snorted angrily. I've been saying all along, don't trust that Yi Jing. It's only someone like him, used to deceiving people, who can act so convincingly. I guess the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce saw his talent for deception and recruited him as a stand-in. The Shin family members were now filled with righteous indignation. When they rushed into the alley and saw Shin Sui and Yi Jing, their suspicions were confirmed, and they were so angry steam seemed to come out of their nostrils. It really is him. Yi Jing really kidnapped my sister. He even beat Song Wei like a dead dog and had him dragged out. This scum. The Shin family members stormed in, furious. Yi Jing, let go of my sister. Shin Xiaogong ran in, keeping a wary eye on Yi Jing, and quickly untied the ropes binding Shin Sui. At this moment, Shin Sui slowly regained consciousness. What happened to me? Shin Sui looked around, puzzled. Shin Xiaogong snapped, Sister, do you remember what happened? Don't worry, Mom and Dad and I are here now, you're safe. Just tell us whatever you know. Shin Sui tried to recall what had happened. I remember Song Wei saying someone called us out. I didn't know who it was, so I followed him to the entrance of the convention hall. Then we were suddenly ambushed. I think someone hit me on the back of the head, and I passed out. Shin Xiaogong glared at Yi Jing angrily. Sister, it must have been Yi Jing who called you out, and he's the one who knocked you out? Shin Sui was puzzled. Him? Why would he attack us? Isn't he supposed to be inside entertaining those bigwigs? Shin Sui's memory was still stuck in the past. Sister, you don't know. Yi Jing isn't any big shot, not the real power behind the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Shin Sui was shocked. He's not? Didn't he admit it in front of everyone? And wasn't it confirmed by the head of the capital office? How could it be fake now? Shin Xiaogong pulled out his phone. Sister, look, this is the official news from the capital headquarters of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. The real power is still in the capital, attending multiple meetings and events with international capital. They've said that the one in Jinling is just a stand-in, someone they picked to avoid trouble here. Yi Jing was chosen as the stand-in because of his skill at deception. I bet this was all Ning Luo's doing. She probably saw Yi Jing's talent for deception and had him pose as the real power. Shin Sui was stunned. The world of big shots was beyond her comprehension. Could things really be done like this? Was there even such a thing as a stand-in? But thinking about it, it made sense. Not just the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, even the richest man in Jinling reportedly had several stand-ins, just in case he needed someone to take a bullet for him. Ultimately, these big shots were very cautious. At the slightest hint of trouble, they wouldn't show their faces themselves, only sending their stand-ins to take the risks. So, he's just a stand-in. Shin Sui looked at Yi Jing with disdain. In the end, he was just a deceitful, worthless piece of trash. Sister, not only is he a liar, but he also kidnapped you and Song Wei. I saw him beat Song Wei, turning him into a dead dog, and had him dragged out. I don't know where they took him. If we hadn't arrived in time, he probably would have done something to you too. He must be resentful that we exposed him at the convention, so he kidnapped you and Song Wei to take his anger out on you. Shinsuyi finally caught on. No wonder Song Wei said someone called him. It was Yi Jing who called him. And it was probably him who knocked me and Song Wei out. Shinsuyi was furious, glaring at Yi Jing. What did you bring me and Song Wei here for? To settle a personal grudge? Did we say anything wrong when we exposed you? You'd better bring Song Wei out right now, or not just us. The Song family won't let you off either. Yi Jing replied calmly. Is that what you think? Do you really believe I kidnapped you and Song Wei? Such small fry weren't even worth his attention. What he was after was the mastermind behind Song Wei. Meanwhile, Shinsuyi, even less significant than Song Wei, was only present because her unique constitution made her a bargaining chip for him. Yi Jing was willing to engage with her further, concerned that the Muho Hriso might still view Shinsuyi as a pawn against him and attempt to kidnap her again. He stayed behind to warn Shinsuyi to make her more careful in the future. But instead, Shinsuyi thought he was the one who kidnapped her and Song Wei? Who else could it be if not you? Even Song Wei was beaten by you. If you were really the power behind it all, maybe we'd let it slide, but you're just a stand-in, a mere scapegoat. What right do you have? Yi Jing chuckled, too lazy to bother with the Shin family any longer. He left directly. Even the reminder was too much effort. This Yi Jing, what a loser. Playing the part of a big shot once, and now he thinks he's the real deal? We said a few words to him, and he's acting all high and mighty. Shun's father frowned. Shun's mother also cursed. What a scoundrel. Daughter, are you all right? Did Yi Jing do anything to you? Shinsuyi checked herself over and sighed in relief. I'm fine, Mom. I guess you arrived just in time, so he didn't get the chance. She had a worried expression on her face. Chapter 462. Concern for the eldest young master. However, I wonder how Song Wei, the eldest young master, is doing. Shinsuyi expressed her concern. Why don't we hurry and look for Song Wei? If we can't find him, at least we can inform the Song family. The Shin family members all nodded in agreement. Right, this Yi Jing is probably mentally twisted by now. He got addicted to playing the role of a big shot and really thought he was one. Now that he's been exposed as a scapegoat, he must be feeling very unbalanced. Once his identity as a fraud is exposed, we won't even need to do anything. I'm sure Mr. Tang and Mr. Qian will take care of him. At this moment, everyone felt that Yi Jing was about to meet his end. Previously, Yi Jing, pretending to be a divine doctor and a big shot, could manipulate people like Mr. Tang and Mr. Qian. But now that his fraud identity has been exposed, and even the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce has issued a statement saying Yi Jing is a scapegoat, it's likely that Mr. Tang and Mr. Qian will soon catch on. At the same time, Yi Jing and Qing Huang arrived at the Song family residence. In the Song family, Song Wei's father is named Song Jinshan. It was Song Jinshan who arranged for Song Wei to join the underground dark organization known as the Human Skin Inn. Therefore, he cannot be completely unaware of this matter. A moment later, the two appeared at the main gate of the Song family. Who are you? Two bodyguards at the Song family gate blocked their path. Stop. Yi Jing said calmly, call your master, Song Jinshan, to come out. Do you have an appointment? The two bodyguards felt somewhat displeased. Who was this person? He didn't even use any polite language, directly addressing the master by name and demanding he come out. It seemed like he was here to pick a fight or cause trouble. Do we need an appointment to see him? Qing Huang said coldly, I advise you to report this immediately. Otherwise, you won't live to regret it. The two bodyguards laughed. You, a woman, are threatening us? Are you kidding? Smack. Qing Huang directly slapped one of the bodyguards, sending him flying like a rag doll, landing over 5 meters away. The other bodyguard was instantly terrified. What kind of strength was that? It wasn't just a woman. Even a strong, powerful man would have difficulty exerting such force. Quick, call for help. The bodyguard panicked and immediately took out a warning whistle, blowing it frantically. The Song family always kept a number of bodyguards on standby. Hearing the warning whistle, over a dozen bodyguards immediately rushed out from the Song family estate. Meanwhile, inside, Song Jinshan also heard the commotion outside. What's going on? He looked towards the outside. The butler quickly reported, Master, there are two people, a man and a woman, forcing their way into our estate and demanding that you come out. Song Jinshan frowned. Did they say what it's about? They didn't say. Song Jinshan sneered, unbelievable. Every year, there are some clowns who can't recognize their own position and strength, insisting on challenging authority. Take a few people and teach them a lesson. Even if he has something to ask of me, I want him to be beaten into submission, lowering his stance before facing me. The butler immediately nodded. This was essentially about crushing the other party's arrogance, making them approach with an unequal, humble demeanor even if they came to discuss matters. However, when the butler led a group of bodyguards outside, upon seeing the gruesome scene, he was almost stunned. The ground was littered with their Song family's bodyguards, while the man and woman remained standing there as if nothing had happened. But upon closer inspection, he noticed something was off. Behind the two, in the shadows, it seemed like countless figures were lurking. Looking around the Song family estate, he saw even more figures seemingly surrounding the place. This is bad. We're surrounded. How many people must they have mobilized? The butler was shocked. A chill ran from his feet to the top of his head. What kind of colossal entity had the Song family provoked this time? Truly terrifying. At this moment, the butler, feeling the need to flee, wanted to leave this dangerous place as quickly as possible. Even the master was no longer his concern. But before he could run far, several figures emerged from the shadows and quickly dragged him back into the darkness. Yi Jing and Qing Huang faced no more obstacles and strolled into the Song family estate. Inside the estate, Song Jinshan was puzzled. Why is it taking so long? He was waiting for the butler to report back, but so much time had passed without any news. The next moment, Song Jinshan saw a man and a woman walk in directly. Butler? Butler? Song Jinshan frowned. Why was there no sound from the butler? Guards, where is everyone? No matter how much he called out, there was no response. It was as if the entire Song family had turned into a silent wilderness. The next moment, a sense of horror and unease rose in Song Jinshan's heart. Could it be? Had all his family members and servants been killed? Fear quickly spread through Song Jinshan's mind. Who are you? Despite his experience with storms and waves, Song Jinshan quickly calmed down and tried to adjust his emotions. No matter what, even if he died today, he still had his son, Yao, outside. As long as Yao was safe, even if something happened to the entire Song family, he could accept it. But the next words from the man and woman instantly made Song Jinshan tense. Do you still want your son, Yao? Song Jinshan anxiously asked. What have you done to my son? Yi Jing said calmly, we've just sent him to a safe place. Song Jinshan slightly relaxed in his heart. At least Yao was still alive. However, he didn't know what this so-called safe place was. What do you want? Yi Jing said, my name is Yi Jing. You should have heard of me, right? Upon hearing this, Song Jinshan's pupils contracted. However, outwardly, he tried his best to appear ignorant and confused. What are you talking about? You're Yi Jing? What does that have to do with me? Yi Jing had already noticed his subtle expression and sneered, not saying, huh? Qing Huang, show him a video. Qing Huang took out her phone and played a video. Upon seeing it, Song Jinshan's head exploded. In the video, Song Wei's ribs were broken, his body covered in blood and filth, his limbs' bones all shattered, and finally, he was thrown into a cesspool, barely keeping himself from sinking with a bamboo pole. Chapter 463, Register here. Song Jinshan trembled all over, both terrified and furious. His son, Song Wei, had been subjected to such inhuman torture. If you cooperate now, your son might still have a chance to live, Qing Huang said calmly after showing him the video. Song Jinshan took a deep breath. This time, he no longer dared to be stubborn. I know. Although I don't know the true identities of the other 6 people, I do know one of them, or rather, one of their subordinates. It was that subordinate who allowed my son to join the Ranshan organization back then. It was also him who helped our Song family rise to power. At that time, our Song family was just a third-rate small clan. It was because of that subordinate's support that our family was able to rise. Yijing glanced at him. Tell me his name. Song Jinshan replied, it's a certain business association that secretly funds the Taiping assassin organization. The Ranshan underground organization is also secretly funded by that same association. Qing Huang summarized for him. So, your meaning is that there's a business association secretly funding 2 organizations? One is a higher-end assassin organization called the Taiping Assassin Organization. The other is a lower-end organization called the Ranshan Underground Force. Song Jinshan nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. My son's status is low, his skills are poor, and his potential is limited, so he could only join the lower-end Ranshan organization. But the real masterminds, the ones pulling the strings, are all from the higher-end Taiping Assassin Organization. Even among the 6 figures in the video, although they secretly support both organizations, their true focus is on the Taiping Assassin Organization. After hearing Song Jinshan's explanation, Yijing turned to the servant behind him. Go, find the Taiping Assassin Organization. Song Jinshan anxiously asked, what about my son? Can my son be released now? Yijing said calmly, don't rush. Since you know me and are aware of what happened to my parents, even if you weren't the main culprits, you were still accomplices. You can reunite with your son first. After I finish avenging my parents and deal with the 6 figures in this video, we'll consider your situation. In Yijing's eyes, Song Jinshan and Song Wei were just minor pawns under the main culprits who had plotted against his parents. They were insignificant. Soon, Song Jinshan was forcibly dragged away in a struggle and thrown into the same septic tank where his son was. Dad, why are you here too? Song Wei was on the verge of tears. Song Jinshan was also thrown into the septic tank, forced to support himself with a bamboo pole like his son. Son, you've suffered these past few days. Song Jinshan's heart ached at the sight of his son's condition. Back then, it was all because we were too greedy. The Taiping Assassin Organization was hidden in an old, abandoned opera house. From the outside, it looked dilapidated, but inside, several magnificent halls were filled with elite assassins moving through them. Yijing and Qing Huang arrived at the Taiping Assassin Organization. This place is abandoned. You can't enter. A few street vendors blocked Yijing at the entrance of the opera house. Yijing casually replied, I'm here to find the Taiping Assassin Organization. The disguised assassins, posing as vendors, immediately understood. So you're here to issue a mission. Come in. Soon, Yijing and Qing Huang were led to the side entrance. Yijing decided to play along and entered with Qing Huang. Speak. What's the mission? Who's the target? Register here and pay. Yijing casually said, the target is your leader of the Taiping Assassin Organization. Upon hearing this, everyone inside turned pale. Kid, do you know what you're saying? If you dare speak nonsense here again, we'll rip your tongue out. Before he could finish, Yijing flicked his finger, sending a pebble flying that smashed the man's mouth, knocking out all his teeth. Now, everyone realized that Yijing was here to cause trouble. A group of assassins immediately surrounded them, but soon, they were all knocked out by Yijing. Yijing and Qing Huang strolled in, with assassins occasionally rushing out, only to be effortlessly dealt with by the two. Eventually, they reached the innermost hall of the opera house. On the throne at the center of the hall sat the leader of the assassin organization, Lu Kai. His eyes darkened as he spoke in a low voice. No matter what grievances or intentions you have, let's make a deal first, shall we? With your skills, joining my Taiping Assassin Organization would earn you the highest pay. What do you say? Qing Huang sneered. You? A local assassin organization in Jinling? Do you really think you can afford me? Lu Kai laughed. Everyone has a price. Tell me, how much do you want? If you name your price, I'll not only double it, but I'll also overlook everything you've done here today. I'm quite fond of talent, you see. Qing Huang coldly said, have you heard of the Yi God Temple? At the mention of this name, Lu Kai's face changed dramatically. His eyes finally revealed fear. You're from the Yi God Temple? The Yi God Temple was the #1 assassin organization internationally, renowned and unmatched. If these two were truly from the Yi God Temple, then he truly had no qualification to recruit them. Seems you're not completely stupid, Qing Huang said. In a flash, Qing Huang appeared beside Lu Kai like a ghost. With a flip of her wrist, a silver dagger was pressed against Lu Kai's neck. Don't move. Lu Kai forced a smile, his hand holding a pistol slowly lowering the barrel. Earlier, his offer to recruit them wasn't genuine, but merely a tactic to make them drop their guard. But he hadn't expected them to be from the Yi God Temple. With their speed, he couldn't even draw his gun. The difference in strength was clear. Two esteemed guests, what exactly are your intentions? We have no deep-seated hatred, do we? If you tell me, perhaps I can help you resolve it. Seeing that he was completely at their mercy, Lu Kai could only plead for leniency. Losing to the Yi God Temple was something he had to accept. He just wondered why the internationally renowned Yi God Temple, which rarely operated in China, had suddenly come to Jinling City. Qing Huang took out her phone and played the video of Yi Jing's parents being tortured. Tell me the names of these 6 people. Upon seeing the video, Lu Kai's pupil shrank. I can't say. He immediately understood what they were here for. You're also here for that special physique? That is indeed a very miraculous physique. Whether for martial arts or medicine, it allows for rapid progress and twice the result with half the effort. I didn't expect even the Yi God Temple to be interested in it. Chapter 464. I am Yi Jing. Oh? Tell me everything you know about special physiques. Yi Jing looked at Lu Kai. Lu Kai thought that the people from the Yi Divine Hall were really here for the special physique, and he instantly saw a chance to save his life. He exclaimed excitedly, Don't kill me. I know a lot about special physiques. This special physique doesn't occur naturally. It's detected during pregnancy that the fetus is very special. If the mother takes a certain special substance, it can transform the fetus's physique into that substance. However, firstly, such special fetuses are extremely rare, 1 in 10,000. Secondly, we still don't know what kind of substance the pregnant woman needs to take. At this point, he chuckled and said, But don't worry, we've already found a living example. As long as we investigate that example thoroughly, we'll know what substance his mother took back then. Yi Jing said slowly, You're talking about an example named Yi Jing, aren't you? Lu Kai was shocked. Then he realized, as expected of the Yi Divine Hall, you've already investigated everything. Yi Jing directly said, I am Yi Jing. Ah. Lu Kai was dumbfounded. In the next moment, Qing Huang stomped on Lu Kai's scapula, crushing it. Tell me, who are the people on this list? Lu Kai panicked and said, I really don't know. Qing Huang stepped on his wound again. You won't talk, huh? Lu Kai covered his mouth and cried out in panic. I really can't say. If I say it, I'll die. Qing Huang said coldly, If you don't talk, you'll die right now. Lu Kai shook his head desperately, covering his mouth, refusing to let a single word out. No. If I say that name, not only will I die, but my whole family will die too. Ah! Lu Kai screamed as Qing Huang locked a pipa shackle onto his bloody scapula, causing him to grimace in pain, sweating profusely. Yi Jing glanced at Pu Nan and Qing Huang. I'll give you 10 minutes to extract the mastermind from him. The Yi Divine Hall had a set of interrogation methods that could make people wish for death. Indeed, it didn't even take 10 minutes. After half the time had passed, Lu Kai couldn't hold on any longer. Qing Huang stepped forward and reported, Master, we've uncovered the truth. One of the 6 individuals in the video is the mastermind behind the scenes, the president of the Erwo Chamber of Commerce, Gung Kuei. Lu Kai also said. Yi Jing frowned. What else did he say? You should see for yourself. Qing Huang opened her phone, showing a video she had just taken inside. In the video, Lu Kai was already unrecognizable, having been tortured to the point of near death. It seemed he had just undergone waterboarding, his face pale and lifeless. "I'll talk." Yijing's mother was tortured for 3 years before being deliberately killed in a car accident. During those 3 years, she endured annual beatings and interrogations, subjected to all kinds of torture. "The methods you used on me today, those 3 years, Yijing's mother suffered through every year. It was all to force her to reveal the secret of the special physique. Moreover, during those 3 years, Yijing's mother was being abused, while Yijing's father was searching the world for her. When they couldn't extract any information, those 6 powerful figures tried interrogating both of them together, but still couldn't get anything. Only then did they arrange a car accident to fake their deaths." Boom. Yijing's mind nearly exploded upon hearing this. His mother had endured such inhuman torture for 3 years? Yijing burst into the room. Qing Huang and Pu Nan, understanding the situation, respectfully stepped outside and closed the door. Inside the room, Lu Kai's screams immediately rang out. Lu Kai had been one of the torturers back then, which was why he knew so much. After a full half hour, Lu Kai inside was completely silent. Yijing walked out, drenched in blood, his aura of violence so intense that even Qing Huang and Pu Nan were startled. Such a murderous aura was terrifying. At that moment, they were both afraid that if they said even a single wrong word, the enraged Yijing might consider them enemies and kill them on the spot. Fortunately, Yijing's phone rang at that moment. "Yigo, how's it going over there? Han Xiao and I have almost finished handling the business in Suzhou. Should we come over to find you?" Yijing's mind was instantly pulled back. The violent emotions from earlier gradually subsided. "Not yet. Don't come to Nanjing for now." After hanging up the phone, Yijing glanced at the two, noticing that the usually ruthless killers were now trembling like frightened mice, their faces expressing nature, a mix of fear and grievance. Yijing said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't harm my own people. I'll save this fury for the 6 people in the video to repay their blood debt." Qing Huang and Pu Nan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Qing Huang respectfully said, "Master, I'll go investigate the Erwo Chamber of Commerce right away." In Nanjing, at the Four Seasons restaurant, Geng Kuei's son, Geng Haiyuan, was enjoying a banquet, his face glowing with excitement. Below him, various CEOs of companies, heads of noble families, and clan leaders were gathered. Surrounded by the flattery of these big bosses, Geng Haiyuan felt like the winner of life. "Don't rush, everyone will get their share," Geng Haiyuan said with a smile. One of the bosses below asked, "Mr. Geng, is what you just said true? Did you really secure the trillion-yuan investment project from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce?" Geng Haiyuan said calmly, "Of course it's true. Is the reputation of our Erwo Chamber of Commerce not enough to be trusted?" The crowd below laughed. They all looked relieved. "The Erwo Chamber of Commerce is a major chamber in Nanjing. Of course it's trustworthy. If you ask me, the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce ambassador in Nanjing last time shouldn't have been the female president of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Ning Luo. It should have been Mr. Geng of the Erwo Chamber of Commerce." Geng Haiyuan smiled faintly at these compliments. In reality, his Erwo Chamber of Commerce hadn't secured any trillion-yuan investment project. It was just that his father, Geng Kuei, had suddenly sensed something. The 2 forces his father had secretly funded, a low-end force, the Human Skin-In, and a high-end force, the Assassin Organization, had been wiped out in a single day. Geng Kuei immediately realized that someone was targeting him next. By uprooting his 2 funded forces, it was as if they had cut off his 2 arms. Next, it was likely that he would be the target. So he instructed his son to quickly take advantage of the hottest trillion-yuan investment project from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce to swindle some money. Chapter 465. Embezzling Funds and Fleeing. After swindling the money, they planned to abscond with the funds. "Mr. Geng, now that you've secured this trillion-yuan investment, shouldn't you bring us along for the ride?" The numerous bosses and CEOs all stared eagerly at Geng Haiyuan. Geng Haiyuan laughed heartily and said, "That's why I organized this banquet and invited all of you here." You are all the closest and most important partners to the Urwo Chamber of Commerce. So when we Urwo Chamber of Commerce are about to prosper, my father and I thought of you first. Next, our Urwo Chamber of Commerce plans to offer you an opportunity through equity and financing. The more you invest, the more profits you'll be able to reap from this project. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd's breathing grew heavier. Who didn't know that the trillion yuan investment plan of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce was the hottest thing in town? However, after the trillion yuan investment plan was announced, there had been no concrete measures for a long time. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce had secretly reached a cooperation agreement with the Urwo Chamber of Commerce. Although these people couldn't directly join the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's venture, they could indirectly participate through the Urwo Chamber of Commerce and still make a fortune. Mr. Gung, I'll invest 100 million. I'll also invest 100 million. I'll invest 200 million. The crowd consisted of big bosses and CEOs from Jinling City, and they were quite generous with their offers. Gung Haiyuan, hearing these investment amounts, revealed a faint smile. It seemed he could swindle quite a bit of money today. Outside the banquet, Shinsuyi and Shan Xiaogong were also struggling to squeeze in. Mr. Gung, can our Shin family participate in this investment? The other big bosses around them showed disdain. Your Shin family is at best a third or fourth-tier family. Do you even have the qualifications to participate in such a massive trillion yuan project? These words made Shinsuyi and Shan Xiaogong's faces turn sour. But Shinsuyi still tried her best and said, "So I'm asking Mr. Gung for a chance. Our Shun family is willing to pay other costs." After saying that, she seemed to showcase her alluring figure by walking forward gracefully. These steps made Gung Haiyuan's eyes go straight. Such a mature and charming figure was exactly his type. Unfortunately, today he had a mission from his father: to swindle the crowd's money as quickly as possible and then abscond with the funds. If it were usual, Gung Haiyuan would have jumped at the opportunity, but now, he had to prioritize getting money. As long as he had the money, he could flee overseas and find women with such figures there. You'll have to wait for now. After all, this is a major business collaboration. I need to first take care of the big bosses and heads of major families. After Gung Haiyuan said this, the big bosses and CEOs all showed smug expressions. They praised him, saying, "Mr. Gung truly is the heir of the Urwo Chamber of Commerce, born to be a businessman. Business comes first. Everything else has to take a back seat. Mr. Gung truly has the same style as the old Mr. Gung." Hearing this, Shinsuyi felt a bit disappointed. Even with her most confident asset, her body, she was willing to offer it. Yet she still couldn't gain access to the trillion yuan project. It seemed that the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's trillion yuan plan was indeed high risk, but also high reward. "Sis, what should we do?" Shin Xiaogong was anxious. The Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's trillion yuan investment in Jinling City was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Their Shun family had tried every means to participate, hoping to ride this wave to success, but it seemed the opportunity was too difficult to grasp. Shinsuyi gritted her teeth and said, "Don't rush. Gung Haiyuan must have an order of priority. He'll first accept investments from those who contribute more, but there are only so many of them. Eventually, it will be our turn. We just have to wait. Anyway, we must seize this opportunity." Shinsuyi clenched her teeth. Shin Xiaogong nodded. "Then let's wait outside. Such an opportunity is too rare. Even indirect participation in the trillion yuan investment plan is extremely precious." Shin Xiaogong and Shinsuyi could only watch helplessly as others continued to invest and become shareholders. At that moment, they saw Yijing approaching. "Why are you here again?" Shin Xiaogong said unhappily. "Why do I keep seeing you, this fraudster, everywhere?" Shinsuyi, upon seeing Yijing, also showed disgust and a hint of caution. "Brother, protect me." Shin Xiaogong immediately glared fiercely and said, "Bastard! My sister merely exposed your false pretenses as a big shot, and you dared to kidnap her? Try laying a hand on her again." Yijing said calmly, "It wasn't me who kidnapped your sister. It was Song Wei." Shin Xiaogong laughed derisively. "Do you think I'm an idiot? I clearly saw you have Song Wei dragged away like a dead dog. Could it have been him who kidnapped my sister? You're the one who kidnapped both Song Wei and my sister, and then beat up Song Wei first. Shin Shaogong pointed at his own eyes. I'll use my own eyes to see. You can't fool me. Yi Jing didn't bother to argue further. Think whatever you want. He was about to walk inside. Shin Suyi, however, blocked him. You can't go in. Yi Jing, why not? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to collaborate with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. What do you, a fraudster, want to do in there? Scam someone? I'll have you know that everyone in the world already knows you're just a stand-in. Do you still think you can use your fake identity to scam people? Yi Jing said calmly, I'm not here to invest. I'm here to find Gung Hai Yuan. Then you definitely can't go in. Shin Shaogong sneered. Even our Shin family can only wait outside without any qualification to enter. We have to wait for the big shots, bosses, and CEOs to finish investing before it's our turn. What, you, a fraudster, also want to come in with your pitiful little money and grab a share? Let me tell you, you're not getting any. Get lost right now. At that moment, Qing Huang and Punin walked up from behind, glaring fiercely at Shen Shaogong. Master, should we eliminate this foul-mouthed person? Shen Shaogong immediately cowered under their gaze. He was instantly frightened by the eyes of these two individuals who had walked through a sea of blood and corpses. What terrifying eyes! How many people must they have killed? However, the next moment, Shen Shaogong snapped back to reality. How could he be scared by just two people's gazes? And these two were obviously fraudsters working with Yi Jing. Fraudsters were the best at acting. How could he have been scared? That was so embarrassing. Realizing this, Shen Shaogong immediately put on a fierce expression and glared back. Chapter 466. You seem like a scapegoat. This time, I've come to take Gu Haiyuan's life. After speaking, Yi Jing led Qing Huang and Pu Nen inside. Shin Sui was about to stop him again when Shin Shaogong said, Sister, don't stop him. If you stop him now, you're saving him. Didn't you hear what he said? He's going in to take Gu Haiyuan's life, which is looking for his own death. Gu Haiyuan is the eldest son of the president of the Aryan Chamber of Commerce, surrounded by many powerful bodyguards. Even if Yi Jing has some brute strength and knows a bit of martial arts, how can he defeat their bodyguards? Shin Sui thought about it and realized, isn't Yi Jing just looking for his own death? Shin Shaogong chuckled. Exactly, let's just follow and watch the fun. The two quietly followed behind. Yi Jing, along with Qing Huang and Pu Nan, entered the restaurant. Which company are you from? What's your scale? How much is your asset? Please register first. As soon as they entered, Gu Haiyuan's assistant stopped them, asking them to register. Slap. Qing Huang directly slapped the assistant, knocking him to the ground. What are you doing? Security. Security. Someone's causing trouble here. The assistant shouted, and 5 or 6 of Gu Haiyuan's subordinates rushed over. Gu Haiyuan frowned and looked over. Who's causing trouble here? A group of big bosses and investors also expressed their displeasure. What kind of people are these? Don't they know this is a high-end event? What kind of stray cats and dogs dare to cause trouble here? Yi Jing glanced at everyone indifferently. Do you know that all your investments will go down the drain? The crowd chuckled. What do you know? Who are you? Wait, why do you look a bit familiar? Among them, some of the more prominent ones had attended the meeting with the leaders of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and recognized Yi Jing. You seem to be that leader, no, scapegoat? As soon as this person mentioned it, several others immediately remembered. Yes, he's that scapegoat. Others suddenly realized, so that scapegoat is him. Then he's just a professional con artist, isn't he? Everyone's faces showed disdain. Many sneered, so, you couldn't become a real big shot, only got to be a scapegoat once, and now your true identity is exposed, and even the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce has abandoned you? Everyone knows that a substitute or scapegoat can only be used once. The next time, when everyone knows you're a scapegoat, they won't believe you anymore and won't fall for your tricks. So everyone thought that Yi Jing had been used and discarded by the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. You couldn't con anyone elsewhere. No one needs you anymore. So you came here to spread panic, right? The crowd sneered continuously. Shin Xiaogong and Shin Suyi, who followed from behind, had originally wanted to warn the crowd, but after hearing this, they couldn't help but laugh. Sister, look, no need for me to remind them. Everyone already knows he's a professional con artist. Shin Suyi also sneered, this guy's life is ruined. The Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce probably gave him a lump sum to play a big shot once. Either he was too greedy for the money, or he wanted to be a big shot once to satisfy his vanity. Either way, he's a pitiful wretch. Now that he's been used and discarded, he's trying to grab attention and con others again. In the room, Yijing said indifferently, I'll leave this here. The Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce has not reached any cooperation with the Aryan Chamber of Commerce. If you really invest in him, you're being scammed. Yijing actually had no obligation to warn them. However, the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce is his own business. Although these people were scammed by the Aryan Chamber of Commerce, they used the name of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, which would affect its reputation. But unexpectedly, his good intentions only made the crowd sneer even more. On what basis do you know these insider secrets? The Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce hasn't reached cooperation with the Aryan Chamber of Commerce? How do you know that? Don't tell me you're still dreaming? You're still fantasizing about being an insider of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? The crowd burst into laughter. I've seen dreamers, but never someone who's been dreaming for so long. This is getting addicted to being a big shot. Kid, let me tell you, it's time to wake up. You're not the leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. You're just a scapegoat. You've been abandoned. You're just a pawn. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into another round of laughter. Yijing looked at these fools and could only shake his head inwardly. All right then, invest if you want. He didn't care anymore. The crowd immediately swarmed up. Mr. Gu Haiyuan, we had an agreement earlier. I'm investing 100 million. I'm investing 200 million. Everyone was frantically investing. Gu Haiyuan naturally accepted them all, hurriedly saying, my account number has been announced. Those who want to invest, please transfer the money quickly. After transferring, you can come over to sign the contract. Everyone was afraid of missing this opportunity and quickly transferred the money. Shin Suyi and Shan Xiaogong also wanted to quickly transfer funds and sign contracts, but their status was too low, and their investment amounts were insignificant compared to those of the real big bosses. As a result, they didn't even have the right to approach, and could only wait anxiously. Finally, when the crowd had almost finished transferring, Yijing stood up and walked over to Gu Haiyuan. Scapegoat, I advise you to get out of the way. Gu Haiyuan didn't know what Yijing was up to. This guy had just injured his people and tried to expose his scam. But Gu Haiyuan, in order to quickly collect more money, had swallowed his anger and didn't bother with Yijing. Now, nothing was important, only money mattered. The priority was to collect the money quickly and meet his father to escape. Scapegoat, why are you blocking Mr. G's way? Mr. Gu is going to do a big project. Don't block our way to make money. Now, Gu Haiyuan carried everyone's investments, and only if Gu Haiyuan made money could they make money, so everyone became Gu Haiyuan's backing. Kid, get out of Mr. G's way. The crowd all spoke out to criticize Yijing. Yijing said indifferently, I have some personal business to settle with you. What personal business? Gu Haiyuan was in a hurry at the moment. He had already gotten the money, and the next step was to quickly leave this trouble spot and meet his father. Yijing said indifferently, the first matter is your scam using the name of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, and there's a second matter later. Let's clear up the first matter first. Gu Haiyuan's face changed. Why was this guy so stubborn? Did he really have to expose his scam? Chapter 467. You're a joke? Gung Haiyuan had already been holding back for a long time. Now that he had the money in hand, how could he continue to endure? So you're Yijing? Your reputation as a fraud has spread all over Jinling. Do you know that your very existence is a joke now? I advise you to step aside and not block my path. Otherwise, even if I don't lay a hand on you, these big bosses and CEOs here won't tolerate you. As soon as these words were spoken, People around chimed in one after another. That's right. Yi Jing, step aside quickly. If you continue to get in the way, don't blame us for tearing off the mask and being impolite. A clown who once pretended to be a big shot actually thinks he's someone important. Blocking us from making money. Damn it, others might talk to you nicely, but I won't. One of the big bosses couldn't hold back and ordered his bodyguards to pull Yi Jing away. Before Yi Jing could even move, Pu Nan beside him kicked out fiercely, sending the boss's bodyguard flying back. The force of that kick was so strong that the bodyguard was sent flying over 10 meters, knocking over 4 or 5 tables before coming to a stop. Ouch! Everyone gasped in shock. Who was the man behind Yi Jing? How could he have such incredible strength? For a moment, everyone was stunned and dared not make any reckless moves. Gung Haiyuan, tell me, what crime do you deserve for impersonating the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and committing fraud? Yi Jing sat down confidently and began his interrogation. Fraud? What evidence do you have to accuse me of fraud? After Gung Haiyuan defended himself, he immediately looked for an escape route and made a move to leave. But how could Pu Nan and Qing Huang let him go? The two immediately blocked all possible exits. Gung Haiyuan's face turned grim. Yi Jing, what do you mean? Do you really think that just the 3 of you can stop me from leaving? Although he was somewhat wary of Pu Nan's formidable strength, there were only 3 people in Yi Jing's group, while he had over a dozen bodyguards with him. At worst, he could have his bodyguards escort him out. Oh, it seems these bodyguards give you confidence, making you unwilling to talk properly with me, huh? Yi Jing glanced back at Qing Huang. Take away his confidence. Yes, master. Qing Huang's eyes instantly sharpened, and she transformed into a streak of green light, swiftly moving among the crowd. The onlookers couldn't even catch Qing Huang's movements. All they saw was a flash of green light zipping by, and then someone would collapse to the ground. Within just a dozen breaths, all of Gung Haiyuan's bodyguards were lying on the floor. Ouch! Everyone gasped again. This woman's skills were even more impressive than that man's. The 2 people Yi Jing brought with him were one freakier than the other. If Pu Nan was known for his incredible strength, then Qing Huang was unmatched in agility, making it impossible for anyone to catch her. These 2, their strength is terrifying. The group of big bosses were all wide-eyed, not daring to move a muscle. When they came out to negotiate business, they usually only brought along 4 bodyguards at most, some even just 1 or 2. These bodyguards were just slightly stronger than ordinary people, martial artists at best, and were no match for someone like Qing Huang or Pu Nan. Now, can you listen to me properly? Yi Jing spoke, and everyone fell silent. Although Yi Jing only had 2 people behind him, their presence was more effective than 1,000 soldiers. Qing Huang and Pu Nan, seeing the crowd's fearful and respectful gazes, sneered inwardly. You have no idea how much stronger Master Yi Jing is than the 2 of us. Our skills were all taught to us by Master Yi Jing, okay? I'll listen. Gung Haiyuan's eyelids twitched incessantly. He felt that Yi Jing was fully prepared and spoke with certainty. Could it be that Yi Jing really had some evidence on him? But wasn't Yi Jing just a fake? How could he possibly have access to the real high-level officials of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? How could he know whether or not the Erwo Chamber of Commerce had truly reached a cooperation with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? Gung Haiyuan made up his mind. He would simply refuse to admit anything. What could Yi Jing do to force it out of him? Could he really dare to use capital punishment in front of so many people? Wouldn't others object to that? Thinking of this, Gung Haiyuan regained his confidence and stood up straight, coldly saying, What do you want to ask? Just ask directly. Yi Jing said calmly, You claim the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce has cooperated with you? Do you have any evidence? Any agreement? Gung Haiyuan sneered, Why should I give it to you? Despite the fear of Yi Jing's 2 formidable subordinates, the big bosses and CEOs around still sided with Gung Haiyuan. Yi Jing, we admit that the 2 people you brought have some strength, they're quite impressive, but what do you know about business matters? Gung Haiyuan is backed by the Erwo Chamber of Commerce. Just the name of the Erwo Chamber of Commerce is enough credibility. We believe him. Yes, we believe him. Yi Jing said calmly, All right then, Qing Huang, make him speak. Qing Huang nodded and took out a small curved knife, starting to gesture around Gung Haiyuan's mouth. You, what are you going to do? Ah. Gung Haiyuan suddenly let out a horrifying scream. Qing Huang skillfully cut out a piece of flesh near Gung Haiyuan's mouth, but it didn't affect his ability to speak. It hurts so much. Qing Huang used interrogation techniques, so although the piece of flesh wasn't large and the bleeding wasn't much, it was one of the most nerve-rich areas. This cut was extremely painful. How can you use capital punishment? The big bosses and CEOs were furious. Yi Jing, do you know what you're doing? Yi Jing remained silent, and Qing Huang continued her cuts. After a few more cuts, Gung Haiyuan couldn't take it anymore. He was just a pampered young master. How could he endure such torture? In fact, after the first cut, Gung Haiyuan had already been unable to endure, but Qing Huang's cuts were too fast, so it took several more cuts before Gung Haiyuan reacted. I'll talk. Gung Haiyuan quickly said, Our Erwo Chamber of Commerce has never had any cooperation with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted. Several big bosses immediately stepped forward. You're lying. Mr. Gung, if you're being coerced, just say so. We'll stand up for you. They absolutely could not accept that this cooperation did not exist. That would mean all the money they had just transferred would be lost. These words from the crowd gave Gung Haiyuan a glimmer of hope. Chapter 468. Are you going to commit suicide? Yi Jing, you see that? No matter what I say, they're willing to believe what they want to believe. Yi Jing gave Qing Huang a look, and Qing Huang immediately slashed down with a few more strikes. Gung Haiyuan was in excruciating pain, wishing he could kill himself. I'll talk. This agreement was fabricated by me and my father. My father and I plan to embezzle funds and flee, so we separately con people for money. Right now, I'm conning people here, and my father is doing the same at the club. As soon as we get the money, we'll flee immediately. These words caused an uproar among the crowd. Mr. Gung, you can't be serious, right? You must be saying this because he's beating you, right? Mr. Gung, hurry up and say it. You're being forced. This isn't your true intention. Hearing that the crowd still didn't believe him, Gung Haiyuan exploded. You bunch of idiots. You've been scammed, and you're still counting the money for me? Oh, I get it. You idiots just want to watch me get tortured, right? You just don't want to believe me, right? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Gung Haiyuan was genuinely terrified. Qing Huang's knife, though small, was excruciatingly painful when it dug into his flesh. It was a pain that pierced to the heart, far worse than having toothpicks shoved under your fingernails. He didn't want to endure even one more slash. Yet these people still didn't believe him. Didn't that mean he would have to endure more slashes? These idiots were beyond reason. The crowd was stunned upon hearing this tirade. Was this still the refined, rarely cursing Mr. Gung they knew? How did he suddenly turn into this? Mr. Gung, are you lying to us? Although many had fallen silent, a few still refused to give up. It wasn't that they were really lacking in intelligence. It was just that they couldn't afford to lose. Some had invested the majority of their fortunes, and if it were truly gone, they would be devastated. So they simply refused to believe it. You. Gung Haiyuan suddenly erupted, risking another slash from Qing Huang. He kicked the man with all his might. Didn't I make it clear to you, you idiot? Can't you understand human speech? Gung Haiyuan pummeled the man, wanting to beat him to death. All the big bosses and CEOs were dumbfounded. It seemed Gung Haiyuan was telling the truth. Mr. Gung, you can't do this. You have to return our money. That money was all taken by you. Give it back to us now. Shin Suyi and Shen Xiaogong were dumbfounded. It was really a scam? Earlier, when Yi Jing said we shouldn't invest in Gung Haiyuan, it turns out he was right. He was actually warning us about the truth. The two exchanged glances, feeling it was all too surreal. How could Yi Jing, a scammer himself, warn them? And how did Yi Jing know that Gung Haiyuan was a scammer? The big bosses and CEOs in the room were furious. as they had all invested real money into Gung Haiyuan's account. If not for the presence of Qing Huang and Pu Nan behind Yi Jing, they would have torn Gung Haiyuan apart and devoured him. You won't get that money back. That account has been set to automatically transfer funds. Once you transfer the money, it's no longer in my hands. There's currently 0 yuan in that account. Gung Haiyuan's words almost drove the crowd insane. UF gonna return our money. Give us our money back. They were ready to kill Gung Haiyuan on the spot. Yi Jing, let us go and kill him. Yi Jing, hand him over to us. Yi Jing, since you knew he was scamming us, why didn't you warn us earlier? The crowd demanded Yi Jing release Gung Haiyuan, some even questioning him. It was clear that the loss of their vast wealth had driven them to the brink of madness. Even after witnessing Qing Huang and Pu Nan's formidable strength, the thought of losing so much money had clouded their judgment. Even Qing Huang sneered, "Didn't we warn you when we first arrived? But you didn't listen." It was then that the crowd remembered. Yi Jing had indeed warned them when he first arrived. But back then, who would have believed him? Everyone thought Yi Jing was a scammer, and that the Erwo Chamber of Commerce's reputation was unassailable. Little did they know, it was Yi Jing who was trustworthy, and Gung Haiyuan who was the real scammer. What do we do now? What do we do? The crowd was at a loss. The money in that account has already been transferred out, and there's no getting it back. They were dumbfounded, filled with regret for not listening to Yi Jing earlier. Yi Jing looked at Gung Haiyuan. The first matter is resolved. Now, let's talk about the second matter. Where is your father? This time, Gung Haiyuan was much more cooperative, perhaps not wanting to endure another round of torture. He immediately provided an address. My father is at Qingyang Club, also entertaining a group of entrepreneurs, conning them for money. The entrepreneurs he's entertaining are of a much higher level, and they're even wealthier. Hearing this, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed the Erwo Chamber of Commerce was determined to defraud them. Yi Jing nodded and stood up to leave. Behind him, Pu Nan grinned menacingly, snapping Gung Haiyuan's limbs with a loud crack. Then, he tossed Gung Haiyuan like a dead dog in front of the big bosses. He's all yours. The bosses and CEOs, eager to kill Gung Haiyuan, began beating him viciously. As they beat him, they shouted for their money back. Shinsui and Shan Xiaogong watched with complicated expressions. I wonder how Yi Jing got insider information about the Erwo Chamber of Commerce's scam. But by beating Gung Haiyuan like this and breaking his limbs, he's definitely done for. Shinsui nodded. Gung Haiyuan's father is Gung Kue, the founder of the Erwo Chamber of Commerce. Gung Kue is no ordinary man. Even with Yi Jing's 2 formidable bodyguards, they won't stand a chance against someone like Gung Kue. Shin Xiaogong agreed. I heard Gung Kue has over 100 sworn warriors. Even if Yi Jing's 2 bodyguards are incredibly strong, they're still just 2 pairs of fists. Against over 100 warriors, they'd be drowned in a sea of spit. Sister, I see Yi Jing is actually planning to go find Gung Kue himself. Isn't that just asking for death? Chapter 469. Unimaginable Consequences. Shinsui nodded and sneered. This Yi Jing, I think he's too immersed in the role. He played the part of a big shot in the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce once, and instead of being seen as a scapegoat, he's gotten too deep into the role, truly believing he's part of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. He probably spent money to hire 2 very capable bodyguards, and then came out to defend the reputation of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, targeting this fake Erwo Chamber of Commerce. Shin Xiaogong's expression changed slightly. Sister, do you think it's possible that Yi Jing is really a power player in the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? Shinsui looked at her brother with a gaze that seemed to say he was a fool. Do you think that's possible? The Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce is a massive entity. When they say something, it's as good as done. How could they lie? If they say he's a stand-in, he's a stand-in. How could they lie about that? Shin Xiaogong nodded, forcing a smile. I was just momentarily confused, that's all. Sister, I thought of a bigger possibility. I think Yi Jing is doing all this deliberately to get the attention of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Now that they've abandoned him, He's spending his own money to hire 2 bodyguards and going around defending the reputation of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. I think he's trying to get back into their good graces. Shinsui's expression changed slightly. It's possible. If that's the case, then he might actually succeed. The thought of Yijing possibly regaining the favor of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce made Shinsui uncomfortable. But I doubt it's that easy. If the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce has already abandoned him, they won't use him again. He's just delusional, and he's only inviting more enemies for himself. Like this time, daring to lay a hand on Gung Kuei's son. Isn't that digging his own grave? I bet Yijing will be killed by Gung Kuei very soon. Qingyang Clubhouse. Brother Tang and all the old friends. Gung Kuei, father of Gung Haiyuan, was here, toasting and enjoying himself. This banquet was originally Brother Tang Puyuan's, but since I'm here uninvited, I'll start by punishing myself with a drink. Gung Kuei chuckled, picked up a glass of high-proof liquor, and downed it in one go. But this time, as you all know, it's because our Erwo Chamber of Commerce has just secured a partnership with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. So I've come to share the good news with our old friends. Among the guests were many top enterprises from Nanjing. Hearing this, their eyes immediately lit up. They had been trying to collaborate with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce recently, but had received no news. Now it seemed they had hooked up with the Erwo Chamber of Commerce. Brother Tang and all of you, I'll take this opportunity, in this esteemed venue, to offer you a chance for cooperation. Gung Kuei's words were eerily similar to those of his son. What he didn't know was that outside the Qingyang Clubhouse, countless figures were marching in a mighty procession. Master, the people from the Yi Divine Palace have arrived. The Red Dragon forces have also arrived in full. Yijing nodded slightly. The next second, he kicked open the door of the Qingyang Clubhouse with a bang. Where is Gung Kuei? Yijing entered and headed straight for Gung Kuei. The previously lively banquet instantly fell silent, and everyone frowned, looking towards the entrance. What's going on? Don't you know where this is? This Qingyang Clubhouse is Tang Puyuan's property. Who dares to be so brazen here? Everyone focused their gaze, and it was Yijing. The stand-in for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's power player? Yijing. Tang Puyuan saw Yijing and didn't show the disdain others did. Although he knew Yijing was just a stand-in, Yijing had genuinely helped cure his illness, so he still held a sense of gratitude in his heart. Do you still believe this Gung Kuei? Yijing walked in and looked at everyone. Didn't he say he has a partnership with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and wants you to invest? Everyone nodded subconsciously. Gung Kuei's face changed. Yijing, what are you doing? Yijing took out his phone and started playing a video. On the video was the clip Gung Haiyuan had taken. This agreement was concocted by my father and me. We planned to abscond with the money, so we came separately to swindle people. Now I'm swindling money here, and my father is doing the same at the clubhouse. Once we get the money, we'll run away immediately. As these words played from the video, everyone was shocked. All the top bosses became wary, looking at Gung Kuei. Chairman Gung, is what your son said true? These people were of higher status, more rational about investments, and hadn't transferred any money yet, so they first questioned Gung Kuei. Seeing his scheme exposed, Gung Kuei knew it was hopeless. What concerned him even more was the sight of his son on the video, seemingly suffering in human torture. That's why he had confessed. What have you done to my son? Gung Kuei's face was extremely grim. In his life, the first thing he loved most was money, and the second was his son. This time, in his plan to abscond with the money, he hadn't informed anyone from the Erwo Chamber of Commerce, nor any other members of the Gung family, but he had informed his son, intending to take him with him. Yijing said calmly, nothing much, just handed him over to those he swindled, who lost everything because of him. Gung Kuei's face darkened instantly, his heart aching like it was being cut. He understood all too well that his son was probably doomed. Those who had been swindled out of all their wealth would surely want to beat his son to death. Handing him over to them, was there any chance of survival? Impossible. Thinking of this, Gung Kuei's heart clenched, and he almost fainted. But in the next moment, Boundless grief turned into boundless fury. Yi Jing, this is what you forced me to do. He waved his hand, and suddenly over 100 death warriors emerged from all directions. These death warriors, I originally reserved for the person who secretly destroyed my human skin in and assassin forces. But since you've come to me, you'll be the first to taste their wrath. These over 100 death warriors were the elite chosen by Gung Kuei from 2 underground forces he had funded over the years. They were the most fearless and had extremely strong combat power. Some even had explosives strapped to their waists, ready to die with their enemies at any moment. Seeing these death warriors, everyone in the room panicked. Even Tang Puyuan's eyelids twitched violently. Yi Jing, Gung Kuei, calm down. If so many death warriors detonate here, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chapter 470. What are you doing? As over 100 warriors, full of menacing intent, stormed in, everyone panicked. Why did Yi Jing provoke this Gung Kuei? Who doesn't know that Gung Kuei is a tyrant in Jinling, connected with many underground forces, and even maintains over 100 warriors? Once he loses his temper, who among us can withstand it? We'll all be implicated to death. What is Yi Jing doing? He deceived us, but it's not like he really took our money. Why did he escalate things to this point? How can this be resolved? Everyone expressed their dissatisfaction with Yi Jing. After all, Yi Jing only had 3 people with him, posing no threat to them. But Gung Kuei had over 100 warriors, many of whom were armed with terrifying suicide bombs. If one of those exploded, everyone would be doomed. Yi Jing, Tang Puyuan advised, Gung Kuei is not someone to be trifled with. You should calm down first. President Tang Puyuan added, Yi Jing has helped me in the past, and I'd like to plead for him. Can you please withdraw your warriors? Gung Kuei sneered, withdraw? When he handed my daughter over to those people, did he think about withdrawing? Yi Jing, it's too late for anything you say today. You've ruined all my plans. Even my daughter is gone. I must kill you today. Warriors, attack! Instantly, a dozen warriors broke away from the group and charged toward Yi Jing and his 2 companions. However, to everyone's shock, none of them could get within 5 meters of Yi Jing. All those who tried were swiftly dealt with by the man and woman behind Yi Jing. Damn it! Are you forcing me to use my suicide warriors? Gung Kuei growled, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Panicked voices rose. No, President Gung. Please calm down. Don't do anything rash. I apologize on Yi Jing's behalf. Yi Jing, apologize to President Gung. All eyes turned to Yi Jing, forcing him to apologize. Yi Jing coldly glanced at them, and they immediately fell silent. Earlier, they dared to confront Yi Jing because they thought he was outnumbered. But after witnessing the skills of his 2 bodyguards, they realized Yi Jing was no ordinary man. Any further provocation might result in a beating from those 2. Yi Jing sneered at Gung Kuei. You think your warriors give you a lot of confidence, don't you? As soon as he finished, shadowy figures began to appear in the darkness around them. Even on the 2nd floor, above the massive chandelier, several figures were lurking. So many experts? Gung Kuei was slightly startled but quickly regained his composure and sneered, Yi Jing, I don't know where you found so many skilled experts. But before my explosive warriors, what good are more people? Are they all here to die with you? Gung Kuei laughed derisively. The bombs on his warriors were his ultimate confidence. After the initial shock, the crowd realized that no matter how skilled Yi Jing's people were, they couldn't withstand the bombs. Oh, is that so? Yi Jing leisurely walked toward Gung Kuei. Gung Kuei, even now, you still don't understand your situation, do you? Gung Kuei roared, don't come closer. Don't move. Damn it, you're still moving? He ordered an explosive warrior to stand between them, but in the next moment, the warrior's fingers were severed in midair, revealing an almost invisible glistening steel wire. The other end of the wire was in Qing Huang's hand. In an instant, Qing Huang danced with the wire, which flashed through the crowd. All the warriors with bombs had their limbs severed, rendering them unable to trigger the explosives. Only after a few seconds did the warriors feel the pain. Everyone watched in horror. This woman was terrifyingly skilled. That wire is more lethal than a gun or a dagger. How frightening. Luckily, I didn't provoke Yi Jing earlier. Now, everyone looked at Yi Jing with fear, but also breathed a sigh of relief internally. At least there wouldn't be an explosion that would kill them all. What other cards do you have left? Yi Jing leisurely walked toward Gung Kuei. Gung Kuei's eyelids twitched, and with a henshin yao ya, he gave his final order. All remaining warriors attack Yi Jing. But the Yi Shindian assassins surrounding them were no joke. From above, several figures dropped down, and from the shadowy corners, more emerged. In an instant, the remaining warriors were all reduced to corpses, swiftly cleaned up. Everyone gulped nervously. Where did these experts suddenly come from? The top business magnates of Jinling suddenly had a thought. The city was about to change. Yi Jing, who seemed like a mere stand-in, might still have access to the hidden forces of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. This sudden influx of experts could only be explained by such a connection. Their guess wasn't far off. Yi Jing, spare my life. Gung Kuei had no more cards to play and could only kneel down and surrender. I just deceived some people. That's not a death sentence. Yi Jing calmly replied, deceiving people in business is indeed not a capital offense. Just as Gung Kuei's eyes lit up with hope, Yi Jing's next words plunged him back into despair. But for what you did to my parents, you deserve to be torn to pieces. Qing Huang, take him away for interrogation. Yi Jing left with Gung Kuei. Tang Puyuan and the other business magnates were left looking at each other in bewilderment. President Tang, I can't shake the feeling that Jinling is about to change. Yi Jing has stirred up such a huge commotion. How many experts and people did he mobilize? It feels like Yi Jing is about to tear Jinling apart. All the top business leaders nodded involuntarily. A Yi Jing capable of mobilizing so many forces of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, with such a massive show of force, was undoubtedly planning something big. Tang Puyuan watched Yi Jing's retreating figure in shock. Initially, he thought Yi Jing was just a skilled physician, but now, he realized he had vastly underestimated him. This man likely wielded unparalleled power in the shadows, and it was unclear whether this would be a blessing or a curse for Jinling. Chapter 471. I have no relationship with him. In a dark interrogation room, Gung Kuei didn't know what kind of interrogation methods Qing Huang had used, but within a few minutes, he had confessed everything. He didn't even last as long as Yao Zi. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Gung Kuei sobbed, tears and snot streaming down his face, finally spilling all the details. Yi Jing listened quietly. On the video, the day when the 6 men were beating someone, I was indeed there. I was the figure at the bottom. Gung Kuei pointed at the blurry video, where his figure at the bottom was faintly recognizable. However, the 5 figures above him were obscured by poor lighting and distance, making them impossible to identify. What about these 5 men? Yi Jing asked coldly. I truly don't know who they are. All I know is that one day, Lang Guanzhong, a prominent figure from a noble family in Jinling, suddenly came to find me. Lang family? Yi Jing thought for a moment, and recalled that the Lang family was indeed a renowned clan in Jinling. They had once produced a national war hero, and Lang Guanzhong was the grandson of that war hero. Lang Guanzhong approached me, stating he needed to borrow the venue of my business association for a task. At the time, I didn't know what they were planning to do. Lang Guanzhong promised me that if I provided the venue, he would help elevate our Erwo Chamber of Commerce to become a well-known large chamber in Jinling. Later, he kept his word and indeed helped our Erwo Chamber of Commerce become a renowned organization in Jinling. Yi Jing frowned. What did Lang Guanzhong use your venue for? Gung Kuei replied, it was to torture and interrogate your parents. At that time, your mother had already endured 3 years of flogging, each day worse than the last, and she was barely recognizable as a human being. And your father had been desperately searching for your mother for 3 years, only just finding her here. Yi Jing's heart trembled. He could remember that when he was young, his mother had disappeared for 3 years. During that time, his father was often away from home, returning only occasionally, always covered in dust. He would leave some money for Yi Jing and his sister, Yi, and then hurry off again. So, his father had been carrying so much, searching for his mother all that time. In the video, that's when your father had just found your mother, only to be captured by those 5 men. Those 5 men needed Lang Guanzhong to provide a quiet, confidential venue where no sounds would leak out. They chose my business because it was spacious, located in a quiet area, and had good soundproofing. So they tortured your parents for 3 days and nights in my chamber, forcing them to go without food or water, and repeatedly flogging them, until they were flogged to death. By the time Yi Jing heard this, his eyes were already red with fury. Was there any part of it that involved you? Yi Jing's voice was like a chilling breeze from the depths of hell. Yes, I was there. Gung Kui stammered. At the time, they made me join in to ensure my silence. I flogged your parents dozens of times. Yi Jing coldly ordered, Qing Huang, bring the whip. Next, Yi Jing swung the whip, delivering hundreds of lashes to Gung Kui's body. At first, Gung Kui let out screams of pain, but as the beating continued, he passed out from the agony, his cries fading into silence. He was left utterly weakened. Lang Guanzhong. As Yi Jing left the interrogation room, he repeatedly muttered this name. Although he wasn't one of the 5 men, he provided the venue for them and clearly knew their identities. Qing Huang, investigate Lang Guanzhong. Yes, master. Qing Huang swiftly departed. At that moment, Yi Jing's phone rang. It was Huang Yuyin calling. Hello? Yi Jing, are you in Jinling? Is something wrong? Huang Yuyin asked, I saw on the news that you've become some kind of stand-in. Hearing Huang Yuyin's concerned words, Yi Jing's demeanor shifted, returning to his usual calm self. It's nothing. It was just a deal I made with the Dragon Nation Songhui. Huang Yuyin worriedly said, Do you need me to come and help you? Last time, when Yi Jing encountered danger from the Chuanqi Longxi Chamber of Commerce, Huang Yuyin had rushed over, determined to protect him. This time, she was ready to come again without hesitation. Yi Jing replied, It's fine. Jinling is completely under my control now. No one can harm me here. There may be some turmoil in Jinling recently. You and Zheng Qingxian should stay in Suzhou and not come over. Once things settle down, I'll let you come. Huang Yuyin obediently nodded and agreed. At this moment, Lang Guanzhong, a scion of a noble family, was seated in a black business van. Young master, the woman walking ahead is Shan Suyi. Lang Guanzhong's eyes narrowed. Go, bring her to me. In no time, several burly men descended and abducted Shan Suyi, forcing her into the van. What are you doing? Shan Suyi struggled fiercely, but she was no match for the strength of the several men. She was puzzled. Why did people keep trying to abduct her lately? Last time, it was Yi Jing who kidnapped her, and now it was this man. What exactly do you want? Shan Suyi demanded angrily. Is Yi Jing behind this again? Lang Guanzhong looked at Shan Suyi with interest, disdainfully saying, Yi Jing? He's not worthy of commanding me. He scrutinized Shan Suyi's figure from head to toe. Tell me, what's so special about you? You're actually a complimentary special physique? What do you mean? Shan Suyi had never heard of the term complimentary special physique. However, Lang Guanzhong didn't even bother to explain. He simply said to the driver in front, Drive. Where exactly are you taking me? As Shan Suyi asked, one of the bodyguards behind her stepped forward, binding her with rope and stuffing a towel into her mouth. Now, Shan Suyi was truly panicked. But no matter how much she struggled now, it was all in vain. Soon, they arrived at Lang Guanzhong's private villa. Shan Suyi was tied to a chair, and Lang Guanzhong's face revealed a hint of a smile. Shan Suyi, what did Yi Jing want with you? Shan Suyi was puzzled. Why would someone abduct her to ask about Yi Jing? But she quickly sensed that it must be because of Yi Jing that she had been kidnapped. I have no relationship with that idiot. He's him. I'm me. I don't even know him. No relationship? Lang Guanzhong said indifferently. If that's the case, how do you have a betrothal with him? Shan Suyi was stunned. The fact that she had a betrothal with Yi Jing should be unknown to others, right? Could it be that Yi Jing had been blabbing everywhere? That must be it. That Yi Jing, just to harm her, would stop at nothing. I have no relationship with him. That betrothal was arranged by my grandfather a long time ago. My grandfather has been dead for many years, and I've never even met Yi Jing. Chapter 472. What is that thing? I've only had a few interactions with Yi Jing recently. Lang Guanzhong's patience was gradually dissipating. It seemed this woman truly knew nothing. So, you don't even know about complementary special physiques? Shin Suyi looked bewildered. What is that thing? Lang Guanzhong completely lost his patience. It seemed this woman truly knew nothing. He had hoped to glean some information about Yi Jing's special physique from her. If that was the case, Lang Guanzhong's gaze roamed over Shan Suyi's body. This little beauty was quite attractive, with a top-notch figure. Perhaps. Lang Guanzhong's face revealed a greedy expression as he instructed a maid beside him, "Go, bring me my tools." Tools? Shin Suyi was puzzled. What tools? For what? In the next moment, the maid wheeled in a cart. When Shin Suyi saw the contents on the cart, her eyes widened in shock. On it were not only whips and candles but also a chainsaw, hammers, and axes. What was this for? Shin Suyi was utterly terrified. Tell me, what tool would you like to choose? I don't have much, but I do have some peculiar hobbies. I enjoy letting women experience pleasure first, then watching them suffer, seeing their bodies dismembered before their very eyes, until they die. Hearing Lang Guanzhong's words, Shan Suyi nearly fainted in terror. A wave of immense fear swept over her. No, no, no. Don't do this to me. I'll cooperate. I'll fully cooperate with you. You want to ask about Yi Jing, right? I'll tell you everything. I'll spill everything. Lang Guanzhong, oh, didn't you already say everything just now? Shin Suyi was stunned. It seemed she had. In that instant, she suddenly regretted not having interacted more with Yi Jing. Perhaps then she could have obtained more information about him. But in the next moment, all she felt toward Yi Jing was resentment. She believed she had been kidnapped entirely because of Yi Jing. Do you think you have any use other than entertaining me? Lang Guanzhong's face showed a greedy expression. You've lost your intelligence value, so now you're only left with your physical value. Come, entertain me well. Lang Guanzhong was already getting excited. Shin Suyi was terrified, frightened, trembling. Just then, the private villa's door suddenly exploded with a loud bang. In the doorway appeared Yi Jing's figure. Behind him was a woman. Qinghuang, Master, this is Lang Guanzhong's private villa. Yi Jing's gaze fell upon the renowned scion holding a candle. Lang Guanzhong. You are Yi Jing. Before Lang Guanzhong could react, countless shadows surged in from behind Yi Jing like a tidal wave, instantly taking control of all of Lang Guanzhong's men. Shin Suyi was dumbfounded. When did Yi Jing become so powerful? Wasn't he going to deal with the trouble with President Geng Kuei? Shouldn't he have been taught a lesson by President Geng by now? How could he lead so many people to come and settle scores with Lang Guanzhong? At that moment, Yi Jing's gaze also fell upon Shan Suyi. Shin Suyi turned her head away, as if unwilling to see Yi Jing, or perhaps not wanting Yi Jing to see her in such a state. Release her and throw her outside. Qinghuang immediately stepped forward, cut the ropes binding her with a dagger, and shoved her out. Am I really saved? Shin Suyi was still in a daze. Could it be that Yi Jing came here specifically to save me? In that moment, a ripple of emotion suddenly stirred in Shan Suyi's heart. I didn't recognize this Lang Guanzhong at first, but later I remembered. He's the grandson of the National Protector, a renowned scion. Such a figure couldn't possibly have been deliberately sent by Yi Jing. So, did Yi Jing risk offending the grandson of the National Protector just to save me? Shin Suyi's heart was in great turmoil. Inside the villa, Yi Jing had the Yi God Temple members seal off the premises. Then, Yi Jing played the video. Lang Guanzhong, who are these 5 people in the video? Seeing the video, Lang Guanzhong's heart skipped a beat. Had Yi Jing finally found clues to the incident from years ago? I don't know. Lang Guanzhong tried to be stubborn, but the next second, one of his legs was forcibly broken by a servant. The servant's method was crude and ancient, using his bare hands to break it, like snapping a chopstick. Ah! Lang Guanzhong screamed in excruciating pain. Yi Jing, I'm the grandson of the National Protector. You can't treat me like this. My grandfather won't let you off. Yi Jing's expression was indifferent and disdainful. Oh, I'll be waiting for him to come find me. But before he does, I can't guarantee you'll still be alive. Tell me, who are these 5 people? Hearing Yi Jing's words, Lang Guanzhong realized he was fearless and his heart sank. I can't say. Lang Guanzhong shook his head desperately, covering his mouth. Each of those 5 is a figure I can't afford to offend. If I say anything, even my grandfather won't be able to protect me. Yi Jing sneered. If you don't speak, you'll die right now. Lang Guanzhong glared at Yi Jing, his mind racing. No, if I talk, I'll die. As long as I don't speak, you'll have to keep me alive. The trail will end here with me. As long as I hold out until my grandfather notices something is wrong and comes to save me, I'll win. Indeed, a renowned scion was quite clever. Yi Jing nodded slightly. All right then, since you can't die, I'll send you to a nice place. Servant, take Lang Guanzhong to keep company with Song Wei and Song Jinshan. Soon, Lang Guanzhong was taken to the cesspool. When he saw Song Wei and Song Jinshan, who could only rely on a bamboo pole to keep from sinking, with most of their bodies submerged in the stench, he trembled all over. As a renowned scion, when had he ever witnessed such a scene? I have important information to tell Yi Jing. Lang Guanzhong's heart raced as he hurriedly told the servant beside him. A moment later, Lang Guanzhong once again faced Yi Jing. What information? Yi Jing's expression was cold. If the information isn't valuable, I won't give you any special treatment. It's very valuable, very valuable. Lang Guanzhong quickly said, You still have an aunt who's alive. Yi Jing's expression turned serious. His aunt was still alive? In his memories, during the 3 years his mother disappeared, his aunt often went out with his father to search for her. Was his aunt still alive now? Chapter 473, The Dog Cage. Yes, your aunt is still alive. Lang Guanzhong was eager to prove his worth and spoke rapidly. Back then, the 5 big shots mainly tortured your parents to get the method for obtaining special physiques. So your aunt was just an insignificant person. After trying to torture her and finding it useless, they threw her somewhere. Yi Jing, tell me where. In a dog farm in the west of the city. Yi Jing's brows instantly furrowed tightly. A dog farm? Throw him into the septic tank. Yi Jing said this and walked out. Didn't I just help you? Why am I still being thrown into the septic tank? Lang Guanzhong was immediately anxious. A voice drifted from outside. I'm going to check on my aunt's situation. If she's doing well, I'll let you out. But if she's not, you'll stay in there forever. Lang Guanzhong's heart instantly turned ice cold. He thought about Yi Jing's aunt's current situation. He guessed that after seeing it, Yi Jing would make him stay in the septic tank for the rest of his life. Aunt is still alive. Yi Jing quickly arrived at the location Lang Guanzhong mentioned. In this life, apart from his sister Yi Yi, he had no other relatives, so he was quite happy to learn that his aunt was still alive. What a dog farm! Yi Jing felt a bad premonition. As he walked, he recalled the moments he shared with his aunt. During the 3 years his mother was missing, his father went mad searching for her, while Yi Jing and Yi Yi were mainly cared for by their aunt, Lu Qiongmeng. But the last time, his aunt went out with his father to search. They never returned. Finally, he would see his aunt again. Yi Jing arrived at the dog farm, and the surroundings were filled with barking. It was a large dog farm, with at least 1,000 dogs inside. Among the incessant barking, Yi Jing walked toward a dog cage. Inside the cage, a disheveled figure sat, with a dog bowl in front of her, containing some random dog food. When Yi Jing approached, the figure shrank back fearfully, as if afraid Yi Jing would hit her. It was clear she had been beaten often. Aunt! Yi Jing called softly, but the disheveled figure inside didn't react, instead shrinking further back in fear. What are you doing? Don't get close to that cage. The dog farm owner came over cursing, Hey kid, I'm talking to you. Don't get close to that cage. He held a whip in his hand and, to intimidate, snapped it on the ground. At the sound, the figure in the cage reflexively shrank back. Get lost. In the next moment, Poonin stepped forward, caught the whip midair, pulled it back, and dragged the dog farm owner to the ground. You motherfuckers looking for trouble, huh? The dog farm owner grabbed his whistle and blew it hard. From a distance, 2 men led over a dozen dogs, quickly running over. Those dozen dogs were all hunting dogs, barking furiously at Yi Jing and the others. Kid, don't want to get mauled to death by dogs, then scram. With backup, the dog farm owner immediately became cocky. Give me back my whip, he shouted harshly. But Poonan showed no expression and didn't react. Yi Jing didn't even care about the dog farm owner and the dozen wolf dogs, his gaze never leaving the dog cage, filled with heartache. Aunt! Lu Qiongming. Only when Yi Jing called out this name did the figure inside the cage suddenly tremble, then turn to look. She struggled to push back her messy hair, looking at Yi Jing for a long time, hesitantly asking, Yi Jing, is that you? Am I dreaming? Yi Jing's eyes instantly moistened. It's me, Aunt. I've come to save you. Lu Qiongming glanced at the dozen wolf dogs of the dog farm owner. Terrified, Yi Jing, you run. Those dozen wolf dogs are very fierce. The owner feeds them raw meat every day. They're very vicious. They'll bite you to death. Run quickly. Don't worry about me. I'm just glad to know you're still alive. At this moment, seeing Yi Jing was the happiest thing in Lu Qiongming's life. Her life wasn't any better than Yi Jing's. She had also lost her parents at a young age, and the only remaining relative in this world was her sister, Yi Jing's mother. But later, Yi Jing's mother disappeared, and his father searched everywhere, eventually leading to the family's downfall. She didn't even know if Yi Jing and Yi Yi were still alive, or if they were starving to death without care. Now, seeing Yi Jing, Lu Qiongming was already satisfied. Aunt, I'll save you out today. Yi Jing gave Qing Huang a look, and Qing Huang turned to the dog farm owner. Where are the keys? The dog farm owner sneered. You're reminiscing there, treating me like I don't exist? Now you know to ask me for the keys? Idiots. This person was arranged here by my young master. How could I just hand her over to you? Qing Huang coldly said, You mean your young master is Lang Guanzhong? The dog farm owner. You know? Then why don't you scram? Qing Huang didn't speak anymore. Those 2 sentences earlier were just to try and get some information, but since there was nothing else, she simply couldn't be bothered to talk to the dog farm owner anymore. If you don't hand over the keys, I have plenty of ways to make you. Qing Huang took a few steps forward, grabbed the dog farm owner's collar, and lifted him into the air. After shaking him a few times, a bunch of keys fell from the dog farm owner's body. The dog farm owner hadn't expected that this slender woman had such strength. She could actually lift a grown man into the air. What are you waiting for? Get them. Embarrassed to be lifted by a woman, he shouted loudly for his subordinates to attack. The 2 subordinates immediately let go of the dog leashes, and the dozen wolf dogs pounced fiercely. These wolf dogs still had bloodstains from the raw meat they were fed. Poonan stepped forward expressionlessly, picked up a watermelon-sized stone from the nearby construction materials, and swung it hard, smashing it onto the head of the first dog. The dog's head was instantly split open. The remaining dogs couldn't escape Poonan's stone either. Half a minute later, all the dozen wolf dogs lay on the ground, lifeless. Shit. Seeing this, the 2 subordinates trembled in fear and turned to run. Chapter 474. A huge mess. How could Poonan let them go? These people were likely accomplices who abused Yi Jing's aunt every day. One by one, he kicked them, breaking several ribs and leaving them lying on the ground, moaning in pain. Hero, please spare us. The dog farm owner was now terrified. Inside the cage, Lu Qiongming was first stunned, then overjoyed. These 2 people brought by Yi Jing were so powerful. Was this finally her chance to escape? The dog farm owner, trembling, reluctantly handed over the keys, and the cage was finally opened. As Lu Qiongming stepped out of the cage, she couldn't believe it. She had been locked in that cage for years. She had subconsciously thought her entire life would be spent there. She had even considered ending her own life. But thinking of her sister's two unfortunate children, Yijing and Yi, who might still be alive in this world, and that she was their only surviving relative, the only one who could take care of them, this thought kept her going, allowing her to endure and survive. Yijing. Lu Xiongming's eyes filled with tears as she finally saw the light of day and the child of her beloved sister she had longed for. Auntie, you've suffered. Lu Xiongming nodded, then quickly turned to Qing Huang and Pu Nan with utmost respect. Thank you both for helping Yijing rescue me. I will repay this great kindness in the future. She assumed these two powerful individuals were hired by Yijing using money or connections, so she treated them with great respect. After all, such experts who could deal with so many vicious dogs in an instant were definitely not ordinary people, and certainly not someone an average person could afford to hire. Pu Nan and Qing Huang were slightly embarrassed by the gratitude. No need, no need. We are merely subordinates of our master. Master? Lu Xiongming was shocked. Not only were these two powerful individuals subordinates of Yijing, but they also addressed him as master? Yijing casually replied, "It's just a title. You can think of me as their boss." Lu Xiongming was even more astonished. Yijing was now a boss? She remembered him as just a teenager when she last saw him. You've really grown up now. Yijing smiled faintly. There's more you don't know about me yet. He took Lu Xiongming to the city center and booked a room at a 5-star hotel. Auntie, take a shower and have a good meal first. As soon as Yijing finished speaking, Lu Xiongming hesitated. Yijing, is this really necessary? It's too extravagant. Let's find a cheaper place. She could tell how luxurious and expensive this hotel was. Qing Huang reassured her, don't worry, just stay. Yijing also gave her an encouraging look, and she finally agreed to go in. After entering the hotel, taking a shower, and having a hearty meal, Lu Xiongming finally realized. Yijing was far different from what she had imagined. Yijing, you've really become independent. You don't need me to take care of you anymore. Lu Xiongming carefully observed Yijing. You've grown taller, and you're more handsome. Yijing smiled. Auntie, we can slowly get to know each other again. I want to know, what do you know about my parents? Lu Xiongming replied, your father and I went to Jinling to find your mother, following clues. Then, we were captured. Yijing asked, do you remember what the people who captured you looked like? Lu Xiongming shook her head. No, they never showed themselves. They just commanded their men through a one-way mirror to torture us. From the fragments of their conversation, I gathered there were 5 major figures who coveted some secret about my sister's special physique. Lu Xiongming shared everything she knew. Yijing nodded slightly. This aligned with the clues he had gathered and some of his speculations. All right, get some rest. Yijing knew that Lu Xiongming had lived in constant fear all these years, likely never having a good night's sleep. The dog farm owner, following Lang Guanzhong's orders, had whipped her several times a day, making it difficult for her to sleep soundly. After Lu Xiongming went to sleep, Qing Huang quietly approached. Master, while I helped your aunt bathe earlier, I noticed she was covered in scars, with no intact skin. Even her limbs were partially necrotic, and she couldn't even undress herself. I had to help her. Yijing merely nodded, then crushed the spoon in his hand. He picked up the phone and called Long San. Mr. Yi. Long San answered respectfully. How is Lang Guanzhong now? Long San replied, he's currently soaking in a sewage pit, Mr. Yi. What are your instructions? Yijing said, add some more to his treatment. Understood, Mr. Yi. Long San immediately understood and went outside to the sewage pit, where he found his subordinates. In the pit, Lang Guanzhong, Song Wei, and Song Jinshan were holding onto a bamboo pole, hoping for rescue. Seeing someone approach, they were filled with hope. Brother Long, are you here to let us out? Long San coldly replied, dream on. Bring me a bamboo pole. He took the pole, and Lang Guanzhong had no idea what was coming. Long San thrust the pole forcefully into Lang Guanzhong, forcing him to swallow several mouthfuls of sewage before rising back up. Mr. Yi specifically instructed to give you some extra attention. Lang Guanzhong was instantly dumbfounded. He understood that Yijing must have found his aunt and seen her condition. Yi Jing wrote a prescription and handed it to Qing Huang. Go and gather these herbs for me. He wanted to help his aunt recover and heal her hidden injuries. Qing Huang accepted the task and immediately left. The next morning, Long San knelt at Yi Jing's door early. Mr. Yi, I've made a huge mistake. Yi Jing asked, what happened? Long San slapped himself several times before explaining, last night, Lang Guanzhong and the others were rescued. After I tortured Lang Guanzhong, I left and arranged for 10 men to guard the sewage pit in shifts. But when I checked this morning, Lang Guanzhong and the others were gone, and all 10 of my men had been killed. Pu Nan, standing nearby, also looked grave. Master, I've inspected the wounds. They were inflicted by a highly skilled individual. Chapter 475. Will this lead to a falling out? Since arriving in Jinling, Pu Nan had been unstoppable, defeating everyone in his path. Even the death warriors under Gung Kuei were nothing more than trash in his eyes. But upon seeing these wounds, Pu Nan's expression turned extremely grave. Master, this was done by a skilled expert, likely someone from Lang Guanzhong's family. Judging from the technique, it bears the mark of the national protector, with strength surpassing that of a war king but not quite reaching the level of a war god. From these traces, Pu Nan deduced a great deal. Yi Jing nodded slightly, addressing Long San below. This time, it's not your fault. Your men were no match for this enemy. You may leave. Long San, looking dejected, retreated. He felt he had failed Yi Jing in his duties. Yet Yi Jing's lips curled into a faint smile. I was just worried about losing the trail, and now someone has helped me pick it up. Investigate and find out who rescued Lang Guanzhong. Lang Guanzhong was connected to the case involving Yi Jing's parents. Those powerful figures had yet to obtain the method to acquire special physiques, so they were undoubtedly still keeping a close watch. Yi Jing even suspected that Song Wei's attempt to kidnap Shinsuyi was orchestrated by those high-ranking figures behind the scenes. Now that he had taken Lang Guanzhong into custody, the other side must be afraid he would extract a list of names from him, prompting their move. But this was all part of Yi Jing's plan. If they hadn't acted, Yi Jing would have been left waiting. Their move, however, handed Yi Jing the advantage. The initiative had now shifted to Yi Jing. You finally couldn't sit still anymore, could you? Yi Jing slowly stood up. Then I'll play along with you. Qing Huang and Pu Nan were tasked with finding medicines to treat Yi Jing's aunt while also investigating the mastermind behind Lang Guanzhong's rescue. Meanwhile, Yi Jing spent several relaxing days with his aunt, Lu Qiongming. Auntie, I'll cure all your ailments. Afterwards, I'll arrange a place for you to relax. Lu Qiongming hesitated. Yi Jing, can all these hidden illnesses really be cured? Yi Jing nodded. Trust me, Auntie. My medical skills are enough to heal you. Lu Qiongming nodded hesitantly, her mind filled with doubts. She realized she hadn't seen Yi Jing in years and now barely knew him. Not only had Yi Jing become a boss with subordinates, but he also seemed to have no shortage of money. During the days they spent together, Yi Jing bought her the best of everything without a second thought. She couldn't fathom how Yi Jing had so much money, each purchase making her heart ache. No matter how wealthy, one couldn't spend like this endlessly. Even if Yi Jing ran a company, it could still go bankrupt. What was even more puzzling to Lu Qiongming was that Yi Jing seemed to have truly learned some medical skills. She had witnessed him heal an injured subordinate with just a few medicinal herbs. That subordinate from the Yi Divine Palace had sustained some injuries during recent missions, yet Yi Jing had easily treated him. Yi Jing, just try treating my illnesses. If it doesn't work, that's fine. I've gotten used to it over the years. Lu Qiongming continued, also, let's not stay in this luxury hotel anymore. After a few days, see if you can help me find a job. I'll work hard to repay the money we've spent these days. Yi Jing couldn't help but laugh. His aunt still hadn't adjusted her mindset. Yi Jing needed to show his aunt that he was far from lacking in wealth. After some thought, Yi Jing decided not to reveal the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, as that level might be too difficult for his aunt to accept in the short term. Instead, he would gradually introduce her to lower-tier assets, allowing her to adapt step by step. Auntie, come here. Yi Jing opened a video call, showing Zheng Qingxian and Huang Yuyan on the other end. Yi Ge. Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan were delighted to receive Yi Jing's call. Yigu, who's the person beside you? Zhang Qingxian asked curiously. Lu Qiongming, seeing the two beautiful girls on the video, her eyes lit up. Were these two lovely young ladies Yi Jing's girlfriends? She wondered which one it might be. Yi Jing smiled. She's my aunt. She's been through some tough times recently, and with my current situation, I need someone to take good care of her. I was thinking of sending her to you two to look after her. Zhang Qingxian immediately smiled. Of course, Yigu. Bring Auntie over soon. We'll make sure to take good care of her. Yi Jing nodded, turning to Lu Qiongming. Auntie, these are Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan. They run a company with assets around 900 million yuan. Lu Qiongming was stunned. A company worth 900 million yuan. To Yi Jing, this might be a small-scale company, but to Lu Qiongming, it was an immense enterprise. They run such a large company, and they speak so kindly to you? At this moment, Lu Qiongming couldn't even consider the possibility that Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan were Yi Jing's girlfriends. How could her nephew possibly have such powerful women as girlfriends? She assumed Yi Jing must be working under them, serving as their subordinate. But then, Zhang Qingxian said, Yigu, our company in Suzhou has almost completed its business expansion, and we're just waiting for a ribbon-cutting ceremony. As the biggest contributor behind the scenes, would you like to come and cut the ribbon? Lu Qiongming was once again shocked. She looked at Yi Jing in disbelief. Was Yi Jing the biggest contributor behind this 900 million yuan company? Her mind nearly short-circuited. Her nephew seemed far more capable than she had imagined. But was all this real? Huang Yuyan also smiled. And there's a new project in Jiang province that's about to start. We'll need you there for the opening ceremony. Yi Jing calmly replied, no need. I haven't finished my business in Jinling yet. You can handle things yourselves. These are all trivial matters. Lu Qiongming was terrified. Trivial matters? Opening a company, launching a new project, and having you attend the ribbon cutting. If you don't go, wouldn't the female CEOs be upset? She feared the next moment, Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan would turn hostile. But to her further astonishment, Zhang Qingxian merely pouted slightly, looking a bit weiqi. All right, I understand. Be careful in Jinling, and we'll be there in a few days. Huang Yuyan also smiled. Yi Jing, you should send Auntie over first. Yi Jing nodded, ending the call. Lu Qiongming was left completely dumbfounded. Chapter 476. So obedient? Yi Jing, those two beautiful ladies, are they really female CEOs? Lu Qiongming was filled with astonishment. She wasn't doubting their identities as female CEOs, but rather shocked that the two CEOs seemed so obedient to Yi Jing. It felt as if the two female CEOs were more like his subordinates. This made Lu Qiongming feel a sense of unreality. Yi Jing hadn't been seen for years, and although it seemed he had done a bit better, it wasn't to the extent that he could command such respect from two female CEOs with assets nearing $1 billion. They seemed to be completely submissive to him, as if they would do anything he asked. Yi Jing calmly said, Auntie, do you believe me now? I'm not short of money. This afternoon, I'll buy you a ticket to Suqing and have them take care of you temporarily. If you want to buy anything, just tell the two of them, and don't worry about spending. Lu Qiongming still hadn't fully processed it and nodded subconsciously. Also, about your hidden illnesses, I'll be able to gather the medicinal materials to treat you within 3 days at most. I'll make them into pills and mail them to you. You'll just need to take them. Lu Qiongming still nodded, but inwardly she was doubtful. Could it really be cured? She always thought that the art of healing was highly advanced and required years of study from a young age. But Yi Jing was someone she had watched grow up. When she left, he was already a young man, yet he had never shown any talent in medicine. In the afternoon, Yi Jing had Qinghuang arrange for someone from Yeshindian to escort Auntie Lu Qiongming to Suqing. As soon as they arrived in Suqing, Zheng Qingshuan and Huang Yuyan warmly welcomed her at the airport. Both of them knew that this might be Yi Jing's only remaining family member in the world besides his sister Ye, so as Yi Jing's future wives, they were especially attentive. Auntie! Zheng Qingshuan and Huang Yuyan enthusiastically came to greet her. You two are truly beautiful. Lu Qiongming was amazed when she saw the two of them in person. They were literally the number 1 and 2 beauties of the city, and they were also female CEOs. Auntie, let me take your suitcase for you. Auntie, take it slow. This is our private car. The two escorted Lu Xiongming into a Lincoln car. This is too extravagant, isn't it? Lu Xiongming hesitated. We could just take a bus. Zheng Qingshuan smiled. Auntie, Yijing told us that you've been frugal all your life. But he said from now on, he won't let you suffer anymore. So we have to take good care of you, or else Yijing will come back and hold us accountable. Huang Yuyan also smiled. That's right, Auntie. If Yijing is unhappy with us, what would we do? Lu Xiongming was shocked. The way these two female CEOs spoke, they seemed to be very obedient to Yijing. You two, what's the relationship between Yijing and you? Zheng Qingshuan smiled. Yijing is my fiancé. Huang Yuyan's expression was a bit unnatural for a moment, but she quickly adjusted her mindset and smiled. Auntie, I'm also a very good friend of Yijing's. Lu Xiongming was inwardly shocked. Very good friend. Fiancé. What kind of relationships were these? How did Yijing manage to have such a beautiful fiancé? You're Yijing's fiancé? Lu Xiongming reacted and her eyes lit up. Her sister had passed away early, so it fell on her to arrange Yijing's marriage. Although it wasn't urgent now, it was important to find a suitable future wife for him. She had to help Yijing make a good choice. However, she also knew her place well. She was just an aunt who hadn't seen Yijing for years, and after all she had been through, being locked in a dog cage for so long, her main priority now was to recover and take care of herself. At the moment, she just slightly unraveled the mystery in her heart. Why could Yijing, in such a short time, become a boss and make these female-level women so obedient to him? It turned out, he had gotten involved with them. But Lu Xiongming knew she couldn't disrupt Yijing's hard-earned happiness. In her eyes, Yijing must have gone through a lot to be engaged to such a beautiful and capable female CEO. If her presence disrupted this relationship and caused Zheng Qingshuan to lower her expectations of Yijing's future, then she would be the one at fault. Auntie, let's go back. I've already booked a room for you at a grand hotel. Zheng Qingshuan sweetly smiled. Lu Xiongming shook her head repeatedly. No. Just book me the cheapest hotel. I'll stay there for a while, and then find a job to support myself. She didn't want to, because of her, cause Zheng Qingshuan to lower her expectations of Yijing, thereby affecting this hard-earned relationship. She felt that in this relationship, Yijing was the one who had risen in status. Zheng Qingshuan and Huang Yuyan were both dumbfounded. But Huang Yuyan was a bit more clever and quickly figured out the situation with a glance. She stepped forward and took Lu Xiongming's luggage. How about this, Auntie? I'll book you a room at a chain hotel, which is very cheap. You can stay there for now, and Zheng Qingshuan and I will visit you from time to time. Also, you said you want to work, right? We've just opened a new company here in Suqing and need a lot of staff and positions. Why don't you come and work with us? Lu Xiongming was unsure. Me? Can I do it? Huang Yuyan reassured her. Of course, Auntie. I heard from Yijing that you used to work in management, so you'll be fine. Just give it a month to get used to it. Lu Xiongming finally regained some confidence. Then, would that be too much trouble for you? Don't worry, it's no trouble at all. After seeing Lu Xiongming off, Zheng Qingshuan and Huang Yuyan called Yijing to report the situation. Yijing chuckled. She's still so frugal, huh? There was nothing he could do about it. Annie had always been frugal, and after coming out, her mindset wasn't something that could be changed overnight. It would have to happen gradually. Yijing could only ask the two women to take as good care of Auntie as possible. Just as he hung up the phone, an unfamiliar number called in. This number, although it was just digits, Yijing felt he had seen it somewhere before. Right. Isn't this Shin Sui's phone number? When he first came to Jinling, Yijing had memorized this number specifically to return the betrothal letter, so he had some impression of it. After thinking for a moment, Yijing decided to answer. Although he had no interest in the Shin family, including Shin Sui possessed a complementary special physique, which might attract some hidden figures or uncover certain clues. As soon as the call connected, Shin Sui said, Yijing, can you come over? There's a banquet at Wamanlu. Our Shin family wants to talk to you about the last kidnapping incident. Chapter 477. Seeking a Big Shot. Yijing slightly frowned. What exactly are we discussing? Last time, Shinsui was kidnapped by Lang Guanzhong, the eldest son, and it was Yijing who saved her. Could it be that the Shun family is here to thank him? Shinsui, you'll know when you come. Yijing eventually agreed. All right. Shortly after, Yijing arrived at the flower-full mansion banquet. Upon ascending the stairs, he was met with the entire Shin family. But looking at their expressions, something seemed off. Only Shinsui's attitude towards Yijing seemed to have taken a 180-degree turn from before. Yijing, tell us. Shun's mother interrogated directly. Was it because of you that my daughter was kidnapped? Shin Shaogong immediately chimed in. Mom, why bring that up now? Didn't my sister say it herself? The person who kidnapped her didn't ask anything else first, just about Yijing. It clearly shows they were targeting Yijing. My sister was just collateral damage. Yijing didn't hesitate and nodded in acknowledgement. Those people, to be precise, were ultimately after Yijing. Shinsui was, in fact, caught in the crossfire because of him. If you want compensation, I can give some to Shinsui. After all, it was due to his actions, so he planned to offer some compensation to Shinsui. But this compensation was only for Shinsui. If the Shin family couldn't gauge their own worth and demanded too much, Yijing wouldn't bother dealing with them. Your compensation? What's your compensation worth? Shin's father sneered. You're just a scammer, a trash. You can't even manage your own life. First, you come to our Shin family to swindle, then you go to the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to do the same. Now, you're trying every trick in the book to curry favor with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. How much money do you even have? Shin's mother added. The key issue is, what kind of trouble have you stirred up? Why would someone like Lang Guanzhong, a scion of a prestigious family, come after you? Yijing calmly replied, that's not something you need to know. We don't need to know? Shin's father immediately became furious. Now it's affecting my daughter, and we don't need to know? Let me tell you, we've gone through great lengths today to invite a big shot to mediate this matter. When he arrives, you'd better cooperate well. Shinsui, who had been silent until now, also spoke up. Yijing, our Shin family has a slight connection with this big shot, but it's only for this one time. He's already done his part. So later, if you have any grievances with Lang Guanzhong, you must speak up. Only then can the big shot help you. Yijing was puzzled. How was it that Shinsui, who was completely different from before, had changed so much? In the past, Shinsui would have been on the same page as her family, doing her best to belittle Yijing. But now, not only had her attitude changed, but her tone had also softened. Yijing couldn't figure out what had happened. You're helping me? Even Yijing was surprised. The Shin family had always been at odds with him. This time, they were actually going to use their scarce connections to help Yijing resolve this issue? Shinsui nodded firmly. This is something I had to beg my father for. So you must cherish this opportunity. Yijing could tell that this time, it was mainly the transformed Shinsui who was exerting herself. Shen's father, standing beside them, also said with a stern face, I'm doing this for my daughter. Don't let your own issues drag her down. When the big shot arrives, don't hide anything. Speak up about everything. Just as he finished speaking, two voices rang out from outside. Brother Shin. The Shin family hurriedly stood up and went out to greet them. Kong Honghai, accompanied by Kong Ling, walked in with a smile. Brother Shin, it's been years. Shun's father immediately assumed a humble posture, respectfully bowing and shaking hands, saying, Brother Kong, your daughter is truly becoming more and more exquisite and charming. Kong Ling, with her chin held high like a swan, stepped in wearing high heels, barely glancing at the people in the room. Kong Honghai said lightly, It's been so many years. What's the matter? Are you having conflicts with someone from a prestigious family? Shun's father quickly explained, It's mainly about my daughter. The young master of the prestigious Lang family, Lang Guanzhong, suddenly had some issues with our daughter. But at the root of it all, it's this Yijing. So we'd like to ask you to see if you can mediate in the middle. Kong Honghai said lightly, I do have some connections with Lang Guanzhong and can speak on his behalf. Before he could finish, Kong Ling arrogantly interjected, Dad, why be so subtle? You're about to become Lang Guanzhong's father-in-law. Just saying you can talk to your future son-in-law doesn't do it justice. This statement was like a bombshell, reverberating in everyone's minds in the room. Everyone felt as if their heads had exploded. Shin's father and mother exchanged glances, becoming even more respectful towards Kong Honghai and his daughter. This is such great news. The Lang family is a prestigious one, and our niece is like a fairy from heaven. Truly a match made in heaven. Kong Ling, hearing these compliments, gave a faint hem, as if exhaling through her nose. Kong Honghai modestly smiled. It's just an engagement. Shin's father quickly added, From now on, you'll be family with the Lang family. Helping our family speak up should be no problem, right? Kong Honghai nodded slightly. I can speak up for your family, but only this once. Shin's father nodded repeatedly. Of course, of course. Just being able to help us this time is enough. Kong Honghai then became serious. Now, tell me, what exactly is the matter? Shin's father also looked at Yijing. Speak up. Yijing shook his head slightly. This matter, you can't resolve. This issue wasn't about Lang Guanzhong targeting Yijing. It was the other way around. Yijing was after Lang Guanzhong. In fact, Lang Guanzhong had even been thrown into a septic tank. How could Kong Honghai resolve this? Yijing looked at Kong Ling with a smirk. I advise you not to get engaged to Lang Guanzhong. Kong Ling emanated a cold aura. What do you mean by that? When did my engagement with the prestigious Lang family become your business, you insignificant character? Upon hearing Yijing's words, not only Kong Ling, but even Kong Honghai's expression changed. Shin's father and mother were so shocked that they dropped their chopsticks. They had told Yijing to explain himself properly, yet he was making random comments here. Yijing said calmly, Lang Guanzhong is probably stinking right now. I'm saying this for your own good. What nonsense are you talking? Kong Ling coldly scrutinized Yijing. If it weren't for Uncle Shin begging us to come, I would never sit at the same table as someone like you. Chapter 478. Thanks to Yijing. In the future, I will marry Lang Xiao, a scion of a prominent family, and our social standings will be even more distinct. There will never be another chance for us to meet. What are you trying to pull on me? I'm just asking you. Do you even deserve it? Yijing chuckled. Since this woman was impervious to reason and unwilling to listen to him, he decided not to persuade her further. After this interruption, Kong Honghai's expression also darkened. The atmosphere in the private room dropped to an icy chill. Even Shun Fu trembled and dared not speak again. He knew that whatever he said now would not repair the damage. Shin brother. Kong Honghai had clearly run out of patience and stood up directly. I will still help you this time, out of consideration for our past relationship. But that's it. Take care of yourself. Kong Honghai and his daughter stood up and left. Shin Fu and his wife hurriedly stood up, respectfully apologizing repeatedly as they saw the guests out. When they returned, their faces were ashen. Yijing, look at what you've done. We were kind enough to help you, inviting this important person to solve your problems. And yet, you had the audacity to say Lang Xiao stinks? I think you're the one who stinks. Lang Xiao is a scion of a prominent family. Is it your place to criticize him? In the future, Kong Ling will be Lang Xiao's woman, and her words will carry more weight than ours. If she takes a dislike to the Shin family, a single word from her could cause us trouble. You're bringing disaster to our family. Yijing said indifferently, Don't worry, I won't bring you trouble. Her engagement to Lang Guanzhong will never succeed. After all, Yijing would eventually resolve Lang Guanzhong's issues. Whether this man would even survive in the future was uncertain, so the engagement naturally wouldn't succeed. Smooth talker. Your words are as hard as stone. Shin Fu, furious, said, Daughter, you begged me to waste Kong Honghai's favor for this man. Do you think it was worth it? This man is a complete fraud. Listen to what he's saying. It's all nonsense. Shin Fu stood up and left. Shin Mu glared viciously at Yijing before leaving as well. Shin Xiaogong's expression was grim. Yijing, I remember the incident when my sister was kidnapped. If it happens again, I absolutely won't let you off. Although he spoke harshly, he didn't dare to act against Yijing. After all, he had witnessed Yijing's exceptional skills firsthand. Yijing, Shinsui said softly after everyone had left, I know you must have your reasons. But if you need my help, I can assist you. Just like last time, when you saved me. Shinsui took a deep breath. I understand that Lang Guanzhong kidnapped me because of you, but after that, he didn't intend to let me go and even brought out those tools. If it weren't for you, I would have been defiled by him. In any case, I owe you my thanks for that. Yijing merely nodded and left. He wasn't sure why Shinsui's attitude had changed, but these were trivial matters, inconsequential. The next day, Kang Honghai indeed contacted Yijing, but his tone was extremely cold. Yijing, come to this address. I'll help you resolve this matter today. Yijing checked the address, which was in a villa district. Lang Guanzhong was rescued and is likely hiding here. Yijing smiled. Kang Honghai's intentions were good. He was just about to look for this lead, and Kang Honghai had already found it for him. Yijing arranged for Qing Huang and Pu Nan to take action, then headed to meet Kang Honghai. Outside the villa, Kang Honghai and his daughter were already waiting. Yijing, the people you'll meet next are Lang Guanzhong and his father, Lang Hanlin. Whatever they say, just listen and try to resolve this conflict amicably. This is me helping the Shin family, using up a favor. After this, I have no further ties with the Shin family or you, Yijing. Do you understand? Kang Lingling, standing beside him, raised her haughty neck like a swan, not even glancing at Yijing. Yijing said indifferently, all right. The three of them headed into the villa. Yijing could clearly see that the villa was heavily guarded. There were sentries every 5 steps and guards every 10, and hidden in the shadows were countless experts. It seems Lang Guanzhong has learned his lesson after being abducted by me. I wonder if his grandfather, the national protector, has returned. Even if his grandfather had returned, Yijing was not the least bit intimidated. As they entered the villa, they saw Lang Guanzhong sitting in a wheelchair, alongside a middle-aged man exuding an aura of authority. Dad! Lang Guanzhong, upon seeing Yijing, became emotional and gestured to his father, Lang Hanlin, with his eyes. I understand, Lang Hanlin nodded slightly, his gaze dangerous as he scrutinized Yijing. In-laws. Kang Honghai, upon seeing Lang Hanlin, seemed to change his demeanor entirely. The coldness and haughtiness from earlier vanished, replaced by a fawning attitude. In-laws, this time I've come to intercede for this young man. I heard he had some conflict with my future son-in-law. Kang Lingling, too, had shed her earlier air of nobility and haughtiness. Now, she was constantly flirting with Lang Guanzhong in his wheelchair. Lang Guanzhong said bitterly, conflict? You could say that. Do you see my broken limbs? All of this is thanks to Yijing. He only mentioned the broken limbs, omitting the part about being thrown into the sewage pit. After all, that was too humiliating, and he still had some pride. He couldn't bring himself to say those words. What? Kang Honghai and Kang Lingling were stunned. Lang Guanzhong's broken limbs were actually caused by Yijing? Kang Honghai now deeply regretted taking on this favor. He had thought it was just a minor conflict, but it turned out to be such a deep-seated grudge. Would this affect his daughter's marriage to the prestigious Lang family? Their family had barely managed to connect with the Langs, and only because Lang Guanzhong showed interest in Kang Lingling did the engagement seem possible. If this incident jeopardized Kang Lingling's marriage, it would be disastrous. Kang Honghai said, I think the solution is for Yijing to kneel and apologize, then have his limbs broken, and not allow him to be treated for 3 months. That would be fair to my future son-in-law. Yijing sneered, Kang Honghai, is this how you plan to help me? Chapter 479. This is not enough. Kang Honghai said coldly, you were always just a small fry. You should do whatever young Master Lang tells you to do. This time, you've angered young Master Lang and even crippled his limbs. Just having you lose all 4 limbs and not treating them for 3 months is already leniency. Shouldn't you be thanking your lucky stars? Not enough. Suddenly, Lang Guanzhong on the wheelchair said, "Uncle Kong, you're too soft-hearted, aren't you? Just having him lose all 4 limbs? I want him dead." Kong Honghai immediately agreed. Exactly. Only by killing him can we appease the anger in young master's heart. He was so eager to fawn over the Lang family that whatever Lang Guanzhong said, he echoed. Yi Jing, did you hear that? I was actually planning to find an opportunity to capture you, but you came to me today. Lang Guanzhong sneered. Did you really think that finding an intermediary would resolve the conflict between us? Did you think it could be smoothed over? How naive. Do you really think severing your limbs would settle our grudge? Kong Honghai and Kong Lingling, listening from the side, felt incredulous. Was there something they didn't know about? What on earth had Yi Jing done to make Lang Guanzhong, the young master, hold such a grudge? Yi Jing said calmly, Indeed. You were thrown into a septic tank for several days, eating and drinking in there. This grudge isn't something that can be easily resolved. As soon as Yi Jing said this, Kong Honghai and Kong Lingling were dumbfounded. Kong Ling immediately recalled what Yi Jing had said during a banquet earlier. Lang Guanzhong stinks. So, it was referring to this? A living person thrown into a septic tank for days. Wouldn't that make them smell like pickled vegetables from the inside out? At the mention of the septic tank, Lang Guanzhong became frantic, almost jumping out of his wheelchair to attack. Dad, you have to avenge me. Next to him, Lang Hanlin narrowed his eyes, sizing up Yi Jing with a murderous gaze. Yi Jing, the only thing I'm curious about is why you dared to come here alone today. Given the methods I displayed during the rescue, shouldn't you have been intimidated? Yet, you still dared to come here alone? Yi Jing said calmly, Your little tricks aren't worth my attention. And do you really think I came here alone tonight? As soon as Yi Jing finished speaking, shadows began to appear on the walls outside the manor. Lang Hanlin's expression changed slightly. When did these people infiltrate? He couldn't be more certain that his Lang family's manor was heavily guarded. Every 5 steps, there was a guard. Every 10 steps, a sentry. Countless experts were deployed around the entire manor. To infiltrate so stealthily, one would have to eliminate all those experts in an instant without making a sound. Swish, swish, swish. Countless figures surged into the Lang family manor, erupting with a deafening battle cry. The people of Yi Shundian and the Lang family clashed. As expected of a prestigious family, they managed to hold their ground against the elite assassins of Yi Shundian. Kong Honghai and Kong Lingling were completely terrified by this sight. What kind of person was Yi Jing? Wasn't he just a small figure even the Shen family had to plead for? How could he command so many experts? Lang Hanlin was also shocked. The situation on the field was clearly tipping in one direction. His defeat. Many of the experts he had arranged were trained by his father, the national protector. Yet, they couldn't withstand the forces brought by Yi Jing. Where did he find so many experts? However, Lang Hanlin knew he couldn't delay any longer. If he let Yi Jing's forces break through, he would have no chance at all. To capture the thief, one must first take the king. As long as he could capture Yi Jing, what good would his subordinates be? Yi Jing, you can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. Coming here alone is just asking for death. Suddenly, Lang Hanlin's aura changed, unleashing an unparalleled presence that suppressed everyone present. Kong Honghai exclaimed in shock, War King? No, War God. Lang Hanlin laughed heartily, although I'm not quite at the level of a war god, I'm close. Yi Jing, die. His body shot toward Yi Jing like a cannonball, and the air around him was compressed and exploded, producing a series of explosive sounds. The entire manor, which had been fiercely fighting just moments ago, now came to an eerie halt. What a powerful aura. Just this aura alone is at the level of a war god, isn't it? All eyes turned to the center, where the people in the manor showed fervent expressions. Following a prestigious family, wasn't it for the hope of one day becoming as strong as a national protector? And today, Lang Hanlin demonstrated that this path indeed led to strength comparable to a war god. Amazing! Our master is truly powerful. Everyone showed admiration and reverence. However, the top assassins of Yi Shindian showed nothing but disdain. Especially Qing Huang and Pu Nan, who knew Yi Jing's strength best, sneered mockingly. With such strength, did he really think he could challenge our master? Even the leader of the dragon group, Xue Changlin, above the 8 war gods, wasn't a match for our master. This man, who hadn't even reached the level of a war god, dared to challenge our master. He was simply courting death. Facing Lang Hanlin, who shot toward him like a cannonball, Yi Jing extended a single finger calmly. With a light tap in midair, it was as if he had detonated the air, causing a thunderous explosion. The incoming Lang Hanlin, as if he had slammed headfirst into that finger, was repelled even faster than he came, flung away by a powerful counterforce. The tremendous counterforce shattered Lang Hanlin's bones and internal organs in midair, and he spewed a mouthful of blood. He was barely hanging on to life. The entire scene fell into silence. Is that all? Yi Jing disdainfully said. Is that supposed to be comparable to the strength of a war god? Couldn't even withstand a single move from me. Yi Jing walked calmly toward Lang Hanlin. Do you have any other cards to play? If not, I'll start with your son. In truth, he was giving Lang Hanlin a chance to reveal more clues. Unfortunately, Lang Hanlin had returned alone to save his son, and he knew even less about the 5 major figures than his son did. After all, it was those 5 figures who had directly contacted Lang Guanzhong. Chapter 480. Don't touch my Yaozi. No, don't touch my Yaozi. Lang Hanlin immediately panicked. Yaozi is the most promising martial artist in our entire Lang family, the descendants of a noble lineage. He was personally chosen by my father, the national protector, to inherit his cultivation method. His body is the most valuable treasure, the most precious treasure of our Lang family. If you harm him, you'll be going against the entire Lang family and against the national protector himself. Lang Hanlin blurted out a series of threats, but Yi Jing was disappointed. Oh, so you have no more cards to play? Just resorting to threats now? He had thought that the Lang family, descendants of a noble lineage, would have more tricks up their sleeves. But this was all they had? Spit it out, what do you know? If you provide some clues, I might go easier on Yaozi. Yi Jing gave Lang Hanlin one last chance. Unfortunately, Lang Hanlin didn't know anything at all, only aware of the existence of such an incident. All the details were handled by Lang Guanzhong back then. Perhaps those 5 big shots had always looked down on Lang Hanlin and only wished to connect with Lang Guanzhong, the next inheritor of the Lang family's cultivation. In their eyes, Lang Guanzhong was the designated next war god, while Lang Hanlin was, at best, just the protector of this future war god. I know nothing. Yi Jing finally shook his head. Seeing this, the servant beside him stepped forward and knocked Lang Hanlin unconscious with a single chop. Now it's your turn. Yi Jing approached Lang Guanzhong. Lang Guanzhong was already terrified out of his wits. His biggest reliance this time was his father, Lang Hanlin, whom he believed to be the most powerful person in the Lang family, second only to his grandfather, the national protector. Yet, against Yi Jing, his father couldn't even withstand a single move. How could this guy be so strong? Lang Guanzhong, hailed as the most talented martial artist in the Lang family, felt that his current strength was far inferior to Yi Jing's and even to his father's. At this moment, Lang Guanzhong felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Was his potential really the best? How come Yi Jing, who was about the same age, was so much stronger? Kong Honghai and Kong Ling, standing nearby, were completely dumbfounded. Just what kind of background does this Yi Jing have? Their heads were about to explode. If they had known you possessed such overwhelming strength, far surpassing even the head of the Lang family, they would never have agreed to be mediators for you. Kong Honghai's heart was filled with resentment towards the Shun family. You Shun family are just causing trouble for me. Such a powerful person, and you ask us to be mediators? Do you have no idea how formidable Yi Jing is? You brainless fools. Don't come closer. Lang Guanzhong was terrified. Those outside the manor were equally shocked. Their head of the family, who possessed such formidable strength, couldn't even withstand a single move from this young man. In the next moment, the numerous elite assassins of the Yi God Hall unleashed an unparalleled surge of force, breaking through the entire Lang family's defenses in just half a minute. When the sounds of battle subsided, the Yi God Hall had already fully secured the manor. Outside the manor, Long San of the Red Dragon led 1,000 men to surround the estate, making it off-limits to anyone. The deafening cries of battle shook the entire Jinling city. Everyone knew that the Lang family, descendants of a noble lineage in Jinling, had encountered trouble tonight. All eyes were on the Lang family's manor, eagerly waiting to see who dared to cause trouble there. No one knew what changes would occur within the Lang family after tonight. Many families sent people to quietly gather information, but all were blocked by the Red Dragon's men. Inside the manor, Yi Jing stepped on Lang Guanzhong's chest, looking down at him. Now, are you ready to talk? This time, Yi Jing was quite disappointed with the Lang family. He had thought that the people sent by those 5 so-called big shots would rescue Lang Guanzhong, allowing him to follow this lead and uncover more clues. Unexpectedly, this was just the Lang family's own doing. The trail once again stopped with Lang Guanzhong. I won't say anything. Although Lang Guanzhong was terrified, his clever mind still understood that once he spoke, his life would be forfeit. As long as he kept his mouth shut, even if he was thrown into a septic tank, at least he would survive. Yi Jing. Lang Guanzhong steeled himself and looked directly at Yi Jing. I am the most valuable, most precious martial arts talent in the entire Lang family. Do you know what that means? My father has already informed my grandfather about the situation here. And now, my grandfather contacts us every 4 hours. If he can't reach us, he will immediately return from the northern border by plane. Do you know what your fate will be then? As he spoke, his tone was brimming with confidence. The title of National Protector filled him with unprecedented boldness. At the same time, the numerous defeated Lang family members, upon hearing this, also erupted with excitement and hope. Yes, their Lang family still had the ultimate trump card, the National Protector. No matter how high this Yi Jing was flying now, he would eventually be crushed beneath the feet of the National Protector. After speaking, Lang Guanzhong was smug, thinking Yi Jing was afraid. But instead, Yi Jing showed a hint of anticipation. Oh, the National Protector? Is he coming? The things you did back then, your father's level was too low, just a protector's role, so he couldn't know much. But your grandfather should know some details, right? Those so-called big shots used you. Wouldn't they at least inform your grandfather, who values you so highly? Yi Jing smiled. Wasn't this the latest clue? Lang Guanzhong was dumbfounded. You're treating the National Protector as a clue? That's a war god. The strongest individual in the entire country. Aren't you afraid of being easily crushed to death? Yi Jing, you're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. Crack. Yi Jing stomped down, crushing Lang Guanzhong's wrists and ankles. Last time, he had only broken the bones, and with the Lang family's special medicine, Lang Guanzhong's limbs were gradually recovering. But this time, Yi Jing crushed not only the bones but also the tendons and muscles. The bones were reduced to powder. This meant Lang Guanzhong's limbs were completely crippled. He would never have a chance to recover. Ah! Lang Guanzhong let out a heart-wrenching scream. This was not just physical pain, but also utter despair. This meant he would never have the opportunity to inherit his grandfather's cultivation system. He would never become a war god. Chapter 481. You deserve to die. Yi Jing's kick directly ended his future. Yi Jing, you deserve to die. Lang Guanzhong gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, staring at Yi Jing as if he were a ghost from hell. Yi Jing's gaze, however, was extremely calm. You should have thought about today's outcome when you, under the orders of those 5 people, whipped and tortured my parents back then. Yi Jing, I really can't say. Lang Guanzhong tightly shut his mouth, trying to prevent himself from revealing the names of those few people due to the unbearable pain. I'll tell you, those 5 people, their status is even higher than my grandfather's. If I say anything, Not just me, even my grandfather, the entire Lang family, will all be implicated. We'll die a horrible death. Yi Jing raised an eyebrow. Oh? Higher status than your grandfather? He was curious about what kind of people would covet a special physique. No matter who they were, he was ready to face them head-on. Qing Huang. Yi Jing turned back to look at Qing Huang. Throw this kid back into the cesspool and wait for his grandfather to come save him. Qing Huang nodded and glanced at Kong Honghai and Kong Ling beside him. What about those two? The two of them were completely terrified at the moment, standing there like two stones, not daring to make the slightest sound. They were afraid that Yi Jing would notice them. In the end, they couldn't escape. Now, the father and daughter were sweating profusely, almost unable to stand. They had inadvertently gotten involved in something, a matter involving a national protector-level figure, something they shouldn't have heard about. At this moment, they wished they could dig out their own ears. Those two are just small fries, irrelevant. You can handle them as you see fit, Yi Jing said calmly and then left. Qing Huang walked up to the two, and without a word, opened his mouth. After beating them to the point of heart-wrenching pain, Qing Huang slowly said, I'll have someone follow you 24/7. If you dare to reveal even a tiny bit of what you saw today, your heads will be off immediately. The two nodded frantically. They had no doubt about Qing Huang's words, as they had just witnessed him make several heads roll. Soon, the alert at the Lang family, a prominent clan, was lifted. Not long after, the news of the Lang family being invaded and nearly wiped out spread rapidly across Jinling City. The Lang family, a prestigious clan, was actually attacked. The current head of the Lang family, Lang Hanlin, couldn't even withstand the opponent. It's said that he fainted on the first encounter. And Lang Guanzhong, the future war god of the Lang family, has gone missing again, reportedly thrown into a cesspool. The entire Lang family is in ruins. Everyone was talking about today's incident. It was destined to be a night of turmoil in Jinling City, with a storm brewing. It was a night that promised to be anything but calm. The entire city of Jinling was in an uproar. After this incident, the Lang family still has that national protector stationed in the north. He will definitely return. I estimate he'll be back from the north within a day. At that time, there will surely be a wave of revenge. Our entire Jinling city is going to see some major events unfold. Many small families were trembling with fear. Even the large, influential families were uneasy. No one knew if the national protector, upon seeing the Lang family in such a state, would seek revenge and inadvertently implicate them. Would he blame them for not coming to the rescue and take his anger out on them? In the eyes of the public, the person who attacked the Lang family tonight was undoubtedly powerful. But compared to the real national protector, what was he? When the national protector truly unleashed his wrath, the entire city of Jinling might be drenched in blood. They could only hope that their families would somehow survive this ordeal. Why are you back again? In the cesspool, Song Wei and Song Jinshan were shocked to see Lang Guanzhong. Weren't you rescued? How? When they had seen Lang Guanzhong being rescued, they had envied him to no end. But now, seeing him back again, they were dumbfounded. What's going on? The person who rescued Lang Guanzhong didn't seem very powerful, right? Shouldn't they be much stronger than Yi Jing? How did he end up back here? Lang Guanzhong was speechless. However, thinking that in less than a day, his grandfather, the national protector, would return, his confidence soared. I'm just back temporarily. I'll be out soon. The person who saved me is temporarily unavailable, allowing Yi Jing to take advantage of the situation. Song Wei and Song Jinshan nodded upon hearing this. In their eyes, the expert who rescued Lang Guanzhong last time was the most powerful person they had ever seen. How could they not be stronger than Yi Jing? So, it must be as Lang Guanzhong said. Yi Jing took advantage of the expert's absence and captured him again. Once the expert realized what happened, they would surely come back to rescue him. Young Master Lang, could you please save us too when the time comes? Song Wei said obsequiously. At that time, we will definitely offer you a great reward. Song Jinshan quickly added, Yes, yes. Young Master Lang, if you save us too, All the assets of the Song family will be yours. Now that their lives were in danger, those assets were useless. It was better to use them to save their lives. Well, all right then. Lang Guanzhong didn't really care about the Song family's assets, but he found it satisfying to show off in front of these two and make them feel that he would soon be free. Master, Lang Guanzhong has been thrown back into the cesspool. Qing Huang came to report and then took out a medicine pouch. These are the herbs I found in the past few days according to your prescription. However, there's one herb, Ganlon grass, that I couldn't find. Yijing nodded slightly. Ganlon grass is quite precious and usually doesn't circulate in the market. It only appears in high-end barter events. Look into it for me and see if there are any such events coming up. Understood. Yijing thought for a moment. Qing Huang was skilled in investigating leads and combat, but when it came to local medicinal information, it was better to ask someone from the area directly. After some thought, Yijing picked up his phone. He called Tang Puyuan, the Elder Tang. Elder Tang, I have something I need to ask you. Tang Puyuan quickly replied, Mr. Yi, please tell me. His attitude towards Yijing was even more respectful, because last time, he had witnessed Yijing's actions, wiping out all those Suicide Squad warriors. Chapter 482, High-End Event. In Yijing's mind, his identity was no longer just that of a divine doctor capable of healing and saving lives, but also that of a powerful figure with formidable deterrence. Yijing, I need you to help me find out where there is a transaction involving Ganlon grass recently. Tang Puyuan didn't hesitate and immediately replied, Mr. Yi, you've asked the right person. There's a high-end medicinal trade event this afternoon at the Jincheng Clubhouse. Would you like to attend? If so, I can get you an entrance ticket right away. Yijing, all right, arrange it for me. By the afternoon, Yijing arrived at the clubhouse for the transaction. This way, Mr. Yi. Tang Puyuan led Yijing into the hall. Here's your entrance ticket. The trade event will be held in the hall on the 3rd floor later. Yijing nodded slightly. Mr. Tang. At that moment, someone approached with a smile to greet him, but upon seeing Yijing, their expression changed. Mr. Tang, how come you're associating with someone like him? Lu Ziji looked at Yijing with disdain. In the eyes of outsiders, Yijing was merely a scapegoat discarded by the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce after being used. In essence, he was just a fraud who had been exploited for his identity. Such people were beneath the contempt of the upper echelons of society who would never deign to associate with them, let alone show any respect. Once exposed, such individuals were doomed to be cast aside. Lu Ziji was surprised that Mr. Tang was still willing to associate with him. Mr. Tang, you're lowering your status by doing so. What are we? Why would we associate with someone from the lowest strata of society? Tang Puyuan shook his head. Old Lu, that's a prejudice. Mr. Yi isn't just a scapegoat. He's a highly skilled physician and a martial arts expert. Lu Ziji clearly didn't believe it, scoffing. Him? A highly skilled physician? A divine doctor? I bet that's just one of his fraudulent identities. Mr. Tang, let me tell you, people like him, who can even catch the eye of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, aren't ordinary frauds. They're multi-talented, capable of deceiving in various ways. That so-called divine doctor identity is probably just another fabrication. Tang Puyuan shook his head again. Old Lu, how can you not trust me? Do you remember my illness before? Constant heart pain and thrombosis. It was Mr. Yi who cured me. Lu Ziji was slightly shocked. He cured your old illness? However, he quickly shook his head again. Mr. Tang, one coincidence can just be luck. I've seen such cases before, but ultimately, it turned out that the person was already on the mend and just happened to run into a fraud. Tang Puyuan's patience was wearing thin. Do you know Mr. Qian? He was also cured by Mr. Yi. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziji's expression finally changed. If curing one person could be explained by luck, then curing two people indicated real skill. Being lucky enough to stumble upon a solution once was already extraordinary, but twice was enough to prove the matter. By the way, old Lu, Tang Puyuan suddenly said, I remember you have a problem with your lumbar spine, don't you? Why don't you let Mr. Yi take a look? Lu Ziji looked at Yijing, feeling somewhat awkward. Asking Yi Jing for treatment after saying so many harsh words would likely leave a bad impression. Yet, his lumbar pain was unbearable, and it had been getting worse recently, almost driving him to despair. Mr. Yi. Lu Ziji forced a smile, wanting to ask but unable to bring himself to do so, fearing rejection. Tang Puyuan interjected, Mr. Yi, Lu Ziji used to defend the frontier, but due to his low rank, he suffered from many ailments. His lumbar problem was left behind from his time on the battlefield. Could you help him? With this stepping stone, Lu Ziji quickly added, Mr. Yi, if you can cure me, I'll use my connections to help improve your reputation in Jinling City. My family runs a media company, and we have influence over about half of the city's public opinion. Yi Jing said calmly, all right, let me take a look. He agreed to treat Lu Ziji out of respect for his service to the country. After examining the lumbar spine, Yi Jing had a clear understanding. Your lumbar spine is mainly injured from a twist. Secondly, there is compression. The compression has caused prolonged neural pain, and the blood circulation below your waist is poor, resulting in a purplish color. Am I correct? Lu Ziji was astonished. He hadn't expected that Yi Jing could accurately describe the condition just by looking at it through his clothes. It was even more precise and professional than hospital CT machines. Mr. Yi, please cure me. This time, Lu Ziji had no doubts left. The Mr. Yi before him was indeed a genuine divine doctor. Yi Jing said calmly, I'll use acupuncture to address the compression issue, and for the twist, I'll simply correct it. He had Lu Ziji sit straight in a chair, then gently twisted his waist. With a crisp cracking sound, it seemed like a bone had snapped, but Lu Ziji was overjoyed. I feel so comfortable. The pain in my waist has suddenly eased. Yi Jing said calmly, I've corrected the position of your bones, so the compression is gone. However, the previously compressed blood vessels and nerves won't recover immediately. He took out silver needles and swiftly inserted several into Lu Ziji's waist. Soon, Lu Ziji's face showed signs of relief. So comfortable, too comfortable. The lingering pain has all disappeared. When he lifted his shirt to look, the previously chronic purplish area was gradually fading, becoming more normal over time. It's cured, really cured. This waist injury has plagued me for over a decade. I've been to many hospitals, and they all said my lumbar spine was completely stiff, and they didn't dare to correct it. They said that if they tried to correct it, it could affect my spine, possibly leading to full-body paralysis. Now it seems that in the hands of a divine doctor, it's just a simple matter. Tang Puyuan said calmly, the hospitals were right. It's just that the difficult cases they can't handle are minor issues for Mr. Yi. Chapter 483, just a small issue. Yi Jing also calmly said, your lumbar and coccyx issues indeed involve many nerves. If you're not careful, it could lead to a domino effect, causing damage to your entire spine. At that point, it wouldn't just be paralysis. You might even fall into a coma. However, this isn't a problem for me. My correction technique can easily avoid those critical nerves. It was then that Lu Ziji realized that it wasn't the doctors who were wrong. It was this extraordinary physician in front of him who was simply too skilled. Mr. Yi, your great kindness and virtue are unforgettable. Lu Ziji bowed deeply. I misjudged you before. Lu Ziji sincerely said, I will mobilize our Lu family's media resources to restore your reputation as soon as I return home today. Yi Jing shook his head. That won't be necessary. This so-called reputation as a scapegoat was, in fact, a smokescreen he deliberately created to confuse his hidden enemies. By turning the tables and operating from the shadows, it was easier to maneuver. Seeing Yi Jing's attitude, Lu Ziji was even more convinced that Yi Jing was a man of noble character who cared little for such superficial fame. Then, Mr. Yi, how can I repay you? I feel uneasy not being able to repay the favor you've done for me. Yi Jing smiled faintly. During the upcoming high-end medicinal trade event, I need a Ganlan herb. All you need to do is find out who has it and help me acquire it. Lu Ziji pounded his chest confidently. Mr. Yi, that's too simple. It's just a Ganlan herb. While it is valuable, compared to the decades of suffering I've endured, I feel like I'm getting the better deal here. I'll make sure to buy it for you and present it to you personally. On the third floor, at the event venue. Uncle Kong, this is the place. Shin Sui and Shan Xiaogong led Kong Honghai and Kong Ling to the third floor. The high-end medicinal herbs you're looking for can only be found here. Kong Honghai nodded slightly, his demeanor aloof. Kong Ling asked, Dad, can the high-end herbs here really heal Lang Xiao's severed limbs? Kong Honghai sighed. I'm not entirely sure. I heard about a folk remedy, but I don't know if it will work. We'll just have to try. If it works, the Lang family will surely look upon us more favorably, and your engagement will be more secure. Kong Ling hesitated. Was she really going to marry someone who had been thrown into a septic tank? Every time she thought about it, it would probably cross her mind during intimate moments. However, considering the Lang family's prestigious background and endless wealth and honor, Kong Ling gritted her teeth and endured. As long as she could gain access to the Lang family's resources, enduring a little discomfort was a small price to pay. Let's go in. As they were about to enter, they noticed a familiar figure approaching the door. Yi Jing. Shin Xiaogong immediately became agitated. Why are you everywhere? Uncle Kong, didn't you say that last time you tried to mediate with Yi Jing, it didn't work out? This Yi Jing is really unappreciative. When Kong Honghai and Kong Ling saw Yi Jing, their pupils contracted sharply. Their expressions turned awkward. They were acutely aware that Yi Jing was no ordinary individual, but a formidable powerhouse. Even Lang Hanlin, the head of the Lang family, had been no match for him. Moreover, it was Yi Jing who had been responsible for Lang Guanzhong's severed limbs. However, the woman under Yi Jing's command had warned them not to reveal any information about Yi Jing. So now, when facing Yi Jing, Kong Honghai and Kong Ling were left feeling awkward, unsure of how to approach him. If they showed respect, it would inevitably expose Yi Jing's true identity. If they maintained their previous attitude, it would help conceal the truth, but they didn't dare. In the end, they were left standing there, feeling awkward and tense. Fortunately, what eased their anxiety was that Yi Jing seemed completely uninterested in them and was about to walk inside. Yi Jing. Shin Xiaogong, unaware of the situation, loudly exclaimed, Are you deaf? I just spoke to you. Didn't you hear me? Uncle Kong tried to mediate for you, but it didn't work out. Did you not cooperate properly? Yi Jing still ignored him. In his eyes, Shin Xiaogong was just a clown. At least Shin Sui had the complementary special physique, but Shin Xiaogong was completely irrelevant. Seeing Yi Jing ignore him repeatedly, Shin Xiaogong became outrageously furious. Yi Jing, did your mother not give you ears when she gave birth to you? Can't you hear? Smack. Before he could finish, Yi Jing suddenly turned back and gave him a heavy slap. While others could say whatever they wanted about him, it didn't faze him. But mentioning his parents touched a nerve. You hit me? Shin Xiaogong instinctively wanted to retaliate, but remembering Yi Jing's formidable skills, he quickly backed down. Uncle Kong, he hit me. But Shin Xiaogong was clever and knew how to leverage others. He immediately complained to Kong Honghai. Uncle Kong, this guy is completely ungrateful. As he continued, he noticed Kong Honghai's expression was off. Enough. Stop talking. Why so much anger every day? Young people should cultivate their temperament. All this bickering is unbecoming. You're not young anymore. You need to learn to be calm and steady. Ah. Hearing Kong Honghai's words, Shin Xiaogong was dumbfounded. Was this still the same Uncle Kong who was always so high and mighty? With the Kong family's vast wealth and influence, and soon to be connected to the prestigious Lang family, they could practically do as they pleased in Jinling City. Why be so polite? And cultivating temperament? With the Kong family's stature, they didn't need to avoid trouble. Trouble would avoid them. Sister Kong Ling. Shin Xiaogong looked at Kong Ling, hoping for her support. Unexpectedly, Kong Ling's attitude was also completely different from before. What my dad said is right. He hit you. So what? Can you lose a piece of flesh? Life is about giving way and tolerating. Only then can you remain calm and live long. With all your anger, you'll only harm yourself in the end. After saying that, Kong Honghai and Kong Ling quickly entered. Why waste time with the Shin family here? They needed to hurry inside, buy the high-end herbs they wanted, and then quickly go curry favor with the Lang family. This sister, what's going on? Shin Xiaogong was puzzled. Am I dreaming? Uncle Kong and Sister Kong Ling were always so arrogant, even more than me. What's going on today? Chapter 484. Not selling to you. Shin Sui was also puzzled. Today, Kong Honghai and Kong Ling were acting extremely out of character. Forget it, let's not talk about them. We should hurry inside. Although we're only here to guide the way today, we managed to get in thanks to Kang's connections. At least we can broaden our horizons. The two nodded and quickly entered the venue. Inside the trading event, there were many drug dealers from all over the country. These drug dealers were not your average street-level ones, but specialized in buying and selling high-end medicinal herbs. They traveled across the country, organizing these high-end medicinal herb trade fairs to sell rare and precious herbs that were nearly impossible to find on the market. As Yijing walked through, he was also searching for his target, ganlong grass. After checking over a dozen stalls without success, he finally spotted the ganlong grass at the last stall. However, Yijing noticed that Kong Honghai and Kong Ling were already standing there. Excuse me, how much is this ganlong grass? Kong Honghai began to inquire. This ganlong grass was imported from overseas. If you're serious about buying, it's 20 million per stalk. Although Kong Honghai felt a pang of pain, he still intended to purchase it. If he could cure Lang Guanzhong, the Lang family, currently in a predicament, would surely be grateful to the Kong family. This would solidify the Kong family's position even further. You want this ganlong grass too? The voice they least wanted to hear came from behind them. Kong Honghai and Kong Ling froze. You want this ganlong grass too? They were dumbfounded. How could they compete with Yijing? Did they have to rely on their old faces? Well, then, perhaps. Without hesitation, Kong Honghai immediately decided to let Yijing have the ganlong grass. After all, he didn't dare compete with Yijing. But at that moment, Shin Xiaogong appeared. He sneered, Uncle Kong, this Yijing is really shameless, daring to compete with you for the herb. Not to mention how expensive this precious herb is. Can he even afford it? But more importantly, does he have the qualifications to compete with you? Shin Xiaogong looked at the drug dealer and said, the man in front of you, Yijing, is a professional fraudster, while this Uncle Kong is from the Kong family of Jinling. Whom do you intend to sell this herb to? The drug dealer, who often traveled across the country, was well acquainted with the major clans and families in each city. The Kong family's reputation was no stranger to him. Of course, I'll sell it to the Kong family, the drug dealer said. Shin Xiaogong smiled faintly. You're quite sensible. He said, Uncle Kong, this ganlong grass should rightly be yours to buy. Shin Xiaogong thought he had done a great service, at least earning some goodwill from Kong Honghai. Unexpectedly, Kong Honghai slapped Shin Xiaogong across the face. Are you stupid? Don't you know the concept of first come, first served? This Mr. Yi arrived first, and we should show courtesy, understand? You're forcing the merchant to sell to whom and not to whom. That's called coercive buying. Do you get it? We're civilized, modern people. Do we really need to resort to these old-fashioned practices? After this tirade, Shin Xiaogong was left in a daze. If not for his eyes still open, he wouldn't have believed the person in front of him was Kong Honghai, the arrogant and domineering Kong Honghai who looked down on everyone. Lingjia, you don't think so too, do you? Shin Xiaogong reluctantly turned his head toward Kong Ling. Kong Ling was even more arrogant and haughty than Kong Honghai. She looked down on everyone in her daily life, as if everyone in the world owed her millions. Me? Of course, I think so too. Regardless of who arrived first, we should show courtesy. Didn't your Shin family teach you this rule? Go back and let your parents teach you properly. Kong Ling's words were even more cutting and Bu Liu Qing meh. Shin Xiaogong was dumbfounded. Clearly, it was you father and daughter who arrived first. How did it become Yijing who arrived first now? Just then, a figure walked over. Editor Liu. Everyone hurriedly greeted him. Lu Ziji was not only the chief editor of Jinling's largest media industry, but more importantly, he was the capital behind the largest media outlet. Most of the small and medium-sized media companies in Jinling had Lu family investments behind them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Lu Ziji held half the voice in Jinling. Therefore, all the noble families and clans wanted to build a good relationship with Lu Ziji. After all, who wouldn't want to restore their reputation and have Lu Ziji's help when needed? Editor Lu, you're here too. Both Kong Honghai, Kong Ling, and Shen Xiaogong, Shen Suyi hurriedly greeted Lu Ziji. Lu Ziji nodded faintly. What are you? Looking at Ganlong grass? Lu Ziji was overjoyed. He had been thinking about buying Ganlong grass for Yi Jing to express his gratitude. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came out, he saw it. So, the Kong family and the Shin family want to buy this Ganlong grass? In Lu Ziji's eyes, the Kong family was still a first-tier noble family, but the Shin family was a third or fourth-tier one. Normally, he wouldn't even bother with them. But since they seemed to have arrived first and expressed their intention to buy, he had to feign politeness. Seeing that Lu Ziji also wanted to buy it, Kong Honghai quickly stepped back. Yi Jing was a big shot, and so was Lu Ziji. He couldn't afford to offend either side. It was best to withdraw from the competition. In Kong Honghai's heart, there was even a hint of schadenfreude. Let the two of you fight it out. Let's see whether Yi Jing's martial prowess or Lu Ziji's influence in the media prevails. On one side was the extremely formidable martial power, and on the other, almost monopolistic control over public opinion. Neither side was easy to deal with. If they clashed, it would be truly thrilling. Kong Ling also inwardly rejoiced. Throughout the journey, she had been extremely respectful toward Yi Jing, appearing completely submissive. In reality, she felt extremely oppressed. All her subservience was forced, an act. Deep down, she really hoped Yi Jing would suffer a setback, or that a powerful figure would emerge to humble Yi Jing. And now, that powerful figure had finally appeared. Let Lu Ziji suppress Yi Jing's arrogance. Shen Xiaogong and Shen Suyi had no say in the matter. In their eyes, except for Yi Jing, both the Kong family and Lu Ziji were figures they couldn't afford to offend. All right, then I'll buy it. Lu Ziji quickly paid for the Ganlong grass. Chapter 485. Is that all? The drug dealer also recognized Lu Ziji and, with a bow and a smile, quickly handed the Ganon grass to him. Yi Jing is just average, Lu Ziji muttered under his breath. Kong Honghai and Kong Ling couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. Isn't Yi Jing supposed to be amazing? Didn't he dominate Lang's family? But when faced with the most discerning palate, and those who hold the power of speech, isn't Yi Jing just as powerless? However, the next moment, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Mr. Yi, I specially bought this Ganon grass for you. Lu Ziji, with utmost respect, handed the Ganon grass back to Yi Jing. The entire room was in shock. Kong Honghai and Kong Ling's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What just happened? Lu Ziji, Editor Lu. Where's your integrity? Your principles? Why are you fawning over Yi Jing too? Shen Xiaogong and Shen Suyi, who were standing nearby, were equally stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. What's going on? The golden tongue of Jinling City, the top editor, the man who wields behind-the-scenes influence over half of the city's media, is now stooping to ingratiate himself with Yi Jing? Yi Jing acknowledged, knowing that Lu Ziji was expressing his gratitude for curing his illness, which also served as payment for the treatment. So, he accepted the gift. Even after Yi Jing left, the crowd was still in a state of disbelief. Mr. Lu, why did you give that man the Ganon grass? Kong Honghai, still unable to comprehend, asked in a low voice. Just then, Tang Puyuan, Mr. Tang, emerged from the other side of the room. Oh? You already bought the Ganon grass and gave it to Mr. Yi? Lu Ziji proudly replied, Yes, I was quick, wasn't I? How could you beat me to it? Tang Puyuan sighed in frustration. I was about to come out and buy the Ganon grass to give to him. After being cured by Yi Jing, Tang Puyuan had been racking his brains on how to thank him. But no matter how he thought about it, Yijing seemed to have everything and didn't need anything. When Yijing inquired about the Ganon grass, it was clear he needed it, so giving it to him would be the perfect way to repay him. But Lu Ziji had beaten him to the punch. Upon hearing Tang Puyuan's words, everyone was shocked to the core. Even Mr. Tang wanted to give Yijing the Ganon grass? What is happening in this world? Isn't Yijing just a professional fraudster? Why are so many big shots vying to curry favor with him? After obtaining the Ganon grass, Yijing mixed it with other medicinal herbs to create a pill, which he then mailed to his aunt, Lu Qiuming, in Suzhou. When Lu Qiuming received the medicine, she looked at the dark, unremarkable pill in front of her. Yijing said this pill can cure my chronic ailments? Zhang Qingxian nodded. He said that over the phone. Lu Qiuming nodded and swallowed the pill without hesitation. She trusted Yijing completely. If not for Yijing, she would still be suffering in that dog cage. However, she couldn't help but doubt the efficacy of the pill. I don't feel anything after taking it. Just after swallowing the pill, Lu Qiuming felt no immediate effect and looked at Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan with a puzzled expression. Huang Yuyan reassured her, Auntie, Yijing's pill will definitely cure your chronic ailments. Just wait a little longer. She had experienced Yijing's superb medical skills firsthand. Once, she had nearly been stabbed to death, and it was Yijing who saved her. Lu Qiuming nodded slightly. Just then, her expression suddenly changed. I need to go to the bathroom. She rushed to the bathroom. Finally, after half an hour, Lu Qiuming emerged from the bathroom. Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan quickly approached her. Auntie, how do you feel? Before they could finish, they looked up and were stunned. Lu Qiuming's face, which had been scarred from the beatings by the dog farm owner, was now smooth and flawless. Auntie, your skin is so good. I'm so jealous. You look younger than me. Zhang Qingxian exclaimed. Lu Qiuming, thinking they were teasing her, awkwardly covered her cheeks. I know my face is very ugly. Please don't say that. Her scars were not just physical. They had become a psychological burden. No, Auntie, your skin is really smooth. All the scars on your face are gone. Touch it yourself. Huang Yuyan chimed in immediately. Yes, Auntie, go look in the mirror. Ah. Only then did Lu Qiuming realize that the two girls weren't teasing her. She touched her cheeks and was startled. Her skin felt like a baby's. Not just her face, but her entire body. Could it be that Yijing's medicine had healed all her internal and external injuries? Excitedly, she ran to the mirror and examined herself thoroughly. My goodness! Is this really me? Lu Qiuming was overjoyed. She was almost 40 years old, yet her skin was smoother and more radiant than many 16-year-old girls. No wonder Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan were staring at her with admiration. This must be the effect of Yijing's pill. Yijing's medicine is truly miraculous. Now, Lu Qiuming was even more amazed and curious about Yijing. What had he experienced over the years? Not only had he found such a beautiful fiancée, but he also possessed such incredible medical skills. Auntie, Yijing only gave you one pill? Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan were both eagerly looking at Lu Qiuming. Lu Qiuming smiled wryly. Yes, just one. She understood that these two girls were envious of her smooth skin and wanted to have it too. Well, given your relationship with Yijing, you should be able to ask him directly, right? Lu Qiuming was deeply grateful to Yijing. Not only had he saved her life, but he had also restored her confidence. Before, although she had been rescued from the dog cage, the scars, especially on her face, had made her very insecure. Now that the scars were gone and her skin was even better, she could better reintegrate into society. Deep down, Lu Qiuming felt a mix of excitement, happiness, and gratitude. Beside her, Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with excitement. Huang Yuyan, do you think the cost of Yijing's pills is high? If the cost isn't high, maybe our company could start a new project, a beauty project? Huang Yuyan's eyes lit up, and she praised, Qingxian, your little brain is getting smarter. Chapter 486, Termination of the Cooperation Agreement. This pill, we can really turn it into a powerful product. Think about it, a product that can make people's skin fair and smooth. How many women would love that? Ordinary cosmetics and skincare products, which can gradually improve the skin, are already so expensive. If Yijing's miraculous cosmetic product were to be launched, we would make a fortune. After being excited for a while, Zhang Qingxuan's face showed a hint of hesitation. But I'm worried that the cost might be too high. Huang Yuyan also nodded. The cost probably won't be low. Lu Qiongming, who was listening to their conversation, asked with confusion, "Is this pill very expensive?" She was afraid of causing trouble for Yijing and spending his money. Zhang Qingxian said, "If we were to make such a miraculous product, it wouldn't be cheap. Let's call and ask." As soon as the phone call connected, Zhang Qingxian quickly shared their idea. "Yigu, you sent over some pills, and my aunt took them. Look at her results." Yijing watched through the video and smiled. "Seems like the recovery is going well." Lu Qioming also excitedly said, "Yijing, I really have to thank you this time. You've given me back my confidence as a woman. Before, I was a bit timid, not daring to go out to work or meet people. Now, I finally have the confidence." Yijing smiled and said, "Auntie, you don't have to rush to work in Suzhou. Let Jing Qingxian and Huang Yuyan take care of you for now and take some time to rest." After being confined in a dog cage for so many years, not only was her appearance harmed, but her psyche was also damaged. She needed to rest and relax to recover her mental state. No, I have to go out and work soon. Always relying on you younger folks, it's not right. And I must have cost you a lot of money. That pill, I guess it must have cost tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of yuan, right? In Lu Qioming's mind, a pill costing hundreds of thousands of yuan was already very expensive. Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan also quickly asked, "Yes, Yigu, what's the cost of this pill? We really want to turn it into a product." Yijing shook his head. "This pill is not easy to make. The other ingredients are fine, costing about 5 to 6 million yuan, but the key ingredient, ganlong grass, is very hard to find. It's rarely available on the market." As soon as Yijing mentioned ganlong grass, Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan immediately lost their enthusiasm for making the product. Ganlong grass is in a state of being expensive but scarce. A single ganlong grass plant can be bought for around 15 to 30 million yuan, but it's usually out of stock, and wild ganlong grass is rarely found. Finding it is purely a matter of luck. Then forget it. Zhang Qingxian could only give up on the idea, but these words, heard by Lu Qiongming, shocked her like a bolt of lightning. The auxiliary ingredients alone cost 5 to 6 million yuan. The main ingredient, costing 2 to 3 million yuan. So, the pill I just ate cost over 30 million yuan? Zhang Qingxian and Huang Yuyan nodded, yes. Lu Qioming almost fainted. Even when she was a senior executive, her monthly salary was only around 30 to 40,000 yuan, and she had never earned that much in her life. Zhang Qingxian beside her said, "Don't worry, Auntie. This amount of money is just small change for Yijing." Small change. Lu Qiongming swallowed hard, and at this moment, she finally got a rough idea of Yijing's true strength. It seemed that she really couldn't judge Yijing with her old perspective. This younger generation member was far more outstanding than she had ever imagined. Jinling City had been in turmoil recently. First, the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce found a scapegoat and announced a trillion yuan investment plan. Although the scapegoat was fake, the trillion yuan investment plan was real. This made all the entrepreneurs, bosses, and big CEOs in Jinling City's business community excited. As long as the trillion yuan plan was real, who cared about the fake scapegoat? Making money from this trillion yuan plan was what they cared about the most. However, after the trillion yuan plan was announced, there was no movement for several days. Even more recently, the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's Beijing headquarters had returned to Beijing. This dampened everyone's enthusiasm, because everyone was speculating whether the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's trillion yuan plan was going to fall through. Outside the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, many company heads were gathered. "Ning Luo, I want to terminate our cooperation." "Ning Luo, you must give us an explanation." Many CEOs and heads surrounded the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. "We signed the cooperation agreement with you because we believed you were the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. But now, The head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's Beijing headquarters has gone back to Beijing, and the entire trillion-yuan plan has fallen through, with not a single bit of movement. We want a refund. You must give us an explanation. At the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Ning Luo was also feeling overwhelmed. Ever since she became the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in Jinling, she had initially been very excited and happy. But as time passed, the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce hadn't made any substantial moves. And now, so many big bosses and CEOs were coming to terminate their agreements. This put Ning Luo on the edge of a cliff. Ning Luo, our company won't be cooperating with you anymore. Not only can you not get the trillion-yuan investment, but more importantly, we've heard that the Lang family's national protector, the war god, is coming back to Jinling. We've heard that his target is your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce's bodyguard captain, Yijing. At that time, we don't want to be implicated by your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. The cooperation agreement must be terminated. Yes, it must be terminated. As long as Yijing is still working at your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, our agreement must be terminated. Ning Luo finally understood. The reason these companies were terminating their agreements wasn't just because they couldn't see any profit. It was also because they were afraid of the war god. Not seeing any profit, thinking the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's trillion-yuan investment had fallen through, was secondary. The key was knowing that the war god was coming to cause trouble for Yijing, and they were afraid of being implicated. So at this moment, everyone was jumping out to completely sever ties with the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Ning Luo, I'll put it bluntly. As long as you don't fire Yijing, the cooperation agreement will be terminated immediately. Facing the indignant crowd, Ning Luo could only temporarily appease them. Everyone, we understand that you're anxious, but please give us some time. I'll go hold a meeting. She quickly gathered the 10 or so high-level members of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to hold a meeting. Chapter 487. Demand to dismiss Yijing. Everyone, we may now be facing the greatest internal and external crisis in the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Ning Luo said, do any of you have good solutions? In the meeting room, Ning Luo looked at the dozen or so high-level executives of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Chairman Ning, is there even a need to discuss this? One executive said, I'll be blunt. Let's just dismiss Yijing. Isn't that enough? As soon as he said this, he received support from many others. That's right, Chairman Ning. The bosses outside who are demanding the termination of the agreements are afraid of being retaliated against by the Guardian War God, aren't they? To be honest, not just them. I'm afraid too. I'm really scared that when the Guardian War God returns to Jinling City tomorrow, he'll suddenly come to our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and unleash his wrath. Not only will he kill Yijing, but he might even kill all of us in passing. Ning Luo was speechless. Can't you be less pessimistic? The Guardian War God is our country's war god, after all. He's reasonable, okay? A few executives chuckled. Chairman Ning, the Guardian War God is definitely reasonable in other matters, but have you heard? This time, Yijing caused a huge ruckus at the Lang family. Do you think the Guardian War God will be able to swallow that? I propose a vote to dismiss Yijing. Yes, dismiss Yijing. Many executives chimed in agreement. Ning Luo hesitated. But Yijing has done us a great service to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Didn't other chambers of commerce come to cause trouble before? If it weren't for Yijing stepping in, we might all have been beaten up. The executive said, Chairman Ning, protecting our Chamber of Commerce isn't that bodyguard Captain Yijing's duty? It's his job, his responsibility. We don't need to be grateful. Back then, he could protect us, so we naturally hired him as the bodyguard captain. But now, his presence has become a threat to our safety. Why should we continue to hire him? We should dismiss him right away. Many executives nodded. That's right, Chairman Ning. The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is now at a critical moment of life and death. We can only survive if we dismiss Yijing. Ning Luo sighed again, trying to salvage the situation. Everyone, do you really think dismissing Yijing will solve everything? Those bosses and CEOs outside are all businessmen, ruthless and cutthroat. They're terminating the agreements today not just because the Guardian War God is returning, not just because of Yijing. The main reason is the trillion-yuan investment plan announced by the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, which has been completely silent. Even if we dismiss Yijing today, it won't solve this problem. Those bosses and CEOs will still terminate their cooperation agreements with the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. The executives below fell silent for a moment. Soon, someone else said, "Chairman Ning, we might continue to have our agreements terminated, but at least our safety will be guaranteed, won't it?" Another person added, "I'm just afraid the Guardian War God will come to cause trouble. When he's angry, the whole building might collapse, and we won't even have a chance to escape." At that moment, the secretary rushed in hurriedly. "It's not good, Chairman Ning. The bosses outside are about to storm in. They're demanding that we resolve the situation, saying they'll terminate the contracts immediately if we don't dismiss Yijing." Ning Luo felt a headache coming on, knowing it was time to make a decision. "Make a decision quickly, Chairman Ning. Dismiss Yijing right away." The executives kept urging her. Ning Luo sighed, then led the executives outside to face the big bosses and CEOs. "Everyone, you all want me to dismiss Yijing, right?" "Yes, dismiss Yijing." "Chairman Ning, don't be muddle-headed at a time like this. Sever ties with Yijing quickly. Who can withstand the Guardian War God's wrath?" Ning Luo nodded, knowing everyone was right. But deep down, she suddenly felt a surge of emotion. She was an emotional person, deeply grateful for Yijing's protection of her and the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce on multiple occasions. If Yijing had protected her when the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce was on the brink of collapse, then now, when Yijing was in danger, why couldn't she protect him? Sometimes, women are more emotional. In that instant, Ning Luo suddenly decided to keep Yijing. "Everyone, I've decided to keep Yijing. Even if you terminate the contracts, I will keep him." As soon as Ning Luo said this, the entire scene exploded. The big bosses and CEOs outside looked at Ning Luo with the gaze of someone who had lost their mind. "Chairman Ning, if you insist on going your own way, then we won't be polite. Our agreement is terminated. Our company is also tearing up the contract. We will no longer cooperate with the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce." In the future? The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce probably won't survive past tomorrow. Once the Guardian War God returns, the entire Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will vanish. The people from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce inside, whether executives or frontline staff, were all shocked. What's wrong with Chairman Ning? Has she gone mad? Facing the Guardian War God's imminent revenge, everyone is trying to avoid it, yet you're not afraid of death? At that moment, a figure appeared beside them. Yijing. Yijing is here. The people of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce looked at that figure with complicated emotions. That figure had once bravely stepped forward, single-handedly stopping the trouble from other chambers of commerce and protecting them all. But now, he had provoked a serious trouble and had to be abandoned. "Ning Luo, it's just some cooperation agreements, right? I'll help you resolve them." Yijing stood in front of Ning Luo and said calmly to the bosses and CEOs, "Now, I fully represent the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to say a few words. I'm giving you one last chance to restore cooperation with the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. If not, then even if you beg me later, I won't give you another chance to cooperate." Everyone burst into laughter. "Yijing, are you joking? We'll have to beg you for cooperation? You're going to die tomorrow. You're going to be killed by the Guardian War God. And you're still acting tough here? You were just chosen by the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce as a scapegoat. How can you really think you're in charge of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce?" One by one, they laughed so hard they almost choked. "We don't want that last chance of yours. Take it back. We're terminating the agreements." In the midst of their clamoring, Yijing calmly picked up his phone and sent a message to the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in the capital. Chapter 488. A $1 trillion investment. Soon, Ning Luo's phone rang. "Hello, Yu. As soon as she saw this number, Ning Luo trembled all over. This number, she had been longing for it to call. It was the phone number of the chief of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's headquarters in the capital. "Chairwoman Ning, do you remember the matter of the $1 trillion investment from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce?" Ning Luo immediately replied, "Of course I remember. Of course, I remember. How could she possibly forget such a matter? The deputy chief of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in the capital said, I'm back in the capital now, but the $1 trillion investment plan in Jinling cannot be halted. Since you are the spokesperson for Jinling, this $1 trillion plan will be entrusted to you to handle in full authority. How about it? Ning Luo was stunned. The $1 trillion investment plan entrusted to her to be in charge? Some people nearby, who were close to Ning Luo, were also shocked. Chairwoman Ning, is this true? Is this really a call from the chief of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? Those bosses and big CEOs who were clamoring just now were all silent. Who didn't know how crucial the $1 trillion investment plan of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce was. They were equally eager for it. Unexpectedly, it was going to be entrusted to Ning Luo to handle in full authority? Ning Luo also sensed everyone's thoughts and simply turned on the speakerphone on her phone. Such a big matter. Are you really going to entrust it to me? The chief on the other end laughed. In your eyes, this might be a big deal, but in my eyes, this so-called $1 trillion plan is just a small matter. Everyone was shocked. This show of confidence deserves a perfect score. No wonder it's the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, a multinational investment company. The confidence is indeed huge. The chief continued, moreover, last time, the meet and greet you organized, our actual behind-the-scenes leader also felt it was good, so he decided to remove the temporary from your title. From now on, you are the official spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in Jinling City. Ning Luo was thrilled. An official spokesperson? This meant that she no longer had to wait passively and now had many active rights. For instance, regarding this $1 trillion investment plan, if she hadn't been temporary but official, she would have had the authority to coordinate with the headquarters long ago, and she wouldn't have been forced to this point, with all those big bosses and CEOs threatening her. But what shocked Ning Luo even more was the information revealed in the chief's words. The last meet and greet she organized, the actual behind-the-scenes leader, felt it was very good. This indicated that the true behind-the-scenes leader had seen the meet and greet, either through a video or by actually being present. Either result made her incredibly excited, especially the latter. If the leader had really been there that day and observed her from the shadows, at this thought, Ning Luo couldn't hold back and asked the question in her heart. Excuse me, did the behind-the-scenes leader come to Jinling that day and attend the meet and greet in person? The chief hesitated slightly before saying, yes, he personally attended. The whole room erupted. Since Ning Luo had turned on the speakerphone, all the bosses and CEOs present heard it. The leader actually came in person? So, we had the honor of standing with him? It's very likely that one of the people around us at that time was the leader himself. What a pity we didn't notice earlier. Otherwise, we would have taken the opportunity to get to know him better. Everyone felt incredibly regretful. It felt like they had missed out on billions. If only they could have gotten to know the actual leader. Wouldn't they have soared to success directly? By the way, I wonder if my performance was good or not, whether it left a good impression on the leader. More people began to reflect on themselves, wondering if they had left a bad impression or a good impression on the leader. He came in person. Ning Luo was also shocked. She subconsciously looked in Yi Jing's direction. Could it be? Could it be that Yi Jing's joke earlier, claiming to be the actual leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, was true? Not a joke? Gulp. Ning Luo swallowed hard, her heart pounding wildly. But then, another thought arose. On the day of the meet and greet, there were so many people in the venue. The possibility of Yi Jing being the leader was too low. Moreover, Yi Jing had been quite high-profile that day, even directly driving away the rival Chamber of Commerce. If the leader had come in person, he would most likely have acted low-key and hidden in the shadows, observing the situation in Jinling without revealing himself. After all, the leader himself should be a well-known figure. Showing up casually would have exposed his identity. So, the most likely scenario was that the leader had Yi Jing stand in the spotlight as a decoy, while he himself hid in the shadows, observing her and others. Ning Luo's face turned slightly red at this moment. She wasn't sure if her performance that day had been up to par, if it had left a good impression on the leader. I'm I understand. At this thought, Ning Luo took a few deep breaths and then hung up the phone. Everyone, did you hear that? Now, the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's trillion-dollar investment plan is under my full authority. At this moment, do you still want to terminate the contracts? Ning Luo's confidence soared. Some bosses and CEOs questioned, Chairwoman Ning, it's not that we don't believe you, but this trillion-dollar investment is such a huge deal. How can the leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce trust you so much? And trust everything to you? This remark received unanimous agreement from the crowd. Even if the chief in the capital couldn't make it, there were still many other leaders, right? Why make Ning Luo, a temporary spokesperson, an official one and entrust her with full authority? To put it bluntly, Chairwoman Ning, we can't even be sure of the authenticity of this call. How can you be sure that the call just now wasn't staged by you to deceive us? Ning Luo was furious. Ning Luo, do things openly and honestly. I wouldn't stoop to such despicable tricks to deceive you. Many people spoke up. That's hard to say. After all, the trillion-dollar investment plan is too big. We can't help but be suspicious. At this moment, Yijing stood in front of Ning Luo, coldly smiling at the crowd. I've already given you a chance. You still want to terminate the contracts, right? At this moment, a small portion of the people began to waver. After all, it's a trillion-dollar plan. If they could get a piece of the pie, they would make a fortune. But more people still held doubts. Was the trillion-dollar plan really entrusted to Ning Luo? Chapter 489. How do we know it's real? Just then, the treasurer of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce rushed out quickly. President Ning, we just received an investment of 100 billion from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in the capital. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in commotion. Could it be true? The employees of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce behind them were also thrilled. At the same time, a commotion suddenly broke out outside. It's President Jiang, the head of the largest Huaxia Bank branch in Jinling. Why is he here? My goodness, President Jiang's Huaxia Bank dominates over dozens of small and medium-sized banks in Jinling, unquestionably the financial giant. His appearance here carries significant meaning. President Ning's 100 billion investment was hard to verify, but as long as we can establish a good relationship with President Jiang, money will flow in abundance. Quick, hurry up and go greet President Jiang. The crowd swarmed towards him. However, President Jiang had no time to spare for them. Please step aside, everyone. I have important matters. President Jiang quickly made his way inside, pushing everyone aside. Important matters? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. What could be so important that it would make the usually calm and composed President Jiang so anxious? And looking behind President Jiang, there were more than a dozen people following him, all of whom were key executives of Huaxia Bank. What on earth has happened? President Jiang walked straight to the innermost part. He respectfully looked at Ning Luo. President Ning, we noticed a significant fund movement in the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce's account on our bank system, so we came to check. We found that there was a movement of 100 billion, and the source is the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in the capital. Is this true? Ning Luo nodded. Yes, my accountant also just received the transfer from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. President Jiang nodded, smiling apologetically. I'm sorry. All large fund movements trigger an alert in our system, so I came to check personally. In fact, such an alert would normally just require a regular bank employee to call and inquire. There would be no need for President Jiang, a high-ranking bank executive, to make a personal visit. Why did President Jiang come? Wasn't it because of the name of the remitter? The Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, headquarters in the capital. May I ask, what is the purpose of this fund? President Jiang was excited, his heart racing. Could this mean that the headquarters of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in the capital intends to invest here? That would be a major event. As the head of the Huaxia Bank branch in Jinling, he desperately needed such a significant achievement. If such a large-scale investment from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce were to materialize, not only would it have an immediate effect, but it would also create a ripple effect, attracting small and medium-sized capital to invest in Jinling. After all, everyone knows that investments from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce are a sure bet. Even if you can't get the meat, you're guaranteed to get some soup. Ning Luo nodded slightly. I have just received the appointment from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. From now on, I am the official representative of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in Jinling. This 100 billion investment is just the first phase. There will be more investments to come. Hearing this confirmation, President Jiang was so excited he felt like he was about to fly. What a great opportunity. A great opportunity. Whether he, President Jiang, could seize this opportunity to rise through the ranks might depend on how well he could grasp it. If he could seize it, perhaps in the future, he might even take a step further and become the head of the branch in the capital. Thinking of this, President Jiang's heart surged with excitement. He almost wanted to rush over and hug Ning Luo's leg tightly. Yes, in his eyes, Ning Luo was now a big, strong leg. If he could cling to it, he would be securing his future. Countless others had the same idea as President Jiang. Just moments ago, there were still many who doubted Ning Luo's authenticity. 100 billion investment? Real or fake? An official representative? Real or fake? But now, with President Jiang's confirmation, no one dared to doubt the authenticity of the matter anymore. Such a prominent figure as President Jiang, with his status and position, would never collude with a small-time player like Ning Luo to pull off such a scam. Sigh. This is a huge opportunity. Damn, we must seize it. Everyone hurriedly waved their contracts and agreements, crowding forward. President Ning, our cooperation agreement with the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is still valid. And our company's agreement, we request to renew it. President Ning, you've made it big, don't forget about us. The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will now be the representative of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Back when your chamber had no orders, we still gave you some. Faced with the enthusiasm of the crowd, Ning Luo's eyebrows furrowed slightly. These fence-sitters. They were the ones who jumped the highest earlier, the loudest ones shouting, the ones who insisted on terminating the contracts. And now, they were the ones who insisted on continuing the contracts. In fact, at this moment, Ning Luo felt some hesitation. Should she give these people another chance? Deep down, Ning Luo actually didn't want to give them another chance. Because when it came to business, she adhered to two principles, sincerity and loyalty. These people were clearly fence-sitters. When you're down, they immediately jump out to terminate the contracts. When you're up, they immediately want to renew them. What if, next time, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce encounters a similar situation and falls into a predicament? Would these people stand up again and be the ones to kick you when you're down? Ning Luo needed people who would provide help in times of need, not those who would kick her when she was down. But truly rejecting all these people at once was something she didn't have the guts to do. After all, these were almost all big bosses and CEOs of Jinling, each with a significant scale and size. In fact, they accounted for nearly a quarter of the related industries in Jinling. If she were to reject all of them, she would have to find all new partners, which would be a huge hassle. The time cost alone would be enormous. At this moment, Ning Luo instinctively looked at Yi Jing, not knowing why, but she wanted Yi Jing to make the decision. Yi Jing. Yi Jing gave her a reassuring look and said calmly, "Everyone, I said this earlier. What I gave you earlier was the last chance. Since you all chose to terminate the contracts earlier, then it's time to fulfill that choice. Xiao Zhang, come over and complete the procedures for terminating the contracts with everyone." Everyone was dumbfounded. Are you serious? Yi Jing, we were just joking earlier. Why are you being so serious? Yeah, Yi Jing, we're all in Jinling. We see each other all the time. Chapter 490. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Why do you have to be so ruthless? Give everyone a chance, and we can still cooperate well in the future. After pleading with Yi Jing for a long time and seeing that he remained unmoved, they turned to Ning Luo. Chairwoman Ning, what is Yi Jing even worth? Isn't this Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce still going to be led by you? Just give us a definite answer. Agree to continue our cooperation. Everyone begged Ning Luo, but she remained cold-faced and said lightly, I'll follow Yi Jing's decision. In her heart, she had been hesitating before. The reason for her hesitation wasn't that she didn't want to terminate these people's contracts, but rather that she didn't want to suddenly lose so many partners, as finding new ones would also incur costs. But Yi Jing's words earlier had given her confidence. Terminating the contracts was the right thing to do. These fence-sitters, even if they were cut off, wouldn't be a big deal. It was better than having them grovel now, and then turn around to kick you when you're down later. Chairwoman Ning, you can't do this. Chairwoman Ning, you're cutting off your own financial path. Without our support, how can you continue as the leader of this Chamber of Commerce? Without us as partners, where would Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce find so many manufacturers? And you're about to start the trillion-yuan investment plan of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, which requires a lot of collaborators. The ones here today almost make up 35% of Jinling City's market share. If you shut us all out, how will you complete the trillion-yuan investment plan of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? At that time, won't the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce hold you accountable? These people tried every possible way to pressure Ning Luo. Yi Jing said calmly, "You don't need to say these things to Ning Luo. Now, I am the one making the decisions for Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce." He directly stated, "All of your contracts will be terminated. As for potential collaborators, the trillion-yuan investment plan of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce has already been announced, and the funds have been transferred. Do you think I'll lack collaborators? Just announce the plan, and countless people will come knocking for cooperation. As for the 35% you hold in Jinling, Yi Jing disdainfully glanced at the crowd. There are countless people in this world who want to make money. If you don't make money, there are plenty of others who will. Once my trillion-yuan plan is announced, the remaining 65% of Jinling City will rush to make this money, and even people from surrounding cities, including Suzhou, will flood in. At that time, will I even need to consider your feelings?" These words left everyone's faces alternating between red and white. Indeed, they weren't irreplaceable. Trying to coerce by relying on a large market share and scale would only lead to ruin. Humph! One of the leading big bosses suddenly sneered, "Ning Luo, Yi Jing, since that's the case, we'll make it clear. We're cutting ties. I'll tell you, even if you begged us to participate in the trillion-yuan investment, begged us to continue cooperating, we wouldn't agree." Have you forgotten something? The crowd was puzzled. What did they forget? The Lang family's guardian war god is about to return. Once the guardian war god of the Lang family returns tomorrow, won't Yi Jing be dead in an instant? The crowd suddenly remembered. That's right, the guardian war god was about to return to deal with Yi Jing. In no time at all, by tomorrow, Yi Jing would be finished. And Ning Luo, who was so intent on protecting Yi Jing, would also be doomed. At that time, the entire Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce would likely be dragged down as well. Despite Ning Luo being the official spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in Jinling City, no matter how high her status, she was still just a businesswoman. In the Huaxia Nation, the status of a guardian war god far exceeded that of a mere merchant. By then, once the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce heard about this, they would likely immediately terminate Ning Luo's spokesperson status, just as they had discarded Yi Jing as a scapegoat and abandoned Ning Luo as well. Let's go. We need to distance ourselves from Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce. Don't look at them now, they'll be finished tomorrow. Yes, they'll only be in the limelight for one more day. By tomorrow, the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce will probably regret today's decision. The crowd left, grumbling all the way. In an instant, the entrance of Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce became much quieter. Only the former president of Huaxia Bank, President Jiang, remained, feeling somewhat awkward. He was a man of steadiness and caution, unwilling to cut off his own retreat. Although it seemed that Ning Luo and Yi Jing were doomed to fail tomorrow, what if there was a twist in the tale? So President Jiang remained calm and even smiled, saying, "Chairwoman Ning, I still have high hopes for the development of your Chamber of Commerce. If there's anything you need in the future, feel free to ask for my help." Ning Luo was touched and said, "Thank you. I'll remember your words." President Jiang's words were, in fact, just a polite gesture. What made him smarter than the others was that they had directly offended Ning Luo with their words, leaving no possibility of future cooperation. But as President Jiang left, he said a complimentary remark. which cost him nothing. If Ning Luo really fell tomorrow, he would suffer no loss. But if Ning Luo could survive tomorrow, then the sky would be the limit. At that time, they could still discuss cooperation. This was one of the reasons why President Jiang had been able to thrive in the banking system for so many years and keep rising through the ranks. After President Jiang left, the remaining members of Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce could no longer contain their excitement and started celebrating wildly. We've got the authorization for the trillion yuan investment of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. We're amazing. Now, our Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce is essentially the representative group of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in Jinling, right? A trillion yuan. I can't even imagine how to spend it. Everyone felt like they had suddenly boarded a rocket and soared to the sky. Our Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce has endured for so long, and finally, we've made it. Everyone smiled and came over to greet Chairwoman Ning Luo, their queen. However, when their eyes fell on Yi Jing, their expressions darkened. One executive couldn't hold back any longer and directly said, "Chairwoman Ning, now, we absolutely must fire Yi Jing." Yes, we had no foundation before, so it didn't matter. We were all bare-handed and had nothing to lose. But now, we're the representative group of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. We have a trillion yuan to spend. At this point, how can we let Yi Jing drag us down? If the Guardian War God really takes out his anger on us tomorrow, it would truly be a waste of effort. Chapter 491. You need to think it through. Chairwoman Ning, you need to think it through. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Don't let personal feelings cloud your judgment and insist on protecting Yi Jing. In the eyes of everyone present, Chairwoman Ning must have taken a liking to Yi Jing, this pretty boy. It couldn't be denied that Yi Jing's looks and physique were indeed outstanding, the kind that many women would find attractive. Chairwoman Ning was also single, so it was only natural for her to have feelings for a man. But now, this was the best opportunity Tianhe Chamber of Commerce had ever had. After securing the trillion yuan investment plan from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, Tianhe was presented with the greatest development opportunity. If they played their cards right, everyone's net worth could increase tenfold. No one wanted to be dragged down by a Yi Jing at such a crucial moment. No, Ning Luo firmly denied their concerns. She wasn't sure what had come over her today. Perhaps it was Yi Jing's previous act of protecting her that had stirred something in her heart. Or maybe it was today, when all the big bosses were threatening to terminate contracts, and not a single colleague stood up for her, except for Yi Jing, who stepped forward to offer his help. Or perhaps, as others suggested, she had developed some personal feelings for Yi Jing. Regardless, Ning Luo had made up her mind to follow her instincts and protect Yi Jing to the end. Even if the protector of the nation himself came. So what? The protector of the nation had to be reasonable, didn't he? Yi Jing saw the determination in Ning Luo's eyes and couldn't help but smile faintly. If Ning Luo trusted him this much, then perhaps he could help her rise even further. Oh no. This is bad. When the protector of the nation arrives tomorrow, we're doomed. The crowd looked worried. Ning Luo spoke coldly. If anyone is dissatisfied with this decision, you can leave now. Her words silenced everyone. Who would want to leave Tianhe Chamber of Commerce at such a time? Sure, tomorrow might be a bit risky, but as long as they stayed out of the way, they should be fine. Most importantly, no one was willing to give up on the trillion yuan investment from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. They all hoped to ride this wave and increase their net worth tenfold. Just then, the outside grew noisy. What's going on out there? Ning Luo asked her assistant. The assistant quickly replied, Chairwoman Ning, many big bosses and CEOs have arrived, saying they want to discuss cooperation. There are a lot of them. It seems like 2/3 of the remaining big bosses in Jinling City have come. I've done a quick registration, and there are even some from nearby cities. They all want to cooperate with us. Yi Jing smiled faintly. As he had predicted, those people had tried to use cooperation as a threat to pressure Ning Luo. But where there was money to be made, there would never be a shortage of partners. If Jinling City wasn't enough, they could always look to other cities. Ning Luo's eyes lit up. This was great news. She had been worried about lacking partners. I'll go out right away. Ning Luo said, Yi Jing, do you want to come with me? Now, Ning Luo didn't just see Yi Jing as her security chief. She often subconsciously sought his advice on various matters. She had come to view him as a confidant. After all, when everyone else had turned against her, it was Yi Jing who had stood up and shielded her from everything. If someone like that wasn't a confidant, then who was? Yi Jing, however, shook his head. You handle these matters yourself? Ning Luo nodded slightly, assuming Yi Jing was worried about tomorrow's events. She said, Yi Jing, don't worry too much. The protector of the nation may have a fearsome reputation, but he should still be a reasonable man. He's our nation's protector, not just defending our country, but also protecting us ordinary folks. He won't be unreasonable. Anyway, tomorrow, I'll face it with you. Yi Jing was slightly taken aback, then smiled. All right, we'll face it together tomorrow. He hadn't expected that, in a situation that others considered a death sentence and were desperately trying to avoid, Ning Luo would actually stand by him. That was quite commendable. Ning Luo smiled sweetly and went out to greet the potential partners. The people from Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, listening to their exchange, rolled their eyes inwardly. The protector of the nation being reasonable? That was under normal circumstances. But look at what Yi Jing had done. He had rampaged through the Lang family. He had even knocked out Lang Hanlin, the head of the Lang family. With such actions, did he really expect the protector of the nation to be reasonable? Dream on. Everyone was looking forward to tomorrow's drama. By then, not only would Yi Jing be in trouble, but the stubborn Ning Luo would undoubtedly be severely reprimanded by the protector of the nation. At that point, the rest of them in Tianhe Chamber of Commerce might be able to monopolize the trillion yuan investment from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. The next day, Jinling City was eerily quiet. It felt as though the entire city was waiting for something. Finally, at 10 in the morning, a procession appeared outside Jinling City. The entire city tensed up. The mayor of Jinling City, along with a large group of officials, rushed out to greet them. Upon seeing the size of the procession, their heads nearly exploded from shock. The protector of the nation had returned, and he had brought an entire fully armed contingent with him. What was he planning to do? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed the protector of the nation was back with a vengeance. Was he planning to turn Jinling City upside down? The mayor approached the protector of the nation with great respect, forcing a smile. But unlike previous times when he had been treated with some courtesy, the protector of the nation didn't even bother to give him a decent look this time. Where were you when my Lang family was in trouble? Did you intervene? The question made the mayor break out in a cold sweat. On the night the Lang family was attacked, he had wanted to intervene. But could he have? That night, a particularly formidable force had appeared, blocking everyone else out, leaving no room for intervention. Seeing the mayor's silence, the protector of the nation let out a cold laugh. Move aside. His command sent everyone into a panic, and they quickly cleared the way. In the next moment, the protector of the nation led his massive contingent into Jinling City. The entire city was thrown into an uproar. The sky is changing, oof. The sky is changing. The protector of the nation is back, my goodness. Normally, when the protector of the nation returned, the streets would be lined with cheering crowds. After all, the title of protector of the nation wasn't just an honor. It also brought significant economic benefits. For example, the central square in Jinling City, named after the protector of the nation, attracted countless tourists. Chapter 492. The National Protector arrives. The most bustling area, the National Protector Building, has attracted numerous businesses to set up shop. Indeed, the mere mention of National Protector carries immense significance. It not only symbolizes the pride of the nation, but also represents substantial economic benefits. Therefore, the people of Jinling City usually welcome the return of the National Protector with great enthusiasm. But this time is different. Everyone knows that this time, the National Protector has returned to stir up trouble, to seek revenge. Someone in Jinling City is bound to suffer. All the residents have closed their doors and windows tightly, fearing any involvement. Especially the shops and companies around the Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce. which have all chosen to remain closed today. The rolling shutters are tightly drawn, but behind them, countless eyes are peeking out. This is oh my. Today, the National Protector is likely to cause a bloodbath. Let's hide quickly. The Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce is definitely in trouble today. Some onlookers, eager for excitement, hide in the shadows, secretly laughing. Looks like we're in for a big show today. Inside the Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce, everyone is trembling with fear. It's bad. The National Protector has returned to Jinling. It's bad. The National Protector is heading towards the Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce. It's bad. The National Protector is leading a large force and is on his way. Each piece of news is like a heavy boulder crushing their chests, making it hard for them to breathe. It's over, it's over. The members of the Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce are now like mourners at a funeral, their faces pale and grief-stricken. They had planned to stay far away when the National Protector arrived, returning only after he left. But fate had other plans. From the moment the National Protector entered Jinling City, all buildings, especially those near the Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce, were shut down. They couldn't find anywhere to hide, so they had no choice but to return to the Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from outside. It was as if an entire army was marching in unison. The National Protector is here. This thought surged in everyone's mind. In the septic tank, Lang Guanzhong was ecstatic. He had heard that sound. Finally, someone has come to save me. Grandfather. In the next moment, a figure appeared outside the septic tank. Long San and his men stood trembling beside him. Grandfather. Lang Guanzhong cried out excitedly, causing Lang Boqi, the National Protector, to frown. He asked with displeasure, "Who threw you into this septic tank?" When he saw that Lang Guanzhong, whom he had deemed the most talented and promising member of the Lang family, had been thrown into such a place, Lang Boqi was filled with extreme anger. However, being a man of deep-seated schemes, he did not easily reveal his emotions. It was Yi Jing, that damned Yi Jing. Grandfather, please save me first. It was then that Lang Boqi noticed that Lang Guanzhong's hands and feet had been completely crushed, and due to the prolonged lack of treatment, they were now beyond repair. Damn it! Lang Boqi's anger caused the air around him to crackle with explosive sounds. At the level of a National Protector, one's thoughts could influence the surrounding air, causing it to fluctuate. Everyone near the National Protector quickly retreated beyond a 5-meter radius. For anyone caught within that range would explode like the air. Phew, too dangerous. Even the members of the team were intimidated by the National Protector's aura. In the next moment, the National Protector reached out with a hook and lifted Lang Guanzhong out. Go and clean up? With a wave of his hand, several people stepped forward to carry Lang Guanzhong away for cleaning. You few, with such low status, get lost. Lang Boqi glanced at Long San and the others, dismissing them with a wave. He knew that these people were merely following orders. Long San and his men, already overwhelmed by Lang Boqi's unparalleled presence, quickly fled. Soon, Lang Guanzhong, now clean but still faintly smelling, returned. Grandfather. Lang Guanzhong fell to his knees with a thud. Grandfather, you must avenge me. Your grandson has been crippled by Yi Jing, my martial arts destroyed. Even my father was knocked unconscious by Yi Jing. Lang Guanzhong continued to pour out his grievances. Lang Boqi frowned slightly, stepped forward, and gently placed his hand on Lang Guanzhong's wrist to take his pulse. This was not a diagnosis but an assessment to determine if Lang Guanzhong still had the potential to continue his martial arts training. Upon closer inspection, Lang Boqi's expression turned grim. The foundation had been completely destroyed. Not only had his tendons and veins been severed, but his bones were also shattered. The martial arts potential of this child was completely gone. That Yi Jing deserves to die. Deserves to die. Lang Boqi's chest burned with an intense flame. This was tantamount to extinguishing the brightest hope of the Lang family to produce another National Protector. Come, grandfather will avenge you. A flash of killing intent crossed Lang Boqi's brow as he led Lang Guanzhong to the Heavenly Harmony Chamber of Commerce. The surroundings of the Chamber of Commerce were eerily quiet. Not a sound could be heard. Bang! Lang Boqi flicked his finger, sending a burst of energy that shattered the chamber's doors into pieces. Then, he strode in, followed by his entourage. Lang Guanzhong was pushed in on a wheelchair. Where are the people inside? Where the hell have they gone? Lang Guanzhong cursed nonstop. After days of humiliation in the septic tank, he finally had the chance to vent his anger. During those days, not only was he forbidden to speak, but even a single word would result in a lash from Long San's whip. Today, with his grandfather backing him, he could finally speak and curse freely. Beside him, Lang Boqi, hearing Lang Guanzhong's vulgar language, unconsciously frowned. His grandson had not been like this before, and he would never allow his grandson to become a mere cursing fool. But glancing at Lang Guanzhong, now completely crippled and sitting in a wheelchair, Lang Boqi swallowed the words he was about to say. This grandson was beyond repair, his martial arts career over. Perhaps it was better to let him vent his anger, as the boy would likely amount to nothing in the future anyway. Chapter 493. Calling for Reinforcements? In Lang Boqi's heart, he had already given up on this grandson. After all, he had lost all his heritage and potential. Everything had been erased by that boy named Yijing. Lang Boqi felt both anger and pity in his heart. Since this young grandson was completely ruined, there was no point in educating him anymore. Let him vent his anger and resentment, and perhaps it would help dispel his inner demons. Otherwise, anyone who had been thrown into a septic tank for several days would probably feel terrible, and might even be haunted by nightmares for the rest of their life. So at this moment, Lang Boqi simply let Lang Guanzhong ran on. As for Yijing, he would serve as a punching bag for his grandson. Get the hell out here. You thought you were so tough? Now you're hiding like turtles? Lang Guanzhong, trapped in the septic tank for so many days, was about to go mad. All he wanted now was to take out his anger on these people. Inside the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, a soft sigh echoed. Protector of the nation, Lord Lang. Ning Luo stepped out cautiously from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Then, she respectfully bowed. Protector of the nation, this incident was the doing of our security team leader. I am willing to bear all the consequences for him. Seeing Ning Luo step forward, everyone who had been secretly watching from the shadows was stunned. Is President Ning crazy? How dare she step out? I bet she's about to be torn apart by the protector of the nation. This girl has a really hard head. It's not worth it to stand up for Yijing. I definitely wouldn't step out. Inside the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, her colleagues breathed a silent sigh of relief upon seeing Ning Luo step forward. As long as someone stepped out to bear the wrath of the protector of the nation and provide an outlet for Lang Guanzhong's resentment, they would at least be a little safer. The anger probably wouldn't spill over to them, right? Lang Boqi's cold gaze fell upon Ning Luo. Are you the president of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce? My grandson says you were sheltering Yijing? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, pressing down on everyone nearby, making it hard for them to breathe. Many had to bend over, their backs hunched. Ning Luo struggled to stand straight, facing the protector of the nation, Lang Boqi, head-on. Lord Protector, it's not that I was sheltering him. I was merely trying to reason with you. Yijing did go to your family, but perhaps there was some misunderstanding. Moreover, even if Yijing made a mistake, it should be handled by professional institutions, not by you coming directly to our door. Boom. Lang Boqi unleashed a terrifying aura, shaking the very ceiling, which began to crumble and fall. Everyone was terrified. Those hiding in the shadows trembled with fear, their eyes wide with panic. The mere display of power from the protector of the nation was terrifying. Many people now felt a deep admiration for Ning Luo, despite thinking her foolish. To be able to stand up to the wrath of the protector of the nation was no small feat. Just then, a slender figure appeared beside Ning Luo. President Ning, you may step back. Yijing stood in front of Ning Luo. Instantly, Ning Luo felt a wave of relief. It was as if she had been in the depths of hell, constantly scorched by flames. She didn't know what method Lang Boki had used, but standing there, she had felt an unbearable torment. Yi Jing, Ning Luo called out worriedly. She realized that the searing sensation hadn't disappeared. Yi Jing was shielding her from it. Go back and rest. Leave this to me. Yi Jing gave Ning Luo a reassuring look. Soon, another figure appeared. Qing Huang arrived and helped Ning Luo back. He's here. Yi Jing has finally shown up. This guy dares to come out. He must have a big heart. Let's see if the protector of the nation will cut him into pieces. Everyone was secretly watching, many with a voyeuristic interest. A few, who had a good relationship with Yi Jing, were filled with worry. Not just the people on the scene, but the entire city of Jinling was quietly watching, eager to see how the protector of the nation would deal with Yi Jing. You're Yi Jing? Lang Boki's eyes narrowed, revealing a tangible killing intent. Lang Guanzhong, who had been waiting impatiently, now saw Yi Jing as if he were his father's murderer, cursing loudly. Grandpa, it's him. It's him. This bastard. He caused trouble at our Lang family. Grandpa, kill him for me, kill him. Lang Guanzhong furiously pounded on his wheelchair. Unfortunately, his tendons had been severed, and even his pounding was weak and feeble. Lang Guanzhong was seething. He couldn't even vent his anger properly, all because of Yi Jing. He must die. He must die today. Yi Jing, what kind of death do you choose today? Lang Boki's words sent a chill through everyone. It seemed there was no room for negotiation. Yi Jing had brought this upon himself. When he went to the Lang family, he should have expected this outcome. Yi Jing calmly addressed him by name. Lang Boki, don't you want to know what happened that led me to your Lang family? Lang Boki snorted coldly. What happened? I am the protector of the nation, and the Lang family is mine. You dared to cause trouble in my home. Do you think I need to ask what happened? He sneered. No matter what happened, since you did it, don't blame me for being merciless. If he let anything sway him today and spared Yi Jing, engaging in negotiations with someone of such low social status, that would be too degrading. He was the protector of the nation, not a street vendor. Die. Lang Boki stepped forward, his fingers lightly pinching together, creating a hazy aura. With a flick of his finger, this aura would turn into a devastating storm, tearing Yi Jing apart. However, what intrigued Lang Boki was that Yi Jing, who should have been trembling with fear, instead showed a mocking smile. Lang Boki, I respected you as the protector of the nation, serving the country, and spoke to you reasonably. Yet you don't cherish it. Fine then. Yi Jing picked up his phone and dialed a number. Making a call? Calling for reinforcements? Chapter 494. Until when? Lang Boki chuckled disdainfully. At this point, you're still calling for help? Who do you think you can summon that could possibly save you? Let me tell you, there is no one in the entire city of Jinling who can save you now. Lang Boki, in order to vent his anger for his grandson Lang Guanzhong, was now adopting a cat-and-mouse attitude. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Yi Jing, but rather wanted to watch him struggle in his final moments. Lang Guanzhong clapped his hands and laughed. Haha, Grandpa, let him call for help. I want to see what kind of performance he puts on. Let's see who dares to come over at a time like this, knowing you're here. Everyone knew that with the National Protection War God Lang Boki present, anyone who came would be doomed. Yi Jing calling for help now was essentially asking someone to come and die. Behind them, the members of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce all sighed inwardly. This Yi Jing is really courting death. He's about to die himself, yet he still wants to drag others down with him. What's the point? The members of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce all shook their heads. But at that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, You know, what if Yi Jing is calling us? He's calling someone to come and die, but what if he's taking this opportunity to get rid of us? Using the National Protection War God's hand? Everyone was shocked. It was entirely possible. Earlier, they had all agreed to expel Yi Jing, and it was likely that Yi Jing had already harbored resentment against them. Was Yi Jing now seeking revenge on them? Fortunately, none of their phones rang, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This Yi Jing, At least he has a shred of conscience and didn't drag us into this. Yeah, I suddenly feel that Yi Jing isn't entirely wrong. He went to the Lang family because Lang Guanzhong first harmed him. Before this, Yi Jing didn't really do anything wrong. It's just that we were afraid of the National Protection War God, so we wanted to expel him, but he didn't seek revenge on us. After pondering for a while, everyone suddenly felt a pang of conscience and realized that Yi Jing wasn't all bad. At this moment, Yi Jing's phone call connected. Xiao Qin, you're stationed near Jinling City, right? Yi Jing calmly spoke. Mr. Yi, it's Mr. Ye's call. One of the 8 great war gods, Qin Fengtian, was so excited that he almost dropped the phone. Yes, I'm stationed near Jinling City. We're currently conducting drills here. Yi Jing said, do you know Lang Boqi? Qin Fengtian frowned. Of course I know him. He's our old war god. What's going on? Did he offend you? Qin Fengtian shuddered inwardly. He felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Not for Yi Jing, but for Lang Boqi. How could the old war god have provoked Mr. Yi? Didn't he fear being dealt with? But thinking carefully, Mr. Ye's reputation was only known among the war god level within the dragon group. Although Lang Boqi was also a war god, he wasn't part of the dragon group system. The dragon group was a higher level organization than the regular military, with higher confidentiality levels. So Lang Boqi had no idea about Yi Jing's true identity. Yi Jing said indifferently, if I were you, I'd hurry over and take Lang Boqi away. Otherwise, losing a national protection war god would be something you wouldn't want to see, right? Qin Fengtian was shocked. He quickly replied, yes, I'll go right now. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for giving us this opportunity. He was in a hurry and said, quick, go get Elder Shui, the team leader. Go and take that old man Lang Boqi away. If Mr. Yi hadn't informed us and had directly dealt with the old war god, our country would have truly lost a valuable war god. War god level experts were extremely important assets for any country, especially for China. Hurry. If we're late, we might only be able to collect the old war god's remains. Everyone quickly boarded helicopters and flew towards Jinling, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Lang Boqi sneered, oh, the call came so quickly? Did the help you called agree to come over? Yi Jing nodded slightly, they should be coming, but it's not help I called for. Lang Boqi said coldly, coming to die. At a time like this, there are still people willing to come and die for you. You must have good connections. Lang Guanzhong, standing beside him, also felt uncomfortable. This Yi Jing, even at the brink of death, still had people willing to come and die with him. How did he have such good connections? In contrast, when he himself had been thrown into the septic tank by Yi Jing, not only was there no one to accompany him, but even a single visitor was absent. So at this moment, Lang Guanzhong was extremely jealous of Yi Jing. He wanted to personally kill anyone who came to save Yi Jing. Lang Boqi's brow furrowed with suspicion. You said they're not coming to help you? What do you mean? Yi Jing leisurely sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. What? Can't you understand plain words? It means exactly what it sounds like. Those people aren't coming to help me. They're coming to save you. He glanced at Lang Boqi indifferently. Those people are afraid you'll die by my hand, so they're rushing over to save your old life. Lang Boqi's eyes narrowed instantly. How dare you speak to my grandfather like that? Lang Guanzhong was furious. If he weren't immobilized, he would have jumped up to bite someone. I'm just stating a fact. Yi Jing said casually, considering you're the National Protection War God and have contributed to the country, I called someone to save you. If it were anyone else, they'd already be dead at my feet. Lang Boqi narrowed his eyes and carefully re-examined Yi Jing. Could this man really be a hidden master? Otherwise, how could he have such a confident demeanor? When facing him, others were already terrified. But this Yi Jing wasn't intimidated at all and was instead extremely calm. Who are you? Lang Boqi asked one more time. Yi Jing replied indifferently, someone you can't afford to provoke. He didn't bother revealing his true identity to Lang Boqi. After all, The war gods from the dragon group would soon arrive to take Lang Boki away. Kid, don't play with fire. Lang Boki said coldly, if I find out you're lying to me, I'll make you suffer unimaginably. Lang Guanzhong, however, couldn't wait and immediately shouted, Grandpa, why are you still wasting words with him? He's lying to you. You don't know, but this guy in Jinling is a professional con artist. This is definitely just another one of his tricks. He's trying to bluff you. Don't fall for it. Lang Guanzhong was afraid his grandfather wouldn't take revenge today. If his grandfather started investigating the truth of Yi Jing's words, how long would that take? Chapter 495. The rescuers have arrived. Lang Guanzhong was desperate for revenge and couldn't wait even a moment longer. Just then, a sudden loud whistling sound broke through the air outside. Everyone instinctively looked up at the sky, for helicopters suddenly appeared above Nanjing City and were quickly heading in this direction. Lang Boki, with his exceptional eyesight as the guardian war god, immediately recognized the special emblem on the helicopters. The dragon group. Lang Boki's expression instantly turned grave. The appearance of the dragon group meant that something extremely significant had happened in Nanjing City. Even as the guardian war god, he would have to unconditionally cooperate with the dragon group's actions. This was the special privilege of the dragon group. It seems the ones coming to rescue you have arrived, Yi Jing said. Hearing this, Lang Guanzhong couldn't hold back any longer. Grandfather, listen to what he's saying. What does he mean by the ones coming to rescue you? It's obvious that he hired these people. He hired a few helicopters and dares to challenge you, grandfather? He clearly doesn't know how to spell death. Lang Guanzhong continued to vent, rambling on. But Lang Boki walked over and slapped him across the face. Shut up, grandfather. Lang Guanzhong was stunned. Today wasn't supposed to be about avenging him? Why did you hit me? Did you make a mistake? He looked at his grandfather with a mixture of grievance and confusion. Grandfather, you're not scared of those junk helicopters, are you? The Lang family had their own helicopters at home, so Lang Guanzhong was already used to them and didn't think much of them. Lang Boki said gravely, something big might have happened in Nanjing City. These 4 helicopters belong to the dragon group. Lang Guanzhong was suddenly speechless, even though he hadn't reached that high a level yet. As the heir of the Lang family and being groomed by the guardian war god as the future war god, he was privy to a lot of information, including the existence of the dragon group. Lang Guanzhong's gaze also hardened, and he trembled as he said, why would the dragon group come here? Could it be that his actions have been discovered by the dragon group? But soon, his trembling stopped. Although the things he had done were indeed outrageous and unpopular, if exposed, they would be enough to have him executed 100 times over. However, many of those actions were demanded by the 5 major figures back then. And those 5 figures were all highly influential, with positions even higher than his grandfather's. Even if the dragon group came, what could they do? Any one of those major figures could easily protect him. In an instant, the helicopters landed. All the attention in Nanjing City was drawn to this scene. What's going on over there? First, the guardian war god arrived, and now 4 helicopters. Could those helicopters have been called by the guardian war god? But to deal with just Yi Jing, wouldn't the guardian war god alone be enough? Why use helicopters? Everyone had a strange thought in their minds. It seemed that something unusual had happened. Inside the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, everyone looked at the 4 helicopters in the center. They noticed that since the helicopters appeared, the guardian war god hadn't made any moves. Could the people on those helicopters be someone important? When Qin Fengtian, Gu Zhanhong, and others stepped out of the helicopters, everyone was shocked. They had seen them on TV news. On television, they had also seen the appearances of the 8 war gods of the dragon group. Sigh. It's Qin the war god, Gu the war god. Today, Nanjing City is really lively, with so many war gods descending. This is the most eye-opening experience of my life, to see so many war gods in person. Many people were excited. But some quick-witted individuals thought, just to deal with Yi Jing, did they need so many war gods? Wouldn't one guardian war god be enough? Ning Luo was also among the crowd, showing a look of shock. This Isn't the scale a bit too big? The next moment, everyone saw Lang Boki respectfully approach the helicopters. Qin the war god, Gu the war god, everyone. What's going on? Why such a big show? His face still carried a trace of gravity. Even now, he thought that something extraordinary must have happened in Nanjing City to have alarmed these Dragon Group war gods. He never considered that it was Yi Jing's phone call that had summoned these war gods. In his eyes, aside from Xue Chonglin, the old leader of the Dragon Group, no one else had that kind of influence. What's wrong with us? Qin Fengtian said impatiently, we're here for your sake. The old war god was bewildered. For me? What's wrong with me? In that instant, his mind raced through many thoughts, and he suspiciously looked at Yi Jing. Could it be that these Dragon Group war gods were really called here by Yi Jing? If we had come any later? Qin Fengtian was about to say something when another war god, Gu Zhanhong, said, there are too many people here. Qin Fengtian immediately understood. This matter involved the honor of the guardian war god and the nation's honor. It couldn't be a laughingstock for too many people. He then gave a signal to the staff who had just gotten off the helicopter. The staff opened a briefcase and operated it for a few moments. Around everyone, an electronic barrier was erected. This electronic barrier was similar to the signal jamming vehicles used during exams. However, while the jamming vehicles blocked electronic signals, this briefcase blocked the sound of people speaking. Seeing that the shielding effect had taken effect, Qin Fengtian said with a bitter smile, Old war god, we're here to save you. If we hadn't come, you might already be a corpse. What? Lang Boki was shocked. These people were really here to save him? He quickly looked at Yi Jing, his eyes filled with disbelief. What Yi Jing had said earlier was true. How could I die at the hands of that boy? Lang Boki just couldn't figure it out. He was an old war god, and although his strength had declined with age, he still had at least 70 or 80% of his peak power. How could he possibly die here at the hands of a mere youngster? Seeing the old war god's expression, Qin Fengtian said calmly, this matter, let the old leader of the Dragon Group explain it to you. What? Xue Chonglin, the old leader of the Dragon Group, is also here in Nanjing? The next moment, Lang Boki was shocked to see Xue Chonglin step off the helicopter. Chapter 496. Can't bother with you anymore. If compared to Qin Fengtian and the others, although they might be slightly more special, in terms of status, they were still on the same level as him. Even Lang Boki could rely on his age and seniority to act a bit arrogantly. But this Xue Chonglin was a completely different story. In terms of status, strength, and every aspect, he completely overshadowed Lang Boki. In other words, Xue Chonglin was at the level of a leader. In front of Xue Chonglin, Lang Boki didn't dare to cause any more trouble. Old team leader Xue, why are you here? Xue Chonglin glanced at Yi Jing a few times, nodded in greeting, and then said, Old war god, do you know why there's an old in front of my title as team leader? Lang Boki was stunned for a moment, recalling some rumors he had heard before. I heard that you had thoughts of stepping down, saying that there's someone more capable than you who is better suited to be the leader of the Dragon Group. Xue Chonglin nodded. Yes, that rumor is true. There is indeed someone more powerful and more respected by the 8 war gods. Really? Lang Boki was shocked. In his mind, Xue Chonglin was the ultimate invincible being. Even he, the old war god, had always lost to Xue Chonglin in every sparring match. Was there really someone stronger than Xue Chonglin? Xue Chonglin nodded and approached Yi Jing. Yi Jing, have you thought it over? When will you take over my position as the leader of the Dragon Group? Yi Jing waved his hand indifferently. Forget it, I have no interest in that. Xue Chonglin couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He was indeed considering stepping down, but in this world, apart from Yi Jing, who else could command the 8 war gods? Who could make them truly respect and obey? If Yi Jing didn't agree, Xue Chonglin would have to continue shouldering the burden of this position. Lang Boki, who was standing beside them, was completely dumbfounded. This Yi Jing was the one Xue Chonglin had designated as the next leader of the Dragon Group? You heard that, didn't you? Even I have to persuade him. Yet you still came here to cause trouble for him? Do you want to speed up your aging process and end up in a coffin today? After hearing Xue Chonglin's words, Lang Boqi no longer dared to act arrogantly. Old War God, can we talk now? Yi Jing said indifferently, do you know about the things your Lang family has done? Lang Boqi frowned. To be honest, he really didn't know. As the guardian war god, he had the duty to protect the country. He was almost always at the border and rarely returned. So he had no idea what his son and grandson had done. Yi Jing took out his phone, played the video, and Lang Boqi was shocked. Were these heinous acts really committed by his grandson? At this moment, Lang Boqi even wanted to kill Lang Guanzhong. Lang Guanzhong, on the other hand, was trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't understand why Yi Jing was so powerful, why he was the designated next leader of the Dragon Group, and why even his grandfather had to listen to him. He couldn't understand. Why was that fair? They were about the same age, and Lang Guanzhong had the best potential for cultivation. But in the end, he couldn't even compare to a toe of Yi Jing. Why? Lang Guanzhong let out a roar and suddenly fainted. Xue Chonglin moved swiftly and arrived beside Lang Guanzhong, checking his condition. He said calmly, Old War God, your grandson's mentality isn't very good. He's already had a cerebral hemorrhage and fainted. When he wakes up, he'll probably be insane. Lang Boqi remained unusually silent. Before, when he knew his grandson had been bullied, he was very angry. But now, after seeing what his grandson had done, he suddenly felt numb and didn't want to do anything. Even if his grandson had become a useless madman due to his poor mentality, Lang Boqi felt no emotion. As the guardian war god, his heart was pure, dedicated to serving the country. He had never harbored any petty thoughts. But now, his grandson, the one he had high hopes for as the future guardian war god, had unknowingly become the cruel and heinous figure in the video. At this moment, he even felt a bit guilty, wondering if his lax management had caused his grandson to go astray. Those outside couldn't hear what was happening inside, but they could see that Lang Guanzhong had suddenly fainted, and the guardian war god Lang Boqi showed no reaction. How is this different from what we expected? The guardian war god seems to have forgiven Yi Jing? He's not going to pursue Yi Jing anymore? What's going on? Everyone was itching with curiosity, desperate to know what had happened inside. All right, this farce should come to an end. Xue Chonglin said, Old War God, take a look at these. These are all the bad deeds your Lang family has done behind the scenes over the years. In his hand was a stack of documents. The Old War God took them and looked through them, feeling more and more distressed as he read. He had been protecting the country at the front lines, even willing to sacrifice his life. And his descendants were behind his back, committing heinous acts and engaging in despicable deeds that he deeply disapproved of. At this moment, Lang Boqi suddenly felt as if he had aged several years. Let's go, Old War God. After you leave, the Lang family will be held accountable. No one who deserves punishment will be spared. Do you have any objections to that? Lang Boqi nodded numbly. It should be done. How it's judged and punished, I won't have the slightest complaint. Alas, it's also my fault. If I had been stricter with management, maybe my son and grandson wouldn't have turned out like this. Lang Boqi boarded the helicopter and left with Xue Chonglin and the others. As the staff removed the jamming device, the electromagnetic field that had blocked sound also disappeared. Yi Jing, are you okay? Ning Luo rushed over. So many war gods appeared just now. It scared me to death. Ning Luo checked Yi Jing from head to toe, relieved to see he was unharmed. Yi Jing smiled faintly. I'm fine. Didn't you see? They didn't attack me. Ning Luo also marveled. That's right. It's really strange. So many war gods suddenly appeared, didn't attack you, and then just left for no reason. What happened? Not only Ning Luo, but everyone from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and the onlookers around them were all straining to listen, eager to know what had happened. Yi Jing said calmly, It seems that the bad deeds of the Lang family were exposed, and the guardian war god Lang Boqi voluntarily went to assist with the investigation. This? Ning Luo exclaimed in surprise. So, the guardian war god now has to deal with his own family's troubles and can't bother with you anymore? Chapter 497. Expose them. Ning Luo was overjoyed. Does this mean you'll be safe from now on? The National Protector, who had been taken away by a high-ranking leader of the Dragon Group, would no longer pose a threat to Yi Jing, right? Yi Jing chuckled casually. You could say that. Even if the National Protector hadn't been taken away, Yi Jing wouldn't have been in danger. Instead, it would have been Lang Boqi who would have been in trouble. Being taken away was merely a form of protection, preventing him from interfering with the Lang family any further. Moreover, the Lang family will undoubtedly face a major purge in the coming days. At that time, you should take the initiative to take over their assets. Ning Luo was astonished. The Lang family will be purged? This was another big news. The Lang family was a powerful clan, and with the backing of the National Protector, they had amassed an unknown amount of wealth and assets. Now that the Lang family was about to fall, countless assets would be sold off at a discount. Ning Luo was excited and quickly prepared to seize the opportunity. At this moment, other members of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce began to emerge one after another. With the National Protector gone and the crisis resolved, everyone felt bolder. Those people just now, were they from the Dragon Group? Why was the National Protector taken away by the Dragon Group? Everyone turned their gaze toward Yi Jing. They hadn't been able to hear what was happening inside, but Yi Jing had. Yi Jing casually explained, the Dragon Group is conducting a self-inspection, investigating the Lang family under the National Protector. They discovered many toxic elements and are now clearing them out. A few high-ranking executives of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce instantly understood. Oh, no wonder the Dragon Group showed up. It's because the Dragon Group is conducting a self-inspection, purging toxic elements. They just happened to come and take the National Protector away. Yi Jing, you're really lucky. If the Dragon Group hadn't suddenly appeared, you would have been dead today. Everyone looked at Yi Jing with incredulous eyes. You're practically a phoenix rising from the ashes. Today was supposed to be your death sentence, and even the King of Hell was ready to take you. But then the Dragon Group showed up and saved you just in time. Yi Jing's luck is through the roof. He must have stepped in dog poop. But no matter what, we've made it through this tough spot. From now on, it's all smooth sailing. Everyone was overjoyed. The toughest hurdle with the National Protector had been cleared, and now they could enjoy the benefits brought by the trillion-dollar investment from the Dragon Group. However, Yi Jing glanced at a few executives who had been constantly mocking and belittling him throughout. Ning President, since the Dragon Group is conducting a self-inspection, shouldn't the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce do the same? Ning Luo's gaze followed and landed on those executives. She felt a spark of determination and said, yes, we should conduct a self-inspection. After experiencing this roller coaster of events, she had come to realize that only those who could extend a helping hand in critical moments were truly good subordinates, colleagues, and comrades. Those who were fence-sitters not only couldn't be relied upon in crucial moments, but could also harm you. The faces of those executives turned pale. How many of them had clean records? They wouldn't withstand any scrutiny. A single investigation would undoubtedly reveal a slew of problems. That very day, Ning Luo took decisive action to restructure and reorganize the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, making significant personnel adjustments. 3 top-level executives and over a dozen middle-level managers were fired on the spot. Without exception, all of them were those who had only spoken sarcastically and opposed Ning Luo when the National Protector had arrived. Phew! Ning Luo, sitting behind her desk, let out a silent sigh of relief. A smile appeared on her face. Those executives, relying on their seniority and age, often acted arrogantly. They frequently incited other employees under me to cause trouble, not working properly. I've long wanted to fire them, but considering the potential impact, I didn't dare to act. This time, I took advantage of Yi Jing's situation to finally resolve this matter. While the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce was undergoing a reshuffle, Yi Jing dialed the phone number of Xue Chonglin, the leader of the Dragon Group. Old Xue, I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. Xue Chonglin had just stepped off a helicopter. Hearing this, his spirits immediately perked up. He had been worried that Yi Jing wouldn't need his help. A person with no desires or needs was impossible to manage. Previously, Xue Changlin had been trying to persuade Yi Jing to take the position of the Dragon Group's leader, but Yi Jing had repeatedly refused. Why? Wasn't it precisely because Yi Jing had no desires, making him disdain the position? If Yi Jing had something to ask of him, that was a good thing, a great start. Go ahead, Yi Jing said. Since you've investigated the Lang family and know about the unscrupulous and heinous acts Lang Guanzhong committed, you should also know about the incident involving my parents, right? Xue Changlin hesitated for a moment before his expression turned serious. Yes, I know. Yi Jing took a deep breath. Who were the 5 so-called big shots who approached Lang Guanzhong back then? Xue Changlin shook his head. Yi Jing, I'm truly sorry, but I can't tell you. Those 5 individuals, their statuses are higher than mine, and they are all involved in classified matters. I can't disclose anything. Yi Jing frowned. The statuses of those 5 were even higher than Xue Changlin's. After all, in this country, Xue Changlin, as the leader of the Dragon Group, held an extremely high position. What kind of identities could those 5 possibly have? Yi Jing, I have to say something that might not be appropriate. Xue Changlin spoke over the phone. Regarding your parents' case, you'd better stop investigating it. The influence of those 5 is too great. They are not easily shaken. Yi Jing said calmly, No, I will investigate it to the end. All right. Xue Changlin sighed. He knew he couldn't persuade Yi Jing. Moreover, wasn't this one of the reasons he admired Yi Jing? Those 5 old men held too many resources and too much power. Having such a capable and strong young man challenge them might not be such a bad thing? After hanging up the phone, Yi Jing waved his hand. Qing Huang and Pu Nen appeared from the shadows, kneeling before Yi Jing. Go investigate. Check which family in Jinling has been acting suspiciously during the time when National Protector Lang Boqi returned. Qing Huang and Pu Nan's eyes lit up, and they deeply bowed before disappearing back into the shadows. With the National Protector making such a big spectacle and specifically targeting Yi Jing, the hidden forces that had been involved in the murder of Yi Jing's parents would not be able to stay hidden. They would most likely take advantage of the National Protector's return and the silence that had fallen over Jinling to quietly make some arrangements. Their activities would undoubtedly become more active. Chapter 498. In the name of the National Protector. Meanwhile, Yi Jing only needed to uncover those who were secretly active. This was the new lead. Half a day later, Qing Huang and Pu Nen returned. Master, you are truly brilliant. There are indeed people who have been very active during this period. Yi Jing looked at the 2 of them. Where? Qiao Family Manor. The Qiao family is the top real estate developer in Jinling City, and they have frequent interactions with the Lang family, who are descendants of a prestigious clan. The 2 families are also connected through marriage. Lang Guanzhong's sister is married to the Qiao family. Yi Jing nodded slightly, revealing a faint smile. It seems the Qiao family knows something. Qing Huang, focus on the Qiao family next. Investigate their movements and see who they've been in contact with and what they've been doing recently. Qing Huang nodded. Understood, Mr. Yi. After they left, Yi Jing received a video call from Zheng Qingxian and Huang Yuyan. When the video call connected, the person on the screen was actually his aunt, Lu Qiuming. Auntie, you look great. Yi Jing smiled. Annie had indeed been looking much better these past few days. This was not only reflected externally, but also in her overall demeanor, as she seemed to radiate vitality. Compared to her state when she was locked in the dog cage, she was now a completely different person. After being released from the dog cage, Lu Qiuming's mental state had been very poor, but now, as seen in the video, she even smiled. Thanks to you, Yi Jing. My life has basically returned to normal. I also have to thank Zheng Qingxian and Huang Yuyan. They've taken great care of me. At this moment, Zheng Qingxian and Huang Yuyan also appeared on the screen, sharing their recent experiences in Sioux City. They first gave a brief report on the company's expansion and development, then talked about how they had been taking Lu Qiuming to various scenic spots in Sioux City. After a long conversation, they finally left, still feeling unsatisfied. It had been a long time since they had seen Yi Jing, and they missed him. After they left, Lu Qiuming lowered her voice. Yi Jing, you need to be careful in Jinling. When I was locked in the dog cage, I once saw someone watching me being punished from a distance. Punished? Yijing immediately realized that it must have been the dog farm owner whipping Lu Qiuming. At that time, it was Lang Guanzhong who locked me up, but the person who came to watch me being punished was definitely not him. It shouldn't have been someone from the Lang family either, because I heard the dog farm owner address her as Miss Chiao, and it seemed to be Xiao Jiai, yes, Xiao Jiai. Yijing, in Jinling City, it wasn't just the Lang family who wanted to cause trouble for your parents. There's also the Qiao family. Maybe you should leave Jinling as soon as possible. It's full of dangers. Those who targeted your parents back then might jump out to target you now. Yijing smiled faintly. Don't worry, Auntie. This clue is very important to me. I'll finish dealing with things here, and then come to Sioux City to meet you. After hanging up the call, Yijing frowned. He waved to call Pu Nan in. Who is this Qiao Jiai in the Qiao family manor? Pu Nan immediately unfolded the information he had just gathered. Master, Qiao Jiai is one of the most prominent figures in the second generation of the Qiao family. It's rumored that the Qiao family has internally decided to appoint her as the next head of the family. However, it's said that she didn't have this opportunity before and only gained it suddenly a few years ago due to some significant merit. Yijing's heart stirred. Could this so-called significant merit be related to his parents and aunt? It seemed that Qiao Jiai was also meticulously searching for him, Yijing, or rather, seeking the secret of his special physique. The next day, Pu Nan hurried in. Master, the Qiao family has suddenly announced a new announcement. They're going to unveil a 50 billion plan. Yijing opened his phone. On the official public account of the Qiao family's company, a recent announcement was made. The Qiao family was launching a 50 billion plan to collaborate with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's 100 billion plan, jointly fostering the prosperity of Jinling City. This news immediately caused an uproar in the comment section below the announcement. Companies, families, and manufacturers were eager to fawn over the Qiao family. Jinling City is about to experience a major development. The Qiao family is also investing in construction. With the Qiao family's 50 billion and the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's 100 billion, Jinling City is set for a massive boom. This is incredible. The Qiao family is amazing. Many people also questioned how the Qiao family could have so much money. Soon, several so-called insiders stepped forward to comment. It's said that the Qiao family has received investment from the capital, so they're now swimming in money. The Qiao family's financial resources are now second only to the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, and they're number one in Jinling City. Many companies that failed to secure cooperation with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce might now have a chance with the Qiao family. Yes, the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce has high qualification requirements and entry barriers, but the Qiao family might be more lenient. Go to the Qiao family for opportunities. It's like finding gold everywhere. Many companies and manufacturers rush to leave comments on the Qiao family's account, pleading for cooperation. Even those large companies and CEOs who had been rejected by the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce earlier now shifted their focus to the Qiao family. At this moment, an even bigger piece of news spread from the Qiao family manor. The Qiao family will invite the leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and the regional governor of Jiangnan to attend a press conference tomorrow. They will also invite numerous manufacturers and companies from Jinling City to discuss cooperation. Additionally, the Qiao family has announced another piece of news. In light of the National Protector incident, the Qiao family intends to seek justice for the Lang family of Jinling City and openly confront Yijing. Everyone in Jinling City knew that the National Protector had returned to deal with Yijing. However, before he could act, he was taken away by the Dragon Group for internal investigation. That was why Yijing had managed to survive until now. Unexpectedly, the Qiao family was stepping forward to seek justice for the Lang family. Many people immediately understood that the Qiao family was likely trying to curry favor with the National Protector. Since the National Protector was under investigation and couldn't personally deal with Yijing, the Qiao family was stepping in to help, thereby gaining the National Protector's favor. Few, however, knew that the Qiao family was merely using the National Protector's name to achieve their own goals. Chapter 499. The Informed. The Qiao family actually publicly declared they are going to deal with me. Yi Jing chuckled, amused. Are they showing their cards openly now? Previously, he had to painstakingly investigate leads. But now, the Chow family seemed to be in a hurry, jumping out themselves. It seems the Chow family isn't planning to hide anymore. After the Lang family's failure, the Chow family intends to make their move. It's unclear if those 5 big shots are pulling the strings from a distance. Just then, the phone rang. It was the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in the capital. Mr. Yi, the Chow family compound in Jinling called, inviting you to a meeting tomorrow. Should I go ahead and decline for you? In the eyes of the head, Yi Jing, the de facto leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, held such a high status. How could he possibly give face to a small family like the Chows? However, for procedural reasons, he couldn't make the decision for Yi Jing, so he had to ask Yi Jing himself. Yi Jing thought for a moment and said, "This is what you do. Like this?" He gave a few instructions. The head immediately responded, "Understood, Mr. Yi. I'll arrange it right away." At the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Yi Jing, the Chow family compound, is showing their true colors. They actually sent you an invitation to attend. Ning Luo was so angry she almost threw her phone. The Chow family publicly declared they're helping the national protector to teach you a lesson, and now they send you an invitation? Isn't this deliberately calling you over to get beaten up? Ning Luo's mood had been good today, but as soon as she saw the Chow family's announcement in the morning, she was dumbfounded. In the end, all that was left was anger. The national protector hadn't even said anything, yet the Chow family jumped out to fawn over the protector. Not only that, but they also tried to belittle our Yi Jing. And not only did they say they'd target Yi Jing, but they deliberately sent an invitation, asking Yi Jing to attend the meeting tomorrow. This is clearly trying to humiliate Yi Jing in front of the entire Jinling elite society, showing it to everyone. Yi Jing, we're not going to this meeting. Ning Luo huffed. I'll mediate on behalf of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. We can't let the Chow family have it all their way. After all, I'm now the official representative of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in Jinling. My words carry some weight. Yi Jing smiled calmly. You don't need to worry about this. I'll attend the meeting tomorrow. Ah. Ning Luo was stunned. But Yi Jing, this is clearly a provocation. The Chow family is organizing a grand banquet, gathering all the upper-class figures in Jinling, and then calling you over to humiliate you. How can you fall for such a crude provocation? Listen, we're not going. Ning Luo tried to stop Yi Jing. Yi Jing smiled calmly. It's fine. A mere Chow family doesn't deserve my attention. By then, it's uncertain whether the Chow family will humiliate me or if I'll humiliate them. Yi Jing winked. Seeing she couldn't persuade Yi Jing, Ning Luo tried a softer approach. Yi Jing, listen. I've finally secured the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's trillion yuan investment plan. It's a huge opportunity for me, a pivotal moment in my life. If you go tomorrow and the Chow family, in alliance with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, just imagine, if the Chow family says something bad about us, I might lose my chance to lead this trillion yuan plan. Ning Luo was afraid that if the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce withdrew the plan and handed it to the Chow family, she'd end up with nothing. Yi Jing reassured her, don't worry. No matter what happens, you'll be in charge of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's trillion yuan plan. It won't be handed to anyone else, especially not the Chow family. And don't worry, the Chow family is just making noise today. By tomorrow, it's uncertain whether the Chow family will even exist in Jinling. Ning Luo took a deep breath upon hearing this. She felt Yi Jing was exaggerating. She knew Yi Jing had some abilities, especially in medicine and martial arts, able to treat illnesses like those of Elder Tang and Elder Qian, and he was quite skilled in combat, defeating many formidable bodyguards. But what was the Chow family? They were a massive entity, even more deeply rooted than the Lang family. If Yi Jing were to confront such a formidable entity as the Chow family, he would only be consumed by them. After all, their profound foundation far surpassed that of the Lang family. The Lang family's entire strength lay in the national protector, but the protector was unable to act against Yi Jing due to the internal investigation by the Dragon Group. The Chow family, however, had no such constraints. They could act freely against Yi Jing, and that would spell trouble for him. Yi Jing. Ning Luo was very worried and wanted to say more, but Yi Jing had already left. After Yi Jing left, his phone rang. Seeing the number, his expression turned peculiar. Why is Shinsuyi calling me again? Although he hadn't saved the number, it was familiar. After thinking for a moment, Yi Jing decided to answer. This woman with a unique physique, although Yi Jing didn't quite like her, was naturally connected to him. Of course, it was also possible that Shinsuyi might attract some leads, which Yi Jing couldn't ignore. What's up? Yi Jing picked up the phone. However, it wasn't Shinsuyi's voice on the other end, but her mother's. She was furious, shouting, Yi Jing, you damned scoundrel. What's wrong? Yi Jing frowned. What do you mean, what's wrong? Don't you know how much trouble you've caused our Shin family? First, you provoked the Lang family, and now you've gone after the Chow family. Do you not care about your own life? But you've dragged our Shin family into this, do you understand? Didn't the National Protector finish you off? And now you're jumping around again? At this moment, Shinsuyi's voice came through the receiver. Mom, don't speak so harshly. Yi Jing might have his reasons. Her mother retorted angrily, I don't care what his reasons are. Now, the Chow family has sent people to wander around our house. Isn't that a threat? Maybe the next time I go out to buy vegetables, the Chow family will have someone capture me. Yi Jing, go die if you want, but don't drag our Shin family down with you. Yi Jing frowned. The Chow family had sent people to the Shun family's residence. He thought of the previous incident where Lang Guanzhong had kidnapped Shinsuyi. He was now certain that the Chow family must have been involved in the matter of his parents, at least as an informant. Chapter 500. Profit above all. Yi Jing, did you hear me? You are to go to the Chow family and apologize immediately. Clear up this misunderstanding for me, or else you'll be in for it. Shun's mother was furious. Yi Jing replied calmly, All right, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Yi Jing called over his servant. Go to the Shin family and deal with the petty troublemakers lurking around their house. Also, have Long San send a team to guard the Shin family. Report back immediately if anything happens. The servant promptly left. Yi Jing looked out the window toward the direction of the Shin family. Given Shinsuyi's unique complementary physique, she would undoubtedly be targeted by the Mu Ho Juran. Perhaps Yi Jing could use this to uncover clues about these Mu Ho Juran. Yi Jing dispatched people to the vicinity of the Shun family, not only to protect them, but also to uncover clues. Yi Jing dispatched personnel to the Shin family not only to safeguard them, but primarily to unearth these leads. An hour later, Shun Xiaogong was holding a telescope, constantly peering outside. How is it? Have those people left? It seems so. I can't see them anymore. Shun Xiaogong also spoke nervously. Earlier, several people from the Chow family were lurking around our house, but now, they've suddenly disappeared. Shun's mother sneered. I guess my phone call worked. Yi Jing must have gone to apologize to the Chow family, so they're no longer pursuing this matter. She had no idea that this Yi Jing is such a jinx. Every time he comes to our Shin family, he drags us into trouble. Don't those people know that our Shin family tore up that betrothal contract long ago? The next day, at the Jinling Grand Hotel, the Chow family's meeting was held at the hotel. Early in the morning, all the prominent figures in Jinling City had arrived. Businessmen, manufacturers, bosses of all sizes, various noble families, and the city's key figures. Everyone who arrived at the hotel offered their congratulations to the Chow family. Congratulations to Miss Chow. The Chow family is truly generous. A single move of 50 billion is almost on par with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. With the Chow family's investment, Jinling City's economy is bound to soar in the coming years. The Chow family's boldness is truly impressive. Their cooperation with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce will surely be remembered as a legendary tale. Chow Jiai, as the next head of the Chow family, had already taken over most of the family's affairs, so she was in charge of hosting the event. Welcome, everyone. We're honored to have you here. She smiled. Your presence at our Chow family's meeting is a great honor for us. Together, We can build a better Jinling city through cooperation. Miss Chiao, will the representatives from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce really be coming? Many were eagerly looking forward to it. Compared to the Chiao family, their hearts were more drawn to the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Although the Chiao family had invested a significant amount, 50 billion, nearly half of the chamber's investment, everyone knew that this investment was primarily from the capital, not the Chiao family's own wealth. In other words, the chamber's 100 billion was just the initial investment, with the possibility of further increases. Meanwhile, the Chiao family's investment might have drained their entire fortune, with no more to offer. Moreover, in terms of future prospects, the Chiao family paled in comparison to the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. So, while it seemed like everyone was here out of respect for the Chiao family, the truth was that most were here to make connections with the chamber. Xiao Jai was well aware of this, but instead of pointing it out, she smiled and said, "Everyone, our Chiao family has already made arrangements with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. They will be sending a very important person." The crowd's breathing grew heavier. A very important person? Could it be the actual mastermind behind the scenes? Many were overjoyed. Last time, they had almost thought they were meeting the actual power behind the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, only to find out that Yi Jing was just a stand-in, a scapegoat. Later, they learned that the actual leader of the chamber had also been present at the Jinling meeting that day, but had opted not to make a public appearance. Could it be this time? Everyone was excited. However, Xiao Jai shook her head and smiled. "No, everyone. The actual authority behind the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce is very busy, with many international guests to attend to. He won't be coming to Jinling this time. The one coming to Jinling is a regional director from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, responsible for the Jiangnan area." The crowd's eyes lit up. Although it wasn't the actual ruler himself, a regional director was still a high-ranking position. The Jiangnan region spanned multiple provinces, wielding significant power. In fact, he was one of the most important figures, second only to the actual authority. When will he arrive? Xiao Jai smiled. "Everyone, please be patient. Let's first enter the venue and begin the meeting. The director should arrive in about an hour." The crowd was filled with anticipation. A director-level figure from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. This was indeed a rare opportunity. With Xiao Jai's assurance, everyone flooded into the hotel. Once inside the venue, Xiao Jai delivered another round of formal greetings. "Everyone, thank you for taking the time to attend our Chiao family's meeting. This time, we have several announcements to make. One is our cooperation with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce to jointly develop Jinling City and boost its economy. The other is to stand up for the protector of the nation and publicly target Yi Jing." As soon as she said this, many in the audience chimed in. That Yi Jing truly deserves to die. How dare he cause trouble at the protector of the nation's Lang family? It's unforgivable. It's rare for the Chiao family to stand up at a time like this. It's no surprise, though. The Chiao and Lang families have been close for generations, with frequent intermarriage. They're practically one family. Miss Chiao, we've all long been fed up with Yi Jing. He's just a scapegoat, and his con man identity has already been exposed. Yet he still roams Jinling City, deceiving people, and even causing trouble at the Lang family. I think we should expel Yi Jing from Jinling City. A con man like him, if left here, might deceive others. Exactly. Expel him as soon as possible to prevent more people in Jinling from being fooled. Yi Jing is a rotten apple, spoiling the whole barrel. The crowd was full of righteous indignation. But in reality, although they spoke harshly, their hatred for Yi Jing wasn't as deep as they made it out to be. At this moment, they were all just trying to curry favor with the Chiao family. In their eyes, profit above all. Chapter 501. Chiao Family's Reserves. While everyone was condemning Yi Jing and currying favor with the Chiao family, Yi Jing arrived. "Yi Jing, you actually dare to come?" At the entrance of the Jinling Grand Hotel, a few security guards spotted Yi Jing. They were surprised, yet also amused. They were surprised that Yi Jing actually dared to show up, amused because they noticed that Yi Jing had come alone, as if he was deliberately coming to his death. "Quick, brothers, restrain him." This is a golden opportunity handed to us on a silver platter. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect a pie to fall from the sky. The security guards immediately surrounded Yijing. Meanwhile, one of them quickly ran inside to report. Miss Qiao, Yijing is here. This announcement drew everyone's attention. Xiao Jai sneered, this Yijing really can't take a challenge. I thought today we'd just ruin his reputation, making it easier to deal with him later. I didn't expect him to lose his patience and come here himself. She coldly laughed. Perfect. Let him lose face in front of all these high society figures in Jinling, and then we'll squeeze every secret out of him. She calmly ordered, tie Yijing up and bring him in. Before her words even finished, there were a few thuds at the entrance, and then Yijing strolled in as if taking a leisurely walk in a garden. Looking back at the entrance, the security guards were all lying on the ground, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Is Yijing still so arrogant? He was arrogant at the Lang family, but to come here alone to face the Qiao family and still act so arrogantly, is he insane? Everyone looked at Yijing in disbelief. You know this is a dragon's den, a trap set by the Qiao family specifically for you. Yet you not only come alone but also act so arrogantly? Do you want to die that badly? At this moment, many people looked at Yijing as if he were already a dead man. The Qiao and Lang families could form a marriage alliance because their strength, reserves, and other factors were similar. The Lang family's resources were more concentrated on the national protector, and Yijing hadn't faced the wrath of the national protector, which could only be attributed to good luck. The Qiao family's resources, however, were more evenly distributed, and the Qiao family was full of experts. Today, they would all be unleashed on Yijing. Yijing is finished today. Last time, he was lucky to escape from the national protector, but this time, he's definitely done for. The Qiao family will tear him to pieces. Everyone waited for Qiao Jai to erupt, including the 100 or so Qiao family members standing behind her, all of whom were radiating powerful energy, clearly not ordinary people. Yijing, do you know what your reputation is like in Jinling now? Qiao Jai sneered. Everyone says you're a professional fraud, a discarded son. Discarded by the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, repeatedly exposed as a fraud. It must be hard, right? That's why you went to such lengths to curry favor with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and offended the Lang family, isn't it? But do you know that offending the Lang family is the same as offending the Qiao family? Today, you won't leave this building alive. Xiao Jai waved her hand, and from the darkness, a dozen figures emerged, all closing in on Yijing. SSS. So many experts. They're all War King level. The guests were shocked. The Qiao family's reserves are indeed deep. Although there are no war gods, with so many War Kings, they could crush a large family overnight. Yijing, aren't you very good at fighting? I heard you can even hammer a War King level bodyguard to death. But what about facing a dozen War Kings? Xiao Jai sneered. Our Qiao family's dozen War Kings, when combined in a battle formation, even a war god would have to avoid their edge. These dozen War Kings also master a joint battle formation, combining their strength to achieve more than the sum of their parts. Together, they can rival a war god. The guests' eyes lit up. So these dozen people are the Qiao family's hidden trump card. I heard the Qiao family can match the Lang family because of these dozen people. So these dozen people are the Qiao family's hidden trump card. I heard the Qiao family can match the Lang family because of these dozen people. It's said that even the old national protector, at his peak, didn't dare say he could definitely win against these dozen people. That's why the two families began their alliance and started large-scale marriages. Today, we actually get to witness this. It's truly an eye-opener. The Qiao family's War King joint battle formation technique is said to be an unrevealed secret. All the guests widened their eyes. Some even secretly took out their phones and started recording. After all, if this unrevealed secret could be sold, it would fetch a sky-high price. How many War Kings are seeking this manual? Ordinary dozen War Kings are far inferior to a single war god, but if they all learned this joint battle formation, wouldn't it be possible to find any dozen War Kings to rival a war god? This is simply a boost to War King strength. But the next moment, a large number of Qiao family members appeared among the guests, moving among the crowd. Although these people were not as strong as the dozen war kings in the center, they were all undoubtedly experts. With their swift movements, everyone who had taken out their phones to record had their phones smashed. Since this war king battle formation is the Qiao family's unrevealed secret, they naturally wouldn't allow anyone to record and leak it. Oh, sounds quite impressive. Yi Jing saw the dozen war kings seemingly moving in a certain pattern, circling around, and he couldn't help but marvel. Now you're scared? Xiao Jai sneered. Too late. You coming here tonight means this is your fate. In the next instant, the circle of the dozen war kings suddenly tightened, and they all unleashed their thunderous attacks on Yi Jing. It's a bit interesting. Yi Jing calmly watched these dozen people. His interest piqued, and he didn't rush to act. Individually, any one of them was insignificant. But now, through this battle formation, when they attacked together, it did have a certain charm. But the next moment, Yi Jing shook his head. It seems like it's just a method of amplification, similar to a megaphone, concentrating all their strength in one place. Unfortunately, there are too many flaws. Not worth promoting, it's completely garbage. The dozen war kings were furious. How dare you call what we practice garbage? But the next moment, Yi Jing suddenly acted. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed as Yi Jing rapidly threw out several punches. Chapter 502. Heated Enthusiasm. In the next instant, a dozen war kings were all sent flying. The entire grand restaurant fell silent in an instant. How is this possible? Weren't those dozen war kings very powerful? Weren't they comparable to war gods? How did they get smashed out of here so easily? The many guests were dumbfounded. Those who had just wanted to open their phones to record videos now all had twitching eyelids. If I had known you, the Qiao family, were this weak, why bother recording anything? You, the Qiao family, still have the nerve to smash our phones, and this is the result? You owe us our phones. No, the experts of the Qiao family can't be this weak. Then there's only one possibility left. Everyone turned their terrified gazes towards Yi Jing. It can only mean that this Yi Jing's strength is already extremely terrifying. He might already be at the level of a war god. Perhaps, he is only one step away from being a national protector war god. Everyone gulped nervously. No wonder last time, this Yi Jing faced the national protector war god without any fear. So he himself possesses such formidable strength. It seems the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce chose him as a scapegoat not only for his deception skills, but also for his abilities. This Yi Jing is not to be underestimated. Many people had previously belittled and mocked Yi Jing because they thought he was just a con artist. But now, many were re-evaluating him. A person with such formidable strength must be treated with caution. The Lang family became a prestigious clan in Jinling City just because they had a national protector war god. What about Yi Jing? If any noble family could recruit Yi Jing, their ranking in Jinling City could rise by 5 to 10 places. Many people's gazes towards Yi Jing had already grown heated. Xiao Jai, what other tricks do you have? Yi Jing glanced at Xiao Jai indifferently, his face carrying a slight trace of disdain. Xiao Jai's eyelids were twitching wildly, but inwardly, she was ecstatic. Is this the effect of a special physique? The enhancement effect of a special physique on martial arts is so strong. This is wonderful. If I could obtain such a special physique, wouldn't I also be able to rapidly grow into a war god level in just a few years? Seeing how powerful Yi Jing was, Xiao Jai was not afraid at all. Instead, she was inwardly excited and thrilled. Another reason she wasn't afraid was that she still had a backup plan. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Representatives of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce have arrived. With this announcement, everyone was startled. The representatives of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce had actually come? The Qiao family had really invited the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Their influence is truly great. After being shocked by Yi Jing's strength, many people quickly shifted their attention to the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. After all, no matter how powerful Yi Jing was, he was just a martial artist. Even the Lang family, What of it? They're just riding on the coattails of their prestigious lineage. To truly make big money, engage in the economy, and do business, one still has to look at the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. After all, almost 90% of the people present were from the business circle, and their sole focus was on profit. Nothing was more important than doing business. Everyone stood up in unison, looking towards the entrance to welcome the guests. A burly, tall, and mighty man strode in from outside, followed by a dozen business elites, each one a renowned financial operator, investment tycoon, or industrial entrepreneur in Jinling City, Suzhou City, and the Jiangnan region. Is this the director of the Jiangnan province region of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, Director Liu Chengguwei? Everyone's faces showed flattering smiles. Hello, Director Liu. Welcome, Director Liu, to our Jinling City. Director Liu, please take a seat. Xiao Jai also excitedly said, Director Liu, you've come at just the right time. This arrogant man is challenging our Qiao family's authority, and also challenging the authority of this cooperation meeting. Isn't this also challenging the authority of your Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? Xiao Jai's banner this time was the cooperation between the Qiao family and the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, so she forcibly tied the Qiao family to the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's worship. She had thought that Director Liu of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce would unconditionally stand by her side. After all, on the other side, Yi Jing's surface identity was just a professional con artist, a discarded pawn of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Unexpectedly, Director Liu of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce said indifferently, Xiao Jai, today we from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce are here for one reason only, to present a gift. Xiao Jai excitedly said, Thank you, Director Liu. No matter what the gift is, our Qiao family appreciates the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's kind intentions. Everyone also showed envious expressions. That was a gift from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. The specific gift wasn't important. What mattered was the attitude it represented. Any family or company in the country that received the favor of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce could directly rise to prosperity. Could it be that the Qiao family has really gained the special attention of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? Xiao Jai immediately became proud and self-satisfied, scanning the crowd, as if she had a sense of looking down on everyone. Bring it up. Director Liu waved his hand, and 20 staff members carried a massive box onto the stage. Wow, what is this? It looks so big. My goodness, what a precious gift it must be, taller than a person, and so large. What could it be for 20 people to carry together? Everyone widened their eyes. Only when the box landed did they hear a heavy thud. Clearly, the contents were not light. My goodness, how much does the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce value the Qiao family to send such a precious gift? I heard the Qiao family's funds this time come from the capital. Could it be related to the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? In the future, will the Qiao family be completely tied to the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? Everyone's gaze towards Xiao Jai had grown hot and fervent. It seems the Qiao family's leg has grown thicker. We must hold on to it tightly in the future. Xiao Jai and the many members of the Qiao family were all grinning from ear to ear. As for the guests' speculations, the Qiao family not only wouldn't clarify them, but would actually encourage them. They wanted the speculations to become even more exaggerated. It would be best if they mistakenly thought the Qiao family had reached some strategic cooperation with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, so the Qiao family could gain more attention and investment. Chapter 503. How could I possibly stand up for you? In their shock and surprise, all eyes turned to the large box. I'm really curious, what great stuff could it be? The Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce is so wealthy. They always give out extremely valuable things. I heard that last time the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce attended an event in Shanghai, they gave a pair of tiny, mahjong-sized trinkets, and it turned out to be a national treasure, worth 200 million. Today, the box they sent to the Qiao family is so big. What's inside must be worth billions, right? As the speculations grew, the expressions of the Qiao family members became increasingly cheerful. Xiao Jai couldn't hide her smile and politely said, Minister Liu, you're too kind. If it's a gift, it's a gift, but something this valuable, I really can't accept it. Lu Chungue said indifferently, no, you can completely accept it. This gift is perfect for your Chow family. Why not open it and take a look? Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Jai quickly said, everyone, come up and open the gift box. Do you want Minister Lu to open the gift for us himself? Only then did the Chow family members snap out of it and hurriedly went up to open the box, fumbling in their haste. Meanwhile, Lu Chungue subtly nodded at Yi Jing, indicating that the task Yi Jing had given him was successfully completed. Yi Jing was quite satisfied with Lu Chungue. This man had a dual identity. Not only was he the minister of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in the Jiangnan region, but he was also a high-ranking assassin in the Yi God Temple. His loyalty to Yi Jing was unquestionable. In a few moments, the Chow family members opened the box and revealed what was inside. A large bell. What does this mean? Everyone was a bit confused. It looked like just an ordinary brass bell, but was there some deeper meaning? Speculations began to fly. Could this bell be an antique? Or maybe it's a national treasure that had been lost and the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce found it and gave it to the Chow family? Or perhaps this bell has some symbolic meaning? While everyone speculated, the Chow family members looked at each other in confusion. Excuse me, Minister Lu. What is the significance of this bell? Xiao Jai couldn't figure it out and had to ask. Lu Chungue remained silent, but Yi Jing spoke coldly. Don't you get it? Haven't you watched TV? Sending a clock means sending to one's end. It's telling your Chow family to hurry up and die. You. Xiao Jai immediately became furious. You can't say anything decent. The Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce would never send such a thing to my Chow family. The guests, however, all slightly changed expressions upon hearing this. In their minds, they had already thought of this possibility. But considering the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and the Jinling Chow family, they suppressed their thoughts. Now that Yi Jing had pointed it out, everyone began to murmur among themselves. What's going on? Could the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce really have this intention? Are they really here to send the Chow family to their end? But the Chow family is a business partner of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. The two are supposed to work together on the trillion yuan and 500 billion yuan plans. It doesn't seem like they're splitting up. As the murmurs grew louder, Xiao Jai's face became even more grim. She simply couldn't think of any other meaning behind the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce sending a large brass bell. Excuse me, Minister Lu, what does this bell mean? She couldn't figure it out and had to ask. The entire banquet hall fell silent, everyone holding their breath. After all, the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce Minister Lu's next words would determine the future of Jinling's economy. If the two sides joined forces, they could benefit as well. If they split, they would have to choose sides. Lu Chingue's tone gradually turned cold. Sending a clock naturally means sending to one's end. Is your Chow family's knowledge so low that you don't even know this? After speaking, Lu Chungue addressed the crowd directly. The Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce is terminating all strategic cooperation with the Chow family. From now on, the Chow family will be removed from the trillion yuan plan. After saying this, Lu Chungue subtly nodded at Yi Jing and then left. As soon as the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce members left, the banquet hall erupted in commotion. Wow! Does this mean the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and the Chow family have fallen out? What should we do now? The entry threshold for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's trillion yuan investment is so high, and even though the Chow family's threshold is lower, they clearly can't compete. The Chow family's funds are half of what the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce has, and many things aren't just about money. The Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's name alone can settle a lot of issues. Anyway, I'm not planning to attend this banquet anymore. I'm going to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Right? I heard the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's trillion yuan investment has been fully authorized to Ning Luo of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Let's go find her. Yes, let's go. In an instant, half the people had left. Even those who remained were quietly observing, hesitant. Xiao Jia looked at the bell, feeling more and more uneasy. Why would the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce suddenly change its attitude? Could it be because of this Yi Jing? Yi Jing, could it be that the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce is going to reuse you again? Could it be that your previous declarations, willing to act as the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's enforcer, have led them to reconsider their stance? No wonder Yi Jing was so arrogant tonight. It was because he had the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce backing him up again. Has Yi Jing regained the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's favor? The guests, hearing this, began to ponder, thinking it was possible. Otherwise, how could the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce stand up for Yi Jing? It seemed Yi Jing's show of loyalty had indeed caught the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's attention again. Thinking that Yi Jing might be favored by the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and become an insider, everyone's gaze toward Yi Jing changed. Many had previously criticized Yi Jing to curry favor with the Chow family, but now they all switched sides. Yi Jing, no, Mr. Yi, please don't take to heart what we said earlier. Yes, what we said earlier was just a joke. We only said those things to please the Chow family. Mr. Yi, please don't take it to heart. Hearing this sudden shift, Xiao Jiai's face grew even darker. These fence-sitters. Among the crowd, a few figures were from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Seeing the abrupt change in the situation, they quickly ran out to report to Ning Luo. Chapter 504, Don't Act Rashly. Ning Luo was shocked. Are you serious? The few people patted their chests and said, Absolutely. We saw it with our own eyes. At that time, Mr. Yi was clearly in danger, but suddenly the people from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce arrived, saying they were here to send the Chow family off. We were so shocked our jaws nearly dropped. None of us, including the guests present, expected the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce to side with Mr. Yi. Ning Luo recalled that Yi Jing had mentioned before that the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce wasn't an issue. Could it be that he had anticipated this all along? Those people said that Mr. Yi has regained the attention of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps it's due to this factor. Ning Luo nodded slightly, feeling a long-held tension in her heart finally ease. This outcome was undoubtedly the best. As the official spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in Jinling City, if Yi Jing was once again valued by the chamber, many things would become much easier. She wouldn't have to worry about being targeted or withdrawn. It seems the Chow family matter should be resolved. Ning Luo gently patted her chest, feeling at ease. The Chow family's greatest support was the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Now that the chamber was not only not helping the Chow family but also siding with Yi Jing, the matter seemed resolved. Jinling Grand Hotel. Yi Jing, don't think that just because the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce has an ambiguous attitude towards you, you can act recklessly. That Lu, the minister of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, didn't say a single word to support you. They just delivered a clock and left directly, without even greeting you once. Is that how they show their attention to you? As Xiao Jai spoke, everyone else seemed to realize this as well. Yes. It seemed that Yi Jing's relationship with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce was at best neutral, not even close to being valued. Xiao Jai glanced at the distance and said indifferently, Yi Jing, your time is up. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone felt a rumbling vibration coming from outside the street. What could this be? Everyone felt a shiver of fear. Could something have happened? Many felt regret, wishing they had left with the others earlier. Looking out into the street, they saw a dark, imposing force rumbling in. SSS. Could this be the local commander invited by the Chow family? They've actually brought a whole squad with them, even more imposing than the protector of the nation's squad that day. Goodness, the local commander is giving the Chow family such a grand reception? This must be the highest level of respect. Many people began to regain some confidence in the Chow family. Xiao Jai's face lit up with a smile. Everyone, follow me to welcome Commander Zhang. She led the way, with the Chow family members following behind. As soon as Commander Zhang arrived, he directed his men to raise a row of dark, menacing gun barrels, all pointing at Yi Jing. Miss Xiao, is this the scumbag? Xiao Jai nodded. At that moment, a figure emerged from Commander Zhang's group. SSS. Isn't that Lang Hanlin? The head of the Lang family, Lang Hanlin, why is he here? Didn't the Dragon Group investigate and take away everyone from the Lang family? I can't believe Lang Hanlin managed to escape alone. Everyone saw Lang Hanlin remove his mask, revealing his true face. Yi Jing, didn't expect it to be me, did you? I've been waiting for this chance. You knocked me unconscious before. Did you think it was over? You threw my son into the septic tank again and again. Today, I'm going to kill you. Lang Hanlin grabbed a gun and pointed the dark barrel at Yi Jing's forehead. Mr. Lang, don't act rashly. At this moment, Xiao Jai stepped forward to stop him. Mr. Lang, killing him now would be too easy on him. Don't you remember? He has some secret? Lang Hanlin hesitated. Although he wasn't clear about the exact nature of the cooperation between his son and those 5 powerful figures, he had his suspicions. Yi Jing must possess some earth-shattering secret to have garnered the attention of such important figures. If we just kill him now, he's just a worthless piece of trash. But if we extract the value from him, then you and I will benefit greatly. Your Lang family might even produce 10 protectors of the nation. Our Chao family can expand our War King formation tenfold. Hearing this, Lang Hanlin's heart raced. The Lang family had worked so hard to build their current status, only for the Dragon Group to come and investigate, confiscating everything. Lang Hanlin bore the heavy responsibility of rebuilding the Lang family. If they could extract valuable information from Yi Jing, a comeback would be within reach. All right, Miss Chiao, we'll split the value of any information we extract, 50-50. Xiao Jai smiled and nodded. No problem. She walked up to Yi Jing with a smile. Well, still acting tough, huh? You think you're so tough, don't you? You think you have an ambiguous relationship with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, don't you? Well now, do those things still matter? This gun barrel, if it even spits out a spark, a single bullet is enough to end your life. Scared, aren't you? Xiao Jai said, there's still a chance for you to live. Want to know what it is? Yi Jing feigned surprise. Oh? Is it to reveal the secret of my special physique? Xiao Jai snorted. If you know, then don't drag it out. As long as you reveal the secret of your special physique, I can guarantee your life. I can even let you know the true identities of those 5 powerful figures. Yi Jing's eyes narrowed. What identities? Xiao Jai shrugged. That depends on you revealing the secret first. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone heard the sound of helicopters overhead. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures jumped directly from a helicopter hovering at about 7 or 8 meters high. Leading them was one of the Dragon Group's war gods, Qin Fengtian. Lang Hanlin, we've been looking for you for days. Never expected you to disguise yourself and hide among the local commander's troops. Commander Zhang, you're really bold. Hiding someone the Dragon Group is after? Commander Zhang's face turned pale. He had hidden Lang Hanlin purely out of a debt of gratitude, never expecting it to backfire so disastrously. Boom. Commander Zhang knelt down, begging for leniency. Hiding Lang Hanlin, even if the punishment was light, would cost him his position. If severe, it could mean spending the rest of his life behind bars. Chapter 505, Lifeline. Everyone. Qin Fengtian looked around, his face darkening as he said, Dragon Group business. Everyone, please leave. The crowd, panicked, quickly stood up and rushed out. Who didn't know that the Dragon Group was the top force of the Huaxia Nation? Whenever the Dragon Group showed up, everyone had to cooperate unconditionally. As they ran, they cast pitying glances at Zhang Tongling and Lang Hanlin. These two are really asking for it. One dared to harbor, and the other actually dared to harm others. These two are doomed. Being discovered by the Dragon Group, Lang Hanlin will probably be dealt with more severely than the other Lang family members. Everyone left, casting complicated looks at Xiao Jai as they went. I thought the local commander's arrival would boost the Qiao family's confidence a bit. Who knew the Qiao family was so weak? The only backing, the local commander, is about to be dealt with by the Dragon Group. Forget it. Let's hurry to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. If we go now, maybe we can still secure some projects and orders. The remaining guests all rushed over to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Why? Why are there so many people? Ning Luo was dumbfounded. These people weren't all at the banquet hosted by the Chow family? How did they suddenly show up here? Quick, investigate what's going on. Ning Luo hurriedly sent someone to check. After the investigation, Ning Luo almost burst out laughing. The Chow family had such a good hand, yet they played it so poorly. This was practically handing her benefits on a silver platter. Jinling Grand Hotel. After all the guests were driven out, only the Dragon Group members, Lang Hanlin and Xiao Jai, remained. The rest of the Chow family members were also controlled by the Dragon Group and taken outside. Seeing no outsiders left, Qin Fengtian, the war god, knelt down with a loud thud. Greetings to the new leader of the Dragon Group. Yi Jing sighed, I told you, I haven't taken up this position yet. Is Xue Chonglin in such a hurry? Qin Fengtian chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Yi, unless it's you taking up this position, we will never recognize anyone else. Yi Jing said indifferently, then don't recognize anyone. Lang Hanlin and Xiao Jai were completely dumbfounded. The new leader of the Dragon Group? Yi Jing? Their minds were blown, as if a bomb had exploded inside their heads, leaving them in a state of shock for a long time before they could regain their senses. This Yi Jing is actually the new leader of the Dragon Group, and it seems he's not even that keen on the position. My goodness, what kind of monster have I been opposing? Lang Hanlin was filled with regret in his heart. He suddenly realized many things that had puzzled him before. Why did his father, the national war god, suddenly get dealt with by the Dragon Group just as they were about to deal with Yi Jing? It wasn't a coincidence at all, but the Dragon Group was trying to curry favor with Yi Jing. I truly deserve to die. Lang Hanlin wanted to slap himself hard several times. If he had known Yi Jing's true identity earlier, he would have advised his daughter to stop opposing Yi Jing immediately. How could things have escalated to this point? Xiao Jai, beside him, was also stunned, her mind taking a long time to process the revelation. How could Yi Jing be the leader of the Dragon Group? Why did I get involved in this? Why did I naively think that a local commander could stand up to the leader of the Dragon Group? Ha ha ha, I'm such an idiot. Xiao Jai alternated between laughing and crying, her nerves suffering a massive blow, almost driving her insane. At that moment, Qin Fengtian's heart stirred. Who's over there? Step forward. He pointed in a certain direction. Yi Jing, however, said calmly, that's one of mine. Don't make a fuss. With a wave of his hand, Lu Chenggue appeared silently, like a shadow, on the scene. This was the former minister of the Jiangnan region, Minister Lu. Although Minister Lu had left on the surface, he had secretly remained behind. Lu Chenggue bowed to Qin Fengtian. Sorry, War God Qin. I stayed behind to protect the leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Qin Fengtian's eyes narrowed. Your strength, is it at the War God level? He had clearly felt that he had driven everyone out, with no other life signs remaining on the scene. Yet, just a moment ago, Lu Chenggue had seemingly deliberately made a sound, alerting Qin Fengtian to his presence. Lu Chenggue's voice was as cold as a machine. No, I haven't reached the War God level. I merely used a powerful concealment technique taught to us by Mr. Yi. Qin Fengtian nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of apprehension. He could tell that Lu Chenggue's strength was at least at the War King level. Although not at the War God level, coupled with this incredible concealment technique, he could appear from nowhere and assassinate him without being noticed. The War King he had once looked down upon now had the ability to assassinate him. No wonder the head of the Xue family also attaches so much importance to the Yi God Temple. It truly is extraordinary. Qin Fengtian felt a chill run down his spine, unsure if Lu Chenggue had been aiming at him from the shadows. Hearing their conversation, Lang Hanlin and Xiao Jai were once again stunned, their minds reeling. The leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. When those words came out of Lu Chenggue's mouth, their jaws dropped. Yi Jing is also the leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. So the last meeting, Yi Jing wasn't a stand-in, but the real leader himself. We thought he was some kind of professional con man, but we were wrong. Yi Jing toyed with us the whole time. We were so arrogant and self-righteous. Xiao Jai finally lost it completely. She alternated between laughing and crying, her nerves completely shattered. Yi Jing glanced at her and knew her mind was beyond repair. Lang Hanlin, Yi Jing, no, Mr. Yi, give me one last chance. Knowing Yi Jing's true identities, Lang Hanlin suddenly erupted with a desperate urge to survive. If Yi Jing were just a small figure, no one could save him today. Just his act of defying the Dragon Group and hiding out would be enough for the Dragon Group to never forgive him. But Yi Jing was different. Yi Jing's identity gave him hope. If he could persuade Yi Jing could definitely persuade the Dragon Group to spare his life. When there's even a sliver of hope for survival, who would want to die? At this moment, Yi Jing was Lang Hanlin's lifeline. Chapter 506, Do you know the clue? I have information that can save my life. Lang Hanlin said urgently, Mr. Yi, as long as you let the Dragon Group let me go, I'll tell you a crucial piece of information. This is something I overheard when I accidentally listened in on a phone call between my wife and those 5 big shots. It must be related to your investigation. Lang Hanlin was sweating profusely with anxiety. If he spoke any slower, Qin Fengtian's blade would have already come down. Yi Jing looked at him. Oh? Do you know the clue? Lang Hanlin quickly replied, As long as you promise to spare my life, I'll tell you immediately. Yi Jing nodded slightly. All right, I won't kill you. Lang Hanlin immediately said, Qin the war god, did you hear that? Qin Fengtian had no choice but to respectfully say, New group leader, I'll leave Lang Hanlin to you. When I return to the Dragon Group, I'll fabricate an excuse. Qin Fengtian was quite accommodating to Yi Jing's requests. Otherwise, according to protocol, Lang Hanlin would have to be taken away by the Dragon Group. Yi Jing nodded slightly. After Qin Fengtian and the Dragon Group members left, Lang Hanlin finally let out a long sigh of relief. Just moments ago, when he was locked onto by Qin the war god, he truly felt like he was about to die. However, when he looked up and saw Yi Jing, a deep-seated fear began to spread in his mind. This Yi Jing was the most formidable, the new leader of the Dragon Group. Wouldn't that make him even more powerful than Qin Fengtian? Thinking of this, Lang Hanlin felt another wave of fear rise within him. Tell me, what's your clue? Yi Jing asked calmly, looking at him. Lang Hanlin cautiously said, Mr. Yi, you promised not to kill me, right? I promised, Yi Jing replied. Only then did Lang Hanlin feel reassured and said, Although I don't know who those 5 big shots are, there was a time when I overheard my wife's conversation. She repeatedly mentioned a name. I want to use that name to save my life. Yi Jing, speak. That person is named Du Shiqin, supposedly from Jiang province. Upon hearing this name, Yi Jing's eyebrows furrowed. Uncle Du? This Du Shiqin was a close friend of his father's. Yi Jing remembered seeing Du Shiqin and his father frequently coming and going from their home when he was a child. Back then, their family had not yet been involved in matters related to special abilities. What else do you know about Du Shiqin? Yi Jing asked, his gaze serious. Lang Hanlin shook his head. Other than that, I don't know anything. But this person is definitely related to your secret. Yi Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. He wondered what role Du Shiqin played in all of this. If Du Shiqin was like his aunt, caught up in this matter, Yi Jing would do everything in his power to save him, ensuring he lived a life of wealth and luxury, just like his aunt, who now enjoyed all the pleasures of the world. But if Du Shiqin was like Lang Guanzhong and Xiao Jai, aligned with those 5 big shots, and had betrayed his parents for some illusory benefits, then Yi Jing would go to the ends of the earth to kill Du Shiqin. Got it, Yi Jing said, waving his hand and summoning Lu Chenggue over. You, take Lang Hanlin and throw him into the septic tank. And don't give him a bamboo pole to hold on to. Let him experience the same pain his wife did. What? Lang Hanlin immediately exclaimed, Yi Jing, you're going back on your word. You said you wouldn't kill me. You, a war god-level expert, can't go back on your word. Yi Jing said calmly, I'm not killing you. I'm just throwing you into the septic tank. As for how long you can last without drowning, that depends on your own abilities. After saying this, Yi Jing waved his hand. and Lu Chungue knocked Lang Hanlin unconscious with a single chop, dragging him out like a dead dog. Yi Jing's eyes narrowed. Du Shichin? He would need to pay more attention to this person in the future. Qing Huang. Yi Jing waved his hand, and Qing Huang emerged from the shadows. Go investigate Du Shichin for me, and see if he's connected to the incident involving my parents. Yes, master. Qing Huang withdrew. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Ning Luo looked at the sea of people outside and felt a mix of emotions. I never expected that the Qiao family would be taken away by the Dragon Group for investigation overnight. Now, the largest investor in Jinling City has become the Dragon Group Chamber of Commerce, or more accurately, me as their spokesperson. Ning Luo felt both amused and reflective. A month ago, she never would have imagined that the future economic development of Jinling City would rest on her shoulders as a mere woman. Although she was the president of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, there were others more capable and experienced than her. Yet, the entire city of Jinling had now focused all its attention on her. All the big bosses and CEOs were coming to her, pleading for her to provide them with project orders and financial support. Right now, I probably have more popularity than even the president of the Huaxia Bank, right? Ning Luo thought, feeling both amused and overwhelmed. The staff of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce also showed pride and tacit understanding. All the employees here had been thoroughly reformed by Ning Luo. Those who used to gossip, be fence-sitters, or curse at Yi Jing had been weeded out. The remaining staff were all kind-hearted individuals. President Ning, when will it start? We urgently need your investment. When will your trillion-yuan plan be announced? President Ning, please start soon. The entire business community of Jinling City is waiting for the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to speak. In the midst of the rising waves of voices, Ning Luo did not become arrogant, but instead felt a bit nervous. Yi Jing, do you think I can handle this trillion-yuan plan for the Dragon Group Chamber of Commerce? If I don't do a good job, will they replace me as the official spokesperson? Yi Jing smiled faintly. Don't worry. I said it won't happen, so it definitely won't. Ning Luo looked at Yi Jing a few more times. Although every time she mistakenly thought Yi Jing was the mastermind behind the Dragon Group Chamber of Commerce, the situation would later reverse, with evidence showing that the real authority was someone else. However, Ning Luo's sixth sense as a woman always felt that Yi Jing must have some connection with the Dragon Group Chamber of Commerce. For example, this time, when Yi Jing was clearly at a disadvantage against the Qiao family, the Dragon Group Chamber of Commerce, which should have sided with the Qiao family, suddenly took Yi Jing's side. Although they didn't directly express hostility towards the Qiao family, they were clearly standing with Yi Jing. Moreover, every time Yi Jing explicitly told her that she, Ning Luo, could be the spokesperson, that she could handle the trillion-yuan investment, every time Yi Jing said it, the Dragon Group Chamber of Commerce would issue corresponding orders. Yi Jing's words always came true. Chapter 507. The Sixth Sense of a Woman. This bodyguard captain, Yi Jing, is probably not simple. Even if he's not the mastermind behind the scenes, he must know some insider information. Those appointments concerning me must have been something he learned through internal channels before he confidently told me, because they were sure to happen. Thinking of this, Ning Luo's face showed a sly smile. She said with a smile, Yi Jing, I now appoint you not only as the bodyguard captain of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, but also as the director of this trillion-dollar plan. Besides me, you have the final say on all matters related to the trillion-dollar investment within Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Since it was certain that Yi Jing must have some connection with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, having Yi Jing take charge would definitely be the right choice. Many colleagues at Tianhe Chamber of Commerce were greatly shocked. Such a significant position and authority, and the president was handing it out just like that? Everyone looked at Yi Jing with envy. Me in charge? Yi Jing casually said, sure, why not? When he founded the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, it was through his unparalleled investment acumen that it quickly rose to become the #1 chamber of commerce in the country. In this aspect, his vision was extremely sharp. Yi Jing went outside and addressed the many big bosses and CEOs. Now, President Ning Luo has fully entrusted me with handling the trillion-dollar investment. There are several ways to go about this. One is to directly invest in your projects through the trillion-dollar plan, and another is to drive project orders through the plan. After outlining a few methods, Yijing told the crowd, "If anyone is interested, you can come up and apply now." The crowd instantly went wild. "Mr. Yi, I'll go first. I was the one who squeezed to the front first. Why should you go first? I've been standing in line here for a long time. Let me go first." Everyone was afraid of missing out, and all rushed forward to compete for the opportunity. Many people also began to try every means to curry favor with Yijing. "Mr. Yi, I've said it before, you would definitely be valued by the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, and also by the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. You're a talent. I knew it early on." "Mr. Yi, these are a pair of jade qilin I just bought from the south, worth 20 million. Please accept them." "Mr. Yi, our Gaohai Company's project orders, we don't ask for much, just 3 billion in orders, and we'll give you a 3 million kickback. What do you think? Or maybe 2%, 2%. How about it?" "Mr. Yi, you're at the age where you should settle down, and you're quite the handsome man with a bright future. I have a beautiful daughter who hasn't married yet." Everyone was pulling out all the stops, using their own cards to win favor with Yijing. Just a few days ago, these same people, like rats running across the street, were shouting at Yijing, calling him a scapegoat. Now, they were all vying to surround Yijing like stars circling the moon, hoping to gain his favor. Yijing selected a few with better qualifications from among them. First, ensuring that this trillion-dollar investment plan could make a big profit. This Yijing, his vision is really good. Yes, I thought he was just a bodyguard who didn't know anything, but after this round of selection, all of them are high-quality plans. Many of the projects we've studied for a long time before understanding are high-quality plans, but he just glanced at them and made a decision. This Yijing, he's got something going on. Many big bosses and entrepreneurs no longer dared to underestimate this Yijing. No wonder President Ning Luo was willing to promote him and entrust him with full authority over this trillion-dollar plan. Just his vision alone surpassed even President Ning Luo herself. Inside Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, many staff members, seeing the cooperation contracts being brought in one after another, couldn't help but admire Yijing. "Our bodyguard captain seems very reliable. These projects brought in are flawless, all perfect and high-quality plans." Ning Luo, amidst the crowd, hearing these conversations, also nodded secretly in her heart. Indeed, she had made the right choice. "All right, the first wave is done." Yijing looked at the crowd. "I'm sure you all understand that those who made it into the first wave have their own unique advantages. The rest of you, for me, are optional." Hearing this, everyone immediately panicked. No, choose me. Our company may not be the strongest, the most outstanding, but it's quite high quality too. It's just a little tiny flaw. Mr. Yi, please, choose our company. We really need this big order." Facing the request from many companies and enterprises, Yijing shook his head slightly. "Those of you who were screened out certainly have various shortcomings. There's no way for you to argue against that, right?" No one spoke. This was an indisputable fact. Just as they were disappointed, thinking it was over for today, Yijing's words gave them new hope. "I'm willing to give you another chance." Yijing took out a piece of paper. "Take a look at this. Whoever can tell me the whereabouts of one of the items listed can earn a cooperation opportunity with me." Everyone hurriedly looked at it. This seems to be an ancient prescription. Many of the medicines listed seem to be ancient names. I wonder if modern medicines can correspond to them. "I know a medicinal supplier. I'll call and ask right away. I know an old Chinese medicine doctor. He might know some channels for purchasing the medicines." Everyone used their own methods, calling various people with the ancient prescription. The medicines on this prescription were quite rare and scarce. It was a prescription Yijing used to treat his aunt's chronic ailments. Aunt Lu Qiuming's external scars and illnesses had been treated almost completely, but some internal chronic ailments remained and required further care. A small portion of the medications on this prescription were intended for his aunt's internal health adjustments. The other part was for Yijing himself. Through his research on his own special physique and Han Siyao's physique over this period, He had gradually developed some guesses and clues. If certain medicines were used, could they achieve a similar effect as complementary physiques, allowing Yi Jing to no longer need to marry special women in the future? If this prescription were to be successfully developed, then in the future, Yi Jing would no longer need women like Bai Shui, Zhang Liyue, and Xin Suyi, who had complementary special physiques. At that time, he could have any woman he wanted without any restrictions. After everyone made a round of calls below, a boss named Hu Guangtai suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Yi, I found it." Chapter 508. I found it. I found the ancient herb called Gameko on your ancient prescription. I know a renowned doctor at a pharmacy, and he has a rare specimen in his collection right now. Yi Jing's heart stirred. Good, take me there immediately. This Gameko herb is a key ingredient for treating the internal ailment of his aunt Lu Qiuming. If he could find it, he could start preparing a new medicine right away. Hu Guangtai led Yi Jing out the door immediately. The other big bosses and CEOs looked on enviously at Hu Guangtai. This meant that Mr. Hu could secure a massive project order. Yi Jing's voice drifted in from outside. There are still many ancient herbs on that ancient prescription. You still have a chance. Hearing this, everyone perked up. They quickly mobilized their connections, making calls nonstop to search for the herbs across the country. At a high-end club, a well-dressed figure was reporting over an encrypted satellite phone. From the phone came an elderly voice. That Yi Jing sent the National Protection War God, the Lang family, and the Chao family to the Dragon Group one after another? Yes, sir. The well-dressed man stood straight, respectfully, even though the other party couldn't see him. He still subconsciously made this gesture. It seems Shui Changlin is also involved in this matter. This little Shui is just causing me trouble, isn't he? Looks like I need to find some time to have a talk with little Shui and give him a lesson. Also, you mentioned that Yi Jing has an ancient prescription and is having people search for the required herbs? Send me the contents of that prescription. I need to study it. The contents of this prescription might be related to his special physique. Whether it's the method to obtain a special physique or the method to counter it, these are all of research value to us. After the call ended, the military aura on the well-dressed man disappeared instantly. He gently tugged at his suit, revealing a colorful shirt underneath. Immediately, his demeanor changed, transforming into that of an ordinary nouveau riche. Hu Guangtai led Yi Jing to a renowned medical hall in Jinling City. Dr. Yu. As soon as they entered the pharmacy, Hu Guangtai called out loudly, Mr. Hu is here? Dr. Yu's disciple quickly came over to greet them. Mr. Hu, my master is currently rescuing a patient inside. Please wait a moment. Hu Guangtai was anxious, but I'm in a hurry. How long will your master take? He glanced at Yi Jing. Although Yi Jing was just a bodyguard captain, he had been appointed by Ning Luo as the head of the trillion-dollar investment plan. Even though Yi Jing wasn't a big shot himself, the matters he was in charge of were significant. So many big bosses and CEOs were eyeing Yi Jing, hoping to get a piece of the pie from him. If he delayed here and made Yi Jing feel annoyed, the opportunity would slip away. The disciple helplessly said, Sorry, Mr. Hu, the patient was just brought in. He was suddenly attacked and hit on the head with a flower pot. If not treated immediately, the consequences would be dire. As they were talking, they saw Yi Jing walking towards the inner room. Excuse me, a rescue is underway inside. You can't go in. Yi Jing, however, saw the patient inside through the partially closed lattice door. Yi Jing's eyes narrowed. Du Shiqin, Uncle Du. He had just heard this name from Lang Hanlin, and now he encountered him today. And he had been injured by someone? Yi Jing frowned. Where is the person who injured him? The disciple quickly replied, right next door. The officers are questioning the details. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the next room. I already said, we didn't attack him first. It was Yi Jing. Yi Jing attacked him. That's the guy. Xin Xiaogong rushed out excitedly, pointing at Yi Jing outside. It's him. He's the culprit. The officer frowned, holding a pen and notebook, and came out, looking sternly at Yi Jing. Hello. Please cooperate with our investigation. Someone said you injured the patient inside? Yijing glanced at Shen Xiaogong and the Shin family behind him. Shin Suyi, Shen's father, and mother were all inside. Yijing said calmly, I can cooperate with the investigation, but saying I assaulted someone is pure slander. When was this person injured? The officer replied, half an hour ago. Yijing chuckled, half an hour ago. I was at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Hundreds of big bosses and CEOs can vouch for me. Hu Guangtai immediately patted his chest. I can vouch for him. We were all at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce just now. How could he have assaulted someone? The officer, obviously recognizing Hu Guangtai as a big boss, said, since Mr. Hu is willing to testify and says there were so many people present at the time, he was already inclined to believe Yijing. Shin Xiaogong's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that accusing Yijing would backfire, as Yijing had an alibi. He could only explain, what I meant by him assaulting isn't that. The officer frowned. Then what do you mean? At this moment, Shun's mother quickly stepped forward. Officer, it's like this. Yijing, this fraudster, somehow provoked the Qiao family. In recent days, there have been people from the Qiao family lurking around our neighborhood, spying on us, as if they were planning something against us. We had no choice but to defend ourselves. Today, Du Shiqin just happened to come over. My son mistook him for those Qiao family people and accidentally picked up a flower pot and smashed it on his head. The officer frowned. So, you know this patient? Yes. Du Shiqin. We're all old acquaintances. Once he wakes up, everything will be clear. The officer frowned. Do you have a grudge against him? He suspected it was due to a feud. The Shin family all shook their heads vigorously. No. Our relationship is very good. Yijing's brow furrowed slightly. The situation was getting more interesting. Du Shiqin, related to the events of his parents' past, was also an old acquaintance of the Shin family. Du Shiqin, on one hand, recognized families with special physiques, and on the other hand, befriended families with complementary special physiques. What was he plotting? Or rather, what was his purpose in making such arrangements years in advance? Who was behind him? Yijing's gaze fell on Du Shiqin lying on the hospital bed. Chapter 509. Do you know each other? It seems that Du Shiqin cannot be allowed to die just yet. He needs to be saved, as he must hold a wealth of clues. Perhaps by following the trail, the person behind Du Shiqin can be uncovered. You had no grudge? You hit him with a flower pot? The officer asked, frowning. Shen Xiaogong impatiently replied, I already told you. It's because of Yijing. It's all his fault for provoking the Qiao family, causing our family to be harassed these past few days. I mistook Du Shiqin for one of the Qiao family members harassing us. The officer nodded. So it was a misunderstanding. That doesn't count as fighting. If the patient wakes up and can confirm you know each other, and it was just a misunderstanding, I won't pursue this. Otherwise, since you injured someone, you'll have to come with me and spend a few days in custody. Shin Xiaogong became anxious and angrily turned to the doctor nearby. Why aren't you treating him faster? The doctor was also sweating profusely. It's not easy to treat. The patient suffered a head injury. If it were any other part of the body, it would be easier. But the head is too complex. And since the patient has been unconscious for so long, it's likely that some nerves have been damaged. There are only two options now. Either observe slowly to see if the patient can wake up naturally, or perform tests, and if necessary, perform surgery to see what's wrong inside and then operate. After hearing this, Shen Xiaogong's face turned dark. Is there no faster way? I need to prove my innocence. The doctor thought for a moment and tentatively said, well, there is one more method, but it might be a bit risky. My master once went to Jiang province to learn about the Xianmin Qizhan. This acupuncture technique is from ancient medical texts and is said to be capable of reviving the dead and regenerating flesh. My master and I have learned a bit of it. Would you like to give it a try? Shin Xiaogong frowned. Can it make him wake up quickly? The doctor nodded. It shouldn't be a problem. My master once mentioned that in Jiang province, there was a remarkable person who used the Xianmin Qizhan to save an elderly man on the brink of death. This patient here has only suffered nerve damage and a severe blow, causing temporary unconsciousness. Compared to that critical patient, this condition should be manageable with this technique. Shin Xiaogong immediately said, "Then what are you waiting for? Use it now." The doctor nodded, took out the silver needles, and began attempting to insert them. However, his technique was too clumsy. Perhaps his master hadn't fully grasped the technique during his trip to Jiang province, and by the time it was passed down to him, it was even less effective. The Xian Min Qi Zhen, which should have been performed with ancient grace, was executed without any of its intended elegance. "Stop! You're going to kill him if you continue like this." Yi Jing frowned. "Your so-called knockoff version of the Xian Min Qi Zhen will only damage the patient's nerve clusters, making his condition worse. Right now, the patient is just unconscious. If you insert those needles, he might not make it." The doctor retorted unhappily, "What do you know? Who's the doctor here? In this clinic, besides my master, I'm the authority." Yi Jing didn't hesitate, snatching the silver needles from him and immediately starting to insert them. "What are you doing? If something happens to the patient, can you take responsibility?" The doctor shouted loudly, but his strength was no match for Yi Jing, who easily pushed him aside. "Why aren't you helping? If he kills the patient, you, as the family, won't stop him?" Shin Xiaogong, however, had a sudden realization. Although Du Shiqin was acquainted with the Shin family, the flower pot had been thrown by him, Shin Xiaogong. If Du Shiqin really didn't wake up because of this, then he would be a murderer. But if Yi Jing intervened now, it would be Yi Jing's responsibility. At that point, it could be argued that it was Yi Jing's insistence on treating Du Shiqin that worsened his condition, leading to his prolonged unconsciousness. So Shin Xiaogong gave a subtle signal to his parents and sister, Shin Suyi, telling them not to interfere. "Oh, what are you doing?" The doctor, seeing Yi Jing already inserting the needles, became anxious. With no one helping him stop Yi Jing, he could only fret helplessly. But the next moment, he suddenly froze. This needle technique? He was shocked to realize that this technique looked exactly like the authentic Xian Min Qi Zhen. Although he hadn't mastered it, he had learned enough to recognize it. Such exquisite needle insertion could only be the real deal. "Sir, your needle technique?" The doctor's breathing became rapid. Yi Jing said calmly, "Clear out the unnecessary people first." The doctor quickly nodded. Right. Not only was a quiet environment needed for treatment, but with all these onlookers, the doctor was also afraid that such a superb technique might be leaked. Being able to stand here and observe was already a privilege granted by this true medical master. "Didn't you hear? All of you, get out." The Shin family, however, didn't understand the intricacies of the needle technique. All they knew was that since Yi Jing had taken over, they could shift all the blame onto him. Being asked to leave was exactly what they wanted, so the Shin family went outside to wait. After Yi Jing finished administering the needles, Du Shiqin's condition gradually stabilized. He would wake up on his own in about 10 minutes. "Your medical skills are extraordinary. Please accept my bow." The renowned doctor, Yu, could no longer hold back and prostrated himself in admiration. He realized that the true medical master before him had performed the Xian Min Qi Zhen far more superbly than his own master, and the results spoke for themselves. "Master, could you teach me the Xian Min Qi Zhen?" The doctor, Yu, was hesitant and shy. Yi Jing said calmly, "The Xian Min Qi Zhen is profound and limitless. Simply teaching it to you would be difficult for you to grasp. Look at your master. He went to Jiang province and only learned an imitation version." The doctor, Yu, understood this. "So you mean the Xian Min Qi Zhen can't be learned just by studying it?" Yi Jing nodded slightly. "The essence of the Xian Min Qi Zhen lies in personal comprehension. Merely observing it won't suffice. This way, I can teach you the first 3 needles of the Xian Min Qi Zhen. The remaining 4 are based on the foundation of the first 3 and are infinitely variable. If you can comprehend it on your own, it means you have a connection with the Xian Min Qi Zhen. If you can't, then it's not my fault." The doctor, Yu, exclaimed in delight. "That would be too much of a blessing. Thank you so much." He prostrated himself once again. Chapter 510. There's a condition? Yi Jing nodded slightly. However, I have a condition. Do you have the Gui my grass here? The renowned Dr. Yu immediately understood and hurried to the inner room, retrieving a medicinal herb in a box from the safe. This is the Gui my grass. Yi Jing nodded and accepted it. At this moment, Du Shiqin, lying on the hospital bed, finally regained consciousness. Ouch, it hurts. He instinctively reached for the wound on his head, feeling a searing pain. The Shin family outside heard the commotion and rushed in. Du Shiqin, you're finally awake. Quick, tell the officers that you know us, the Shin family. Du Shiqin was confused, but upon seeing the Shin family, he nodded. Yes, we know each other. The officer confirmed. You have no grievances with them, right? He didn't mean to hit you with the flower pot, right? Du Shiqin nodded. We have no grievances. It was probably just a misunderstanding. Shin Xiaogong was overjoyed. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? The officer nodded and left. Du Shiqin looked around the room and, upon seeing Yi Jing, his pupils contracted sharply. Why is Yi Jing here? Yi Jing had been observing Du Shiqin's expressions. Seeing his pupils contract, he understood a lot. This Du Shiqin was likely not on the side of his parents, but on the side of the influential figure. He had deliberately approached his parents back then and later the Shin family, all for the special physique and the complementary special physique. Brother Du, Shun's father chuckled and approached, greeting him. You? Last time you suddenly said you were going to the south. Why did you return after only 10 days? You didn't even give us a heads up. We didn't know you were coming. Ya thought you were a bad guy and, well, it was a big misunderstanding. Shun's father awkwardly apologized. Du Shiqin smiled. It's fine. We're all on the same side. He completely ignored Yi Jing, pretending not to recognize him. But Yi Jing could tell that Du Shiqin was the acquaintance of his father from back then. Yi Jing silently left. Outside the pharmacy, Yi Jing waved his hand, and a servant emerged from the shadows. Master. Yi Jing said, investigate this Du Shiqin thoroughly. Find out who he's been associating with recently and where he's been active in the past few years. I want all his information. Understood, master. The servant left. After Yi Jing left, Du Shiqin's gaze turned dark as he glanced at the doorway. That person. I heard you say his name is Yi Jing? Du Shiqin asked deliberately. Shin Xiaogong frowned and nodded. Yes, it's because of him that I misunderstood you. I just returned from the south and don't know who this Yi Jing is. Why do you seem to harbor so much hostility towards him? At this, Shin Xiaogong became excited. He immediately recounted everything he knew about Yi Jing. However, most of it Du Shiqin already knew, but hearing it from the Shin family filled in many details he hadn't been aware of before. I'm feeling better now. Let's leave the pharmacy. Du Shiqin led the group to the Jinling Villa district. What are we doing here? The Shin family was puzzled, looking at Du Shiqin. Do you live here? Shin's father asked in confusion. Brother Du, did you get rich during your trip? You've never been able to afford a villa before. The Shin family had known Du Shiqin for a long time, but always thought he was just making a salary. When could he afford a villa? Du Shiqin smiled. I've been frequently traveling to the south recently, doing some cross-border business, and it's taken off. This villa is mine. What, do you like it here? Du Shiqin noticed that both Shun Xiaogong and Shun Suyi had envious looks in their eyes. The villas here in Jinling weren't the most expensive, but they were still villas. Compared to their small apartment in the Shun family, it was practically heaven. If you like it, I'll give you one. Du Shiqin suddenly said with a smile. The entire Shin family was stunned. Giving away a villa directly? Shin's father stammered. You, Brother Du, don't joke around. How can you just give away a villa? This villa must be worth at least 60 million, right? Shin's mother also laughed awkwardly. Yes, how could we accept that? You've already forgiven us for hitting you with the flower pot. We can't take your money too. Shin Xiaogong and Shin Suyi were almost speechless. 60 million. To them, that was an astronomical figure. The largest sum they had ever dealt with before was only in the tens of thousands. Du Shurqin shook his head and smiled. No, no. These villas are worth more than 60 million. The family breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Du Shurqin suddenly said, the villas here are at least 80 million. This is Jinling, after all. And the villa I give you, how could it be the worst? It's right next to mine, worth about 100 million in total. The Shin family was dumbfounded. 100 million. Even many small companies didn't have that much market value, did they? Shin's father's voice trembled. Brother Du, are you joking? Shin's mother also stammered, watching as Du Shurqin led their entire family to a new villa. The location, environment, and view of this villa were indeed better. It was also larger, at least 300 square meters. Shin Xiaogong was shocked. He had never lived in a luxury villa before. Could he finally live in one today? Shin Suyi, however, remained relatively calm. Although she was also excited, she felt deeply unworthy. The Shin family hadn't done anything to deserve this. They were merely acquaintances with Du Shurqin, and now he was giving them a villa worth 100 million? What did they deserve this for? Don't think too much. Du Shurqin smiled. This is just a small gift from me, a token of my appreciation. The more Du Shurqin said this, the more shocked the Shin family became. How much money has Du Shurqin made? I guess he's made at least 1 billion? He's really rich. Let's go in and check out our villa. After receiving the keys from Du Shurqin, the Shin family quickly entered the villa. They were like country folk visiting the Grandview Garden for the first time, marveling at everything around them. This is what a high-end villa looks like, so spacious. You can see the river view of Jinling City at a glance. My goodness, it's like living in heaven. If I could live here for the rest of my life, that would be great. Chapter 511. Only 3 tickets. The Shun family lounged on the sofas of their new villa, feeling a sense of unreality. Why do you think Du Shurqin suddenly gave us such a big gift? Who gives a gift by directly handing over a villa worth 100 million? There must be something he wants from our Shin family. But after pondering, the Shin family couldn't figure out what they had that was worth such a gift. It seemed they had nothing. The best they could boast of was their high-end apartment in the upscale neighborhood. But compared to this villa, it was nothing. Hey, do you think Du Shurqin likes my sister? Shin Xiaogong suddenly said. Everyone was stunned. Since Du Shurqin was older, only a few years younger than Shin's father, no one had thought about this possibility before. But now that Shin Xiaogong mentioned it, the more they thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Shin's mother suddenly said, it must be that. When we were at the pharmacy earlier, I noticed Du Shurqin wake up and his first glance was at our daughter. He even stole several glances at her. Shun's father frowned. But he's so old, and our daughter is so young. Shin's mother retorted. What are you talking about? Are you still stuck in old-fashioned thinking? What era are we in now? What does age difference matter? As long as Du Shurqin is sincere with our daughter, isn't that enough? Moreover, he's already presented this dowry. This villa is his dowry for our daughter. Shin's mother wanted to use the name to secure the villa. Otherwise, even though Du Shurqin had given them the villa today, if he ever got upset, he might take it back. After all, Du Shurqin had only given them the keys for now. They could live there, but the property title wasn't in their name. It was still Du Shurqin's. He could take it back whenever he wanted. So they had to find a way to change the name to theirs. Marrying their daughter to Du Shurqin might make him transfer the property to them. Mom, what are you talking about? When Shin-Suyi heard her family wanted to marry her off to Du Shurqin, she felt an instinctive aversion. Uncle Du is so old. Why are you meddling like this? Besides, we don't even know much about Uncle Du's current situation. We don't know what kind of person he is. Shin's father said, you can't say that. We've been good friends with your Uncle Du for many years, even if we haven't been in touch much recently. How can we say we don't know him? An age? It's not a big deal. What matters is mutual sincerity. Haven't you heard of twilight love? Shin Xiaogong quickly added, Sister, I think marrying Uncle Du would be a good thing. Look how rich he is. He can casually give us a big villa. That means he has even more money. If he were to give us a little... Before he could finish, Shun's mother interrupted. All right, stop talking about this. Shun's mother chuckled. Daughter, don't listen to them. We should take our time with such important matters. No need to rush. Shinsui felt a bit better, knowing her mother understood her. Shun's mother calmly said, whether Du Shichin is a good man or not, we need to test him thoroughly. For now, he seems decent, but we need more interaction. You can test Du Shichin more in the future to see if he's a good match. Shun's mother gave Shun's father and Shun Xiaogong a knowing look, whispering, don't rush it. Let your daughter interact more with Du Shichin. On the surface, it's testing, but in reality, it's creating opportunities for them. As long as Du Shichin truly has our daughter in his eyes and is willing to spend money, isn't that enough? Which girl can resist such romance? She'll eventually fall for it. The two men exchanged knowing smiles. Shin's father also smiled. Right, let's take it slow. No need to talk about this now. Shin Xiaogong also changed the subject with a smile. Earlier at the pharmacy, didn't we run into Yi Jing? I heard that he was so arrogant at the Lang family, and then he wasn't afraid at all when facing the protector of the nation. Guess what? It turns out the Dragon Group was investigating the Lang family. I bet Yi Jing somehow got wind of this beforehand, which is why he had the guts. Sure enough, not long after, the entire Lang family was arrested by the Dragon Group. Some people who didn't know the truth thought it was Yi Jing's doing. In reality, he just managed to survive the clash between the Dragon Group and the Lang family. Shinsui widened her eyes. So that's how it was. Shin Xiaogong, acting like he knew the inside story, continued, that's right. Take this recent incident. Some said Yi Jing had the guts to take on the Chao family alone. But in the end, the Chao family relied on local commanders, and it turned out Lang Hanlin was involved. The Dragon Group stepped in and took away Lang Hanlin, and Yi Jing barely survived. At the root of it all, it was the Dragon Group cleaning up the Lang family. Yet many people thought Yi Jing had great power, taking down both the Lang and Chao families, and they attributed the credit to him. Now some even speculate that Yi Jing has been reinstated by the Dragon Nation's Chamber of Commerce. He just rode on the Dragon Group's coattails twice, and now thinks he's something. The Shin family nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Yi Jing was that fraudster, and this explanation fit perfectly with their impression. The next day, just as lunchtime arrived, Du Shichin showed up. Have you all had lunch yet? Shin Xiaogong quickly replied, no, Uncle Du. What's up? Du Shichin smiled. I happen to have 3 tickets to the revolving restaurant downstairs in the villa complex. Why don't you all go? It's a buffet. The Shin family's eyes lit up. The revolving restaurant downstairs in the villa? Could it be the Jinjiang revolving restaurant? That was a famous luxurious and high-end place in Jinling City. Although it was a buffet, it was the most luxurious and high-end level. If buying tickets directly, it cost 2,500 per person. Usually, the Shin family only indulged there on birthdays, and it had been over half a year since their last visit. Yes, but there are only 3 tickets. The Shin family was troubled. Chapter 512, Deep Admiration. These 3 buffet tickets, but we have 4 people, so it's not enough. As Shun's mother spoke, she noticed Shun Xiaogong beside her frantically signaling to her. In the next moment, the Shin family saw Du Shichin take out 2 more tickets. I happen to have 2 tickets for Riverside Hall. Riverside Hall. When these 4 words were uttered, the Shun family members all revealed knowing expressions. Who didn't know that Riverside Hall was the most suitable place for couples, a romantic spot for candlelight dinners? It seemed that Du Shichin really had feelings for their daughter. Du Shichin, Shinsui, have you been to Riverside Hall? Why don't we go there? Before Shinsui could speak, Shun's father laughed. That works perfectly. The 2 of you can go to Riverside Hall, and we'll go to the buffet. Shun's mother, without hesitation, grabbed the buffet tickets and headed out. This arrangement is the best. Shin Xiaogong wore a smug expression. Shinsui, in a daze, was led away by Du Shichin. After the 2 groups separated, Shun's mother smiled. Du Shichin is really good at handling things. Our daughter mentioned several times before that she wanted to go back to Riverside Hall, saying the dining environment there is great, and that dessert, the Holy Sundae, is delicious. But we always thought it was too expensive, so we never went back. I didn't expect Du Shiqin to be so attentive, directly grasping our daughter's preferences. Shin Xiaogong laughed heartily. Mom, what are you talking about? This is all my merit. Huh. Shin's father and mother looked over. How is it your merit? Shin Xiaogong quickly explained. Mom, Dad, Du Shiqin approached me earlier, saying he wanted to know my sister's likes and dislikes. I told him everything, which is why he could so accurately cater to my sister's tastes. So it was you, you rascal. Shin's father laughed heartily. Shin's mother also smiled. If this matter with your sister works out, it would be great. At least the whole family would benefit. Shin Xiaogong grinned and pulled out an item from his pocket. This is what Du Shiqin gave me, supposedly worth 2 million. Otherwise, I wouldn't have easily shared my sister's information with him. When Shun's mother saw the item, her eyes lit up and she snatched it away. It's a little ring. What do you want with this? It's clearly for women. Shun's mother happily put it on. Husband, is this red agate? Is it really worth 2 million? Shun's father nodded. I've heard that many precious red agates are quite rare, some even auctioned for tens of millions. This 2 million one is probably a fair price. Shun's mother was overjoyed, blissfully saying, Our daughter is only his girlfriend, and he's already so generous. If they really get together in the future, our family will be set. Only Shin Xiaogong was unhappy. He was the one who came up with the idea, yet now he wasn't getting any benefits. He thought that next time, he must find a way to get more benefits from Du Shiqin. Master, it's been investigated. The servant returned to report. This is Du Shiqin's recent activity route map. Yi Jing took a tablet with an electronic map drawn on it. The routes to other places were sparse. Only the routes from Beijing to Nanjing, and then to the south, were frequent. Even the routes to the south were not many. The main ones were between Nanjing and Beijing. This Du Shiqin has been active between Nanjing and Beijing since my parents left Jiangxing. In Nanjing, he's been in contact with the Shin family. In Beijing, he's likely been in contact with those 5 major Muhou figures. Yi Jing's eyes narrowed. The current leader of the Dragon Group, Xue Chonglin, although he hadn't revealed much information before, had hinted at one thing. Those 5 Muhou Daren Wu were likely based in Beijing, or rather, several of them were in Beijing. Master, there's one more thing. The servant said, Last time, didn't you announce a prescription at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce? Yi Jing nodded. At the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, he had publicly announced a prescription in front of many big bosses. Some of the herbs on it were for his aunt Lu Qiongming, for treating various chronic illnesses, while the majority were for himself. He planned to try refining a medicine to replace the complementary special physique, in other words, to treat himself. What about the prescription? Are people targeting it? The servant respectfully said, Yes, recently several groups have been eyeing this prescription. It said the prescription has been copied over a dozen times, and many are collecting the herbs to try refining the medicine and testing its properties. Yi Jing almost laughed out loud. Were these people so impatient? A semi-finished product, and they were already trying to test its properties? His pill, the herbs on this prescription, were just ordinary ones, yet it had attracted so much attention. Those who can pay attention to my prescription and try testing its properties, most likely, they are being directed by those big shots behind the scenes. Perhaps they think I'm refining some medicine related to special physiques. Yi Jing's mind stirred. Since these people were so interested, why not turn the tables on them? Yi Jing beckoned the servant to come closer. Do this for me, spread a piece of news. After giving instructions, the servant left to carry out the order. Yi Jing then took out his phone and dialed Liang Guiyuan from the Longxi group. Mr. Yi. Liang Guiyuan was extremely respectful. He thought Yi Jing wanted him to report the recent annual and financial reports of the Longxi Group. His tone was filled with reverence. Previously, the Longxi Group, although it was unquestionably number 1 in the western region of Sichuan, ranked just barely in the top 100 nationwide. But since Yi Jing took over, providing several traditional Chinese medicine formulas and dismantling the R&D department of the Longxi Group, The company had shot up like a rocket. Those traditional Chinese medicine formulas, once sold, became bestsellers. The efficacy was better than ever. They completely squeezed out the market for similar drugs. The efficacy of those medicines was even better, almost miraculous. And the cost of the herbs required was low, making them a goldmine in the business world. Extremely profitable. Now, the Longxi Group had risen dozens of places in the wealth rankings, at least entering the top 50 nationwide. In his heart, Liang Guiyuan held Yi Jing in deep admiration. Chapter 513. This brother-in-law is great. You help me release an announcement. Say that the Longxi Group is building a new pharmaceutical factory in Jinling City, which will specialize in producing a new drug. The formula for this new drug has already been sent to you. Most of the herbs listed in the new drug formula were ancient prescriptions previously disclosed by Yi Jing. This ancient prescription was a mix of truth and falsehood. Only a mixture of truth and falsehood could draw the hidden individuals out into the open. The efficacy of the formula, you need to emphasize its promotion, especially the effect of strengthening the body. At the other end of the phone, Liang Guiyuan from the Longxi Group opened the email and looked at the information Yi Jing had sent over. He was immediately shocked. Is there such a drug in the world? Can it strengthen the body to this extent? However, thinking of the miraculous drugs Yi Jing had developed before, Liang Guiyuan believed it. Okay, Mr. Yi, I will definitely carry out this task well. Yi Jing said indifferently, on the surface, you need to do this wholeheartedly and make a big fuss, especially in terms of promotion. But in reality, you don't need to spend much effort on it. What does that mean? Liang Guiyuan was puzzled. Mr. Yi, is this? Yi Jing said indifferently, this is a smokescreen for others. I won't easily produce this drug. It's just a false impression for others. Liang Guiyuan was shocked. Then does this drug actually exist? He was too curious. He always felt that if someone else said it, it probably wouldn't be credible. But coming from Yi Jing, it always felt like Yi Jing could really make it. Yi Jing smiled faintly. What do you think? Liang Guiyuan understood in his heart that Mr. Yi could definitely make it, but he just wasn't ready to produce it yet. At the same time, he was deeply moved. Mr. Yi entrusted him with this half-truth, half-false task to deceive others, which meant he trusted him as a confidant. Not only did he have to do a good job, but he also had to keep it confidential. Soon, under Liang Guiyuan's arrangement, the Longxi Group made a big fuss about the new drug and the new factory, with extensive publicity. Even Liang Guiyuan, to make it more realistic, sent people to Jinling City to negotiate, conduct on-site research, and look for a suitable location for the factory, and publicly announced in the market that the Longxi Group would soon start large-scale acquisition of related raw material herbs. It quickly caused a huge reaction across the country. Pharmaceutical factories in Jinling City began to stir. Stock prices in related sectors started to fluctuate. Naturally, such widespread discussion soon caught the attention of the influential figures behind the scenes. Including Du Shiqin and others, they quietly paid attention to this new drug, Jian Guwan. This new drug of Yi Jing is clearly a drug he developed based on his own physique. Looking at its efficacy, it is clearly closely related to his own special physique. Probably, this is a weakened version of the special physique effect. Although its effect is far from that of Yi Jing's own special physique, based on the currently disclosed information, the effect is slightly worse but has no side effects and does not require a complementary special physique. After a discussion, the bigwigs behind the scenes quickly reached out to Du Shiqin. Xiaodu, this drug must not be allowed to go on the market. This special physique will be an absolute secret and cannot be disclosed to the public. We want you to obtain its secret formula before the drug goes on the market. As long as you can get the formula, everything you want, we will give it to you all at once. Du Shiqin was immediately excited. Let me go abroad, obtain permanent foreign privileges, and provide me with endless money so I can live a carefree life overseas. Additionally, give me the few female celebrities I like. Have you all agreed to this? The anonymous figures behind the scenes promptly assured him, no problem, we can agree to all of it. Great, great, great. I will help you with this right away. Xiaodu, This time, you must succeed. No matter what help you need, we will provide it for you. After hanging up the encrypted satellite phone, Du Shurqin was excited. Finally, the process can be accelerated. A decade of strategic planning has finally come to fruition, and it's time to bring everything to a close. More than 10 years ago, ever since he took on this task, he has been running back and forth between Jinling and the capital, constantly laying the groundwork and steadily advancing this matter. But it has always been advancing rather slowly. It was also thanks to Yi Jing's increasing acts of resistance recently, which made those bigwigs vigilant. Even more thanks to Yi Jing suddenly announcing this Jiangu Wan, which made those bigwigs suddenly make up their minds and give him this final task. As long as I complete this task, I can live a carefree and happy life. Haha. Those actresses are one more alluring than the next. I can't wait. After thinking it over, Du Shurqin went to the adjacent villa, to the Shin family. Uncle Du. Shin Xiaogong was outside and saw Du Shurqin, so he quickly came over enthusiastically. No, what am I calling him? In a few days, I should call him brother-in-law, right? Du Shurqin laughed heartily. You kid. Your mouth is so sweet. You change so quickly. Shin Xiaogong chuckled. That brother-in-law. I'm a bit short on money recently, and there are some things I want to buy, you see? Du Shurqin felt a wave of disgust in his heart. This Shin Xiaogong is truly insatiable. He's already given him a red agate. Why is he still asking for more? Although that red agate was nominally worth 2 million, in reality, it was just a fake, 1,000 yuan imitation. Including this villa, it was also funded by the shadowy figures behind the scenes. Although he nominally allowed the Shin family to live here, in reality, the name was still under Du Shurqin's name. That is to say, he only used a fake red agate and a right to reside to win over the hearts of the Shin family. This deal was simply too profitable. In this case, you're not short of money, are you? Here's a card for you. This is a credit card with a monthly limit of 100,000. If you don't have enough, ask me again. Shin Xiaogong was overjoyed. A monthly limit of 100,000? That would be a limit of 1.2 million a year? Brother-in-law is so generous. An allowance of 1.2 million a year. Where can you find such a good brother-in-law? At this moment, Shin Xiaogong wished he could marry his sister Shan Suyi to Du Shurqin immediately. Only he didn't know that this credit card was also sponsored by the bigwigs behind the scenes, with a total limit of only 100,000. Chapter 514. Too excited. Of course, after this month, Du Shurqin would have already finished his business and gone off to enjoy himself, which Shin Xiaogong naturally wouldn't know. Brother-in-law, are you here to see my sister? Go on in. Du Shurqin said, No, this time I'm here to see the whole family. Huh. Shin Xiaogong wondered, could it be that you're proposing to my sister? Are you going to talk to my dad about this? That's great. If this works out quickly, he'll be able to get endless money from Du Shurqin in the future. Shin Xiaogong hurriedly led Du Shurqin into the villa. Mom, Dad, sister. When Shin's parents came out and saw Du Shurqin, they immediately put on a smiling face. You're here. Sit down, sit down. Du Shurqin smiled. I'm here today to help you all with a big business opportunity. The entire Shin family's eyes lit up, especially Shan Suyi. She thought to herself, this Du Shurqin is like a worm in my stomach, knowing exactly what I want to do. Shin Suyi had always wanted to start her own company and envied those female CEOs, often fantasizing about becoming one herself someday. So when Du Shurqin said this, Shin Suyi's ears perked up immediately. What do you mean? Shin's father also leaned in. Starting a company? Doing business? Du Shurqin nodded. Yes, take a look at this news. It's about a company in Western Sichuan. He clicked on the news released by Longxi Group. Longxi Group is planning to open a pharmaceutical factory here in Nanjing. When Shin Suyi saw Longxi Group, her eyes lit up as she recited, I know this Longxi Group. It's very famous in the domestic pharmaceutical industry. It ranks among the top 50 companies nationwide. And if you look at the pharmaceutical sector specifically, it can rank in the top 10. Shin Suyi had put in a lot of effort to become a female CEO. Although she had never had the chance to practice, she was well versed in the major companies. Longxi Group was the company she dreamed of working for, a major conglomerate. Sister Sui knows about it. Du Shiqin smiled. That makes it easier. Longxi Group is the top large enterprise in Western Sichuan, mainly engaged in pharmaceutical business, especially a few traditional Chinese medicines, which are very powerful, ranking first in domestic sales in their specific fields. Now, Longxi Group is looking for a partner in Nanjing to jointly develop and build a factory for a new drug called Jianguwan. I think this is a huge opportunity. If Sister Sui can seize this opportunity, she might leap to become a well-known entrepreneur in Nanjing. You all previously envied Ning Luo from Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, didn't you? Thinking she got a trillion yuan investment from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, and she's so arrogant, untouchable? I think if our Sister Sui can secure this order from Longxi Group and build this pharmaceutical factory, we might not lose to Ning Luo, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. These words completely stirred Shen Sui's ambitions. Becoming a partner of a major conglomerate like Longxi Group, comparable to the level of President Ning Luo. Shen Sui's breathing became heavy. Could she really do it? Shen's parents were also very excited. Du Shiqin, we would of course be willing to do this. But, to open a pharmaceutical factory, we need money, right? Where would we get that kind of money? Du Shiqin smiled. That's easy. In recent years, I've often done business in the South and saved quite a bit of money. In any case, you don't need to worry about the money. I'll take care of it. I value Sister Sui's capabilities and want her to lead this project. Of course, both of you and Shun Xiaogong will have to take on important roles in the new company. You all need to contribute. After these words, the entire Shun family's eyes lit up. If this really works out, the entire family would benefit. Not only would everyone have jobs, but it would be their own company, so they could do whatever they wanted. And the most crucial part, the investment Du Shiqin would provide, solving the biggest problem. Du Shiqin, however, watched the reactions of this family with cold amusement in his heart. This family is truly insatiable. They wish for a pie to fall from the sky and land right on their heads. If it weren't for my reluctance to act personally and risk arousing Yi Jing's suspicions, I would have had Shen Sui step in. Du Shiqin's plan was to have Shen Sui take the lead and cooperate with Yi Jing's company. After all, Shen Sui was a complementary special physique, naturally Yi Jing's woman. Such a woman could at least control Yi Jing, right? The Shen family, hearing this plan, became excited. Shen's father rubbed his hands and said, "Then, brother Du, how will the profits be divided?" After all, Du Shiqin was providing the funds, and it wasn't clear what share he would take. The Shen family seemed to be contributing manpower, but in this era, human resources were the least valuable and hard to measure. Unexpectedly, Du Shiqin waved his hand generously, saying, "What's there to consider? I provide the money, you provide the effort, we're equal, and the profits will be split 50 to 50. The Shen family was thrilled. Shen Sui hadn't expected Du Shiqin to value her so much. She was just someone with little management experience, suddenly becoming a female CEO, and Du Shiqin was willing to give the Shen family a 50% profit share. Daughter, agree quickly. This is clearly Du Shiqin promoting you, helping you rise. If it weren't for Du Shiqin liking you, how could he just give you a company? The Shen family wasn't stupid. Such a generous gift was either cunning or a trap. But if Du Shiqin was doing this for their daughter, aiming to marry her, then giving such a gift made sense. Rich people often give companies as gifts when faced with beautiful women, which was normal. Okay, I agree. Shen Sui didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. Her childhood dream wasn't this? Not only could she achieve it in one step, but she could also directly cooperate with a major conglomerate like Longxi Group. It was like a dream. All right, then let's go register the company today. Du Shiqin smiled, then I'll go handle this with Shen Sui today. Shen's parents urged, go quickly. They also wanted to enjoy the benefits of having their own company as soon as possible. Watching Shen Sui and Du Shiqin leave, Shen's father, mother, and Shun Xiaogong all rubbed their hands excitedly. Chapter 5:15. Don't drag us down. This Du Shiqin. It seems he's been making a fortune recently. Father Shen was excited. He can even afford to invest in such a large company and pharmaceutical factory. In the future, whatever Du Shichin has will be our daughters, and what's our daughters will be ours, right? Mother Shin also happily caressed the red agate ring on her finger. In the future, I can wear as many rings as I want. I'll wear one on every finger. Shin Xiaogong, on the other hand, was touching the card in his pocket. A limit of 100,000. And it's 100,000 every month. This is a windfall. Mom, Dad, let's go. Today, I'll treat you all. Pulled along to register the company, Shinsui was puzzled. Du Shichin, do you really have that much money? Du Shichin waved his hand confidently. Don't worry. Is it really a big deal to start a company and a pharmaceutical factory? Let's start with a registered capital of 500 million, and we'll invest more later. The big shots behind the scenes have given him enough support to secure the formula. Just a few moments ago, he had sent a text requesting 500 million, and within a few breaths, the money was transferred. Shinsui gasped. 500 million. And in Du Shichin's mouth, it was just a casual, it's nothing. How wealthy and powerful must he be? Soon, the two went to register the company and the pharmaceutical factory. When Shinsui saw that Du Shichin really did put up 500 million without batting an eye, she was truly impressed. This is the style of a true big shot. Let's go, we're going to bid. After registering the company, Du Shichin immediately wanted to take Shinsui to the bidding. So soon? Shinsui didn't expect Du Shichin to be in such a hurry. Don't we need to plan the specifics of the company in detail? Right now, the company was just a skeleton, not even a makeshift team. Other than the registered capital and a listed office address, the company had nothing, absolutely nothing. How could it operate normally? Shinsui had many plans in mind, but Du Shichin insisted, there's no time. We'll go to the bidding first. Once we win the bid, we'll take care of the rest. Shinsui asked doubtfully, is the bidding for Longxi Group's Jian Guwan starting? Du Shichin nodded, yes, this afternoon. Once we secure this project, our company will start with orders from the get-go. Think about it. What company starts with such a large order volume? This is going to skyrocket. Shinsui's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good strategy. If they could secure the orders first, the company's future development wouldn't be a concern, and everything else would be minor. Then, I'll call my parents and my brother too. After all, they're also part of the company now. Maybe they can help with some advice during the bidding. Du Shichin didn't care much about it, and casually agreed, sure, call them. When the Shin family arrived, they were all thrilled. Daughter, is the company really registered? Is the registered capital really 500 million? The whole family looked at Du Shichin in disbelief. This wasn't just a figure on paper, but a real, tangible 500 million in cash flow. Du Shichin had taken out so much money in one go, and according to their daughter, he hadn't even blinked. At this moment, Du Shichin's position in the hearts of the Shin family had risen even further. In the future, our daughter will have a lot of blessings to enjoy with him, Mother Shin whispered to Father Shin. Father Shin also nodded with a smile. A moment later, the group arrived at an office building. Longxi Group had rented a floor here for negotiations regarding this matter. I'll go gather some intelligence first. I heard there are 2 other strong competitors besides us. I'll go check it out, Du Shichin reassured the Shin family before leaving. Shortly after, he arrived at Longxi Group's office and asked, excuse me, will your company's Mu Ho Laoban Yijing, be present today? Edited translation. Shortly after, he arrived at Longxi Group's office and inquired, excuse me, will your company's Mu Ho Laoban Yijing, be in attendance today? The staff at the office looked surprised. You actually know who our Mu Ho Laoban is? Du Shichin said calmly, since I'm here to discuss cooperation, I naturally investigated thoroughly. The staff thought to themselves that they had never publicly disclosed this, so they wondered how Du Shichin found out. It seemed he had some secret, special channels. However, he remembered the special instructions from senior executive Liang Guiyuan. He had been told that if anyone came to specifically inquire about Yijing, they should pay special attention. The staff member secretly noted down Du Shichin and then said, yes, he will be here today. Du Shichin quickly asked again, this bidding, Is it true that the winning company can take Mr. Ye's formula and start production right away? The staff thought, indeed. Senior Executive Liang Guiyuan had foreseen this. He immediately nodded, yes, if you win the bid, you'll naturally start production. Without the formula, how could you fully operate the machines? Right. Du Shichin's face lit up with a smile. It seemed the formula could be in his hands today. Meanwhile, at the elevator entrance, the Shin family just happened to see Yi Jing stepping out of another elevator. Yi Jing? The Shin family frowned upon seeing Yi Jing. What are you doing here? Aren't you enjoying your time as a bodyguard at Tianhe Chamber of Commerce? Shin Xiaogong sneered. I heard you're quite the kept man, living off a woman's allowance. I heard Ning Luo is probably quite comfortable with you, and she even favors you, huh? Shin Sui's face turned cold upon seeing Yi Jing. She remembered Shan Xiaogong mentioning that Yi Jing had been acting recklessly lately, and it was only thanks to the Dragon Group causing trouble for the Lang and Qiao families that Yi Jing had managed to escape danger each time. She didn't like this kind of constantly walking on a tightrope, so the few good feelings she had rekindled for Yi Jing were now gone. She preferred someone like Du Shichin, steady, honest, reliable, and wealthy. Yi Jing, are you still following us? Shin Sui frowned. We're completely over. Maybe the last few times I wasn't as repulsed by you, and even spoke up for you, which might have made you think I still have some feelings for you. But let me tell you, you're wrong. I could never like someone like you anymore. Mother Shin immediately glared at Yi Jing. Did you hear that? Stop pestering my daughter. Don't drag our Shin family down. Chapter 516. Thriving. Their Shin family had just begun to recover. Thanks to Du Shichin, they now lived in a villa and had their own company. They were about to sign a deal with the prestigious Longxi Group, which would undoubtedly lead the Shin family to great prosperity and success. So, despite Yi Jing's current situation of living off a woman, appearing quite presentable, the Shin family was destined to surpass him. Yi Jing ignored everyone and walked straight inside. What are you doing? Only companies participating in the bidding can enter. The minimum threshold is a registered company with a market value of over 200 million. Shin Sui directly blocked Yi Jing. Don't go in and embarrass yourself. But could it be that you're here to bid for Ning Luo? Could Yi Jing, having lived off Ning Luo, be here to bid for her? It's possible. Ning Luo's Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, having just received a billion-yuan investment plan from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, is currently in a position of financial strength. Perhaps they have also set their sights on Longxi Group's new pharmaceutical project. Yi Jing replied, I'm not here to bid. Shin Sui's eyes widened. If you're not here to bid, then you definitely can't go in. You'll be stopped by the security guards. Yi Jing chuckled. Oh, is that so? I'd like to see which security guard dares to stop me. With that, Yi Jing walked in without any security guard daring to stop him. Joking aside, these security guards had already been briefed about Yi Jing and knew he was the Mu Ho Lalban, behind-the-scenes boss of Longxi Group, the one who would be overseeing today's proceedings. Who would dare to stop him? He really went in? Shin Xiaogong was also shocked. He's not here to bid. How could he get in? Does eating soft rice grant special privileges? Maybe I should become a gigolo and live off a woman too? Shin Xiaogong actually wanted to live off a woman as well, as it meant endless money. Unfortunately, with his burly appearance, he didn't fit the bill as a gigolo, and no rich woman would want him. Let's go in. Shin Sui couldn't figure it out and decided not to think about it. Anyway, once inside, everything would be clear. Just then, Du Shichin returned after inquiring about the situation, smiling. All right, let's go in. Shin Sui thought for a moment and decided to tell Du Shichin about what had just happened. Earlier, that Yi Jing went in, the same person you met at the pharmacy last time. Du Shichin's heart leaped with joy. Yi Jing had indeed come. That meant Yi Jing must have brought the prescription. Today, he would finally complete the task for the big shot. Oh, don't worry. You're referring to your past engagement with him, right? Du Shichin smiled. Your brother already told me about it. Don't worry. I don't care at all. Shin Sui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She chose to mention this now because she was afraid that once inside, Yi Jing might cause trouble. If he spoke out of turn, and made Du Shichin view her negatively, it would be disastrous. So, this was her way of preemptively addressing the issue. At the same time, Shinsui began to see Du Shichin in a more favorable light. She hadn't expected this man to have such a quality. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. The group entered the hall. The three companies had already taken their seats. "I'll go to the side first. You start the bidding," Du Shichin said, afraid of being discovered by Yi Jing, so he found an excuse to hide. He had a rough idea that Yi Jing had probably guessed his identity, so using Shinsui as a shield was the best option for now. A moment later, the bidding began. Du Shichin had prepared quite a bit for this. Of course, all the materials were fake, but it was these fake materials that made Shansui's company appear particularly competitive. Comparing the three companies, Shun Group's hard power is the most significant. The Longxi Group staff member said mechanically, "Preliminarily, we are most optimistic about Shun Group. If there are no issues, we can start signing the cooperation agreement." Shinsui nodded, barely containing her excitement. Yes, yes. In the envious eyes of others, Shinsui signed the cooperation agreement. However, she also had some doubts in her heart. How could a large listed company like Longxi Group be so careless? Many of her company's materials were fake. After all, the company was only registered this morning. Without falsification, many things simply wouldn't exist. But why didn't Longxi Group verify anything before signing the contract with them? Still, despite these doubts, Shinsui didn't think much of it, as the joy was too great. It was so overwhelming that it almost made her lose her sense of direction. This is a big order from Longxi Group. As long as the contract is signed, the rest can be perfected later. It's just some falsified information. It's not too outrageous. Once we secure this order, we can go back and perfect the company according to the information. What I lack now is just time. With this mindset, Shinsui quickly completed the signing process. What she didn't notice was that this contract from Longxi Group was entirely fake. Even the official seal and the personnel signing the contract weren't real Longxi Group employees, but all high fakes, with no legal validity whatsoever. However, in her state of excitement and joy, Shinsui didn't notice at all. She didn't even realize that she had won this bid entirely due to the other party's intention. After signing the contract, Shinsui, following Du Shichin's instructions, immediately asked for the prescription. "Excuse me, could your company give me the prescription now? Since we've signed the cooperation agreement, we're family now. Please entrust the prescription to us for safekeeping. Also, we've signed a confidentiality agreement, so we definitely won't leak the contents of the prescription. We'll only produce according to the prescribed procedures." The staff member said, "Our prescription is quite important. It will be the core competitiveness of our future pharmaceutical factory. Therefore, it will be handled by a designated person from our company." At this moment, Yi Jing, carrying a preservation box, emerged from the rear. Yi Jing? The Shin family was shocked. How could it be Yi Jing? Was he from Longxi Group? But that shouldn't be. Wasn't he from Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, under Ning Luo? The staff member introduced, "This is our designated person, responsible for ensuring the safety of the prescription." Chapter 517. It's all the same. Shin Xiaogong's mind raced. I get it. This Yi Jing is just a security guard protecting the formula. Definitely hired by the Longxi Group as a temporary security guard. It's Yi Jing's old trade, and he's applying for the job again. The crowd suddenly understood. Yi Jing was originally a bodyguard for the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, so it made perfect sense for him to apply for a temporary security job. Protecting people and protecting formulas, in principle, are the same. Yi Jing said indifferently, "If you see it that way, it's fine." He handed the briefcase to Shinsui. "Check the goods." Shinsui nodded, opened the briefcase on the table, and looked at the formula. Her whole body was excited. Is this the formula for the recently hot bone strengthening pill from the Longxi Group? At this moment, Du Shichin, who was hiding behind, was already extremely excited. The formula has finally appeared. When Shinsui finally finished checking and nodded, she carried the briefcase back. All right. Before she could finish her sentence, A figure darted out from behind and quickly tried to snatch the briefcase from Shin Suyi. Shin Suyi, who was already on high alert, knew the importance of what she held and instinctively protected it, dodging Du Shichin in one swift move. Suyi, it's me. Why are you avoiding me? Quick, give me the formula. Seeing it was Du Shichin, Shin Suyi smiled. I thought it was you. Why so fast? You scared me. But the formula can wait. Let's open it together when we get back. Du Shichin was immediately anxious. Give it to me now. His appearance here would have already raised Yijing's suspicions. The most important thing now is to snatch the briefcase before Yijing realizes what's going on. Give it to me. Shin Xiaogong suddenly became alert. Why are you snatching it from my sister? Can't we all work on it together when we get back? He quickly whispered in Shin Suyi's ear, Sister, don't give it to him. This thing is priceless. It's what you bid for, and once we get back, it will be the core competitiveness of our company. The 500 million in registered capital. Although the company is called the Shin Group, in reality, the main shareholder is still Du Shichin, and our Shin family only holds a small share. If Du Shichin suddenly withdraws his investment, he can completely walk away. Our Shin family has no trump card. This formula is our trump card. Shin's father and mother also realized this. Whether it was the villa or the company that Du Shichin gave, they hadn't actually changed the ownership yet. The villa was under Du Shichin's name, and the main shareholder of the company was Du Shichin. If Du Shichin had malicious intentions, he could completely walk away, and the Shin family would end up with nothing. Shin Suyi also realized this and said calmly, Du Shichin, this formula is jointly owned by us. Don't rush. Let's wait until we fully establish the company and set up the production line. Then we'll sign a confidentiality agreement internally, and then you can see it. Du Shichin couldn't care about these details? Fully establish the company? Set up the production line? He was probably already exposed to Yijing. He had to act quickly, as Yijing would probably realize it soon. Thinking of this, Du Shichin directly reached out to snatch the briefcase from Shin Suyi. What are you doing? Shin Xiaogong was also anxious. This is what my sister worked hard to bid for. What are you snatching it for? Seeing Du Shichin's actions, he became even more certain of his suspicions. Sister, the company isn't ours. The villa isn't ours. This formula is our biggest bargaining chip. Don't give it to him. You bastards, give it to me. Du Shichin swiftly drew a pistol from his jacket and pointed it at Shin Suyi. Holy shit. Shin Xiaogong was at a loss, completely dumbfounded. Shin Suyi was also stunned. Du Shichin, didn't you say you loved me? How can you point a gun at me? Shin's father and mother also realized. Pulling out a gun to threaten? This is not something someone in love would do. Du Shichin sneered. Haven't you figured it out yet? My goal is just this formula. As for love, it's all just something they made up to fool you. Hand it over. Du Shichin directly snatched the briefcase. Ha ha ha, finally got it. Du Shichin was almost mad with joy. Years of patience, a decade of hard work and sleepless nights, finally paid off. Finally got his hands on this formula. So you've been lying to us all along? 2 lines of clear tears streamed down Shin Suyi's face. She had thought Yijing was unreliable, and Du Shichin was the one truly suitable for her. She had thought her Shin family was about to rise, living in a villa, running a company. It turned out, it was all just Du Shichin's scheme. Today he snatched the formula, and tomorrow, Du Shichin would likely cancel the company. The 500 million in funds would be withdrawn. The villa, they could be kicked out at any moment. Their Shin family would truly end up with nothing. Shin's father and mother were also dumbfounded. Realizing that the excitement and joy of the past few days were all fake, Shin's mother quickly took out the red agate ring in her hand. Thank goodness, at least I still have this ring. Du Shichin sneered, a fake, and you took it seriously? Shin Xiaogong took out his card, his face grim. At least the 10,000 monthly limit on this card should be real, right? Du Shichin laughed loudly. The 10,000 limit is real, but there's only a total of 10,000, and I just called the bank to cancel this card. The entire Shin family felt like complete fools. They were played around by this Du Shichin. He didn't even have to pay any real cost, just a fake ring and a canceled credit card, and he managed to manipulate them all. Shin's mother quickly looked at Shinsuyi. You didn't lose your virtue, did you? You didn't give yourself to him, did you? Shinsui quickly shook her head, her face slightly red. How could things have progressed that fast? Shin's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Du Shirqin greedily glanced at Shinsui's figure. What a pity for such a beauty, but there's no time to win you over. Anyway, now that I have the formula, I can play with any celebrity I want in the future. At this moment, Yijing, who was not far away, said indifferently, Du Shirqin, do you really think you can leave this building with that formula? Chapter 5:18. Helicopter. Du Shirqin sneered, that's none of your business. I just need to get the formula. Yijing, do you know that when your father was at his wit's end back then, he first came to me? After that, he was fooled into going in circles. Do you know how I tortured him? I lied to him, saying that I once saw your mother in a black coal mine, and your father risked his life to go there. And what happened? I sold him to the black coal mine, and he slaved away digging coal for a whole year. Then I lied to him again, telling him I saw your mother in the south, sold off for organ trafficking. Your dad rushed there, almost had his kidneys harvested by me, but in the end, he managed to escape. Still, he was left with many injuries, 3 cuts on his waist alone. Du Shirqin took out his phone. Look, this is the photo of when I tried to harvest your dad's kidneys back then. Too bad, I didn't manage to get them. Seeing the photo on the phone, Yijing's eyes nearly burst with fury. Your dad was almost out of his mind back then, trying to save your mom. Too easy to fool. Whatever I said, he believed. What a loving couple. But in the end, I squeezed every last bit of value out of him, drained him dry, before finally telling him to come to Jinling. In the end, both your parents were beaten to death, haha. Du Shirqin was in a frenzy. Now, I've finally got the formula. What good did your family's stubbornness do all these years? The Shun family, standing nearby, trembled at these words. It seemed they had been caught up in something huge. Shinsui, hearing about the terrible fate of Yijing's father, looked at him with deep sympathy and pity. Was Yijing's background really so tragic? This Du Shirqin, he was so evil. She had actually thought he was a good person before. What a blind fool she had been. Du Shirqin. Yijing's eyes narrowed deeply, and his body moved swiftly, slapping out with a forceful palm. His movement was as swift as a startled swan. Du Shirqin had no time to dodge, and with a loud slap, he was like a fly, smacked against the wall. Ouch! Damn, forgot how strong you are. But this also proves how good the formula is. Du Shirqin was even more delighted. The stronger Yijing was, the more important the formula in the safe must be. This could mass-produce people like Yijing. Although the final effect might be slightly weaker, it could still be mass-produced. With the human wave tactic, they could drown Yijing. Yijing, thank you for the formula. I'm off. With that, Du Shirqin suddenly leaped from the window on the wall, smashing through the glass and jumping out. Everyone was shocked. This was the 32nd floor. Jumping down from here, wouldn't he be smashed to bits? Yijing frowned. He hadn't expected Du Shirqin to choose this method of escape. The next moment, everyone heard the sound of a helicopter passing by. Looking out the window, they saw Du Shirqin had already landed safely in the net under the helicopter, proudly showing off the safe in his hand. Qinghuang. Punin. Yijing called out, and 2 figures shot out from the darkness. Master! Go! Chase down Du Shirqin. No matter where he flies, we must catch him. Understood, Master. The 2 quickly went to intercept. Yijing. In the room, only the Shin family and Yijing remained. Shinsui spoke with difficulty. I was wrong before. That Du Shirqin, he's not a good person, and he deliberately approached us. It was all for the formula in your hand. The Shin family now felt both regret and remorse. How could they not have seen through Du Shirqin's true colors earlier? They probably wouldn't be able to stay in the villa anymore. The company was gone. Everything was gone. Everything was empty. Even Du Shirqin would disappear. All the luxuries they had enjoyed these past few days would vanish with him. So Du Shiqin approached us all for Yi Jing? The Shin family now looked at Yi Jing with incredulous eyes. This man, he seemed very powerful. Even someone as wealthy as Du Shiqin had to deliberately target him. Just as they were about to say something more to Yi Jing turned and left without another word. A moment later, Punin returned to report. Mr. Yi, we failed to intercept the helicopter, but we found out where it finally landed. Good, take me there. Yi Jing led the group towards a club. Qinghuang walked beside Yi Jing. Mr. Yi, this is a martial arts club. The helicopter landed here 10 minutes ago. Then, I had our Yi God Temple people surround the place and monitor all exits, ensuring no one gets out. Yi Jing nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hand, let's go, follow me in. Who are you people? Do you know what place this is? A martial arts club? Several security guards shouted, daring to barge in here? Don't you want to live? The guards directly blocked the entrance, using their bodies to block the way. Though they were just security guards, being the guards of this martial arts club, their physical condition was not weak. Standing there, they were all burly men. However, Punin stepped forward, silent, and with one kick, knocked one down. The man was like a bowling ball, knocking the other guards down as well. Ouch! This guy, what a huge strength. That kick must have had over 1,000 pounds of force, right? The guards looked at each other. They had encountered a master. Quick, go call Mr. He. A master is here to challenge the club. A young guard rushed in to report. Yi Jing didn't stop him, leading the group straight inside. Entering the lobby, they saw a large crowd pouring out. Everyone was dressed in martial arts attire, glaring angrily at Yi Jing. Yi Jing said calmly, 10 minutes ago, Du Shiqin came in. If you hand him over, I can ensure your safety. Haha. You idiot. Are you blind? Look, how many people did you bring in, and how many do we have here? Behind Yi Jing, only Punin and Qinghuang, a man and a woman, followed. The rest of the Yi God Temple people were all outside, surrounding the building, preventing anyone from leaving. So everyone thought Yi Jing only had 3 people with him. In contrast, the martial arts club had over 100 people. Each one was full of energy, all martial artists. Among them, there were about 20 who were at the War King level, and roughly 2 of them were close to the War King level. Chapter 519. Fear of being targeted. Yi Jing revealed a faint smile. No wonder Du Shiqin kept coming here. There was backup here. Who is in charge here? I'm saying this one last time, and it's your final chance. Bring out Du Shiqin, and I promise not to involve anyone else. But if you insist on protecting Du Shiqin, then I'm sorry. Today, no one will leave this place alive. These words immediately incited anger among the crowd. What the hell are you yelling about, you idiot? Just the 3 of you dare to challenge us, over 100 people? Do you even know what level the 3 strongest here have reached? This fool doesn't know his place. If Master He were here, with his strength comparable to a war god, this guy would probably piss his pants. Haha, just 3 people dare to challenge our martial arts club? They really think they're something. We could easily deal with them without even needing Master He. Brothers, let's go. We've been short of human punching bags. Ha ha ha, free human punching bags just showing up. Everyone, let's practice. Immediately, over 20 people surged out, rushing towards Yi Jing and his group. You're asking for it. Qinghuang let out a cold laugh, darting forward like lightning. In an instant, it was as if she had knocked over dominoes, taking down all 20-plus men. Ouch! How is this possible? She, a woman, took down over 20 of us men? Is she even human? The crowd stared in horror at Qinghuang, no one daring to underestimate her anymore. That woman is a freak. I'm not messing with her. This guy over here looks skinny and weak, not even as muscular as me. I'll take him on. Haha, right? This guy looks fragile. Let's take him out. The group turned towards Pu Nan, but Pu Nan merely lifted one foot and stomped down heavily. In the next moment, the entire ground shook, and the charging crowd fell over in panic. Poon and then unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, and in an instant, there were no more standing opponents. Holy crap! Are all three of these people masters? The one in the middle hasn't even moved yet, but just being respected by the other two, he must be strong too. No one dared to step forward anymore, all showing fear. Let's just wait for Master He. Exactly, no matter how strong these three are, they can't be a match for Master He. Master He and his two brothers are close to war god level. Even a real war god would have to step aside when facing their combined strength. As they spoke, a sudden aura of deadly menace emanated from upstairs. He Zhang, accompanied by 5 or 6 men, stood at the top of the stairs on the second floor. Du Shiqin hid behind He Zhang. Master He, it's this guy who's been chasing me. You have to protect me. As long as you protect me this time, I'll make sure the leader of Jiangnan region takes care of you more in the future. He Zhang nodded slightly. The leader of Jiangnan region was even more prestigious than the provincial leader, governing multiple provinces, a true high-ranking official. And that leader of Jiangnan was merely one of the 5 big figures behind Du Shiqin, just a lackey. He Zhang said calmly, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here today, no one will take you away." Du Shiqin immediately relaxed, sneering, "Yi Jing, what's the point of chasing me here? You still can't do anything to me." Just like back then, your dad finally realized I might have been lying to him, but he still couldn't do anything about it. I tricked him into the coal mine, tricked him into selling his kidneys, and after a few times, he finally got smart and started doubting me. But so what? As soon as I mentioned seeing your mother somewhere, even if he had doubts, he could only believe it. He had to go again and again, even knowing it was likely fake, but as long as there was a slight chance, he had to go. Because she was his beloved woman, ha ha ha. Isn't that just like you now? You've been tricked here, and all you'll do is die. I'm not just taking your formula, I'm also taking your corpse back for those big figures to study. That way, I can earn even greater merit, ha ha ha. Master He, he's all yours. I don't ask for much, just leave me a whole body. Oh, if you can't hold back and accidentally dismember him, it's fine. As long as you can bring back the whole body. He Zhang also said calmly, agreed. With a wave of his hand, the two brothers close to war god level behind him leaped down from the second floor. Elite team, come out and surround Yi Jing. As he spoke, another 7 or 8 people jumped down from behind the 2 war god level brothers. These 7 or 8 were all elite war king level, stronger than ordinary war kings, only slightly weaker than the 2 brothers. Surround and kill. At the command of the 2 war god brothers, the dozen elites surged forward. However, before they could make a move, Yi Jing, who had been calm and unmoving, suddenly acted. In a flash, he appeared in front of the 2 war god brothers. Boom! Boom! Yi Jing threw out 2 punches, seemingly ordinary, but the 2 war god brothers couldn't withstand them. They could only hastily raise their fists to block. After the 2 punches, the fists that clashed with Yi Jing's turned into minced meat. A rain of blood fell. Ah! Ah! The 2 war god brothers were dumbfounded, only able to wail in pain. They had thought themselves incredibly powerful, close to war god level, their bodies like steel. But in front of Yi Jing, they couldn't even withstand 1 punch. Their arms shattered instantly. How could this be? How could this be? Everyone was dumbfounded. Those were 2 figures close to war god level, who usually lorded it over everyone in the martial arts club, looking down on everyone. Besides He Zhang, those 2 were the strongest here. How could their arms be reduced to mincemeat by Yi Jing? How could Yi Jing be so powerful? Was he even human? Everyone looked at Yi Jing in fear. Indeed, the leader of the 2, Yi Jing, was even more formidable. The crowd unconsciously took a few steps back, afraid of being targeted by Yi Jing. Chapter 520, Passing Over Corpses. In the eyes of the crowd, Yi Jing was like a flood dragon or a ravenous beast. With the agonized cries of the 2 war god-level brothers, everyone was retreating. He Zhang's face also changed dramatically. Du Shiqin, what kind of person have you provoked? This Yi Jing is definitely not just a simple bodyguard for the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. He Zhang also felt incredibly troubled. His strength was only slightly better than that of the two brothers. The two brothers couldn't withstand even a single punch from Yi Jing, and if he went up, it would likely be the same. Du Shiqin's face was equally grim. He had thought that escaping here would ensure his safety, but never expected those two men to be so easily defeated. He spoke bitterly, "Mr. He, you have to help me. You promised the leader of the Jiangnan district." He Zhang's face was extremely grim. "Now, these two brothers are already crippled. How am I supposed to stop Yi Jing? Yi Jing's strength is likely at the war god level. What can I do even if I go up?" Du Shiqin's eyes darted around. "It's simple, Mr. He. We still have one last trump card, don't we?" He Zhang frowned. What trump card is left? His biggest trump card was himself and his two brothers, but now, the two brothers were already defeated, and even if he went up, he would likely meet the same fate. Du Shiqin chuckled. "We have the elite team, don't we?" He Zhang's eyelids twitched. "What are you joking about at a time like this? The elite team is indeed stronger than ordinary trainees, but they are still not as strong as my two brothers. How can they stop Yi Jing?" Du Shiqin chuckled. "Mr. He, you don't understand. In this world, brute strength is only a part of one's power, and just a small part at that. Most of the time, it's about using your brain." He pointed to his head with his finger. "You just need to force those elite team members to deal with Yi Jing. I'll make a few calls, and I'm sure Yi Jing won't dare to lay a hand on the elite team." After a moment of thought, He Zhang's eyes lit up with a flash of brilliance. He then looked at Du Shiqin. "No wonder those big shots value you so much. You've got a good head on your shoulders." As he spoke, Du Shiqin chuckled and took out his phone to start dialing. "Is this the Su family of the 8 great families of Jiangnan? Your disciple Su Yibing is at our martial arts club and is about to be killed. The other party's number is..." Du Shiqin had already tricked Shin Suyi into giving him Yi Jing's phone number, so he directly provided Yi Jing's number to the Su family of the 8 great families of Jiangnan. Then, Du Shiqin continued dialing. "Is this the top sect of China, the Drunk Moon Palace? Your talented disciple Chai Pushing is about to be killed at our martial arts club. The other party's number is... Is this the Eastern Association of the Assassins Guild? Your promising disciple is practicing at our martial arts club, but he is about to be killed." These elite team members were selected not only because of their great potential, but also because they all came from famous families or sects. They were either from great families with deep roots or from well-known sects and forces. Each one had someone with immense power and influence behind them. If Yi Jing really killed these elite team members, he would be making enemies of all these families, sects, and forces at once. Du Shiqin was certain that even if Yi Jing was arrogant, he wouldn't dare to make enemies of so many powerful forces at once, unless he didn't want to live. In the next moment, Yi Jing's phone began to ring incessantly. "Is this Yi Jing? I am from the Su family, one of the 8 great families of Jiangnan. I warn you, don't you dare touch my disciple, or I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth and tear you to pieces." Yi Jing replied calmly, "Oh, is that so? I'll be waiting. Damn it, you mother f—" Before the other side could finish, Yi Jing directly hung up the phone. Today, no one could stop him from killing Du Shiqin. No matter who stood in his way, Yi Jing would crush them into dust. Just as Yi Jing took a step forward, his phone rang again. "Boy, I am from the hidden sect of China, the Drunk Moon Palace. We have cultivated countless war gods and war kings, and about a third of the top talents in China are connected to us. I'm sure you know what will happen if you provoke us. I advise you." Beep beep beep. Yi Jing directly hung up the phone. The next second, the other side called again. "Damn it, did you hear me? If you dare to harm our promising disciple, I will spare no effort to hunt you down." Beep beep beep. Yi Jing hung up the phone again. When it rang again, a new voice came through, this time more hoarse, with a tone full of bloodlust. "I am the president of the Eastern Association of the Assassins Guild. The person in front of you is the disciple of our guild leader. If you dare to touch a single hair on him, you will definitely not see tomorrow's sun." "Oh, I hope you come quickly to collect the body of your guild leader's disciple. After Yijing finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone and turned it off. Countless calls were about to flood Yijing's phone, but to their frustration, they couldn't get through. It was turned off. Du Shiqin was already sneering coldly. This Yijing is simply courting death. To provoke so many hidden families and sects at once is pure suicide. Yijing smirked. Too bad. You won't see them. By the time they arrive, you'll already be headless. As he spoke, he began to walk step by step towards the upstairs. Stop him. Du Shiqin quickly ordered the elite team members to block Yijing. The elite team members were also trembling with fear and didn't dare to move. But Yijing let out a cold snort and then pressed a switch. A series of iron bars immediately fell from the sky. The entire building was enclosed within. Yijing said coldly, Everyone, we are all on the same boat now, and no one can escape. Either Yijing dies, or we all die. You choose. If you want to live, hurry up and stop Yijing. He did this to forcibly bind the elite team members to him, dragging the forces behind them into the conflict, making Yijing hesitate and not dare to break in forcefully. A few elite team members were also encouraging each other. Everyone, let's go together. This Yijing definitely won't dare to face all the hidden great families and forces behind us at once. Can he really step over our corpses to get through? Pushed to this point, everyone was desperate. Chapter 521. The Last Chance. You're courting death. Yijing's gaze was like that of looking at a dead man as he glanced at these elite team members. Step aside. This was the last chance he was giving them. Heh, you think we'll just step aside because you say so? Now you've heard it. We're backed by what kind of hidden powerful families and factions? Do you still dare to go against us? Didn't you just say you'd step over our corpses? Do you still dare to now? If you so much as touch a single hair on us, the factions behind us will rise up and annihilate you. Heh, facing the combined forces of so many factions behind us, even the National Protector would be hesitant and would have to seek peace. After thinking it through, the elite team members suddenly felt safe. Instead, they began to mock Yijing. Yijing's eyes gradually turned cold. He sneered, So it's the 8 great families of Jiangnan, the Eastern Society, and the Drunken Moon Palace? Do you really think you're something special? Boom. Before another elite team member could open his mouth to mock, Yijing directly punched, exploding his head, with chunks of flesh flying everywhere. In the next second, Pu Nan and Qing Huang immediately flew out, sweeping through like autumn winds, and within a dozen seconds, they had killed all the elite team members. The corridor was instantly cleared. Ouch! That Yijing actually really killed all those elite team members. He stirred up a hornet's nest. Yijing is definitely done for. He's about to be killed by those great families and factions. But upstairs, Du Shiqin and Yijing's faces changed dramatically. Whether Yijing lived or died, they didn't know, but they knew they were about to die right now. Swish! In the next instant, Yijing teleported forward, directly standing before Yijing, and with a single slap, he annihilated him completely. Then, his cold gaze turned to Du Shiqin. Next, it's your turn, isn't it? Du Shiqin trembled all over, his pupils contracting sharply. A stream of yellow urine leaked from his crotch. Too fierce. This Yijing is too fierce. Is this the effect of a special physique? Unfortunately, he was going to die here today, unable to enjoy the benefits of such a physique. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the names of the 5 big figures behind you, and I can spare your life. Du Shiqin stammered a few times, wanting to speak out to save his own life. But in the end, he didn't open his mouth. Yijing, I can't say. Those big figures have too much power. I can't say. Those big figures have a hold over me. Du Shiqin started slapping himself repeatedly. Yijing sneered, All right, if you won't speak, I have plenty of ways to make you talk. He said to Pu Nan beside him, Take him down and interrogate him. Make sure it's in a sealed place, somewhere secret that no one can find. Also, announce to the outside world that Du Shiqin has already confessed and told me the names of the figures behind him. Qing Huang and Pu Nan's eyes lit up immediately. Brilliant. Even though Du Shiqin hadn't spoken yet, the outside world didn't know that. Once this news was released, someone would definitely panic. And when those panicked people took some action, Yijing could truly uncover them. Pu Nan immediately went to arrange this. He took Du Shiqin to a secret location, somewhere no one could find, and prepared a severe interrogation for him. Yijing specifically instructed that whatever Du Shiqin had done to torture his father back then, it should all be repaid to Du Shiqin now. In the dark, sealed room, a few candles were lit. Pu Nan spoke coldly. The master's father was deceived by you to go to a coal mine, wasn't he? I heard that in the coal mine, you had to dig coal day and night, with calluses all over your hands. TSK, your hands don't have any calluses, let me help you with that. He took out a red-hot iron and sizzled it onto Du Shiqin's hand. And the master's father was also deceived to go to the southern country, almost losing a kidney? Let me see, which kidney should I take from you now? Pu Nan looked over Du Shiqin. Du Shiqin was so scared that his whole body went limp. He wanted to beg for mercy, but his mouth was stuffed with a cloth, unable to speak. His eyes showed terror, full of regret for how he had treated Yijing's father back then. In the independent office of the head of security at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Now, the security team's territory here had completely become Yijing's domain. All the security personnel below had been replaced with people from the Yi Divine Temple. Master, so far, no one has made a move. Qing Huang reported. Yijing said lightly, don't worry, someone will definitely be unable to sit still. Has the news that Du Shiqin has confessed been spread? Qing Huang nodded. Just spread it. Yijing nodded slightly. Just then, Yijing's phone rang. He smiled. Look, isn't someone unable to sit still now? Yijing picked up the phone, and upon seeing the name on the screen, his eyebrows furrowed. The leader of the dragon group, Xue Changlin? Could it be that he was also involved in my parents' case back then? Yijing answered the phone. Xue Changlin, were you also involved in this matter? His tone was icy. Xue Changlin and his relationship was quite good, but if Yijing found out that Xue Changlin was involved in his parents' case back then, Yijing would not show any mercy. Xue Changlin sighed helplessly. Of course, I'm not involved. However, someone asked me to pass a message to you. Tell you to directly kill that Du Shiqin and not let him reveal anything he shouldn't. Yijing's tone was cold. Who is it? The person behind this message was likely related to those 5 big figures. This, I can't say. Xue Changlin said helplessly. Yijing, I really have high hopes for you and believe you can take over as the next leader of the dragon group. But you have to understand, the matter back then was too complicated, involving too many big figures. If you dig too deep, don't even think about it, even I won't be able to protect you. Yijing's voice was icy. I don't care about that, I just want to know, who asked you to pass the message? Xue Changlin was speechless. I'm just warning you, and you're still stubborn, huh? I really can't do anything about you. I can only say, you'd better listen, and quickly kill that Du Shiqin. The anger of some people, I can help you block it, but others? At this point, even Xue Changlin's voice showed fear and trembling. Yijing frowned. There were people who could scare Xue Changlin like this? Just thinking about it, mentioning the name, and being scared like this? Since you won't say, Yijing said lightly, then please convey to the person behind the message, Du Shiqin, I can't bear to kill him. I'll torture him until he says everything. Let's see who can't sit still first. Chapter 522, The Gathering Storm. After finishing his words, Yijing hung up the phone. On the other side, Xue Changlin let out a heavy sigh. Alas, Yijing is a promising talent. But if he really angers those big shots behind the scenes, he might not live to fulfill his potential. I don't want to see such a promising candidate for the next leader of the dragon group be cut down so easily. Suddenly, Jinling City felt like a small boat tossed in violent waves. Everyone felt that overnight, the air in Jinling City had turned cold. The storm is coming. The Su family of the 8 great families of Jiangnan, the top assassin organization of China, the Eastern Assembly, the powerful sect, Drunk Moon Palace. All are charging towards Jinling City with murderous intent, Their target, Yi Jing. Those who are well-informed have already packed their bags and fled. Jinling City is about to be plunged into a storm of blood and rain. I heard Yi Jing caused a huge mess in our Jinling City. What should we do? Jinling City might not be a suitable place to live for a while. Let's get out of here. Those 8 great families, powerful factions, and major sects, will they flatten our entire Jinling City? It's all that damn Yi Jing's fault for causing such a big mess. He's nothing but a troublemaker. He already provoked the National Protector before, and luckily, the National Protector was reasonable, being an official figure of our country. But this time, he's provoked all the hidden great families, major sects, and assassin organizations. These powerful factions won't bother with reason. They might just come and kill indiscriminately. I heard that the Eastern Assembly, an assassin organization, once leveled an entire family to the ground, plowing the land 3 times. Too brutal. All the influential people in Jinling City are trembling with fear. Only the ordinary people, who know nothing, are still going about their daily lives and a days. But the upper echelons have mostly sensed something is amiss. This is bad. I heard Drunk Moon Palace has already arrived, sending in many people to infiltrate Jinling City. I feel like there are a lot of unfamiliar faces in Jinling City recently. At the Shin family, could it be that we've wronged Yi Jing? Before, we trusted Du Shiqin too much. Shinsui said to her parents, Yi Jing once saved me, yet I ignored him, while Du Shiqin, with just some tricks, made our family grateful to him. Shun's mother also snorted angrily. That's right. I've had the red agate appraised, and it's a fake. Shun's father also said angrily, in that villa, the property management came to evict us, saying Du Shiqin had already sold the house. Shinsui also sighed softly. I checked the registered company. Du Shiqin withdrew his investment right after registering. I didn't even notice when he did it. In short, Du Shiqin has completely disappeared now. We were too good to Du Shiqin and too harsh on Yi Jing. Listening to what Du Shiqin said, Yi Jing's life is really miserable. At this moment, although Shun's parents were full of resentment towards Du Shiqin, they couldn't feel any sympathy for Yi Jing. What does Yi Jing's miserable background have to do with them? Just then, Shun Xiaogong rushed in from outside. Mom, Dad, Sister, guess what news I've heard? Seeing his expression, everyone was puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you so panicked? They had never seen Shun Xiaogong in such a panicked state before. It's bad. Something terrible has happened. Shen Xiaogong quickly said, the Su family of the 8 great families of Jiang'an, Drunk Moon Palace, the assassin organization Eastern Assembly, they're all coming. They're going to flatten Jinling City. Shen's parents, Shin Sui, all were shocked. Aren't these hidden great families, great sects? They usually don't act rashly. Why would they suddenly do this? These factions usually don't get involved in worldly disputes. Even during wars they wouldn't do anything. Why would they suddenly come to Jinling City? Everyone felt a sense of impending storm. If the previous return of the National Protector would still reason with you. After all, the old Protector was also an official figure of China, and wouldn't do things too ruthlessly, at least not involving other ordinary people. But these hidden families, major sects, and assassin organizations won't bother with reason. At that time, they might massacre the entire Jinling City. This is a real big crisis. What kind of bastard brought these killers, these reckless maniacs here? What sin did our Jinling City commit? First, the National Protector returned, and now these hidden families and sects are coming. Why do we attract so much hatred? Shin Xiaogong cursed. Do you know who brought them here this time? It's still that bastard Yi Jing. Everyone was shocked. Last time, it was Yi Jing who provoked the National Protector, and this time, he's provoked these hidden great families and major sects? This guy, how can he cause so much trouble? That bastard, it's him again. It seems this guy really deserves to die. So many people want to kill him. The most critical thing is, if he wants to die, he should just die. Why does he have to bring disaster to our Jinling City? Shin Sui also cursed Yi Jing. The slightest bit of goodwill she had before was now completely gone. Or, let's escape from Jinling City as soon as possible. Now, all the rich and powerful people are trying to escape. If we act quickly, maybe we can leave before the great families and influential sects arrive. Otherwise, when the entire Jinling City is in flames, we might lose our lives at any moment. Yes, let's find a way to leave. The Shin family, while cursing Yi Jing, tried to find a way to leave Jinling City. At the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Ning Luo, upon hearing the news, also trembled with fear. The Su family of the 8 great families. Drunk Moon Palace. The assassin organization. Ning Luo only felt her whole body trembling. This time, the people they've provoked are one more ruthless than the other. How did Yi Jing provoke such powerful figures? Last time, when the National Protector returned, Ning Luo was afraid inside, but still had the courage to resist. Why? Not because the National Protector wasn't powerful, but because the National Protector was reasonable. She, Ning Luo, could bravely step forward and reason with the National Protector. But this time, no matter which organization or faction, none of them will reason with you. They will just come to your door, kill you, and even massacre your family and friends. Chapter 523. Why isn't she back yet? What should we do? Yi Jing is in big trouble this time. Ning Luo never pondered why Yi Jing attracted so many troubles. Instead, she focused more on how to resolve these crises. These major powers. I can't afford to provoke them. After much deliberation, Ning Luo picked up a talisman. Opening it, there was a phone number inside. This number belongs to the backer of the Ning family, but they only agreed to help the Ning family once. This time, I'll have to ask them to intervene. Ning Luo took a few deep breaths before dialing the number. Excuse me, is this Elder Lu? The other end was the Lu family of Jiangnan. The reason it's called the Lu family of Jiangnan instead of Jinling is because this Lu family is renowned throughout the entire Jiangnan region. They are also a semi-hidden family. Although not as illustrious as the Su family of the 8 great families of Jiangnan, they are still formidable. If they could be persuaded to intervene, perhaps a mediation could be arranged. Elder Lu, I am Ning Luo of the Ning family, the only heir of the Ning family. Speak. A somewhat indifferent, aged voice came from the other end. Elder Lu, do you remember a favor you owed the Ning family a few years ago? One of our elders, who was your subordinate at the time, once took 6 bullets for you. So, you once promised him that you owed the Ning family a favor, and we could contact you when needed. Elder Lu said indifferently, yes, there was such a matter. Speak. What do you need my help with? Ning Luo quickly replied, have you heard about the recent arrival of the Su family of the 8 great families, Zuriyu Palace, and the Eastern Alliance in Jinling City? To be honest, this Yi Jing is my subordinate. I want to ask you to mediate and prevent them from targeting Yi Jing. Elder Lu remained silent for a moment. In his heart, he was cursing Ning Luo. Mediate? Are you trying to drag the Lu family into this and get us all killed? Any one of these 3 major powers, sects, and hidden families could crush the Lu family. In front of these behemoths, the Lu family is like an ant. Although they refer to themselves as a semi-hidden family, their depth of heritage pales in comparison to those truly ancient, hidden families that have been entrenched in the world for generations. The difference is too vast. This matter. After carefully considering his words, Elder Lu said, I understand. Come over, and I'll think of a way to help you. Ning Luo was overjoyed. Elder Lu's words were always reliable. If Elder Lu agreed, this matter should be manageable. All right, I'll come right away. Ning Luo went out, found Yi Jing, and still had a smile on her face. Yi Jing, wait a moment. Yi Jing glanced at Ning Luo. What? Haven't you received any news? The entire Tianhe Chamber of Commerce was on the verge of collapsing, with panic spreading. More than half of the people were already packing their bags and leaving. This panic was even worse than when the protector of the nation returned. Yi Jing had already seen many people fleeing Jinling City, especially those from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, who dared not stay any longer. Yet, Ning Luo was still smiling. Ning Luo smiled. Don't worry, I'm not afraid. I'll help you. Just stay here and wait for my return. I'm going to find some help for you. Find help? Yi Jing chuckled. What kind of help could Ning Luo find? All right, I'll wait for your good news. Yi Jing casually said, letting Ning Luo do as she pleased. A short while later, Ning Luo arrived at the Lu family's estate. I'm here to see Elder Lu. After stating her purpose, the Tengteng Wei finally allowed her entry. The Lu family, indeed a semi-hidden family, is truly formidable. The security here is extremely tight. It's hard to imagine how powerful the truly hidden families are. Ning Luo was awestruck. One could imagine the immense pressure Yi Jing was facing. Luckily, I came to find help. Otherwise, Yi Jing would really be in trouble this time. Ning Luo silently praised herself, carefully entering the inner estate. Elder Lu. Finally, Ning Luo met the head of the Lu family, Elder Lu. Elder Lu, I've come this time. Before Ning Luo could say anything, Elder Lu said indifferently, the matter you seek is for me to mediate, right? Ning Luo nodded respectfully. Yes, we don't ask you to resist these three major powers, just to mediate so they won't trouble Yi Jing. Ha ha ha. The usually composed Elder Lu suddenly laughed loudly. Ning Luo, are you overestimating yourself? Or do you think the Lu family is invincible? Those are the Su family, Zuriyu Palace, and the Eastern Alliance. How could our mere Lu family stand against them? Then. Ning Luo was dumbfounded. Then why did you say on the phone that if I came over, you'd have a solution? Elder Lu coldly said, a solution? What solution is there? Right now, only the people from Zuriyu Palace have arrived. When the Su family and the Eastern Alliance come later, the entire Jinling City will be in chaos. Do you think I would risk the lives of everyone in Jinling City for the safety of just one person? Ning Luo felt a sense of impending doom. You mean? Elder Lu coldly said, yes, I plan to capture you, tie you up, and hand you over to Zuriyu Palace. Then, when Yi Jing comes to rescue you, we'll hand you over again. Ning Luo panicked and tried to run out, but several bodyguards had appeared behind her, blocking her way. Tie her up. At Elder Lu's command, the bodyguards immediately bound Ning Luo tightly. Take her and hand her over to Zuriyu Palace. What no one noticed was that at the crucial moment of binding Ning Luo, she quickly touched her pocket and sent a location. Yi Jing was at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, watching everyone panic and leave. Run quickly. I heard the people from Zuriyu Palace have already arrived in Jinling City. We're already late in leaving. It seems Jinling City is closing up, and even those who haven't left are hiding in their homes, afraid to come out. Anyway, let's run out of the city first. If we can't get out, we should at least stay far away from Yi Jing. Everyone looked at Yi Jing as if he were a plague. That Yi Jing is a disaster. Whoever is around him is unlucky. Even our Ning Luo president is missing. I wonder if she's already suffered. These words made Yi Jing frown. Ning Luo has been gone for a while. Why isn't she back yet? Chapter 524, Lack of Enthusiasm. Yi Jing calculated that Ning Luo had been gone for some time and should be back by now. Xiao Tian, call your President Ning and check on her, he said. Xiao Tian, trembling, picked up her phone with shaky hands. Xiao Tian was Ning Luo's assistant. Despite the situation, this young girl had stayed behind twice now. Yi Jing joked, Xiao Tian, why didn't you leave? Xiao Tian, clearly frightened, replied with a strained expression, I'm scared too, but I can't bear to leave President Ning. She's been a great benefactor to me. When I was at my lowest, she gave me a way out. I'll leave only when she does. Besides, I don't have any other family. President Ning is my only benefactor. Yi Jing nodded slightly. Xiao Tian was quite loyal and righteous. Even some without attachments would only think of saving themselves in such times, never considering others. Oh no, I can't reach President Ning's phone. Xiao Tian suddenly panicked. I just talked to her earlier. She said she was going to Lu family for help and could still be contacted. How come I can't reach her all of a sudden? Xiao Tian nervously added, do you think President Ning might have been discovered by the Zuriyu Palace? I just saw that Zuriyu Palace released a hit list, And besides your name, President Ning's name is also on it. Could it be? Xiao Tian shuddered in fear. Had her benefactor already met with misfortune? Yi Jing frowned. You said she went missing after going to the Liu family? Just then, Yi Jing's phone buzzed with a coordinate message. Yi Jing checked it. Ning Luo's distress signal. The coordinates point to the Liu family estate. In a flash, he disappeared from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. The bodyguard captain's skills seemed to be getting even more impressive. Xiao Tian was stunned watching Yi Jing leave. Yi Jing had demonstrated his abilities several times before, but this time, his speed seemed exceptionally fast. She didn't notice that after Yi Jing left, two other figures swiftly followed. Qing Huang, Pu Nan. Yi Jing directed the two behind him. Let's pay the Liu family a visit. Moments later, the three arrived at the Liu family estate. Open the gates. Yi Jing confirmed the coordinates upon arrival. They were inside. However, those were the coordinates Ning Luo had left 15 minutes ago. It was unclear where she had been taken in the last 15 minutes. Mr. Yi, should we force our way in? Qing Huang asked. Yi Jing nodded. No time to waste. Let's go in directly. Who goes there? A dozen figures appeared on the estate walls. Do you know whose place this is? How dare you intrude? Yi Jing frowned. Have you seen a woman? Ning Luo. The men on the wall sneered. What man or woman? This is the Liu family estate, a semi-hidden family. We don't welcome outsiders. The person you mentioned, no? Yi Jing frowned. Uncertain whether Ning Luo's sudden disappearance was related to Zuyu Palace or the Liu family, he refrained from confronting them immediately. He restrained his patience and gave them one last chance. I'll ask one more time. Did Ning Luo come here? The men inside shouted angrily. This is the Liu family estate. During this critical time, we refuse entry to anyone. Are you deaf or something? Yi Jing lost his patience completely and directly ordered Qing Huang and Pu Nan, force your way in. Understood, master. In a flash, the two turned into blurs and swiftly scaled the walls. The next second, cries of pain echoed from the walls. Within just a few seconds, the dozen figures on the walls were all lying on the ground. Yi Jing stepped forward, placing a foot on one man's chest. Did Ning Luo come here? The man remained silent. Crack. Yi Jing stomped down, breaking the man's chest bone. Speak. Last chance. The man gritted his teeth. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Ning Luo came here. Yi Jing said coldly. And now? Now. I don't know. Yi Jing clearly saw the man's wandering eyes, indicating he was lying. Crack. He stomped again, crushing the man's entire chest, not giving him another chance. From this, Yi Jing could deduce that Ning Luo's misfortune was likely tied to the Liu family. Otherwise, these men wouldn't be so evasive. Your turn. Yi Jing moved to another man and stomped on him. Seeing the fate of the previous man, the new one quickly said, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I saw Ning Luo come in, but after that, I don't know anything. She must have gone to see our head, Elder Liu. Yi Jing nodded and, with Qing Huang and Pu Nan, proceeded inside. The Liu family estate was vast, the largest Yi Jing had ever seen. As they moved deeper, they encountered more resistance. However, before Yi Jing could act, Qing Huang and Pu Nan dealt with them. Master, these people are very hostile towards us. I suspect Ning Luo was taken by the Liu family. Yi Jing nodded, his gaze darkening as they reached the largest courtyard within the Liu family estate. Swish, swish, swish. 4 or 5 figures appeared in front of the courtyard. Yi Jing, why aren't you dealing with Zuyu Palace? What are you doing here? What is your intent? You've turned Jinling City into this mess, attracting so many people to destroy it. You deserve to die. Yi Jing frowned. So, you kidnapped Ning Luo? No, we didn't kidnap Ning Luo. We're saving Jinling City. Our head said that only by handing you two over can we save Jinling City. Your lives in exchange for the safety of the entire Jinling City. It's a worthy trade. Yi Jing sneered. So, you captured Ning Luo? He swiftly moved, kicking the speaker to the ground and stepping on his chest. Tell me, where did you take Ning Luo? The others roared and charged forward, but Qing Huang and Pu Nan blocked them. Anyone who dared to move was immediately beaten down by Qing Huang, and soon, no one dared to approach. Crack! Yi Jing repeated the action, breaking the man's ribs. In pain, the man could only say, "Our head took her to meet the people from Zuyu Palace." Yi Jing's brows furrowed. Had the people from Zuyu Palace already arrived in Jinling? That was fast. He had mentally prepared for the retaliation from Zuyu Palace, the 8 great families Su family, and the Eastern Alliance, expecting it to come soon. Yet, he hadn't anticipated their arrival so quickly. However, Yi Jing felt a lack of enthusiasm for these people. Chapter 525. Instructor Zhang. Yi Jing had little interest in these Avengers to begin with. His primary goal was to uncover the identities of the 5 masterminds behind the scenes. These revenge-seeking factions were merely peripheral issues. Initially, Yi Jing had no intention of engaging with these factions. But since they had taken Ning Luo, it was now a matter of life and death. Yi Jing, where are the people from Zuyu Palace? We don't know. Only our patriarch knows. Yi Jing frowned. Qing Huang, immediately investigate where the people from Zuyu Palace are. In a flash, the 3 of them left the Lu family. This Yi Jing is such a hothead. Relying on just these 3 people, he dares to charge into Zuyu Palace. He's overestimating himself and courting death. He thinks that just because he can defeat us, he can defeat Zuyu Palace. How arrogant. These people sneered. The strongest members of our Lu family have already followed the patriarch. We're just second-rate. Does he think that just because he can recklessly charge through us second-rate ones, he can do the same to Zuyu Palace? This guy is too naive. No wonder he's attracted so many enemies to Jinling City. He's a troublemaker with a screw loose. These people mocked and ridiculed him. Master, we found out. The people from Zuyu Palace are currently staying at a club. The patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Ji, has already taken Miss Ning Luo to the club. Yi Jing frowned. Let's go to the club. Have the Yi God Temple surround the club. Understood. Moments later, Yi Jing, Qing Huang, and Pu Nin arrived at the club. Zuyu Palace. Yi Jing narrowed his eyes and looked inside. Zuyu Palace was known as the cradle of elite martial artists, providing a large number of war king-level talents and even war god-level talents to the country each year. It was said that the old national protector, the war god, had come from Zuyu Palace. The palace master, known as Instructor Zhang, was said to have trained or had close relationships with nearly half of the war gods in the entire country. Yi Jing arrived at the club and calmly met the gaze of a pair of eyes through a window. Yi Jing. The eyes revealed a look of fury. That was the palace master of Zuyu Palace, Instructor Zhang. You killed my Yao Zi. Bang. He broke through the window and jumped down from the high-rise building. Behind him, Lu Lao and others brought Ning Luo out, bound. Yi Jing, why are you here? Ning Luo, who had already fallen into despair, felt a glimmer of hope when she saw Yi Jing. But the next moment, thinking of her current predicament, she quickly said, Run. There are many powerful figures here, and the entire Zuyu Palace has mobilized. Even Instructor Zhang is here. In Ning Luo's eyes, Yi Jing was very capable in combat. But how could he compare to Instructor Zhang? This was the most powerful instructor in the country, rumored to have reached the level of a war god. And he was the instructor of many war gods. Just look at how humble the Lu family patriarch, Lu Ji, was in front of him. He had directly brought Ning Luo here and offered her to Instructor Zhang. Yi Jing, you killed my Yao Zi. How do you intend to settle this debt? Instructor Zhang's voice was icy, his clothes fluttering without wind, and a wave of killing intent emanated from behind him as he spoke. Behind him, a large number of Zuyu Palace's elite warriors stood in the shadows. Yi Jing said indifferently, What is your connection to the people behind Du Shiqin? Instructor Zhang coldly said, What Du Shiqin? Yi Jing shook his head in disappointment. It seemed this man had no involvement in the affairs of his parents from back then, and had no connection to the 5 so-called big figures behind the scenes. Yi Jing decided to spare Instructor Zhang and give him a way out. Right now, You only need to hand Ning Luo over to me, and I will spare you. I will let all of Zuyu Palace leave Jinling safely." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. They laughed so hard they were leaning left and right, almost falling over. "You say you'll let us leave safely? Are you stupid? Just you, a mere Yijing, think you can stand against Zuyu Palace? This guy must be scared out of his mind, talking nonsense. Isn't he just a bodyguard captain? His best feat was probably facing off against the national protector, the war god, right? But that time, the war god was being investigated internally by the dragon group and was transferred away. You never even got the chance to fight him. But you should know that even the national protector, the war god, is only worthy of holding Instructor Zhang's shoes in front of him. Our Instructor Zhang is the war god's former teacher." Everyone looked at Yi Jing with scorn and contempt. "And you, not even a war god yourself? We've assessed your strength. You're probably just a bit stronger than an average war king, at most just approaching the level of a war god." Yi Jing chuckled. "Oh, it seems I've disappointed you by being underestimated. Since you've given up your last chance," Yi Jing said calmly, "Qing Huang Punan, follow me to rescue her." With that, his figure moved, and he shot forward. "Kid, you're looking for death." At the first line of defense, several figures charged forward. "Daring to rescue someone in front of us? You don't even put us in your eyes." They considered themselves the elite of Zuyu Palace and looked down on everyone. Even Lu Ji from the Lu family, who had just come to hand over Ning Luo, was a small figure in their eyes. And this Yijing, in their opinion, was even less than Lu Ji, just someone who could shout a bit, not even worthy of them using their full strength. Moreover, with just these three people, he dared to charge at so many elite warriors of Zuyu Palace, which made everyone furious. But the next second, as soon as the two sides made contact, the people from Zuyu Palace felt something was wrong. The three charging figures, led by Yi Jing, felt like a locomotive, roaring and crushing everything in their path. The moment they collided, they felt an overwhelming force crushing through them. Then, they lost consciousness. Their last thought was, this Yijing was unstoppable. What kind of strength was this? Far stronger than their instructor Zhang. In the next instant, Yijing broke through the first line of defense and arrived at the second line. These were all Instructor Zhang's prized disciples, each possessing combat power that, even if not at the level of a war god, was very close to it. This Yijing is not easy to deal with. The people at the second line of defense, seeing Yijing casually break through the first line, recognized his strength. Stop him! A group of them gathered together, forming a human shield. These warriors, with strength comparable to war gods, combined together, and even a few missiles couldn't break through their defense. Chapter 526. Just a scapegoat? But Yijing and his two companions struck like bowling balls, scattering the opponents in all directions. SSS. Everyone present gasped in shock. How is Yijing so strong? Didn't they say his strength isn't at the war god level? But his strength is clearly beyond that. Lu family's patriarch narrowed his eyes deeply. He was beginning to regret inwardly. Had he chosen the wrong side? Faced with Yijing's ferocious fighting style, he felt he might have provoked an enemy he shouldn't have. But then he thought, Yijing had only dealt with some of the Zuyu Palace's experts. Zuyu Palace still had its strongest fighter, Coach Zhang. Coach Zhang was a true war god, an experienced veteran, and even the national protector war god was his disciple. Moreover, behind Zuyu Palace were the Eastern Union and the Su family of the 8 great families. Each of these could easily crush Yijing, like squashing an ant. Thinking of this, Elder Lu regained his composure. So what if he had provoked Yijing? He would be killed by these true powerhouses in a matter of minutes. Ning Luo, who was being held captive, had tears streaming down her face. So Yijing is that strong? He's already comparable to a war god, and he could have escaped on his own, yet he came to save me. Sob, sob, sob. Ning Luo was so moved that she started crying. Yijing, I admit you have some strength. Coach Zhang, the last man standing, began slowly taking off his suit and placing it aside. This is a custom-made suit from Italy. I can't let it get ruined just because of you. A mere nobody? C. Before Coach Zhang could finish, he saw Yijing kick a stone toward him. Initially, he didn't think much of it. How much damage could a stone do? But when the stone flew close, the intense wind it carried shocked Coach Zhang. What a terrifying force. Even the National Protector War God wouldn't be this fierce, would he? In all his years of training war gods, none had ever possessed such overwhelming power. What the hell is this Yijing? What kind of monster is he? Boom. Before Coach Zhang could react, the stone exploded on him, shattering his suit and pants into pieces. Ah! I'll kill you. You ruined my clothes. In his fury, Coach Zhang saw Yijing leap from midair, landing with a thud on his chest. Crack! Coach Zhang's body, as tough as a golden bell, was crushed by this single kick. Several ribs snapped instantly. SSS. Everyone gasped, too afraid to look. The entire scene fell silent. Even the invincible Coach Zhang was defeated in one kick by Yijing? What kind of monster is this Yijing? Everyone looked on in terror. Coach Zhang was the strongest fighter of Zuiyu Palace. Even many war gods had to bow respectfully to him. Yet, such a man was effortlessly defeated by Yijing. Who could possibly stop Yijing now? You. Before Coach Zhang could say anything, Yijing glanced at him indifferently. Shut up. Crack. Yijing stomped down again, crushing Coach Zhang's chest. He passed out from the pain. Was it you who handed Ning Luo to Zuiyu Palace? After taking down Coach Zhang, Yijing strolled over to Lu Ji. Lu Ji looked at Yijing in terror, trembling all over. He himself was comparable to a war god and had brought some bodyguards. But now, he couldn't even think of resisting. Even Coach Zhang was stomped into unconsciousness by Yijing. What could he, Lu Ji, possibly do? In front of Yijing, he wasn't even worthy to carry his shoes. Now, he truly regretted his decision. Why did he choose to hand Ning Luo over to Zuiyu Palace? Zuiyu Palace clearly wasn't a match for Yijing. If he had a second chance, he would never have gotten involved, never tried to curry favor with Zuiyu Palace by handing over Ning Luo. He would have run as far as possible. Yijing's battle with Zuiyu Palace, the Eastern Union, and the Su family of the 8 great families was a clash of gods. Why did he, a mere mortal, get involved? Was it you? Yijing asked coldly. Why yes, it was me. Lu Ji's voice was strained as he forced the words out. Qing Huang, take him away and let him experience the consequences of his actions. Qing Huang nodded and immediately dragged Lu Ji away like a dead dog. During this, Lu Ji tried to resist. He had seen Yijing's strength, but didn't know how strong Qing Huang was. After all, he himself was comparable to a war god. But after attempting to resist, he realized Qing Huang's strength far surpassed that of a war god. No wonder Yijing dared to storm Zuiyu Palace with just 3 people. What he didn't know was that Yijing looked down on Zuiyu Palace, which was why he only brought 3. Outside, a large number of Yishan Dian members surrounded the entire club. Many of them were equally as strong as Qing Huang and Pu Nan. Their duty was to ensure no one escaped. Ning Luo, are you okay? Yijing freed Ning Luo. I am fine. Ning Luo was in a daze. She looked at Yijing in disbelief. How are you so strong? Coach Zhang was a genuine war god, and a very powerful one at that. I heard even regular war gods aren't his match. Yijing just smiled casually, not taking it seriously. Ning Luo suddenly realized, no wonder when the National Protector War God came to cause trouble, you weren't nervous at all. I went out to face him for you, but you didn't seem to care. So, you already had such strength. Ning Luo felt she needed to re-evaluate Yijing. Before, they said you were just a scapegoat for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. But I think, maybe you're not just an ordinary scapegoat. You're among the top in the ranks of stand-ins for the real power players, right? Yijing was speechless. I'm this strong, and you still think I'm just a scapegoat? Yes, you're right, Yijing said helplessly. Chapter 527. The Second Divine Medicine. You're so powerful. You made me worry for nothing before. Ning Luo complained as Yi Jing untied her. However, as soon as the ropes were off, her complaints suddenly stopped. She then threw herself into Yi Jing's arms, crying, "You scared me to death. I thought either you or I was going to die." Ning Luo sobbed uncontrollably. Yi Jing, feeling helpless, handed Ning Luo over to Qing Huang beside him. "Take her to rest." In the past day, Ning Luo had experienced too much, ups and downs that had undoubtedly taken a toll on her mental state. First, she had gone to the Lu family for help, only to be betrayed and brought to the Drunken Moon Palace. Thinking she was doomed, she was then shocked to see Yi Jing single-handedly take down the entire Drunken Moon Palace with just a few people. Yet, she still worried about the eastern branch of the Assassin Association and the Su family of the 8 Great Families. Her little mind had borne too much. After arranging for Ning Luo to rest, Pu Nan and Qing Huang returned to Yi Jing's side. "Master, during this raid on the Drunken Moon Palace, we discovered some issues within our own ranks," Qing Huang said. Yi Jing looked up. "Problems with the Yi Divine Palace?" Qing Huang nodded. "Our Yi Divine Palace has always followed an elite strategy, so our numbers are relatively small. This time, during the raid on the Drunken Moon Palace, we couldn't fully man the entire perimeter, leading to some gaps in the encirclement. A few from the Drunken Moon Palace almost escaped." Yi Jing frowned. He wasn't concerned about the high-end combat power of the Yi Divine Palace. Without even mentioning others, just himself, Qing Huang, and Pu Nan were enough to crush most top-tier forces. The second-tier members of the Yi Divine Palace were only slightly weaker than Qing Huang and Pu Nan, and Yi Jing could easily train more of them if needed. However, the overall number of the Yi Divine Palace was indeed limited, not in terms of combat strength, but in terms of manpower for raids. While others struggled with combat effectiveness, Yi Jing was troubled by the inability to fully eradicate enemies. In that case, Yi Jing thought for a moment, "Call Long San of the Crimson Dragon. Qing Huang, go and gather a batch of medicinal ingredients for me." Yi Jing handed over a list. Qing Huang's heart skipped a beat. "Master, are you planning to?" She noticed that the list required an enormous amount of ingredients, enough to supply 1,000 people. Yi Jing calmly explained, "I intend to forcibly boost the strength of a group of people in a short period using these medicines. The advantage of this medicine is that it can rapidly elevate an ordinary person's strength to near War King level. The downside is that it will exhaust the person's potential, trapping them at that level for life. However, the subordinates of the Crimson Dragon have low potential to begin with. For them, without my medicine, they would never reach the War King level and would live their lives as ordinary people, doing the most menial jobs. But with this medicine, they can achieve a dream they could never realize in their lifetime." Qing Huang nodded. This medicine was like a life-changing opportunity for some of the lower class. She immediately went to gather the ingredients. Soon, Long San of the Crimson Dragon was summoned. Along with him, over 100 mid-level members of the Crimson Dragon organization were called. "Mr. Yi," Long San respectfully bowed, then frowned at the people behind him. "What are you waiting for?" "Bow to Mr. Yi." The mid-level members hurriedly bowed. They had been momentarily stunned. Many of them were meeting Yi Jing for the first time. They had only heard rumors about their leader, Crimson Dragon, following a man named Yi Jing, who was said to be very powerful and skilled in combat. As Yi Jing continued to create miracles and achieve one feat after another, their leader had become increasingly loyal to him. However, usually, it was their leader who met with Yi Jing. Most of these mid-level members were seeing him for the first time. He looked so young. Many of them felt they were older than Yi Jing. Could someone so young really be as powerful as the rumors said? That moment of hesitation was quickly corrected by Long San, and they quickly bowed. Yi Jing nodded slightly, then dropped a statement that immediately stirred excitement among the crowd. "You've probably all heard of me. The divine medicine of Jiang Province was made by me." The mention of divine medicine made everyone's breathing grow heavier. Who hadn't heard of the divine medicine of Jiang Province? But such a medicine was essentially out of reach for ordinary people like them. Not even their leader, Long San, had more than one, which he kept for emergencies and was reluctant to use. Yi Jing continued, What I'm talking about today is not the divine medicine, but another kind of pill. He took out a pill the size of a fingernail. This was something he had prepared after gathering the ingredients. Not the divine medicine. Disappointment flashed across everyone's faces. Just moments ago, they had thought Yi Jing was calling them all here to give each of them a divine medicine. But of course, that was impossible. Divine medicines were so rare that only a handful existed in Jiang province. Could Yi Jing really give out hundreds of them to them? Besides, what had they done to deserve such a gift? However, when Yi Jing spoke next, the crowd erupted in even greater excitement. This pill, though it doesn't extend life, can strengthen the body. After taking it, your strength will instantly rise from that of an ordinary thug to near War King level. Everyone gasped. Even Long San looked at Yi Jing in shock. Was there really such a miraculous medicine in the world? Long San's own strength was not particularly high, just slightly above the War King level but far from the War God level. The more he knew about his own limitations, the more he understood how difficult it was to reach the War King level. He had trained for half his life to reach this level, and further progress was incredibly difficult. The crowd stared at Yi Jing in shock, with several people unable to contain their curiosity and asked, "Mr. Yi, is that true? Can we really reach near War King level just by taking this medicine?" It wasn't that they doubted, but such a medicine had never existed in the world before. Yi Jing nodded calmly. Yes, but there's a significant side effect. After taking this medicine, all your potential will be exhausted, trapping you at that level for life. Chapter 528, just an appetizer. It will remain at this level for life. No further progress is possible. The crowd began to breathe heavily with excitement. Mr. Yi, I am willing to take it. I had no chance of reaching the War King level in my lifetime. I have no potential for cultivation. This pill can allow me to achieve what I never dared to dream of before. I am willing to take it. I want to become a War King. Almost all of the 100 middle-level members agreed instantly. Most of them had passed their peak potential period and were well aware of their own limitations. To reach the War King level through their own cultivation would take years, perhaps even a lifetime for many. This pill, however, could instantly elevate them to that position. However, such pills must be extremely rare, right? Everyone stared greedily at the pill in Yi Jing's hand, swallowing hard. Everyone wanted one, but the quantity of these pills might be limited. Yi Jing signaled to a male servant beside him, who then pushed a large box over. Wow, that servant of Mr. Yez is incredibly strong. Such a large box, dragging it across the ground. It sounds like it's struggling to carry the weight. There must be something very heavy inside. I heard that Mr. Yez's servant has a strength level of a war god. It's no wonder he can push this box. In the crowd's anticipation, the servant opened the lid of the box, revealing 1,000 small porcelain bottles inside. Yi Jing said calmly, "There are 1,000 pills in here. That means 1,000 opportunities for you to become War Kings." Boom. This statement was like a thunderclap, stunning everyone. 1,000 chances to become a War King. In other words, Yi Jing had the means to create 1,000 nearly War King level individuals. This would form an incredibly powerful force. Yi Jing continued, "Out of you, 100 middle-level members, I want each of you to recruit about 10 elite subordinates. In the end, you will form 1,000-strong force approaching War King level." The crowd erupted with excitement. 1,000 nearly War King level warriors. Even Long San was shocked. Was he about to command 1,000 War King level forces? Before accompanying Yi Jing to Nanjing, Yi Jing had promised him that he would make Long San the king of the underground forces in Nanjing City. However, for a long time, Yi Jing had only used him without fulfilling his promise. Now, this step made Long San see hope. With 1,000 War King level subordinates, dominating the underground forces in Nanjing would be a breeze. Even the surrounding cities could be easily taken over. After dismissing the 100 middle-level members, Yi Jing said to Long San, "Your potential for martial arts is not bad. From now on, you will study under the servant. With the servant's abilities, You can reach a level close to a war god in about 5 years. Thud. At this, Long San immediately knelt down to Yi Jing. Yi Jing had thought of everything. So thorough. After the birth of the Thousand War King-level subordinates, Long San did feel a sense of helplessness, fearing he might not be able to control them. After all, his strength was only slightly above the War King level, far from the War God level. If any of these War King subordinates developed disloyalty, he might not be able to control them. But Yi Jing's words provided him with 2 layers of security. One was that he could grow to have strength close to a war god within 5 years. The other was that he could leverage the power of the Yi Divine Palace, as he would be calling the servant his master. It would be natural to ask his master for help. Soon, the entire Qi Dragon force rapidly accumulated a large number of nearly War King-level warriors under Yi Jing's pill-assisted push. These nearly War King-level forces might not be able to directly assist Yi Jing in dealing with the impending threats from the Eastern Association and the Su family of the 8 Great Families, but they could form a tight encirclement to prevent any fugitives from escaping. They could also provide early warnings against the still hidden forces of the 5 major figures. Suzhou. How could this happen? Huang Yuyan trembled as she looked at her phone. What's wrong, Huang Yuyan? Zhang Qingxian asked, puzzled. Aunt Lu Qiuming also asked, what happened? Huang Yuyan quickly hid her panicked expression, forcing a smile. It's nothing. You two go rest. Zhang Qingxian and Lu Qiuming didn't suspect anything and went to their respective rooms to sleep. Huang Yuyan then took out her phone again. On it was internal news sent from her family in Beijing. Zuriyu Palace, the Eastern Association, the 8 Great Families Su family. These hidden major forces have all gone to Nanjing City, and they have openly declared their intention to kill Yi Jing. Huang Yuyan's heart trembled. Why would so many hidden forces suddenly go there? Yi Jing is in too much danger. Huang Yuyan was extremely worried and called Yi Jing. Even during the 2 rings before the call connected, countless fearful thoughts flashed through Huang Yuyan's mind. Finally, when the call connected, Huang Yuyan's tension eased slightly. Yi Jing, are you all right? Huang Yuyan's voice trembled. Yi Jing knew Huang Yuyan had some unique information channels and smiled. Have you heard something? Huang Yuyan hurriedly said, not just heard something. The Eastern Association, the Su family, and Zuriyu Palace are all coming to kill you. It's not safe there. Yi Jing said calmly, Zuriyu Palace? Your information is a bit outdated. Zuriyu Palace has already been destroyed by me. Zhang the instructor from Zuriyu Palace is already in my hands. Huang Yuyan was dumbfounded. Zhang the instructor was a figure of such strength, a being who surpassed many war gods, even serving as the instructor for many war gods, had already fallen into Yi Jing's hands? Hearing this news, Huang Yuyan's heart calmed slightly. It seems you have some strong experts by your side. Huang Yuyan didn't know that Yi Jing had personally taken action, thinking he had hired experts. Should I bring some experts to help you? Huang Yuyan gritted her teeth. She was prepared to request some experts from the Huang family in Beijing. Although her relationship with the Huang family was average, for Yi Jing's sake, she was willing to pay a price to get help from her family. No need. Yi Jing could feel Huang Yuyan's concern for him. Just take good care of Zhang Qingxian and my aunt. As for Nanjing, I can only say that these are just appetizers. My real target is not these. Huang Yuyan was shocked. These were just appetizers? Chapter 529, Too Many Mysteries. What exactly is Yi Jing trying to do? Huang Yuyan was shocked. Since she first met Yi Jing, she gradually discovered that this man had too many mysteries surrounding him. The recent series of events made it even harder for her to understand Yi Jing. She always felt that there were many unknown aspects to Yi Jing, but it was precisely these unknowns that attracted her. She felt that Yi Jing's charm was growing stronger. All right, if you need anything, be sure to tell me. After hanging up the phone, Huang Yuyan could only think that this matter involved too much. All she could do was help Yi Jing calm Zhang Qingxian and Lu Qiuming. Finally here. Damn, that was exhausting. This really isn't something a human should do. Zhu Li and Yu Yunling finally arrived in Suzhou by bicycle. The 2 of them had ridden all the way from Sichuan, pedaling bicycles without seats, enduring sore backs and aching muscles every day, until they finally reached Suzhou. The first thing Julie did upon arriving in Suzhou and shaking off the surveillance of Xiao Hu and others was to consolidate the Yu family's assets and quietly gather information about Yijing. That evening, after a busy night, Julie returned. Yu Yunling asked, "Julie, how did it go? Did you take over all of my family's assets? I went out of my way to help you, so it should have been quick, right?" Julie nodded and replied quickly, "Of course, taking over these assets wasn't a problem. Do you know how many assets I controlled in Sichuan? These are just small potatoes. But the key thing today is that I heard a big piece of news. About Yijing." Yu Yunling immediately perked up. What about Yijing? Why did she allow Julie to take over her family's assets so freely? It was all to help her father and brothers deal with Yijing, and to obtain Yijing's miraculous medicine so that her father and brothers could recover. Yijing has hit a rough patch. You know, our country has some hidden families and secretive powers, right? Yu Yunling's expression became serious. I know. My father once told me that those hidden families and secretive powers are the real deal. They manipulate the entire economic direction from the shadows. Julie excitedly said, "Now, the Zuiyu Palace, the Su family of the 8 great families of Jiangnan, and the Eastern Association of the Assassins Guild are all gathered in Nanjing, all there to kill Yijing. This Yijing has been too flashy and has finally provoked a collective outrage." Yu Yunling was both shocked and delighted. So, does this mean Yijing is going to be finished? Julie nodded firmly. Absolutely. With so many hidden powers targeting him, he's as good as dead. Yu Yunling's face finally showed a happy smile. I can't wait to tell my dad and brothers this good news. Let them be happy too. Wait, husband. Yu Yunling suddenly realized. Even if Yijing's death is a certainty, we still need to get the miraculous medicine to save my father and brothers. Zhu Li's eyes flashed with a peculiar light, but it was quickly hidden. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. Even if Yijing dies, there are still some miraculous medicines left with the famous Dr. Wang Mingyang in Jiangsu. I heard there are still about 20 or 30 pills. As soon as Yijing is gone, I'll immediately send someone to snatch all of Wang Mingyang's medicines. Not only will we be able to save your father and brothers, but we can also sell the remaining medicines at a high price." Yu Yunling didn't suspect anything and happily hugged Julie, giving him a big kiss. "Husband, you're the best. I don't have to worry about anything." Yu Yunling happily went to tell her father and brothers the good news. After Yu Yunling left, Julie sneered, "Do you really think I'd help you? If I helped you, your father and brothers would recover and then demand the Yu family's assets back from me. What would I do then?" Zhu Li's gaze turned toward the direction of Jiangsu province. "But those miraculous medicines, I must get my hands on them. They're treasures." Zhu Li's eyes gleamed with greed. "Not yet. I have to be patient." After this experience, especially the long bike ride from Sichuan to Suzhou, Julie had thought a lot and reflected deeply. He knew that he couldn't act hastily. For example, when it came to seizing the miraculous medicines. If he acted now, it would surely attract Yijing's attention in Nanjing, and Yijing might divert resources to deal with him. But he would keep an eye on the developments in Nanjing. Once the Eastern Association and the Su family of the 8 great families dealt with Yijing, he would immediately send someone to Jiangsu to seize the miraculous medicines. In Jiangsu province, have you heard? There's big news in Nanjing. It seems like the city is in turmoil. In Wang Mingyang's pharmacy, various families and wealthy clans of Jiangsu province gathered. Duan Yonghao of the Duan family, Miao Su and Miao Wenjun of the Miao family, Mu Fengchun of Tenghui Technology, and Han Guoyang and Han Siyao of the Han family. Han Siyao was anxious. I heard Yijing is in Nanjing. Could he be in trouble? It seems that many hidden powerful families and forces are heading to Nanjing to cause trouble. Mu Fengchun, the elder of the Mu family, looked worried. The situation is even worse than you think. This is a big trouble for Mr. Yi. Huh. Everyone was stunned. What happened? Trouble for Mr. Yi? Before, they had only heard that Nanjing was in big trouble, with many hidden powerful forces converging there. Han Xiao was anxious. What happened? Why is it a big trouble for Mr. Yi? Mu Fengchun, leaning on his cane, looked worried. I heard that these hidden forces are gathering in Nanjing specifically to target Mr. Yi. Boom. Everyone was struck like lightning. Han Xiao covered her mouth, showing fear and worry. I have to call Mr. Yi. Han Xiao had a deep emotional connection with Yijing. Especially after Yijing saved her during a previous crisis, she returned to Jiangsu to recover and adjust her mood. Just as she had finally adjusted her mindset, she was told that Yijing was in big trouble. Calling Mr. Yi is a good idea. Everyone else wanted to call as well, but they were afraid of disturbing Yijing. They all knew that Yijing must be under a lot of pressure right now. Finally, the phone call went through. Han Xiao and the others expressed their concern. Mr. Yi, do you need our help? Yijing laughed on the phone and reassured everyone, don't worry, everything is under my control. He hadn't expected that his old friends in Jiangsu were still worrying about him. Chapter 530. Are you useless? Mr. Yi, we heard that you were in great danger over there. The families and wealthy clans of Jiang Province had mostly received help from Yijing. Some had even taken Yijing's miraculous medicine, and inwardly, they all felt a sense of gratitude toward him. The group expressed their concern for Yijing. Yijing smiled faintly, there's no need to worry about me. As for Han Xiao, you still need to rest for a while longer. After this period passes, I'll have to bring you to Nanjing. There are some matters I need to entrust to you. Han Xiao, who had been extremely worried, felt her heart settle upon hearing this. This indicated that Yijing had complete control over the situation here. He had even arranged her future affairs. Moreover, it showed that Yijing was thinking of her. In reality, Yijing felt bad for her after what she had gone through in Suzhou and wanted to arrange some resources for her in Nanjing as compensation. Understood, Mr. Yi. We will await your good news here in Jiang Province. Of course, if you really can't hold on, hurry back to Jiang Province. We will form the last line of defense for you, and no one will harm you. That's right. Anyone who wants to hurt you will have to step over our bodies. The people of Jiang Province all expressed their determination. Unknowingly, Yijing had turned the influential families and clans of Jiang Province's capital into a solid backup force for himself. In recent days, Nanjing had been the focus of everyone's attention. Following Zuiyu Palace, the Eastern Union and the Su family of the 8 great families also arrived. Unlike Zuiyu Palace, who had come quietly, these two groups arrived with great fanfare, bringing with them heavily armed troops that marched directly to the outskirts of Nanjing. The mayor of Nanjing was on high alert. Last time, when he went out to welcome the National Protection War God, he hadn't felt much pressure, despite putting on a show of fear. But this time, he was genuinely terrified. These hidden powers, the Eastern Union and the Su family, had the real capability to dispose of him, the mayor, directly. Gentlemen, the mayor stammered, forcing a smile. If you two are here to participate in economic construction and investment, then I warmly welcome you both. However, if you are here for... The mayor, under immense pressure, forced himself to say these words. What else could he do, given his position? As he spoke, he glanced at the dark mass behind the two men and felt a chill run down his spine. How many experts had they brought with them? It seemed endless. The mayor shuddered inwardly. If not for the pressure from above, he probably would have fled by now. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. It's over. Everything is over. Nanjing is finished and so am I. Indeed, the leader of the Eastern Union, Ming Hui, spoke coldly, cut the nonsense. Hand over that Yijing. Next to him, the head of the Su family added coldly, Mayor, hand over Yijing, and I can spare your life. Your Nanjing can avoid a disaster. But if you don't hand Yijing over within 3 minutes, the entire city of Nanjing will face a catastrophe. The mayor trembled all over, sweat dripping from his forehead. The pressure from the Su family and the Eastern Union was too great. This is beyond my ability, the mayor stammered, his teeth chattering. He knew about Yijing. The man was incredibly powerful. When the people from Zuiyu Palace arrived earlier, Even Kochang had made a move, but did they capture Yijing? Not at all. And they had been completely wiped out. In the mayor's mind, Yijing was on the same level as these people from Zuiyu Palace, the Eastern Union, and the Su family, equally terrifying. Both sides were gods clashing, and he was caught in the middle, powerless to do anything. To ask him to bring Yijing over was no different from sending him to his death. Useless. Ming Hui spat coldly, then said calmly, "Since that's the case, let's turn the entire city of Nanjing into a wasteland. Su Jiazhu, I'll start killing from the east, and you start from the west. Let's turn the entire city into ashes within an hour. What do you say?" The mayor's eyes widened in shock. Were these hidden families really going to be so brutal? Their target was Yijing, so why were they going to destroy the entire city of Nanjing? No wonder those who heard about these hidden families making a move had all fled in fear. It seemed they relied on their accumulated power and long-standing influence, completely disregarding modern cities. "No, please don't," the mayor pleaded with a strained voice, but he had no way to stop them. In the distance, countless eyes in Nanjing were watching the scene. The Su family and the Eastern Union are here. Our Nanjing is finished. Within the city, countless people gazed in this direction, trembling with fear. It seemed that their death was imminent. The Su family and the Eastern Union won't listen to reason. They are too bloodthirsty. We're all doomed. The entire city of Nanjing seemed to be trembling. At that moment, a voice came from behind the mayor. "Are you looking for me?" Yijing suddenly appeared behind the mayor without anyone noticing. "Yijing? You're Yijing?" Ming Hui and the head of the Su family narrowed their eyes as they looked at Yijing. "Is it you who killed our subordinate?" Yijing replied calmly, "Oh, so those trash were your subordinates." Hearing Yijing's words, the mayor behind him felt as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss. "Brother Yi, you really have the guts to say that." The mayor had thought, upon Yijing's appearance, that perhaps he could mediate. Maybe he could calm both sides down and have a peaceful talk. After all, sitting down, they could all be friends. So many grudges. When will the cycle of revenge end? But after Yijing's words, the mayor's heart sank. There was no way this could be resolved peacefully. Within Nanjing, everyone felt their scalp tingle. Holy shit! How dare Yijing speak like that? He was already arrogant before, but now that the Eastern Union and the Su family are here, how can he still be so arrogant? Is he crazy? This is going to get us all killed. It's over. It's over. These two families will probably kill Yijing first, and then finish us all off. Every person in Nanjing, looking at Yijing's back, felt a deep resentment. Was Yijing going to get them all killed? The mayor and the staff behind him closed their eyes in despair. There was nothing left to do but wait for death. Yijing's words, calling them useless, had clearly enraged the Su family and the Eastern Union. "You're asking for it." The head of the Su family's brow twitched, and with a wave of his hand, it was as if 1,000 troops surged toward Yijing. Chapter 531. Assassination. The Ming president of the Eastern Society moved like a ghost, directly darting towards Yijing. "Ah, another bunch of trash has arrived," Yijing said indifferently. "Qinghuang, Punan, deal with them. Long San, surround them all. Not a single one should escape." After Yijing said this, the people of Jinling City were even more dumbfounded. "With just a few of you, you want to surround the Su family and the Eastern Society? Not letting anyone escape? Do you even hear what you're saying? Are you daydreaming? Lost in your own world?" The city governor also closed his eyes in despair and pain. Alas, Yijing is indeed powerful, but his mind, how come it seems a bit lacking? However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt countless people appear around him. "Understood, master." From the dark shadows, the members of the Yi Divine Palace emerged, each tall and radiating an endless killing intent. Following that, thousands of figures stood up from the distant ground. Although their strength was slightly inferior, each of them was comparable to a war king, and the sheer number of them was enough to make one's scalp tingle. My God, When did so many war kings appear in our Jinling city? Holy! So many war kings, enough to flatten Jinling city, right? I never expected that the Jinling city I live in every day hides so many experts. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat. The Su family and the Eastern Society were also startled. How did Yi Jing have so many cards up his sleeve? Yi Jing, however, spoke calmly, unconcerned. Hurry up, finish it quickly. In his heart, he didn't even consider these people worth his attention. His real target was the 5 bigwigs behind them. These so-called Eastern Society and Su family were just appetizers. In the next moment, Qing Huang and Pu Nan led the experts of the Yi Divine Palace in a charge towards the Su family and the Eastern Society. Even Yi Jing himself didn't move. The sounds of battle cries and metal clashing gradually subsided within a few short minutes. The city governor and other staff members crouched on the ground, hugging their heads in terror, afraid that the intense impact would affect them. Fortunately, it soon subsided. What happened? The city governor and other staff members, filled with fear, slowly opened their eyes. Ouch! They were horrified to see that the people brought by Yi Jing stood like death gods, coldly gazing at those lying on the ground, groaning in pain. The Su family and the Eastern Society members were all lying on the ground, not a single one left standing. Even the 2 overbearing figures, the head of the Su family and the Ming president, could only lie on the ground, humiliated. Master, how should we deal with them? Kill them directly? Yi Jing nodded faintly. Kill them. He was never a merciful person. If the other party had no murderous intent and it was just a conflict, he might still give them a way out. However, once the opposing party harbored malicious intent and sought vengeance, Yi Jing would uproot the problem completely, leaving no opportunity for a comeback. Qing Huang and Pu Nin nodded, raising their blades to execute the head of the Su family and the Ming president. The city governor watched this scene in terror. My God! Yi Jing actually defeated the Su family and the Eastern Society. The staff members were also shocked, their eyes wide. This was a historic moment. But deep down, they were a bit afraid. If they were really killed, would the other hidden families come to seek revenge? Jinling City, in that moment, fell completely silent. Yi Jing had won, and he held the power of life and death. Just then, the ground trembled with a rumbling sound from afar. Long San, who was responsible for the outer encirclement, suddenly ran over quickly. Mr. Yi, someone has broken in. In an instant, they killed over 100 of my men. Long San was heartbroken. These subordinates were not the kind of rabble from before, but all comparable to war kings. Each loss was too painful. Who are they? Yi Jing frowned. Were there still experts? Besides the Su family and the Eastern Society, were there other forces? In the next moment, a special team armed with weapons charged in. Half an hour earlier. Captain Luo, according to our investigation, Du Shichin is here. Captain Luo had a blank expression and nodded. Charge in? Captain Luo, there are people arranged by Yi Jing inside. Should we force our way in? Captain Luo said indifferently, force our way in. In front of the 5 great figures, what is Yi Jing? Just charge in. Remember, our goal is not to rescue, but to kill. Go in directly, kill Du Shichin, and ensure he doesn't expose the news of the 5 great figures. Understood. The group charged in with great momentum, but once inside, they were dumbfounded. Captain Luo, there's no one inside. Not even Du Shichin, not even the guards. Judging from the traces, they must have left earlier, likely following Yi Jing out of the city. Captain Luo's face darkened. This Yi Jing is indeed far-sighted, having anticipated that the 5 great figures might take this opportunity to assassinate Du Shichin. He actually took Du Shichin away first. Below, someone quickly asked, Captain Luo, what should we do next? Luo Qiming said indifferently, let's go out and meet Yi Jing. Du Shichin must be in Yi Jing's hands. Our goal is to kill Du Shichin, no matter who kills him. Understood. Line up. Move out. Time returned to the present, as Luo Qiming led this special national protection team to the center of the battlefield. Yi Jing, seeing this sudden appearance of a team, narrowed his eyes slightly. These people were quite strong. If the previous Su family and Eastern society hadn't piqued his interest, this team could make him take it a bit more seriously. However, the city governor and other staff members behind him exclaimed, "The Special National Protection Team. Why are you here? My God, the Special National Protection Team is here." The city governor was too excited. This Special National Protection Team was said to rarely appear domestically, mainly operating abroad on high-risk missions. Their combat power was extremely formidable. Even the National Protection War God could only guard the territory. But this Special Protection Team was said to have expanded several territories. Their merits were even greater than the National Protection War God. So when the city governor saw this team, his shock was beyond words. Is this real? The city governor couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes. Yi Jing, hearing the voices from behind, understood the name of this team. Chapter 532, The Final Chance for You. Yi Jing. Luo Qiming of the Special National Protection Team narrowed his eyes and stared at Yi Jing. I am here under orders to have you bring Du Shiqin out. At the mention of Du Shiqin's name, Yi Jing's heart skipped a beat. Under orders? Whose orders? Yi Jing looked at Luo Qiming. It appeared that Du Shiqin had indeed unsettled the five behind-the-scenes figures. That's none of your business. It's someone you shouldn't be asking about. Right now, I'm giving you only one choice. Hand over Du Shiqin, dead or alive. Otherwise, the Special National Protection Team is not something that can be compared to the mere Su family and the Eastern Alliance. Luo Qiming had the confidence to speak like this. Behind him stood the Special National Protection Team, a force that was virtually unstoppable and invincible. Oh, quite confident, aren't you? Yi Jing sneered. Since you're so confident, why sneak in to silence Du Shiqin while I'm out? With a wave of his hand, Qing Huang brought Du Shiqin out from behind. However, Du Shiqin's mouth was gagged with a cloth, unable to say anything, only making muffled sounds. Luo Qiming frowned. It's not that we overestimate you, but the big shot behind me doesn't want unnecessary exposure or more conflicts. Just silencing Du Shiqin will suffice. Yi Jing sneered. Is that so? Yi Jing's eyes instantly turned cold. You're Luo Qiming, right? Are you one of the five big shots? This Luo Qiming, who could command the Special National Protection Team, must hold a significant position. His status was likely not inferior to Xue Chonglin, who headed the Dragon Group. After all, in terms of positions, Xue Chonglin, who led the Dragon Group, was more focused on internal affairs, while Luo Qiming, who led the Special National Protection Team, dealt with external matters. Clearly, Luo Qiming's position and status were higher than Xue Chonglin's. So it was very likely that Luo Qiming was one of the five big shots. To Yi Jing's surprise, Luo Qiming shook his head. No, I'm just doing errands for the big shot. Just then, Luo Qiming's phone rang. Seeing the number on the satellite phone, Luo Qiming's expression immediately turned serious. He quickly answered the call. Yes, sir. His tone and attitude were extremely respectful. Yes, yes. Luo Qiming handed the satellite phone to Yi Jing. The big shot wants to talk to you. Yi Jing took the satellite phone and immediately understood that this was one of the five big shots. To his surprise, the person even introduced himself. Yi Jing picked up the phone and heard an old voice from the other end. Yi Jing, I hear you're looking for me? Yi Jing, who are you? The voice replied, I am the former captain of the Special National Protection Team, known as Feng Ruodo. Feng Ruodo. Yi Jing's heart stirred slightly. This Feng Ruodo was once an important general in Huagua. His fame had once far exceeded that of the National Protection God. He had also served as the captain of the Special National Protection Team. Hearing my name, are you scared, silly? The old voice on the other end was extremely indifferent. I command you to immediately hand over Du Shiqin. Yi Jing's tone returned to calm. You command me? Because of your age? Feng Ruodo, even if it's you. If you were involved in the incident with my parents back then, you're only looking at death, understand? Shut up. Before Yi Jing could say anything, Luo Qiming couldn't take it anymore. Feng Ruodo was his former captain, and even though he had retired, he was still his old superior. He absolutely could not allow Yi Jing to speak to his old superior like this. You get lost. You have no say here. Yi Jing narrowed his eyes and glanced at Luo Qiming. But this Luo Qiming was utterly clueless. Instead, he repeatedly scrutinized Yi Jing with a provocative gaze. Feng Ruodo, I can execute Yi Jing right here and now and bring his head to you. Yi Jing couldn't be bothered with Luo Qiming and continued speaking into the phone. Feng Ruodo, I'm giving you half a day to come to Jinling City. Otherwise, I'll kill this Luo Qiming. Isn't he your trusted subordinate? You wouldn't want to see your trusted subordinate die at my hands, would you? You dare. Before Yi Jing could finish, Feng Ruodo on the other end was furious. Luo Qiming is not only my subordinate, but also my adopted son. How dare you lay a hand on him? But as soon as he said that, Feng Ruodo sneered, You're trying to provoke me on purpose, aren't you? Trying to force me to show up, aren't you? You just forgot that Luo Qiming's strength is far beyond what you, Yi Jing, can handle. I admit, with your special physique, you are the fastest progressing young man in the world today. But there's still a huge gap between you and Luo Qiming. Oh, is that so? Yi Jing smiled faintly. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Luo Qiming. You're courting death. Luo Qiming had naturally heard the conversation between Yi Jing and Feng Ruodo. He had long been displeased with Yi Jing and now charged forward, his iron hands reaching for Yi Jing's neck. Feng Ruodo, I'll kill him for you. Luo Qiming's iron claws extended, but it was as if they had grabbed onto a steel wall. Huh. What was going on? Luo Qiming was instantly stunned. His hands, which could gouge holes in steel, felt as if they had hit a stone wall. His hands were hurting instead. In the next second, Yi Jing's hand directly gripped Luo Qiming's neck and lifted him into the air. Feng Ruodo, Luo Qiming's neck is now in my hands. Do you want him alive, or do you want him dead? Feng Ruodo, on the other end, suddenly fell silent. He could clearly hear that the Luo Qiming he had high hopes for had fallen into Yi Jing's hands. Not even a sound of pleading could be heard, as his neck was completely crushed by Yi Jing. If Yi Jing exerted just a little more force, Luo Qiming would be gone. You, stop. Feng Ruodo's tone suddenly softened. There was no longer the initial indifference. He absolutely cannot die. He is my adopted son. Yi Jing said calmly, Yes, he is your adopted son, and also an important pawn for you to continue controlling the Special National Protection Team, right? So, you really don't want to see him die, do you? Then come to Jinling City within half a day. Feng Ruodo fell silent this time. Clearly, in his eyes, Luo Qiming's life was important, but it still couldn't compare to his own safety. Luo Qiming's strength was something he had high hopes for, but in Yi Jing's hands, he couldn't even withstand a single move. Even though Feng Ruodo was an excellent fighter himself, he didn't dare to take the risk. He had no idea how strong Yi Jing had become. The bigger the shot, the more they valued their own lives, and the more cautious they were. They wouldn't gamble with their own lives. Yi Jing, I'm giving you one last chance. Before Feng Ruodo could finish, there was a loud crack from the phone. Chapter 533. You wouldn't have? Yi Jing, what was that snapping sound just now? Tell me, what was that sound? Feng Ruodo's tone suddenly became urgent. You wouldn't have? Yi Jing said indifferently. What do you think it was? He deliberately didn't say, making Feng Ruodo even more anxious. Yi Jing spoke coldly. Didn't I tell you earlier? I gave you half a day to come to Jinling City, or else I'd take Luo Qiming's life. Luo Qiming's life is in your hands. Unfortunately, you're too afraid of death. You weren't willing to come, so I had no choice but to sacrifice your adopted son. Yi Jing had already decided to kill Luo Qiming, so he did so without hesitation. After all, Luo Qiming had just shown a murderous intent towards Yi Jing and was determined to serve Feng Ruodo. So, Yi Jing had no choice but to take drastic action. You killed Luo Qiming? No, you're lying to me, right? Feng Ruodo was agitated. You're lying? You just made a sound effect, didn't you? Yi Jing was speechless. You can ask the people around you. Immediately after, there was a loud thud, sounding like a body being thrown to the ground. Feng Ruodo's scalp tingled. Yi Jing, you damned bastard. That was my most outstanding adopted son. He was also the best pawn for him to continue controlling the Special National Protection Team. Yi Jing's move had directly wiped out half of Feng Ruodo's lifetime of arrangements. Dinglingaling. Feng Ruodo immediately used another phone to call the mayor of Jinling City. The mayor wouldn't dare to lie to him. Tell me, is my adopted son, Luo Qiming, still alive? The mayor, Captain Luo Qiming, has already sacrificed. Thud. Feng Ruodo's phone fell to the ground and shattered. After a long while, he picked up the other phone and continued speaking to Yi Jing. Yi Jing, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Yi Jing's tone was calm. Oh, is that so? I'm waiting for you in Jinling. When will you come? Feng Ruodo took a deep breath to calm himself, about to say something, when he suddenly heard Du Shiqin scream in pain. Yi Jing said indifferently, didn't you want to kill Du Shiqin? Now, I've helped you take care of him. The only reason he kept Du Shiqin alive was to lure out the 5 major figures behind him. Now that he had already identified Feng Ruodo as one of the 5, Du Shiqin was no longer useful. Beep beep. On the other end, Feng Ruodo seemed to feel there was nothing more to say to Yi Jing and hung up the phone. After putting down the phone, Yi Jing felt all eyes on him, including the mayor and the other bigwigs in Jinling City. Everyone's gaze revealed shock and fear. Incredible. This Yi Jing has actually made an enemy of someone like Feng Ruodo, a legendary figure. And he even killed the current captain of the Special National Protection Team, Luo Qiming. My God, Yi Jing really has the guts. Making an enemy of someone like Feng Ruodo, doesn't he fear for his life? Although everyone was shocked by Yi Jing's strength, capable of instantly defeating a war god-level figure like Luo Qiming, the legendary figure Feng Ruodo represented more than just a war god. He represented a powerful force. Making an enemy of such a bigwig, they wouldn't need to use brute force. They had 1,000 ways to destroy you. A storm is coming. Everyone felt that although Jinling City wouldn't be massacred this time, the upcoming confrontation with Feng Ruodo was far more terrifying than the Su family of the 8 great families or the Eastern Society. Yi Jing returned to Jinling City. Qing Huang, investigate Feng Ruodo. I want all his information. As the first of the 5 major figures under Yi Jing's control, Feng Ruodo